#C1132 Soul Seal. Chu Yan didn't expect that Ruan Jingtian's plan to procrastinate for time would be ignored by Ruan Jingtian. At this moment, the situation became chaotic in an instant. Sure enough, after listening to his son's words, Ruan Tiankuan, who was on the opposite side, had his whole body's aura rising wildly, and murderous aura rolled out of his eyes. Snort. I am about to become the master of Tianzong soon, how can I be threatened by this Chu Yan? Moreover, what the son said makes sense. This Chu Yan was invited by Yao Yi to come to Tianzong, and the relationship between Yao Yi and Donghuan Tianyi is well known in the entire sect. Therefore, Chu Yan's purpose of making a fuss in the Elder's Pavilion here is ready to come out. Chu Yan, since you want to die, I will accompany you. The next moment, Ruan Tiankuan's half-step martial emperor realm momentum rushed out, sweeping the entire hall of the Elder Pavilion. Boom! The powerful Zhenqi Gangyuan surged out like a tide, falling like a dome of the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth, and slapped it fiercely towards Chu Yan. Depend on. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face changed drastically, and the cold hairs all over his body exploded. Unexpectedly, this Ruan Tiankuan would do it as soon as he said he would do it. Moreover, the cultivation base of the half-step martial emperor realm all broke out, and he wanted to blow Chu Yan directly. Kill. Ruan Tiankuan was still worried that what if Chu Yan really got a blow from Emperor Wu, so he used all his strength when he shot, but he didn't want to give Chu Yan a chance to urge Emperor Wu to attack. Diantian Judgment. With a soft shout, Chu Yan's long-preserved true energy erupted, and in an instant, activated by the secret technique, Chu Yan's figure directly transformed into hundreds of figures, flying towards all directions. And his own body was also mixed among these hundreds of figures, making it difficult to tell the real from the fake for a while. Humph. A little skill. Seeing this, Ruan Tiankuan snorted coldly, and with a big hand, he attacked with true energy like a flood, and suddenly divided it into hundreds of Gangyuan killing moves, blasting at the hundreds of Chu Yan scattered in all directions. Divided into more than 100 channels of true energy, as if possessing spiritual wisdom, they locked onto a Chu Yan, respectively, and directly shrouded them. No matter how the Chu Yan below dodged, they couldn't get rid of them at all. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the infuriating energy divided into hundreds of paths fell, and one figure after another of Chu Yan was exploded, and was quickly wiped out one after another. At this time, while Chu Yan was running away, his mind was on the eyes of the noise, and his whole body was like falling into an ice cellar. Without a trace of hesitation, he directly pulled out the Xuanhuan shield and protected it outside his body. Originally, with the current 5-star level of Xuanwu Wuhun, it could completely resist the full-strength attack of a half-step martial emperor realm powerhouse. Even if he blocked it, Chu Yan would also be seriously injured, but now, Ruan Tiankuan's attack has already divided into 100, each individual attack, the power is greatly reduced, and the Xuanhuan shield is enough to deal with. Boom! Right on Chu Yan's body, when the black light of the Xuanhuan shield was just lit up, the Gangyuan attack behind him fell hard and hit Chu Yan's body heavily, making a shocking explosion. Whoosh! Chu Yan's body, like a shell fired from its chamber, was directly hit, flew upside down, hit a golden pillar in the temple, and rolled to the ground. Jumping up from the ground, at this moment, Chu Yan was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and the blood in his body was churning wildly. Even if it is this attack, Ruan Tiankuan, who is only a half-step martial emperor realm powerhouse, has 1% of the power, and it is not only Chu Yan, who is cultivated at the heavenly realm, can resist it. If it weren't for Xuanhuan's shield, Chu Yan, who was hit by the bombardment, would not be able to get up at all. Because, after reaching the martial emperor realm, even a 1% attack is far more than the full blow of the middle martial venerable realm powerhouse. The difference in strength between the two is like the difference between heaven and earth. Seeing the blood on the corner of Chu Yan's mouth, the elders in the hall were stunned. Unexpectedly, the situation was reversed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Tianquan had already shot, and even hurt Chu Yan. Ha ha ha, boy, you really lied to me. Well, today, I want you to be smashed to pieces. When Yuan Tianquan succeeded in one move, he laughed wildly, his face was full of complacency, and he was in a good mood. In this way, his own plans and arrangements were finally regained control, and the position of the sovereign of the heavenly sect was at his fingertips. What? It turns out that Chu Yan's ultimate move of Emperor Wu is really a lie. Because Chu Yan was attacked by Yuan Tianquan just now, if Chu Yan really possessed the ultimate move of Emperor Wu, how could he not be urged to use it? It seems that what Yuan Jingtian said is true. At this time, the corner of Yuan Jingtian's mouth was hooked up, with a wicked smile on his face, and his mind, which was extremely tense just now, suddenly relaxed. Because what I said just now was just a guess, and I was not fully sure, but now, I finally let go of my heart. Father, this person can't be killed for the time being, help me abolish his cultivation, and then break his limbs, I will be useful. With a sinister smile on Yuan Jingtian's face, he looked at Chu Yan and sneered. Good. After what happened just now, Yuan Tianquan trusted his son more and more. Hearing Yuan Jingtian's words, he shot directly without saying a word, preparing to blast Chu Yan into a cripple and destroy Qi Hai directly. Boom. Yuan Tianquan deserves to be a half-step martial emperor realm existence. When he raised his hand, the true qi in his body turned into a red cloud tide, like a violent storm, rushing towards the top of Chu Yan's head, and at the same time spreading, sealing all of Chu Yan's body. Retreat and fall hard. Boom, boom. On the top of Chu Yan's head, the red Gangyuan tide evolved rapidly, and soon turned into a huge red seal, emitting thousands of red lights, and slowly falling towards Chu Yan. This big red seal is a rare secret technique called the soul-dissolving seal. Anyone who is suppressed by the Jiuxiao seal, no matter who it is, will have their martial soul shattered, their sea of qi collapsed, and they will directly become useless. This method is extremely vicious. As the ninth elder of Tianzong, he actually knows such a secret technique. Fuck, I can't stand it anymore. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan immediately took out the jade talisman given by Yaoya, entered a consciousness, and at the same time forced the cyan jade lotus in the sea of consciousness out of the sea of consciousness, pushed it with both hands, and greeted the big bloody seal falling on the top of his head. Go. The current situation has already exceeded the scope of his own strength, so he can only wake up the closed Donghuan Tai, his uncle who has never met. As for the cyan jade lotus rushing towards the bloody seal, all Chu Yan could think of was it. Since it is the treasure inherited by Emperor Wu, it should be no problem to deal with the secret technique of a half-step martial emperor realm powerhouse. Even if there is a problem, Chu Yan doesn't care. Of course Chu Yan is willing to take control. Boom, boom. The bloody big seal fell directly, collided with the cyan jade lotus, and erupted with boundless and terrifying Gangyuan Zhenqi, surging in all directions, and the violent air waves rushed past, causing thousands of elders to shake their bodies together. Everyone's eyes widened and they looked into the air. They all wanted to know whether Chu Yan would really become a waste under this move. #C1133 East Emperor 1. The bloody seal and the cyan jade lotus collided together, blasting the sky and flooding the audience. Everyone stared nervously at the center of the explosion, waiting. However, with such a powerful wave of remaining energy rushing forward, for a while, the result could not be seen clearly at all. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, starting today, the number 1 Tianjiao in the mainland will be replaced, and, when I catch you, all the secrets on you, including the inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian, will be mine. Ha ha ha. Yuan Jingtian laughed wildly. After this battle, his father became the suzerain of Tianzong. May I ask, in Zhongtian continent, there is still a young genius who dares to compete with him. Following Wang Jingtian's rampant laughter, the airwaves in the midair slowly dissipated. When he saw clearly the scene in midair, the smile on his face suddenly froze instantly. Not just Wang Jingtian, including Yuan Tiankuan and thousands of elders, everyone's expressions changed and their pupils shrank sharply. I saw that above Chu Yan's head, a cyan jade lotus the size of a house was slowly floating, and around it, the blood-colored seal had completely collapsed, turning into scattered red energy, dissipating like wind and clouds. Void. However, Chu Yan under the cyan jade lotus is Lai in a black robe, standing against the wind, with no scars on his whole body. What? Wang Jingtian's entire face turned dark, his eyes stared like a cow. Block it. This Chu Yan, who was only at the heavenly realm, actually blocked a half-step martial emperor's full blow, and he didn't even lift his hand. Open. What are you kidding? How can this be? The entire great hall of the Presbyterian pavilion fell into dead silence instantly, and even the sound of breathing could hardly be heard, and an extremely strange atmosphere enveloped the audience. Monster. At the same time, this thought flashed across the minds of thousands of people in the audience at the same time, staring at Chu Yan, as if they had seen a ghost. He's just a genius. Even if he is the #1 genius in the Zhongtian continent, it's impossible for him to have such terrifying strength. Only the heavenly realm 9th layer cultivation base. He will be able to surpass the strength of a heaven and earth realm, and resist the full blow of the next half-step martial emperor realm powerhouse, if he breaks through to the martial venerable realm. Hiss. 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 The sound of air conditioning in the audience resounded, and almost all of the thousands of faces turned into a miserable green. Father, hurry up, that blue jade lotus is definitely a treasure. Suddenly, when everyone was stunned in astonishment, Wang Jingtian's roar resounded throughout the hall. That cyan jade lotus is very likely to be the treasure that contains the inheritance of the Lord of the Cyan Lotus in the Cyan Secret Realm. Good. Yuan Tiankuan woke up suddenly, his pupils shrank violently, he immediately reacted, and was ready to strike again. Although his attack just now was blocked by Chu Yan, he knew very well that this was also the reason why Chu Yan used the treasure, not his own strength, so it was still very easy to kill Chu Yan. However, just when Yuan Tiankuan's true energy exploded and his palm prints condensed, a sudden change occurred. Tianzong, Shaotian Peak, above the endless sky, in a layer of white clouds and grass, a terrifying aura suddenly woke up. The moment the pair of eyes opened, the void around him seemed to wake up at the same time, and there were bursts of muffled thunder, as if the sky trembled and the sky and the earth rang together. Call. The next moment, this figure strode out, crossing 10,000 layers of void in one step, and arrived in front of the main hall of the Elder Pavilion in the blink of an eye. Everyone stop. With a thunderous explosion, a middle-aged man in a green robe strode out of the hall and landed in front of everyone. Great Elder. Metropolitan. When Yuan Tiankuan and Wang Jingtian saw this person, their faces turned pale, their voices trembled, and they exclaimed in surprise. In the bottom of my heart, a deep coldness rose, and it was all fear. Dong Huang Tianyi was ordered by the previous suzerain, and has been in charge of Tianzong for more than 10 years. Under the accumulated power, even if the Yuan family father and son are determined to rebel and seize power at this time, but when they first saw Dong Huang Tianyi, they still couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Among the thousands of elders around, most of them changed their faces and were full of horror, while the more than 300 elders who were loyal to Tianzong headed by Elder Dong all looked overjoyed and paid homage together. See the sovereign! See the sovereign! See! More than 300 elders, led by Elder Dong, bowed to Dong Huang Tianyi in salute. Swish! Swish! The moment Dong Wengshan stepped into the hall, his eyes swept away and fixed on Chu Yan, and Chu Yan was the same. The moment Dong Wangshan appeared, a pair of eyes stared straight at each other, two gazes, they collided in mid-air, creating a fiery spark. Chu Yan only felt a surge of hot blood in his body, and his whole body trembled suddenly, as if thunder and lightning passed through his body. This is the feeling of being connected by blood. This person is my uncle. Chu Yan only felt the sea of consciousness tremble, his whole soul was roaring, and his eyes were instantly red. Good. Not bad. Dong Huangtian's eyes flickered, they were also fiery, and his eyes were extremely gentle. Looking at Chu Yan, he nodded and smiled slightly. Dong Huangtian, so what if you're here? Your current cultivation is no more than a high-ranking martial venerable realm, ha ha ha. When Dong Wangshan looked at Chu Yan just now, Wan Tiankuan had been using his spiritual consciousness to continuously probe Dong Wangshan Yanyi. After repeated confirmation, he found that the other party's cultivation base had really fallen to the martial arts realm. Inflated, laugh out loud. Think about the previous friendship, Dong Huangtian, as long as you can understand a little bit and give way to me, I can spare your life. Following Wan Tiankuan's arrogant cry, Chu Yan frowned slightly, his unicorn pupils turned around, and looked at Dong Huangtian. It's really only the 7th level of Wu Zuanjing, who has just reached the upper Wu Zuanjing. At a glance, Chu Wei's face changed drastically. He never expected that the head of the 8 ancient sects, the head of the Tianzong sect, Dong Huangtian's cultivation base, would drop so much. You know, the former Dong Huangtian's cultivation base was the lower martial emperor's cultivation base. Wan Tiankuan, I usually treat you kindly, but you choose openly. Dong Huangtian, who was dressed in a green robe and had a majestic face, looked away from Chu Yan, looked at Wan Tiankuan, and said coldly. And you, mess with my Tianzong, destroy my foundation, follow him to rebel, big treason. Hearing Dong Huangtian's words, behind Wan Tiankuan, more than 500 elders all changed their faces and blushed. Nonsense, Dong Huangtian, stop talking nonsense, today, either you die or I die. As soon as the words landed, all the aura of cultivation on Wan Tiankuan burst out instantly, and his eyes were full of killing intent. For today, he has planned for many years, no matter what Dong Wangshan said, he will never give up. Bold. As soon as Dong Wangshan shouted, the aura of cultivation on his body also rose crazily. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall was tense, and the battle was imminent. #C1134, count out a rut. With the appearance of Tianzong's suzerain, Dong Huangtian, in the main hall of the Tianzong Elders' Pavilion, swords suddenly became tense. Just when the Great War was about to break out, suddenly, Dong Huangtian looked up to the sky and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, do you really think that the mere poison of the martial soul can deal with me? Do you all think that my cultivation has really fallen to the martial venerable realm? Loud laughter full of contempt and ridicule spread, and everyone in the audience was stunned on the spot. Wan Tiankuan heard the meaning of Dong Wangshan's words, and his heart skipped a beat. Suddenly he had a bad premonition. Could it be that Dong Huangtian's cultivation has not dropped? He is faking? Just to elicit yourself. The whole matter was caused by Dong Huangtian, who used all his tricks to deal with himself. This will not. Just when Wan Tiankuan and Wan Jingtian, including the elders in the audience, were shocked, a loud shout suddenly exploded. I'll let you guys see whether my cultivation has fallen or not. Dong Huangtian, roaring and roaring. Boom, boom. As he lay there, an incomparably terrifying aura exploded directly, like a volcano erupting, soaring into the sky. This monstrous aura is the pure aura of the martial emperor. In an instant, the terrifying aura of the Lord of the Warrior, the co-lord of the world, swept the audience, and the power of one person crushed the audience. Compared with it, everyone was like the sun and the moon as with the stars, the difference between the sky and the earth is the same. At this moment, feeling the majestic aura of Donghuang Tianyi, everyone suddenly felt a sense of insignificance. What? Chu Yan was stunned. He didn't expect that Donghuang Tianyi's cultivation was at the martial emperor realm, which was far superior to the martial venerable realm. On the other side, Wan Tiankuan, Wan Jingtian, and the more than 500 elders behind them all turned pale, with fright. Desperate. Donghuang Tianyi is still at the martial emperor realm. Martial emperor realm cultivation base. In other words, all of this is Donghuang Tianyi's game within the game. It's over. This time, it's all over. Just when everyone was stunned and the sea of consciousness was blank, there was a loud shout and suddenly sounded. Chu Yan, let's go. Before Chu Yan, who was startled suddenly, could react, Dong Wangshan waved a big hand, and a violent wave of air rolled straight towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan looked up, and saw a small golden tower in midair, falling towards him rapidly, and the golden light from the bottom of the tower had completely covered him. Whoosh! The next moment, Chu Yan's consciousness loosened, and he felt a sudden shock in his body, and he flashed out of the small golden tower. The tower is 90,000 miles away. Dong Wangshan opened his mouth wide, and suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, a golden on burst out from his body, and it rushed out, merging with the small golden pagoda. Thousands of golden ons erupted, illuminating the entire elder hall. I can't open my eyes at all, as if a golden sun is in the sky. Swish! Immediately afterwards, the void trembled violently, and the small golden tower turned around, breaking through a hole in the void, and with a swish, it went directly into the crack of the void and disappeared in front of everyone. What's the situation? Seeing the small golden pagoda disappear, the light in the whole hall suddenly went dark, and everyone stared into the air, only to find that there was nothing there, only the figures of Donghuang Tianyi and Chu Yan were there. Don't know what happened. However, within 3 breaths, all the sluggish people suddenly reacted, and their faces changed drastically. The suzerain of Dong Wangshan Yanyi and Chu Yan escaped. In other words, the suzerain was really poisoned by the martial soul, and his cultivation had already fallen to the martial respect state, otherwise, there would be no need to run away. The method used by Donghuang Tianyi just now is obviously the same as that of Chu Yan. It is a fraudulent plan. Damn it. I was lied to again. Everyone, go to the suzerain's palace immediately, I will crush them to ashes. Wan Tiankuan's roar rushed out of the main hall of the elders' pavilion, and resounded throughout the sky of Tianzong, which lasted for a long time. At this moment, Wan Tiankuan was almost so angry that he spit out a mouthful of old blood. Chu Yan at the beginning, and later Donghuang Tianyi, one after another, like bullying fools and idiots, playing him around, how can he bear it? He is the man who was about to become the #1 suzerain in the world, but he was tricked twice in a row. Call. 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 Wan Tiankuan's eyes were red, blue veins burst out on his forehead, his chest heaved violently, panting like a cow, and with more than 300 elders, he rushed out of the main hall of the elders' pavilion aggressively, and flew towards the direction of the suzerain's palace. As for the 300 elders led by Elder Dong, Wan Tiankuan had already prepared a large number of Zongjuan warriors to surround the entire elder pavilion. After killing all the rebels such as Donghuang Tianyi, Yao Yi, and Chu Yan, and then slowly clean them up. Boom! 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 Hundreds of strong men from the Tianzong rose together into the sky, turning into a terrifying army of strong men, like a sky-swallowing cloud, sweeping towards the main peak of Shaotian. At the same time, on Shaotian Peak, inside the suzerain's palace, the originally silent void suddenly trembled, and a small golden tower suddenly appeared and fell towards the ground. Swish! Swish! Before the small golden tower fell to the ground, two figures, one green and one black, flew out of the small tower and landed at the same time. Cough cough cough. The moment Dong Wangshan fell to the ground, his body swayed, his face turned pale, and he took several steps back to avoid standing still. Dong Tianyi, whose breath became extremely weak, sighed, almost escaped. Fortunately, all the spirit arrays and restrictions in the Elder Pavilion were destroyed. Standing aside, looking at Dong Tianyi, his heart was full of sadness. Unexpectedly, the first time I saw my uncle, I had to flee for my life with the two of them, and, judging by his injuries, they were extremely serious. Are you really poisoned by the martial spirit? Chu Yan asked. Not bad. Dong Wangshan looked at Chu Yan, his eyes softened, he nodded with a light smile, and then said. I don't have much time, I have something to tell you. After beckoning, Dong Wangshan greeted Chu Yan and walked towards the building not far from the courtyard. Boom! 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 Before Chu Yan lifted his foot, on the distant sky, a large group of strong men led by Ruan Tiankuan, like a black tide, came through the air. Judging by the speed, they would arrive here in a few breaths at most. Tower Town 9 Heavens. As soon as Dong Wangshan looked towards the sky, he could not help squinting his eyes slightly at the raging black tide, and with a wave of his hand, a stream of golden light rushed out, turning into a small golden pagoda, emitting thousands of golden lights, completely overwhelming the entire suzerain palace. Cover up. Ruan Tiankuan and the others have been plotting for a long time. Even if I add this martial emperor spirit treasure, the defensive spirit array in my palace itself will not last long. Let's go. Yaoya is waiting for us inside. As soon as Dong Wangshan finished speaking, he sighed faintly, turned around and entered the building. Chu Yan's eyes were lingering with colorful streamers, urging the pupils of the unicorn to sweep towards the distant sky. Sure enough, as Dong Tianyi expected, Ruan Tiankuan was suspended in the air, and with a flip of his big hand, a big blood-colored seal appeared in his hand, and he directly smashed down the defensive spirit array and the golden pagoda spirit shield on the suzerain's palace. In an instant, the sky and the earth shook, and the double defensive spirit array shook violently, trembling constantly. Not good. I'm afraid I can't hold on for an hour. Chu Yan's face darkened, his gaze was like ice, he quickly turned around to follow Dong Tianyi, and stepped into the palace building. The area of this small building is not large. Apart from a few simple furnishings, there are rows of bookshelves all over the room. The books added to the books, each of which exudes a faint brilliance, with a long history of antiquity. The breadth is absolutely extraordinary. At this time, in the middle of the room, Yaoya was sitting cross-legged, and in front of him was a green life pattern floating. Sect Master. Chu Yan. Seeing Dong Tianyi and Chu Yan come in, Yaoyi immediately stood up, glanced away, and looked out of the room. Suddenly, everything was clear to her chest. #C1135 Longfeng Tuatian Tower. Seeing Chu Yan and Dong Tian walk out of the room, and in the sky outside the palace, a large group of warriors were attacking the defensive spirit formation, Yao Yi certainly guessed that the situation was extremely unfavorable. Yaoya, Chu Tian is all thanks to you. With soft eyes, Dong Tian took out a jade talisman with spiritual patterns, and handed it to Yao Yadao. This is left by Xia Xue. The imprint of the spiritual pattern inside can dissolve all the ties between you and Tianzong. Take it. Yao Yi took the spirit pattern jade talisman, but her eyes turned red, tears poured down, she shook her head suddenly and said. No, suzerain, I didn't do this for this. As the Zhenzong spirit beast, Yao Yi has a spiritual bond with Dong Tianyi's younger sister, Dong Shuer. Regardless of whether he wanted to or not at the time, but he and Dong Shuer have been together for more than 10 years, but he has a strong sense of it. Extremely better than relatives. Although every spirit beast yearns for freedom, Yao Yi is very reluctant to part with Dong Huangshuer. Chu Yan walked up to Yao Yi, raised his hand, and gently wiped away the tears on his face. This ancient spirit beast with a figure of only a 12-year-old child has made Chu Yan grateful for everything he has done for his mother in the past 10 years. Therefore, Chu Yan believes that what Dong Huangtianyi gave him is what he deserves. At this moment, Chu Yan said nothing, his face was solemn. Well. After a long time, Dong Wangshan sighed faintly, and said, "It's all my fault, if I had stopped Xiaoxue from going." Having said that, Dong Huangtian was stunned, and looked at Chu Yan, but stopped, no longer continued, just shook his head slightly, with regret on his face. Uncle, tell me where my mother is." Chu Yan's eyes trembled, he stared at Dong Huangtianyi tightly, and said softly. Boom, boom. Outside the palace courtyard, there were loud explosions, and the air exploded into the night. Under the continuous attacks, it seemed that the entire Tianzong was shaking. But at this time, in the palace courtyard, Dong Huangtianyi and Chu Yan looked at each other with sad expressions. Their eyes were full of sadness, and their eyes were full of regret and reluctance. "I'll call you Xiaoyan. About your mother, I can only tell you that Xiaoxue went to a Jedi with her master and many elites from the Tianzong, and she might be trapped in it. And with your current cultivation base, I can't tell you, otherwise, it will harm you." Dong Wangshan's voice was hoarse, his eyes were moist. The strength of Tianzong is far more than that, because a large number of strong people of Tianzong have gone to the Jedi with Master, so the power of Tianzong you see today is just a drop in the real strength of Tianzong, and it's just a guard staying at the Sex base camp. Huh. Chu Yan was taken aback. Dong Huangtianyi's words seemed to contain extremely deep meanings. No matter what, the two of you must be allowed to leave Tianzong alive today. Dong Wangshan turned around, glanced outside, and said. Wait a minute, when the defensive spirit array collapses, I will use a secret technique and you will send you away. Sovereign, no. Yao Yi jumped up immediately upon hearing this, and shouted loudly. My current cultivation base is only at the peak of the middle martial venerable realm, so I can only do this. I just hope that you two will guard Xiaoxue's life pattern, and leave the rest to me. It is my responsibility. As soon as Dong Wangshan said this, his face was solemn and determined. He knew that when Yao Yi left the temple, he collected all the intact life patterns of Tianzong, so as long as these are well protected, Tianzong will not perish. People like Ruan Tiankuan will never know the core secret of Tianzong. Even if Ruan Tiankuan won Tianzong today, in fact, what he controls is only some superficial strength of Tianzong. Of the 8 ancient sects, which one does not have its own underground power? It's just that all the underground forces of the Tianzong were sent to the Jedi along with the Master, and they went there for several years. I hope, when Shizhuan and Xiaoxue come back, don't blame me. Dong Wangshan sighed sadly. Following Dong Huangtianyi's words, Chu Yan and Yao Yi fell silent, and the room suddenly fell into silence. Uncle, there is no unparalleled road, now we still have a chance. Chu Yan's eyes were ice-like, he glanced outside, and said, if I can hold these people back for 2 hours, I can reverse the situation. Chu Yan is not a nosy person, but today, the person in front of him is his mother's elder brother, and Tianzong's safety is also related to his mother's safety, so Chu Yan has made up his mind, even if he throws everything the whole card, but also to work hard. This is also for my promise to my father. 2 hours. Reverse the situation. Hearing this, Dong Huangtian's expression changed slightly, his eyes brightened, but after a while, they dimmed again, and he shook his head lightly and said. Xiaoyan, I don't know what methods you have, but do you really think that just relying on Ruan Tiankuan's rubbish can push me to this point? While speaking, Dong Huangtianyi's face was extremely cold, and the aura of a high-ranking powerhouse diffused out. Although he was poisoned by the martial soul and his cultivation base dropped drastically, he still kept releasing the aura of the Middle Martial Emperor realm cultivation base, shocking the whole sect, and practicing in closed doors. With the strength of people like Ruan Tianquan and the others, it was impossible for them to know that they were in the middle class. Poison, and changes in cultivation. Therefore, Dong Huangtianyi knew very well that Ruan Tianquan was just a pawn, and the one who really made the move was the Shangyang Palace, behind him. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, and frowned slightly. It seems that this matter is far more complicated than he imagined. However, just when he was about to ask again, Dong Huangtianyi's breath burst out, rushing forward. Boom! Behind him, a golden flood dragon and a colorful phoenix bird burst out of the air. The two beast spirits are one on the left and the other on the right, surrounded by a golden pagoda in the middle, with overwhelming power. However, apart from the golden pagoda, the golden dragon and the colorful phoenix have black light flowing in their bodies, their breath is weak, and their expressions are sluggish. There are bursts of black energy on them, constantly devouring and corroding one dragon and one phoenix. The source of Wuhun. What kind of martial spirit is this? Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face changed drastically. He had never seen such a powerful martial spirit, which was actually composed of 3 kinds of martial spirits. Could it be the same heavenly destiny Wuhun like Xinxingjie? The so-called destiny martial soul is basically a combination of different martial souls that are related to each other. Just like Xinxingjie's martial soul, it is a 9-seat Jiuxiao tripod. However, a single martial soul can also be used. Big drop. This is called the Longfeng Tuatian Pagoda martial soul, and it is the natal blood of our Eastern royal family. Your mother, Xiaoxue, is the same as my martial soul. Dong Huangtian explained softly. Those black qi are the poison of martial soul. Chu Yan glanced at the golden dragon and the colorful phoenix, the black air flow that had occupied most of the soul body, and asked. It seems that it won't be long before the 2 companion martial souls, one dragon and one phoenix, will be completely corroded soon. #C1135 Soul Poison. Yao Yi, who was standing aside, shot a sharp cold light from his eyes, and said coldly. Damn Shangyang Palace, in a fair fight, you actually used the poison of the martial soul to do such vicious things in secret. If you want me to say, I will fight with them in Shangyang Palace. Spell. Hearing this, Dong Wangshan smiled wryly, shook his head, and said. Shangyang Palace should know the core secret of our Tianzong, so the poison of the martial soul is just the beginning. Their purpose is to annex our Tianzong when Tianzong is weak. Speaking of this, Dong Huangtian had a look of guilt on his face, and sighed. I'm sorry, master, I'm sorry, Xiaoxue. If I hadn't been overconfident and underestimated Shangyang Palace, and promised to fight them fairly, they wouldn't have had any chance. Sigh. While speaking, Dong Wangshan glanced across the room and saw the floating piece of life spirit pattern belonging to Dong Wangshu. Back then, if I stayed behind at Tianzong, if I hadn't been too obsessed with martial arts and too arrogant, I wouldn't have fallen into the trap set by others. The poison of this martial soul cannot be removed. Chu Yan kept looking at the dragon and phoenix martial soul in the air, and a thought flashed in his heart, and he suddenly asked. Since it is a poison, how can there be no solution? In the Wuhun world, the 5 elements and the way of heaven, mutual generation and mutual restraint, nothing can be without restraint. This is not in line with the law of heaven in the Wuhun world. I'd like to try. The next moment, Chu Yan's whole body was full of black light, and his true energy erupted like a tide. A black figure broke out from behind Chu Yan, landed on all fours, crushed a large area of void, and sent out an uplifting dragon's breath. Hold head high. The Xuanhuan martial soul did not appear in the body of the deity. The body of the martial soul, which was nearly a dozen miles away, has shrunk countless times, maintaining a size of about 100 feet. Otherwise, this suzerain's palace may turn itself into ruins. With the appearance of Xuanhu Wuhun, Chu Yan's eyes instantly became extremely sharp, and the 16 inner alchemy in his body were all working together, and in the sea of consciousness, 10 qi of the 5 elements turned into a stream of rays of light and merged into the body of Xuanhu Wuhun. In an instant, the soul power of the basalt martial soul, like tumbling sea water, swept wildly in all directions, filling the entire palace in an instant. At the same time, on the tortoise shell behind Xuanhu Wuhun, a huge spirit pattern in the shape of a sea urchin suddenly shot out a beam of light that soared into the sky, circled up, and flew slowly towards Donghuan Tianyi. Huh! This is... Donghuan Tianyi and Yao Yi looked at the past at the same time, their faces startled. Chu Yan, you, don't mess around, the poison of this martial soul is extremely poisonous. If you are not careful, it can infect your martial soul. As soon as Donghuan Tai saw Chu Yan summoning the martial spirit, his face became anxious, and he was about to retreat quickly. Uncle, trust me. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face was solemn, his eyes were fixed on Donghuan Tianyi, the corners of his mouth were slightly opened, and he spoke. This. Seeing Chu Yan's eyes, Donghuan Tian froze for a moment, neither retreating nor standing, his face full of hesitation. If it was really because of himself that Chu Yan's martial soul was also infected with the poison of the martial soul, then how could he forgive himself, how could he face his own sister, Donghuan Shui again? Tianzuan Spirit Rune, Nova Poison Ring, give it to me. Devour. Chu Yan was stunned when he saw Donghuan Tianyi, and he didn't dare to hesitate at all. He immediately yelled, and all his consciousness and true energy rushed towards the Xuanhu Tianzuan spirit pattern like a frenzy, and exploded directly. At this moment, the huge sea urchin near the dragon and phoenix spirit that had already flown above Donghuan Shenyanyi's head shook violently, and endless black clouds rolled out, like circles of black halos, attacking the dragon and phoenix spirit. The next moment, an astonishing scene appeared, the circles of black light emitted by the spirit pattern of Tianzuan, as if clear water had been sprinkled over a dusty crystal, and the black air currents flowing in Longfeng Wuhuan's body were rushed over one after another. The black cloud circles were brought out of Wuhuan's body directly, turning into streaks of black smoke, pouring into the sea urchin-shaped celestial spirit rune. Roar! As if discovering the purpose of the celestial spirit rune, these black air currents that were rushed out of the dragon and phoenix martial soul suddenly condensed and turned into a strange, bodiless, ferocious skeleton, roaring towards the celestial venerable spirit rune. However, after the Tianzunling tattoo, Xuanwu's soul suddenly turned his head to look at this scene. A pair of dragon eyes burst out with 2 dazzling golden lights, blasting the black skull to pieces. Call! Call! The sea urchin-shaped celestial spirit rune trembled slightly, sucking in all the scattered black air currents, without leaving a trace. Haha, it worked! Chu Yan's face was filled with joy immediately, and he laughed out loud. Sure enough, in this Jinglian secret realm, the celestial spirit rune of the one-star inheritance land did not disappoint him at all. Boom! The next moment, the dragon and phoenix martial soul, which had lost the poison of the martial soul, erupted in an instant, and the violent power of the martial soul burst out with billowing aura, projecting 3 golden lights, shining towards Donghuan Tianyi. Donghuan Tianyi, who was bathed in golden light, had a horrified expression on his face. He felt the aura of cultivation in his body exploding rapidly, but in the blink of an eye, he broke through the martial emperor realm and reached the lower martial emperor realm. The poison of the martial soul has been cured. Sensing the incomparably tyrannical power in his body, Donghuan Tian's eyes were filled with blankness, and he was completely dumbfounded. You know, in the past 3 years, I have exhausted countless methods, no matter whether I obtained high-grade golden pills, natural treasures, or ancient secret techniques, they have no effect on the poison of my martial soul. However, just when he was completely disappointed and was about to sacrifice himself to the sect, Chu Yan appeared. The poison of the martial soul was also cured. Xiaoyan, you absorbed the poison of those martial souls. However, when Dong Huangtian came to his senses, he didn't show any joy. Instead, he looked at Chu Yan in horror and shouted loudly. He saw very clearly just now that the black air flow transformed by the poison of the martial soul was completely absorbed by Chu Yan's martial soul. If he just transferred the poison of the martial soul to Chu Yan, Dong Huangtian would rather lose it himself. No, don't worry, these martial spirits have been dissipated by the Xuanhuan soul, and the remaining bit of toxicity is a great tonic for it. Chu Yan and Xuanhuan soul confirmed it for a while, then explained with a chuckle. Haha, that's great, little master, that's great. Standing by the side, Yao Yi was extremely ecstatic, and circled happily around Chu Yan several times. Although he was an ancient spirit beast, his heart was still the same as that of a child. Ha ha ha, the sky will never die for me, the martial arts Xiao Tianzong, and the sky will never die for me. Immediately afterwards, after hearing Chu Yan's explanation, he checked the martial soul behind Chu Yan with his spiritual sense, and when he found that what Chu Yan said was true, Dong Huangtian laughed wildly. Master, Xiaoxue, don't worry, I will definitely protect Tianzong and wait for your return. At this moment, 2 lines of tears flowed down Dong Huangtian's face full of ecstasy. The dignified number 1 suzerain in the mainland actually shed tears. This is the joy of rebirth. The weight that had been suppressed in my heart for 3 years was finally let go, and the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time broke out completely. Swish! The next moment, Dong Huangtian suddenly turned his head, and 2 thunderous eyes shot towards the outer courtyard, with an extremely violent murderous intent, like a rolling flood, rushing to the sky and the earth. Wan Tiankuan, you are courting death. With a roar of anger, Dong Wangshan's body flashed, like a waking dragon, with a golden glow all over his body, and he rushed out. #C1136 Kill 4. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking explosion, at the same time that Dong Huangtian rushed out of the palace, the defensive formation of the entire suzerain palace exploded under the attack of Wan Tiankuan and other thousands of strong men. Swish! A ray of golden light rushed out along with the remaining energy of the big formation, scattered in all directions. This is Dong Huangtian's martial emperor spirit treasure, the Linglong Golden Pagoda. Originally fused with the spirit array, it was to strengthen the strength of the palace's defense spirit array, hoping to support it for a while, but now, it's no longer needed. The tower turns exquisitely, come back. Dong Huangtian, who flew into the sky, made a big move, and directly retracted the small golden tower, stopped and stood in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately behind Dong Wangshan, Chu Yan and Yao Yi, one on the left and one on the right, also landed on Dong Wangshan, appearing in front of Wan Tiankuan and other traitors. Haha, Dong Huangtian, you can't escape this time, everyone, let's fight together and kill all 3 of them. When Wan Tiankuan saw that the palace formation was shattered, Dong Huangtian and Chu Yan all appeared, and he was extremely proud, thinking that the overall situation would be settled, and full of anxiety, he ordered with great pride. Behind him, more than 300 elders and nearly 1,000 Zhongjuan warriors flew out together. Everyone released a monstrous aura and gathered together like an army of steel, moving towards Dong Huangtian and Chu Yan-san. People, come crushed. Swish 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 swish. Almost in the blink of an eye, thousands of strong men completely surrounded Dong Huangtian and Chu Yan, the world and the ground, in all directions, so surrounded that even the air could not flow. At the same time, countless spirit patterns and restrictions were thrown out as if they didn't need money, and they exploded one after another, sealing off all the surrounding hundreds of miles of void. Thousands of Tianzong powerhouses are so powerful. While blocking the sky, everyone's spiritual consciousness shrouded Donghuang Tianyi, Chu Yan, and Yao Yi. Countless killing intent gathered together, as if to destroy the world, slaughter the mortal world. With such a formation, even ordinary martial emperor realm experts would feel a little bit of pressure if they fell into it. However, it's just pressure. Humph. Wan Tiankuan. You really think that you can deal with me just by relying on you traitors? With a cold expression on his face, Dong Wangshan stepped forward with big strides, and the aura on his body swept across all directions with a terrifying aura of coercion. Ha ha ha, Donghuang Tianyi, you still want to use this trick to deceive me. It's useless. Today, even if you release the aura of Emperor Wu, you will die. Wan Tiankuan felt the rushing aura of the martial emperor realm, and he was just startled, then laughed wildly. Just because I believed in Chu Yan and Donghuang Tianyi, one released the martial emperor's breath and the other released the martial emperor's breath. As a result, they escaped, causing myself to bring thousands of people here to dismantle the defensive spirit array, and dismantled it quickly. Shurchen, so now, no matter how terrifying Donghuang Tianyi's aura is, Wan Tiankuan doesn't believe it at all. Humph. Really? Then try it. Before Wan Tiankuan's laughter fell to the ground, Dong Wangshan sneered, raised his hand and punched out. Hold head high. The golden fist light is like a howling golden dragon. When roaring the sky and the earth, the dragon-like fist light blasts out violently. When the fist light passes by, the three high-ranking martial arts powerhouses who are closest to Donghuang Tianyi are immediately crushed. The explosion caused the whole thing to explode, and 3 clouds of flesh and blood mist exploded, spreading the sky and the earth. What? This time, the smug smile on Wan Tiankuan's face instantly froze, and his whole face turned pale with shock. No, isn't it a high-ranking Wu Zuanjing cultivation base? How could he kill 3 strong men of the same level with one punch? Your cultivation has really recovered. Wan Jingtian, who was standing on the side, also had the same sudden expression, his eyes were full of fear. Could it be that the poison of the martial soul on Donghuang Tianyi's body has been cured? How can this be? Ha ha ha, betray your ancestors, you pigs and dogs are not as good as you, give me all, death. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Donghuang Tian's whole body erupted in an instant. Under the golden light, the true energy all over his body surged like a tide of anger. Boom! 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 A series of golden fist lights containing the power of the golden dragon and colorful phoenix rushed to the sky and struck the ground. The entire sky was shaken as the fist lights passed, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. Hiss! Martial Emperor Realm, so strong. Standing beside Donghuang Tianyi, Chu Yan was slightly startled when he saw the scene. He did not expect that a martial emperor realm expert would be so powerful that he could face thousands of martial venerable realm experts with his own strength, completely crushed. The master of Tianzong, Donghuang Tianyi, although his cultivation has only recovered to the middle martial emperor realm, his actual combat power is by no means comparable to that of the middle martial emperor realm powerhouses of the same level. Famous martial arts masters, all of them were scared out of their wits, their livers were torn apart. This is definitely the strength of the middle martial emperor realm, and it is simply not something they can compete with. Even if 1,000 more martial king realm powerhouses come, facing a middle martial emperor realm powerhouse, they will still be like ants fighting elephants, with no chance of winning. This is a fart. This is simply to die. In an instant, the army of strong men who were still imposing just now, like a group of frightened birds, scattered and fled in fright, not daring to hesitate, otherwise, those golden lights roaring like dragons behind them, falling on them, would be like the just lost like more than a dozen Wu Zuanjing powerhouses. They were directly reduced to pieces of flesh and blood. Escape! Thousands of strong traders who followed Wuhan Tianquan had their only thought flash through their minds at the same time, and with all their strength, they fled wildly in all directions. At this moment, Wuhan Tianquan and his son, who retreated tens of thousands of steps, looked at Dong Tianyi, who was showing great power on the battlefield not far away. With every punch, 2 or 3 Wu Zuanjing experts were killed. My face turned green with fright. I didn't expect, his cultivation level has recovered. Now that things have happened, I can only invite the adults. Wuhan Tianquan glanced at his son, and when he saw the other nodding, he stopped hesitating, flipped his big hand, took out a purple jade talisman, crushed it hard, and suddenly, a purple light turned into a beam of light that soared into the sky, shooting straight into the sky. Originally, according to their plan, if they independently completed the task of capturing Tianzong, they would be able to pay less to Xiangyang Palace, but now, they have no choice but to show their last cards. In the distance, Chu Yan, who had been watching the Wuhan family father and son, saw this scene, his face sank and his brows frowned slightly. Because, at the moment when the purple beam of light rushed out, a sense of danger suddenly rose in his heart. At the same time, Dong Tianyi also stopped killing, turned his head suddenly, and looked at the purple beam of light that soared into the sky. His face was solemn. Boom, rumbling. In the next moment, the sky above the entire Tianzong was filled with thunder, and the sky trembled violently. The void for nearly 10 miles collapsed and was blown to pieces. An extremely terrifying figure strode out and landed in front of everyone. This is the breath of a strong man in the martial emperor realm. #C1137 Demon Night Body. In the sky, countless rays of light quickly condensed and gathered, turning into a majestic figure, standing in front of everyone, and he and his body exuded a monstrous aura, which is exactly the cultivation level of the martial emperor. See Daoist Xiangyang. See Daoist Xiangyang. When Wuhan Tianquan and the others saw this person appearing, their expressions were overjoyed, and they all bowed in salute. See father-in-law. Wuhan Jingtian also bowed to salute, but when he opened his mouth, Dong Tianyi and Chu Yan were stunned. It turned out that their father and son of the Wuhan family still had this relationship with Xiangyang Palace. That's right, after the Wuhan family colluded with Xiangyang Palace, in order to strengthen mutual trust, Wuhan Jingtian and the daughter of the Taoist Lord Xiangyang had entered into a marriage contract. However, what Wuhan Jingtian didn't know was that the so-called daughter was just the adopted daughter of Xiangyang Daoist at will. The entire rebellion of Tianzong and the plan to annex Tianzong were all planned by Lord Xiangyang. Chu Yan looked at everything in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his face was full of coldness. He never thought that the Wuhan family father and son had such a powerful whole card. A strong martial emperor realm, this is in trouble. Incompetent. You can't deal with a waste poisoned by the martial spirit, and you still have to move my avatar. The moment Xiangyang Daoist appeared, he didn't even look at Dong Tianyi and Chu Yan, but his face sank. He looked at the Wuhan family and Yu sons, and cursed forcefully. Xiangyang Daoist. How dare you meddle in my Tianzong affairs? Not far away, Dong Tian stood up in the air, with a serious face and twinkling eyes, and shouted. Huh! Dong Tianyi, needless to say nonsense, I have already appeared, so I will tell you directly, your Tianzong, strong outside but capable in the middle, is not worthy of the title of #1 sect under heaven. You don't deserve to own it either, since your Tianzong is stubborn, then, let's lose it. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the eyes of Daoist Xiangyang suddenly flashed, and at the same time as the cold light froze, he waved his big hand, and the majestic power of the martial emperor burst out instantly. Boom, boom. Above the sky, a terrifying fist mark, like a mountain, descended from the sky. When it fell, the mountain's fist became bigger and bigger, and in an instant, it occupied a range of nearly 10 miles. The three of Donghuang Tianyi and Chu Yan were completely enveloped in it. Such a terrifying, huge fist that occupies half of the sky. In an instant, the three of Chu Yan looked extremely small. Such a strong strength. Ha ha ha, it's up to you. Dong Wangshan laughed loudly, and instead of retreating, he advanced, his figure soared into the sky, his whole body was filled with true energy, and he raised his hand and punched out. Yao Yi, take Chu Yan, go. At the same time that his figure was rushing towards the fist glow, two divine senses transmitted sound, and rushed out of the sea of consciousness of Yao Yi and Chu Yan respectively, and the explosion made rumbling noises. Although the Shangyang Daoist in front of me can handle it by himself, there are thousands of Wu Zuanjing experts led by Ruan Tiankuan in all directions, which cannot be dealt with by Yao Yi and Chu Yan at all. As soon as possible, notify Yao Yi to take Chu Yan away quickly. Metropolitan. Yao Yi and Chu Yan exclaimed at the same time, their faces changed drastically. Roar. Chirp. Boom. Behind Donghuang Tian, three golden lights rushed out. The golden flood dragon, the colorful phoenix bird, and the golden giant tower just appeared, but shot out in all directions, directly attacking Ruan Tiankuan and the strong men in all directions. Obviously, although Wuhun can't cause substantial damage to the fighters at all, Donghuang Tianyi still wants to stop these people and give Yao Yi and Chu Yan time to escape. At this moment, Donghuang Tianyi has pushed his combat power to the extreme. In an instant, the storm raged, the sky and the earth changed color, and under the endless sky, there was a monstrous fighting spirit. A trace of fear rose in everyone's hearts at the same time, and the whole body suddenly became cold. The peak combat power of the Martial Emperor Realm Powerhouse is so terrifying. Huh. Your cultivation has recovered. Seeing this scene, he felt the terrifying power of Donghuang Tianyi, who was rushing straight at him, and the face of Daoist Shangyang changed greatly. Although his real deity is a strong person in the upper Martial Emperor realm, his avatar has only the main body. 70% of his combat power, at most he can only display the mid-level Martial Emperor realm strength. Ha ha ha, prepare to die. Dong Wangshan was eager to fight. The last time he fought with Daoist Shangyang, his opponent was so vicious that he even poisoned himself with the martial soul. This time, it happened to be a good time to settle the old and new scores together. Damn it. The Daoist Dongyang has thousands of golden lights all over his body, and Donghuang Tianyi, who rushed towards him like a shocking rainbow, suddenly turned extremely gloomy, and the breath in his whole body also skyrocketed. But when he turned his eyes and waved his hands suddenly, a new palm print was condensed, blasting towards Chu Yan and Yao Yi not far away. Boom, boom. A brown palm print, as if photographed by a piece of sky, went straight towards Chu Yan and Yao Yi. The attack of the Martial Emperor Realm Powerhouse was simply not something that Chu Yan could resist. Just at the moment of lightning and flint, there was a terrifying roar, and it exploded suddenly. Roar. Beside Chu Yan, Yao Yi's eyes erupted with two bloody rays of light, and his whole body swelled wildly. In less than a blink of an eye, a huge cyan bull demon with a height of 1,000 feet appeared between the sky and the earth, and the roar of the beast shook the heavens and the earth. Boom. The moment Yao Yi showed the body of the green bull, she turned around suddenly, turned her back to the direction of Daoist Shangyang, and at the same time firmly protected Chu Yan in front of her body. Immediately, the huge brown palm print, wrapped in a monstrous momentum, slapped the back of the bull demon fiercely, making a shocking explosion. Puff. Yao Yi opened his mouth wide, spraying blood mist all over the sky, but hugged Chu Yan tightly, and did not let go at all. A powerful force rushed out of Yao Yi's body, shooting it directly like a cannonball fired, towards the distant sky, flew away. Yao Yi, thank you. Dong Wangshan's consciousness flitted past, and Yao Yi took Chu Yan with him, and flew to the edge of the sky, and suddenly murmured softly, rushed to the Taoist master Shangyang, and fought with him. Boom. Boom! Boom! Between the heavens and the earth, the great war broke out, the entire sky continued to collapse, the sky and the earth turned pale, the wind and clouds collapsed, the world-shattering war broke out, as if the world was about to be destroyed. You pigs, don't chase after me, kill Yao Ya, and take back all the life-spirit patterns of Tianzong. In the vast sky, the air exploded into the sky, groups of incomparably terrifying forces exploded, and the roar of Shenyang Daoist rang in the ears of Ruan Tiankuan and other thousands of warriors. Chase! Ruan Tiankuan woke up in an instant, his whole body trembling with fright. He quickly shouted, and led all the strong men to chase after the black shadow on the edge of the sky. At this time, thousands of miles away, Yao Yi, who was seriously injured, couldn't hold on any longer, her demon energy dissipated, and she fell into a coma. His demon cultivation is only half a step into the martial emperor realm. If he didn't rely on his physical body, which is far superior to that of a human fighter, he might be directly damaged by that move just now. Swish! With a big wave of Chu Yan's hand, Yao Yi was included in the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, and continued to flee towards the distance. Because, hundreds of miles away behind him, thousands of black spots, like locusts all over the sky, are chasing at a high speed. Whoosh! Chu Yan pushed Yulong to cover the sky and moved it to the extreme. The whole figure was like a skybreaking sword. Wherever it passed, the air suddenly split into two, leaving a long afterimage in the void. Soon, Sect Master Gong and Sect Master Shen are almost here. Chu Yan took out the jade talisman of 1,000 miles of communication, glanced at it, and roughly judged the direction and distance of the reinforcements, with a look of absolute hope on his face. As long as the slow army arrives, Chu Yan will be out of danger, and maybe he can go back to help Dong Huangtianyi. However, just as Chu Yan was fleeing, suddenly, an extremely strong sense of crisis rose in his heart, making his whole soul tremble violently. Call out! Behind him, there was a sound of thunder breaking through the sky, and an extremely sharp black spiritual knife, with the momentum of destroying everything, was astonishingly fast, like a shooting star from the sky, slashing straight at Chu Yan's back. Hao Yan's sword, cut it for me! Chu Yan roared, without the slightest hesitation. He drew his sword in his hand, and slashed out with a backhand. #C1138 Heaven and Earth Promise. The Qi Tian Daomong struck behind him. Chu Yan didn't dare to be careless, pulled out the Hao Yan sword, urged all the strength in his body, and swung the sword out. Boom! Boom! The unparalleled sharpness of the Hao Yan sword, the 5-color sword light that was cut out, just rushed out 1,000 steps, and then collided with the attacking sword light fiercely, bursting into a ball of shocking, violent power, like the Yangtze River, crazy hitting in front of Chu Yan. In an instant, Chu Yan's figure was blown upside down by the force of the shock, flying towards the sky like a meteor. Damn, fortunately, it's hundreds of miles away, or else. It was only after more than 10 miles away that Chu Yan stood firm, circulated his true energy to suppress the churning blood in his body, and secretly said. However, at this moment, Ruan Tiankuan, who was far away, and thousands of Tianzong powerhouses, like a black cloud, instantly shortened the distance with Chu Yan. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you can't escape. Be obedient and die. Ruan Tiankuan's wild laughter resounded throughout the world, and as the laughter spread, thousands of Tianzong powerhouses rushed up, and they had already reached Chu Yan. Humph. Chu Yan, the #1 arrogant man in the mainland? Bullshit. You look like you are not worthy at all. Only I, Ruan Jingtian, are qualified to inherit the inheritance of Lord Qinglian. Hand it over to me, otherwise, die. Ruan Jingtian strode out, walked to the front of the crowd, looked at Chu Yan with disdain on his face, and said with a sneer. That's right, Chu Yan, hand it over, and I can consider letting your life go. Ruan Tiankuan also showed a hint of greed in his eyes. The inheritance of the Lord of Qinglian is the top inheritance in the mainland that has caused the vision of blue sea and blue sky. In the Haotian continent, who else dares to refuse? Idiot. Seeing the Yuan family's father and son with 4 green eyes, Chu Yan was completely unmoved, sneered, and cursed. What? How dare you scold me? Hearing Chu Yan's scolding, Yuan Tianquan's expression froze immediately. He was furious, and roared. Today, he really had enough. First, he was played around by Chu Yan and Dong Wangxinyanyi, and then he led thousands of people to dismantle the defensive formation. Just after dismantling it, he met Dong Wangxinyanyi, who had recovered the martial emperor realm. The killing spree scared him out of his wits, and he almost pissed off. He finally summoned the Taoist Lord Shengyang to deal with Dong Wangtianyi, but he was also scolded by the Taoist Lord Shengyang. But now, he was scolded by a junior who was at the heavenly realm, which made him angry. You know, he is a man who is about to become the first suzerain in the mainland. How can he be held back and scolded everywhere? This is not right. I am going to kill you. With a roar, Yuan Tianquan waved his hand, and the energy of true energy surged out like a frenzied tide. A palm print the size of half the sky fell from the sky and slapped down on Chu Yan. This palm contained all the anger in Yuan Tianquan's body, and he used it almost with all his strength, without holding back the slightest. Huge palm prints descended from the sky and continued to expand, covering the 10-mile radius of Chu Yan's head in the void. From a distance, it looks like an ant looking up at the falling sky. I can only use the last move. Chu Yan gritted his teeth fiercely. His whole body's true energy was like a volcano erupting, and the 5-color streamer, like a river rushing, was crazily poured into the Haotian sword in his hand, with golden and red light on his body, the Raksha demon body and the Shantian fire body, simultaneously urging move. The strength of the physical body soars to the extreme in an instant. In the Sea of Qi, the 16 inner alchemy are like 10 crazily spinning wheels, pouring out the last trace of true energy in the inner alchemy. At the same time, in the Sea of Consciousness, there are a total of 20 Qi of the 5 elements, forming a river of glowing light, which breaks out from behind Chu Yan, like a piece of divine light from the celestial glow, wrapping towards the Haotian divine soldier. These 20 Qi of the 5 elements are all of Chu Yan's current inventory, without any reservations. At this time, Chu Yan still had the last trick to perform. The last move of Wuji swordsmanship. With Chu Yan's current cultivation base, he can't compete with Yuan Tianquan, who is half a step into the martial emperor realm, but if you don't fight, you will die. Therefore, Chu Yan can only use his strongest sword. The last move of Wuji sword art, heaven and earth promise. Chu Yan has been practicing this sword technique, but with his original sword intent and momentum, he couldn't exert its power at all. There are only moves, but no sword intent, and there is no one in power. However, after comprehending the Golden Way and the way of killing at the Qinglian altar, Chu Yan applied all his understanding to the way of swordsmanship. Although he has improved, he has not made a breakthrough. At this time, facing the situation of life and death, Chu Yan gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness instantly converged, and all of them merged into the Haotian sword soldiers in his hands. The next moment, in the wind, Chu Yan stood proudly like a towering green mountain. His whole body was full of sword energy, like a sword god in the sky. The heart moves at will, the sword moves with the heart, holding the Haotian sword. Chu Yan's body is like the wind, and a whirl of sword will rises. The wind blows, the sword howls. For a moment, in the entire space, the loud and clear sound of swords resounded through the sky. I want to go to the end of the world with my sword, and the 3-foot green front breaks the floating life. A melodious and boundless sound sounded, passing through the ancient times, and resounding in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. In an instant, the spiritual wisdom in Haotian's sword suddenly came to life, as if passing through 10,000 layers of emptiness, like a black dragon, cruising in a sea of mist. Nothing could be seen clearly in the misty sea of mist-like clouds, but wisps of light flashed through the sea of mist from time to time. Chu Yan controlled his consciousness and rushed towards the nearest ray of light. Immediately, the moment the divine consciousness came into contact with that bright light, an astonishing sword energy erupted. The sword energy condensed and did not disperse, and turned into an ancient divine sword in the sea of mist, soaring into the sky like a meteor breaking the world, straight to the ninth heaven. The sword points to the sky. Heaven and earth are bounded, and the long sword is infinite, so it is infinite. In an instant, Chu Yan, who was standing facing the wind, woke up suddenly, and two bright sword lights shot out from his eyes. Heaven and earth are bounded, but the sword is boundless. Wuji sword Ju. Heaven and earth boundless. After mumbling to himself, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth slightly raised, and a faint smile appeared. Slowly tired, looking up at the sky, it was like a palm print falling from the sky and Wan Tiankuan with a gloomy face. The next moment, Chu Yan moved. The sword light condenses. The wind and cloud moved in unison in the sky, and the lingering storm of sword intent merged infinitely, and evolved into a skybreaking sword behind him, with a sacred aura as vast as the sun and the moon, releasing the sword intent all over the sky, and the sound of the sword screamed the sky is hundreds of miles. Jianmong rushed to the night. The sword light was condensed on the tip of the Haoyan sword, and the heaven-breaking divine sword behind him pointed directly at the sky. A majestic sword force swept out, and thousands of swords rang out in 1,000 miles. Sword light slashes. The sword came out like a divine light, and all the sword intent and sword energy between the heaven and the earth, like an ebb tide, crazily converged on the sword body of the Haoyan sword. On, cut straight out. Rumble. The heaven-breaking sword turned into a peerless holy light, with the momentum of invincible sky, rubbed against the space, making a huge thunderous sound. Give me, break. Following Chu Yan's violent shouting, the heaven-shattering divine sword transformed by the sword light slashed out towards the oncoming palm print, leaving a shining light in the void that illuminated the sky, and it was fleeting. #C1139 200,000 Warrior Army. Boom. The sword light collided with the palm print, and a shocking scene happened. The palm print, like half of the sky falling down, was directly pierced by the sky-breaking sword, breaking a huge void crack, and strangled with the palm print crazily. In less than a blink of an eye, the monstrous palm print was twisted to pieces, turned into scattered energy, and quickly dissipated. However, the five-color divine light-like sword glow, after shrinking in size by half, still carried a residual sword light, piercing towards Huan Tiankuan in the sky. What? How is this possible? Huan Tiankuan's eyes protruded fiercely, as if he had seen a ghost, including thousands of Tianzong strongmen present, who were almost exactly the same as him. All of them were stunned and completely stupid. However, the seemingly extremely weak sword glow had already struck in front of Huan Tiankuan. Between lightning and flint, a cold light flashed in Huan Tiankuan's hand, and a dark golden sword appeared, rushing towards his chest. Clang! Click! The sword light slashed on Huan Tiankuan's dark golden saber in front of him, making a deafening sound of gold and spear intersecting. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of breaking, but it was the Wuzuan-level spiritual saber in Huan Tiankuan's hand, which was directly broken into two pieces, and was cut by the Haoyan sword. Most of the strength of the Haoyan sword was reduced by the Wuzuan-level spiritual saber. Only a ray of sword power remained, but it was still cut forward after the spiritual saber was broken. Scoff. A dazzling sword light flashed across Huan Tiankuan's chest, and his robe was torn open with a foot-long slit. Finally, all the power of the Haoyan sword was exhausted, and suddenly disappeared into the void in a flash. At this moment, the entire sky is silent. Huan Tiankuan looked down slowly, and saw a 3-inch rip in the robe on the chest, exposing the white lining behind it, which looked extremely dazzling. How is this possible? Wan Tianquan's eyes were dull. Blindly scanning back and forth at the rip in the robe on his chest and the broken knife in his hand, his face was as pale as paper. This. If the power of the sword was a little stronger, wouldn't he have already been cut in two? Hiss. Taking a sharp breath, staring at Chu Yan not far away, Wan Tianquan only felt a coldness penetrating to the bone marrow. This kid is too frightening. Even in a situation where he must die, he can still break through the cultivation base of swordsmanship. If a few more years pass, how high will he grow to? No, this child must not be left behind. Wan Tianquan's eyes burst into murderous intent, and he looked at Chu Yan fiercely. His face immediately became ferocious. Chu Yan, die for me. Wan Tianquan burst out with killing intent, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. When he looked at Chu Yan, his hands were infused with the sword light of the whole body, and he slashed out. The power of this knife is due to Wan Tianquan's unique move. Not only did he use all the strength of the half-step martial emperor realm, but he also used the spiritual knife that he had been reluctant to use, just to kill Chu Yan with one knife. Completely beheaded. But at this time, Chu Yan in the distance was swaying, with a sluggish expression. The move just now had exhausted all of Chu Yan's strength, even surpassing his peak combat strength. At this time, there is only less than 10% of his true energy in his body, and it is a bit reluctant to even levitate in the void. Not to mention, he will take another killing move from a half-step martial emperor realm powerhouse. Watching the mighty sword light fall, Chu Yan didn't panic at all, and even raised the corner of his mouth lightly, with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, from the sky behind him, a large black figure surged like a tide. Wan Tianquan, how dare you? Dare to touch a single hair of Chu Yan, and your body and soul will be destroyed. Two shocking shouts of anger exploded, like rolling thunder, sweeping across the entire sky in an instant. At the same time, one yellow and one green, two streaks of streamer like a shocking rainbow, flew from the end of the sky, and collided fiercely with the blade light that fell towards Chu Yan. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Under the bombardment of two incomparably powerful streamers, the mighty sword glow was directly blown to pieces, turned into a sky-drenched energy, scattered and disappeared in all directions. What? Seeing this scene, Wan Tianquan frowned immediately, stared at it, and his face changed drastically after a glance. I saw, on the edge of the sky, a large area of black spots gathered into a monstrous torrent, sweeping towards this side. Xuanhuan of Jiuxiao, Deputy Suzerain Shindang. 9 Spirits Shantian Sect, the Suzerain Gongyun Tian. Bringing an army of no less than 200,000 strong men, like a torrent of steel, overwhelming and surging. Fuck. What's going on here? A little Chu Yan actually attracted the 2 major sects of the 8 ancient sects. Moreover, there seems to be an army of monsters from the spirit sect. 3. The 3 major sects. Wan Tianquan's face instantly turned pale green, his mouth was opened wide, and his jaw was almost dislocated in horror. Not only Wan Tianquan, but behind him, thousands of Tianzong powerhouses stared wide-eyed, opened their bloody mouths, and their jaws fell all over the floor. Under the slight trembling of their bodies, all of them were terrified. Upside down. An army of more than 200,000 strong men, each of whom has the strength of a middle-ranked Wu Zuanjing strong man. This is a fart. Don't say that there are only 1,000 martial king realm warriors in their area. Even if there is a middle martial emperor realm powerhouse here, they are in danger of being lost. With an army of 200,000 strong men, even if they attack together, they might be able to blast a big hole in the sky. Stop. Wan Tianquan's voice trembled, his face was pale, and he said. Shindang, Gongyun Tian, this is the sphere of influence of the Tianzong. What are you going to do? Are you going to start a sect war with our Tianzong? As soon as the words fell to the ground, Shindang and Gongyun Tian, the two masters standing opposite Chu Yan also looked at each other and smiled, and said coldly, "Wan Tiankuan, stop pretending. You betrayed the sect and committed rebellion. We have obtained permission from the suzerain of the Eastern Emperor, Tianni, to help the Tianzong clean up the sect. Therefore, today is not a sect war, but, kill you. And, you guys." Shindang raised his hand and swept across, pointing at the thousands of rebels from the Tianzong who stood behind Wan Tiankuan, and shouted. As soon as the words fell to the ground, thousands of figures trembled in unison, and their expressions changed drastically. Swish 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 swish. The next moment, as if it had been agreed upon, thousands of Tianzong powerhouses flickered at the same time, and fled frantically in all directions. If I don't run away now, if I want to run away later, I'm afraid there will be no chance. At this time, the intestines of these thousands of Tianzong powerhouses are all green from regret. What about killing Donghuang Tianni and taking control of Tianzong? With the support of Shengyangzong, it is safe to say. But since they launched the rebellion, everything has been going very smoothly, but when that kid named Chu Yan appeared, they were like a group of bereaved dogs, except for running for their lives, they were running for their lives. This made them all extremely aggrieved, almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Kill. Not one left. Without waiting for Shindang and Gong Yuntian to order, Chu Yan waved his hand, pointed in front of him, and shouted with a cold killing intent on his face. The next moment, behind him, 200,000 martial arts experts swept out like a raging black cloud, covering thousands of fleeing Tianzong experts. #C1140 Behead. Hearing Chu Yan's voice, all the powerhouses of medicine sect, Dizong and Lingzong suddenly felt as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, and all of them burst out with the peak combat power, rushing out crazily. Kill. Looking for death, dare to touch our Jilingshuan Tianzong's holy son, so what about Tianzong, cut it down. Kill. The brother of our young suzerain dares to bully you, and you will die. Everyone, come on, these grandchildren don't even know their mother. Kill. In the next moment, the entire sky, within 100 miles, the sound of shouting and killing shook the heavens and the earth. The 200,000 martial venerable realm powerhouses from the three major sects passed through like a black cloud. Wherever they passed, the Tianzong rebel powerhouses were directly swallowed and torn to pieces by countless powerful attacks. You must know that this time all the strong men of the three major sects are led by the number one boss of the sect, Shindang of the Dizong, and Gong Yuntian of the medicine sect are all the masters of the sect, so these strong men, we, naturally want to show a good performance in front of the suzerain. Maybe we have the opportunity to improve the ranking of elders, or improve some monthly tributes. Moreover, there is no danger in this kind of battle of 200,000 against 1,000 strong men. If you don't show up now, let alone when. Therefore, this massacre lasted less than 100 breaths. If it weren't for the 1,000 traitors of Tianzong who escaped too fast, this time would be even shorter. Shindang and Gong Yuntian stood by Chu Yan's side, watching the massacre around them, without any emotion on their faces. And Chu Yan, after the army came to help, finally let go of his heart. After swallowing a lot of golden pills, he sat cross-legged and began to recover his true energy. In order to take Wan Tiankuan's blow just now, almost 90% of the true energy in his body was used up, and he also consumed 20 strands of 5-element energy in one breath. Therefore, while adjusting his breath to recover, Chu Yan took out the soul stone in the Rakshasa space, and began to refine the chi of the 5 elements. Time passed slowly. After 100 breaths, Chu Yan opened his eyes, although only 60% of his true energy recovered. However, he knew that now was not the time for cultivation. Donghuang Tianni was still in danger, and his uncle couldn't let him have an accident. Chu Yan, you're awake, how are you doing, are you okay? When Shindang saw Chu Yan wake up, he immediately asked worriedly. Beside him, Gong Yuntian also turned his head to look over. Although just now, both of them used their spiritual consciousness to sweep Chu Yan's body back and forth hundreds of times from the inside to the outside. Except for the weak breath, they did not find any injuries to Chu Yan, but they were still a little worried. It must be like the damage to the martial soul, only the warrior himself knows, and no one else can detect it. It's okay, 60% of my true energy has recovered. Chu Yan replied with a smile. From the bottom of his heart, Chu Yan is very grateful to Shindang and Gong Yuntian. I was just sending a message. I didn't expect that the two big brothers would bring such a strong lineup to support me. This kindness can only be repaid in the future. Forgive me, Chu Yan, Shindang, Gong Yuntian, you can't kill me, I am the 9th elder of Tianzong. At this moment, those who rushed in all directions to kill the traitors of Tianzong came back one after another. Thousands of strong traitors of Tianzong were almost all blasted into scum, and not even a complete body was left behind. However, Wan Tiankuan and Wan Jingtian and his son were kept behind and escorted to Chu Yan and the others. Wan Tiankuan was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. When he saw Chu Yan and the three of them, he knelt down and begged for mercy, and his feces and tears flowed. Forgive you. When you made the move just now, did you ever think that there will be this moment? Chu Yan got up slowly, and the cold and biting murderous aura rushed out of his whole body. Hao Yan, cut. With a stern shout, Chu Yan made a move with his big hand, and in the void, a little cold light flashed out. It was the return of the Hao Yan sword, which was directly held by Chu Yan in his hand, and cut off with one sword. The five-colored sword glow flicked across, cutting directly between Wan Tiankuan's neck. What? Wan Tiankuan's sea of qi was sealed, and he was like a useless person at this time. Seeing the sword glow coming, he was powerless to resist. His eyes opened violently, and in his pupils, the shocking five-color sword glow became bigger and brighter. Puff! A bloody arrow shot out. Wan Tiankuan felt himself flying up. The whole world was spinning rapidly. On the ground, a very familiar headless body was kneeling on the ground. Could it be? When this consciousness fell, endless darkness enveloped Wan Tiankuan, and when he closed his eyes, his entire consciousness was completely lost. Shenwu Xiao Shenzong, the core elder pavilion, the 9th elder Wan Tiankuan, died. You dare to kill my father. Seeing this scene, Wan Jingtian next to him was instantly furious, roaring and rushing towards Chu Yan, waving his hands like crazy. Roll! With a big wave of Chu Yan's hand, a burst of true energy rushed through, directly blasting Wan Jingtian, who was also sealed as a cultivator, flying 100 steps. Puff! Wan Jingtian, who flew upside down, opened his mouth wide and sprayed blood mist all over the sky. When he landed, his face was covered with blood, his eyes were all red, and he stared fiercely at Chu Yan. Leave your life for now. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan decided to go back to rescue Dong Huangtianyi first, and this Wan Jingtian is the son-in-law of Shengyang Daoist, maybe it will be useful. Master, Pavilion Master Shen, let's go to Tianzong. My uncle Dong Huangtianyi has not fully recovered from his injuries. I am afraid that he will suffer a loss if he fights with Daoist Shengyang. Chu Yan turned around, bowed his hands to Shindang and Gong Yuntian and saluted. Uncle. What did you say? When Chu Yan's words fell to the ground, the two big brothers were stunned at the same time, and their faces were full of surprise. Dong Huangtianyi is Chu Yan's uncle. No. The head of the 8 ancient sects, the #1 sect in the world, the suzerain of the Shenwu Shaotian sect, Dong Huangtianyi is Chu Yan's uncle. Seeing Chu Yan nodding slightly, Shindang and Gong Yuntian's eyes twitched together, their faces full of speechlessness. This Chu Yan is getting more and more against the sky, and even has a relationship with Tianzong. Okay. Go support the Eastern Emperor first, and talk about the rest later. Gong Yuntian nodded, and didn't say anything more. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, he flew away in the direction of Tianzong. Shindang looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flickered, thoughtful, and after a moment of stunned, he saw Gong Yuntian set off, smiled at Chu Yan, and then also flashed out, heading towards Tianzong, fly away in a hurry. At this moment, the army of 200,000 martial arts masters, like a raging cloud passing through the border, rolled towards Tianzong like a tide. This place is less than 1,000 miles away from Tianzong, and a large group of people who are all strong in Wu Zuanjing arrived in front of Tianzong Mountain Gate in less than 100 breaths of time. As soon as everyone arrived, their faces were stunned at the same time, and they all looked up at the sky. Boom! 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 A series of incomparably terrifying attacks exploded at a height of 10,000 feet. This kind of power is not conceivable at all by those who are strong in the martial sovereign realm, but it is real, the power of the middle martial sovereign realm. You must know that a middle-ranked martial emperor realm powerhouse, at his peak state, would not lose against thousands of martial venerable realm powerhouses. The bottleneck of a small level of cultivation, as long as it breaks through, it will be the difference between heaven and earth. This kind of gap in cultivation level, the higher the level of martial arts, the greater the gap. At this moment, on the 9th heaven of Tianzong, the life and death battle between two martial emperor realm powerhouses, the power that erupted caused the 200,000 martial venerable realm powerhouses to tremble, and everyone's faces were full of shock. Color. However, at this moment, in the sky, suddenly, a huge explosion sounded, and a large area of golden light and black cloud waves intersected, and the entire sky trembled violently. Whoosh! The next moment, a figure fell from the endless sky like a meteor to the ground. Uncle! Sect Master of the Eastern Emperor! Chu Yan, Shindang, and Gong Yuntian, who had just arrived, saw that the figure blasted down from the sky was none other than Donghuan Tianyi, and they couldn't help but all exclaimed in surprise. #C1141 Group Battle. Chu Yan brought a support army of 200,000 from the three sects, and just arrived, only to see the earth-shattering battle between the strongmen of the martial emperor realm. After a few moves, the master of Dong Wengshan was blasted from the sky by the Daoist Shengyang. Fall down. This time, Chu Yan, Shindang, and Gong Yuntian were all shocked. That Daoist Shengyang is so strong. Whoosh! A bolt of height like a sharp arrow flashed out, darting towards the fallen Donghuan Tianyi. With a surge of true energy, he brought him back. Chu Yan, how did you come back? The corner of Dong Wengshan's mouth was bleeding, his face was pale, and he had just stabilized his figure. When he saw Chu Yan, he stared suddenly and shouted anxiously. Huh! Sect Master Shen, Sect Master Gong, you. The next moment, Dong Wengshan glanced at him, and suddenly found that beside Chu Yan, the two big suzerains standing like mountains, and behind them, there was a crowd of warriors like a steel army, and he was shocked. Although he just received the voice transmission from Sect Master Shen and Sect Master Gong, he never expected that their two sect masters would bring such a mighty army of warriors here. Let's save face. As the suzerain, Donghuan Tianyi knew from a quick glance that almost 1/3 of the power of the powerful sects came to these two major sects to create such a great momentum. Even if the 8 sects of ancient times were united in the same spirit, and there was an alliance agreement 10,000 years ago, but this is too much face. Do you have such a big face? Donghuan Tianyi, on the one hand, was a little unstable because of the injury just now, and at the same time, he couldn't imagine why Sect Master Shen and Sect Master Gong helped him so much. Boom, boom. At this moment, in the sky, a huge figure with a height of 100 feet descended from the sky and slowly appeared in front of everyone. This person is the Lord of Shengyang Palace, the Lord of Shengyang Taoism. Originally, he was going to take advantage of the move just now, and directly kill Donghuan Tianyi, but when he turned around, he suddenly found that there was a boundless army of warriors in front of him. I rely on. What's the situation? The corners of Daoist Shangyang's eyes twitched, his face full of horror. You know, before the action, Yuan Tiankuan has already made enough arrangements for the Tianzong side. It is impossible for the warriors of the Tianzong to participate in this shocking situation, so where are these people in front of them coming from? Shindang, Gongyuntian, Dizong and Yaozong. The next moment, Daoist Shangyang, who was full of disbelief, glanced away, and found the two leaders, and among them, standing with Donghuang Xinyanyi, Chu Yan. I am the Lord of Shangyang Palace, Lord of Shangyang Taoism. If you ants dare to intervene in the affairs between Shangyang Palace and Tianzong, in the future, I will make it disappear in Shangyang Palace, and the whole sect will die. No place to die. I'll give you 10 breaths, immediately, get out. Daoist Shangyang was full of energy, he drank violently, and the sound of thunder rolled like thunder, resounding through the entire sky. Shangyang Palace. But at this time, Shindang, Gong Yuntian and Chu Yan all frowned, all looked puzzled, turned their heads slowly, and looked at Donghuan Tianyi to the side. On the Zhongtian continent, I have never heard of such a force as the Shangyang Palace. However, looking at this person's cultivation, he is just an incarnation, and his cultivation has reached the middle martial emperor realm. If it is the deity, it is at least the upper martial emperor realm, or even the peak martial emperor realm. This kind of strength is definitely an overlord in the Zhongtian continent. How could he not have heard of it? It seems that it is very likely that he is not from the Zhongtian continent, as Donghuan Tianyi said. Everyone, this Shangyang Palace is not the power of our Zhongtian continent, but the warrior sect of another continent. This matter is a long story, but what he said is right. The Shangyang Palace is extremely powerful. The strength destroys any sect within my 8 ancient sects. Dong Wangshan's face was solemn, and he stared at the figure in the sky. Seeing his proud expression, he couldn't bear to rush up again and beat him up. It's a pity that Donghuan Tianyi has just cleared the poison of the martial soul, and his cultivation strength has not fully recovered, so for the time being, he is not the opponent of Daoist Shangyang at all, otherwise, he would not have been blasted down from the sky just now. Another continent. Donghuan Tianyi's words immediately changed the expressions of Shindang and Gong Yuntian, including Chu Yan. That's right, this Shangyang Palace. Just when Donghuang Xinyanyi was about to explain, suddenly, the Daoist Shangyang in midair roared loudly, making a deafening roar. The time for 10 breaths is up, since you don't want to get out. Then, die. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the eyes of Daoist Shangyang surged with murderous intent. How could he not be angry when a strong martial emperor realm was offended by a group of ants-like warriors? Tianyang's Taoism, killing thousands of souls. Daoist Shangyang's whole body's true energy burst out, condensing in front of him, with his right palm forward, a large black shadow, like a tide, turned into countless figures and beast shadows, roaring and shouting all over the sky, towards with the 3 armies not far away culling away. With one move, the style of thousands of troops and horses, this is the strength of the strong in the martial emperor realm. Boom, boom. Daoist Shangyang's shocking blow came out, and the 200,000 warriors' faces changed drastically. They burst out with true energy, and performed various martial arts, skills, and secret techniques, and all kinds of explosions burst out instantly. The battle begins directly. Tianlong handprint. Mountain transformation Jiu. Qingtian palm. Sword of God. The strong men of the 3 major sects, some fought back, and some formed defensive formations. At least half of them chose to fight back. Therefore, nearly 100,000 attacks, a huge torrent of attacks, like a vast ocean, directed towards Shangyang Daoist Bang. As for Shindang and Gongyun Tian, their true qi burst out, and their combat power was raised to the peak in an instant. However, they did not directly join the battle, but guarded by Chu Yan's side. Wuhun, come out. Seeing the torrent of attack like 1,000 miles of ocean coming, Taoist Master Xiangyang shouted angrily, and a black light shot up into the sky behind him. It turned out to be a nearly 900 feet tall Vajra demon ape. Roar. The moment the martial soul appeared, it roared into the sky, its arms as thick as elephant legs waved, and the majestic blessing of the martial soul poured into the main body of Xiangyang Dao. Xiangyang swallows the sky. Daoist Xiangyang, who was blessed by the martial spirit, pushed both palms together, and the violent true energy condensed into a mountain in front of him, blocking all the torrents of attacks from the sky in front of him. Boom. 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 Tens of thousands of warriors from the three sects trembled in unison, their faces full of horror. They never expected that this Xiangyang Daoist could block the joint blow of so many people. What? Ah! At this moment, the attack of thousands of souls that Daoist Xiangyang sent out earlier suddenly fell into the army of the three sections. Immediately, flesh and blood flew, blood mist sprayed all over the sky, and the screams became one piece. Thousands of Wu Zuanjing powerhouses were lost. Luoyu Shen martial fist. Seeing this scene, Donghuang Tianyi, who was standing beside Chu Yan, who had just swallowed the golden elixir and regained his true energy, changed his face drastically. Under the burst of true energy, he rushed straight out, raised his hand and punched him upwards. Master Yang. This matter was a civil strife in the Tianzone. How could he have witnessed the loss of so many powerful warriors from the three sects for the sake of the Tianzone? Therefore, he, Donghuang Tianyi, must act. Moreover, in the whole scene, he is the only one who can fight with Daoist Xiangyang. Whoosh! Donghuang Tianyi, with a body like a golden rock, erupted with 10,000 golden lights, and his body was like lightning, rushing towards the Daoist Xiangyang. #C1142 The End of the War. Donghuang Tianyi's punch exhausted all his strength, including the golden elixir he had just swallowed, and he recovered less than 30% of his true energy, so he used it all. Although at the beginning, due to the poison of the martial soul, his cultivation base has not recovered, and in addition to the battle with Xiangyang Daoist, he was injured again. The current Donghuang Tianyi, with all his strength, is less than 50% of what he was at his peak. However, Donghuang Tianyi concentrated his whole body on his right fist without any hesitation, and with his unstoppable momentum, Donghuang Tianyi slammed the fist light like a golden dragon, ruthlessly hitting Daoist Xiangyang. This punch may not be able to defeat Daoist Xiangyang, but at least, it will make him difficult to hold and reduce the loss of warriors of the three armies. Therefore, with this attack, Donghuang Tianyi even had the will to die. Okay. Looking out of the corner of his eyes, he saw Dong Wangshan rushing towards him, but Daoist Xiangyang snorted coldly and said, "Humph. Courting death." Immediately afterwards, Daoist Xiangyang's eyes brightened, and he looked at Donghuang Tianyi, who was rushing towards him. With a big wave of his hand, the black mountain in front of him, which was used to resist the attack of tens of thousands of warriors, rushed out rumblingly, towards Dong Wangshan bumped away. Roar! The fist light of the golden flood dragon smashed on the black mountain, causing the black mountain to tremble violently, and suddenly retreated thousands of feet. However, after the rest of the golden fist light dissipated, the black mountain trembled, but turned into a black paw prince. Although this paw print was hundreds of times smaller than the previous mountain, it was much more powerful, like a black lightning bolt, grabbing towards Dong Wangshan. Not good. Donghuang Tianyi, who had just rushed past the center of the air explosion, had just been able to see it, but suddenly saw the black paw prints that had rushed in front of him. In a hurry, there was no time to react, the true energy erupted, and the protective energy exploded. Boom! The black paw print collided with Dong Tian's protective body, and he grabbed it firmly, holding it directly and completely. The streamer was like lightning, and returned to Shengyang Daoist. Ha ha ha. Dong Tian, I didn't expect you to fall into my hands. Daoist Shengyang laughed wildly, his face full of complacency. Facing an army of 200,000 warriors, capturing Dong Tian made Shengyang Daoist extremely excited and proud. At this moment, he has a feeling that he is the only one in heaven and earth. Die. The big black hand transformed by Gang Yuan suddenly exerted force, and it was about to crush Dong Tian into powder. Wait. At this moment, a loud shout rang out suddenly. Daoist Shengyang was stunned, and turned his head to look. But I saw that Chu Yan on the opposite side suddenly waved his big hand, releasing a figure. Well, Tian. You're not dead yet? When Lord Shengyang came to Tian, his expression froze for a moment, then his expression changed, and his brows were slightly twisted. Father-in-law, save me. As soon as Tian appeared, he puffed and knelt in front of Shengyang Daoist, shouting with a face full of supplication. Shengyang Daoist, I will exchange Tian for hostages with you. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and shouted in a cold voice. At the same time, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, two consciousnesses flashed out and rushed towards Shindang and Gong Tian. This. Originally, according to Lord Shengyang, Tian was worthless at all, and existed like a chess piece. However, so far, Tian is still his son-in-law in name. In front of so many people, if he can't save him, it's really embarrassing. Moreover, I just experienced the feeling of being the supreme being in the world. At this time, if Tian can't be saved, it's really a bit. Okay. Exchange. Daoist Shengyang, who frowned and pondered for a long time, pondered for a while, then his eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth lightened, he nodded, and agreed. In his opinion, Dong Tian is the only one in the audience who can match two moves with him, but it is a pity that Dong Tian's current cultivation strength is not even half of his usual strength. Let him go, and you can catch him back later, and he will always be dead. Precisely because he is extremely confident in his own strength, Daoist Shengyang didn't care at all, and casually agreed to Chu Yan's exchange request. Prepare. Seeing the Dao Master Shengyang agreeing, Chu Yan also raised the corner of his mouth lightly, and sent out two voice transmissions of divine consciousness again, making Shindang and Gong Tian prepare. Whoosh! Daoist Shengyang didn't notice at all that the communication between Chu Yan and the two suzerains directly through Dong Wangshan at Chu Yan with a big hand, and he didn't even worry that Chu Yan would not let Tian back. Because, Daoist Shengyang is extremely conceited about his own strength. In the audience, there is no opponent at all, who can threaten Xi. Even if Chu Yan doesn't let Tian go, he can save Tian back with just one move. However, at the next moment, a sudden change occurred. Just when Dong Tian rushed towards Chu Yan, and Chu Yan also threw Tian to Shengyang Daoist to let him relax his guard a little, behind Chu Yan, an army of 200,000 warriors erupted. The endless palm prints, fist light, and sword energy form a monstrous sea, like a river of heaven, rushing towards the head and face of Shengyang Daoist. What? You. Shengyang Daoist had just picked up Tian, and was about to teach him a few words, when suddenly, a cold feeling rose from the bottom of his heart, causing the hairs all over his body to explode, and when he looked up, he also saw a scene that made his face turn green. 200,000 attacks, including Shindang and Gong Tian, who are half-step martial emperor realm powerhouses, also attack at the same time. The endless billowing torrent, as it passed by, seemed to devour the world and destroy everything. All the air and void were turned into dust, and it was impossible to stop it at all. Crack in time and space. Daoist Shengyang woke up in an instant, unable to resist at all. You must know that his incarnation is similar to Chu Yan's Vientian art. The longer the clone exists, the more true energy will be consumed, and the strength will also increase. Worse. Therefore, just now he blocked the attacks of nearly 100,000 warriors with a single move. It seemed extremely majestic, but in fact, most of the true energy of his avatar was consumed, and it was impossible to resist the second attack. Therefore, Taoist Xiangyang didn't dare to hesitate at all, waved his hand directly, tore open a space-time crack, threw Wan Jingtian into it casually. His figure also turned into an afterimage at the same time, and was about to step into the space-time crack. It's a pity that if you are unprepared for mental arithmetic, it is too late in terms of time. Boom! The overwhelming flood of attacks fell fiercely, and directly collided with the figure of Taoist Xiangyang rushing into the gap in time and space. What? With a scream, a thigh that was more than 10 feet high was blown up into the air, and it turned into energy that spread all over the sky and disappeared in all directions. At the same time, Taoist Xiangyang's face was distorted, and cold sweat broke out in pain. He turned his head and gave Chu Yan a hard look. His figure flashed, and he disappeared into the crack of time and space, completely disappearing. Although the thigh of an incarnation is not the deity's, it is only condensed with true energy, but within the avatar, there is the deity's soul, so when the avatar is injured, the deity feels the same pain, and the pain is exactly the same. Chu Yan, I won't let you go. As the cracks in time and space closed, between heaven and earth, the roar of Taoist Xiangyang echoed for a long time. Call. Seeing the crack in time and space disappear in the sky, Chu Yan and the two suzerains breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The strength of this Xiangyang Taoist is really too strong. If it weren't for today, the two suzerains brought a large number of reinforcements, but only sent a small number of strong men. I am afraid that all of them will be lost here. However, this Tianzong rebellion is finally over. #C1143 Tianzong's Secret. A great battle that shocked the entire Zhongtian continent has finally come to an end. Out of the 8 ancient sects that ruled the Zhongtian continent, 4 of them participated in this great battle. Tianzong, Yaozong, Dizong and Lingzong dispatched hundreds of thousands of powerful people to fight against a Tianzong rebellion controlled by Xiangyang Palace. With the incarnation of Lord Xiangyang fleeing, the entire battlefield finally calmed down. Afterwards, under the leadership of Donghuan Tianyi, nearly 200,000 warriors from the Medicine sect, the Dizong sect and the Lingzong sect killed the Tianzong sect and wiped out all the traitor forces in the sect like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Donghuan Tianyi listened to Chu Yan's opinion, and beheaded all the Tianzong internal warriors who participated in the Tianzong rebellion and rebelled with the Wuhan family father and son, whether they were high-ranking elders or elite disciples, leaving no one alive. Only in this way can it act as a deterrent. Afterwards, Donghuan Tianyi, who suppressed the entire Tianzong rebellion, invited Chu Yan and the 2 major suzerains to the main hall of Shaotian Peak, and held a banquet to express his gratitude. The martial arts arena in the main hall of Shaotian Peak is extremely huge. It can accommodate 200,000 warriors without any sense of crowding. And Chu Yan, Shindang and Gong Yuntian, including Yaoya, who recovered from his injuries a little, were in the main hall, accompanied by Dong Huangtian himself. A banquet lasted for half a day, and the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. At nightfall, in the temporary lord's palace, several bigwigs gathered. Sect Master Dong Huang, I would like to inform you in detail about Xiangyang Palace today. In addition, the power displayed by Tianzong today makes us feel. After the wife divided the guest and host, Gong Yuntian asked directly, and said, in today's battle, in the final analysis, there is only one enemy, and that is Sect Master Xiangyang. This person is so powerful that Sect Master Shen and Sect Master Gong are extremely worried. In addition, what puzzled the 2 sect masters was that Tianzong was the head of the 8 ancient sects, why the rebellion in the sect with only 1,000 warriors seemed completely powerless to suppress it. This matter involves the core secrets of Tianzong. As soon as Dong Wangshan heard the words, hesitation showed on his face. He chuckled a few times, his eyes flickered, as if he was thinking. Do you want to tell everyone? Sect Master Dong Huang, you also know that some time ago, the vision of blue sea and blue sky appeared on the Zhongtian continent. According to historical records, any occurrence of this vision of heaven and earth will cause a heavenly catastrophe. In this regard, our 8 ancient sects should actively cooperate and deal with it together. Sect Master Shindang also spoke softly. Yes, 100,000 years ago, the Haotian tribulation that occurred involved the entire Haotian continent, and 9 out of 10 sects in the mainland, and we all know that 100,000 years ago, none of the powerful sect forces survive. Our ancient 8 sects, although they are now the top 8 sects in the mainland, they have all risen in the past tens of thousands of years. Sect Master Gong Yuntian showed a trace of worry on his face, and said slowly. No. Not. Dong Huangtianyi said suddenly. Okay. Hearing Dong Huangtianyi's words, including Chu Yan, the 3 of them looked at the Dong Huang suzerain together. Their faces were stunned and full of doubts. During the catastrophe 100,000 years ago, in the entire Zhongtian continent, except for some weak sects that were not damaged, only one top sect survived, and that is, our Tianzong. Dong Huangtianyi's words sounded like a thunderbolt, which suddenly shocked Chu Yan and the 3 of them. What? The Shenwu Xiao Shenzong turned out to be an ancient sect force. How is this possible? You must know that on the current Zhongtian continent, with the continent's disputes, sects, large and small, are constantly rising and falling. So far, among the current sect forces, there is no sect that has existed for more than 10 years. 10,000 years. Suddenly, hearing Dong Huangtianyi say that Tianzong has existed for more than 100,000 years, and that it is an ancient sect force, Shindang, Gong Yuntian and Chu Yan were shocked, and their faces were full of disbelief. So, our Tianzong is very clear about the catastrophe, and it has been there for nearly 100,000 years. Dong Wangshan's words were astonishing, and after pondering, he gently opened his mouth and said. However, it is related to the core secrets of Tianzong. I can't say too much. I can only say that this catastrophe is very likely to be related to another continent, and their influence has long been extended to the vast sky continent. It has been laid out for nearly 100 years. What? 100 years ago, you reached out to Haotian continent. Who is it? That sect power? Shindang and Gong Yuntian's expressions changed at the same time, and they asked solemnly. Black Blood Temple. Dong Wangshan said. Black Blood Temple. This, so it is. Suddenly hearing the words Black Blood Temple, the 2 sect masters exclaimed at the same time, but after a little thought, they suddenly realized. It's no wonder that the Black Blood Temple has developed so fast in the past 100 years, and has even surpassed the ancient 8 sections. Moreover, according to rumors, the Black Blood Temple has the support of the forces behind it. Everyone has never imagined who is behind the Black Blood Temple. Now, hearing Dong Huangtianyi's words, he immediately understood. It turned out that this Black Blood Temple was not a local force, but an invading force. In this way, everything became clear. No. The Black Blood Temple cannot be left alone. This time, our 8 ancient sects must work together to completely eradicate the Black Blood Temple. Sect Master Shindang said in a low voice. That's right. There is no need to delay this matter. It needs to be done as soon as possible. Gong Yuntian nodded and said. East Emperor Sect Master, whether this matter can be coordinated by Tianzong, only your Tianzong is qualified. Shindang said. Ugh. Hearing Sect Master Shen's words, Dong Huangtianyi smiled wryly, shook his head, and let out a long sigh. You have also seen this situation today. In fact, 10 years ago, a major event occurred in our Tianzong. This matter is related to that foreign continent. So far, 80% of our elite disciples have been trapped, and their life and death are unknown. If not, their life spirit patterns are still alive, all, alas. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the expressions of Shindang and Gong Yuntian changed at the same time, and they were full of surprise and suspicion. I would like to advise everyone that the sects in the foreign continent are extremely powerful. Like today's Shangyang Palace, there is no more than a third-class force over there. However, if it is in our Zhongtian continent, I am afraid that it will only have us in the peak period. Only Tianzong can compete with it. Having said that, Dong Wangshan paused for a moment, his face extremely solemn, and continued. So, before the holy tribulation comes, everyone, please prepare early. In that catastrophe, only fighters above the martial emperor realm can possibly survive. What? Only those at the martial emperor realm are able to. Hiss. Hearing Dong Huangtianyi's words, the two suzerains jumped up from their seats in shock, their faces turning ashen. Martial emperor realm powerhouses, there are all 8 ancient sects, but they are kept secret, and they are only the last guardian power of the sect. There are only 2 of them. With such astonishing news, Shindang and Gong Yuntian finally had a new understanding of the Great Heaven Tribulation, and finally understood why the ancient times were so much more powerful than the 8 ancient sects of the present 100,000 years ago. All sects that are 10 times stronger will be lost. Afterwards, the two suzerains kept asking Dong Huangtianyi about the news about the Haotian tribulation, but Dong Huangtianyi shook his head slightly and kept silent. Half an hour later, the 2 sect masters were not in the mood, and stayed in Tianzong again. After leaving the palace of Dong Huangtianyi, they directly greeted the sect experts and hurried back to their respective sects. Only Chu Yan and Yao Yi were left in the palace of the Eastern Emperor's lord. Uncle! Uncle, where is my mother? Chu Yan, who hadn't spoken just now, with trembling eyes and clenched fists, stared straight at Dong Huangtianyi and asked. #C1144, Kill to the Temple of Black Blood. In a silent room, Chu Yan's voice was extremely low, echoing in the room. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Dong Wangshan looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flickered, and a family affection from the heart flowed slowly. Xiaoyan, that year, when your mother came to the Hongye Empire, the so-called strong men of the heavenly sect that your grandfather and uncle met were actually, all from the Black Blood Temple. What? These words, like thunder, blasted Chu Yan's entire sea of consciousness into shock. That night, my father was in the study and told himself that after my mother was arrested and returned to Tianzong, my grandfather and uncle wanted to go to Tianzong for a theory, but they were killed by Tianzong. What does this have to do with the Black Blood Temple? Xiaoyan, back then your mother was Master's most beloved personal disciple. Master has been obsessed with martial arts all his life, has no marriage, and has no children, so she has always treated Xiaoxue and me as her own, but she is like a master, like a father. Think about it, with Master's ability, if he really objects to Xiaoxue being with your father, how could they have been together for 10 years, and, you gave birth to you and your elder brother? As soon as Dong Wangshan looked at Chu Yan, he talked lightly, and fell into endless memories. Furthermore, the master back then was the suzerain of the #1 sect in the world. With his identity and status, would he do anything to 2 ordinary warriors? The most important point, think about it, Yao Yi, who is the spirit beast of Tianzong Zhenzong, has protected your Chu family for so many years. You should know, by now, that Yao Yi is the elder of Tianzong. Without Master's permission, how could he guard your Chu family for so many years? Hearing this, Chu Yan's face froze, and his face was full of astonishment. Chu Yan really didn't think of what Dong Huangtian said before, but now it sounds like it is really suspicious. But why did the Black Blood Temple kill my grandfather and uncle? After pondering for a while, Chu Yan gradually calmed down, frowning, and asked. Little master, actually they are not only going to kill your grandfather and uncle, they are going to kill all of your Chu family, including master and your mother. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Yao Yi, who was sitting on the side, finally spoke. Why? Chu Yan asked. Xiaoyan, at that time our Tianzong discovered that the Black Blood Temple was a force from another continent, and the Black Blood Temple at that time had already begun to use it against Tianzong. That action was actually aimed at your mother. They knew that Master's direct disciple was not in the sect, so they prepared to attack Xiaoxue. Just at that time, Xiaoxue wanted to go back to the sect to obtain pills, and happened to meet your mother. So Xiaoxue thought about the safety of the Chu family, so she sent a message to the sect, fought against the Black Blood Temple, ended up being outnumbered, and was captured by mistake. Afterwards, your grandfather and uncle arrived and argued with the people of the Black Blood Temple, before being killed. Alas! Dong Wangshan let out a long sigh, calmed down his emotions, and continued. When Master and I rushed to the Red Leaf Empire in the extreme North Continent, we killed all the people in the Black Blood Temple and rescued Xiaoxue. She was seriously injured and had to go back to Tianzong to heal her wounds. In order to prevent the Black Blood Temple from harming the Chu family, then I ordered Yaoya to protect the Chu family. Then why didn't Mother come back after returning to the sect? Chu Yan asked urgently. The reason is the core secrets of the Tianzong that I have been reluctant to reveal. I can only tell you that the Tianzong was facing a crisis at that time. Master led the elite warriors of the sect, a total of 1.2 million strong men, to a place where the sect must die. It's true that Xiaoxue is your mother, but she is also a disciple of Tianzong, so in the end she decided. Alas! It's been so many years since I left. Dong Wangshan sighed and continued. Spiritual Pattern Temple, you have also seen the millions of spiritual patterns of life. Those are the elites of the Tianzong who followed the master and went to the place of death. Having said this, Dong Huangtianyi finally stopped, his eyes blurred, and he fell into a long period of absent-mindedness. The whole room suddenly fell silent. Chu Yan's eyes were also dull, and he sat there, completely dumbfounded. The whole thing, it turns out. In fact, as long as he calms down and puts all the doubts and information together, Chu Yan can easily judge that what Dong Huangtianyi said is, really. The silence in the room lasted for a long time before Chu Yan gradually recovered his consciousness, turned his head slowly, looked at Dong Huangtianyi, and said. The place where my mother went to die, where is it? As soon as the words fell to the ground, Dong Huangtianyi and Yao Yi changed their expressions at the same time, their brows were slightly frowned, and their faces became serious. Their eyes were full of worry and hesitation when they looked at Chu Yan. Xiaoyan, this matter is related to the core secrets of Tianzong, and the degree of danger is so serious that I can't tell you whether it's public or private. However, you are Xiaoxue's child, and you are actually a member of my Tianzong. I can only promise you that if your cultivation breaks through the martial emperor realm, I will tell you, otherwise, even if I die, the entire Tianzong is lost, and I will not tell you. Dong Wangshan's eyes were shining brightly, and his tone was extremely firm. Martial Emperor Realm. Good. Chu Yan chuckled, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he spoke. For others, perhaps the Martial Emperor Realm is the pinnacle of martial arts that is difficult to reach in a lifetime, but for Chu Yan, it is just a matter of time. What kind of dog, fart on the Yang Palace, what kind of dog, fart on another continent, anyone who dares to mess with me will die. The next moment, a violent aura burst out from Chu Yan's body. In the sea of consciousness, the sluggish aura of the cyan jade lotus suddenly revived at this moment, and once again burst out an aura of Emperor Wu that swept across the world, causing the surrounding air to explode, and thunder rolled. Black Blood Temple, courting death. In the violent wind, Chu Yan erupted with true energy all over his body, his black robe flew up, and he danced wildly. The Haotian sword behind him felt the overwhelming fighting spirit, trembled suddenly, and let out bursts of sound of the sword piercing through the air. Uncle, I have an appointment with Emperor Lei Wu. In a few days, I will go to the main hall of the Black Blood Temple. You can rest assured and recover from your injuries. I will go first. Whoosh. Before Dong Tianyi and Yao Ye could react, Chu Yan had already stepped out of the room, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. After listening to Dong Tianyi's narration, Chu Yan's hatred for the Black Blood Temple has turned into a monstrous wave. At this moment, Chu Yan can't wait to turn the entire Black Blood Temple into flesh and blood. In Tianzong's room, Dong Tianyi woke up suddenly, looked at Yao Yi, jumped up suddenly, and shouted. Yao Yi, accept the suzerain's order, immediately catch up with Chu Yan, and protect Chu Yan's safety at all costs. Promise. Yao Yi also stood up with a long body, with a dignified face, bowed his hands, and flashed his figure, rushed out of the room, leaped into the sky, and hurriedly chased after Chu Yan. Seeing Chu Yan and Yao Yi disappearing into the sky one after the other, Dong Tianyi's face was full of sadness, and he murmured. Xiaoyan, you are too impulsive. The Black Blood Temple, isn't that simple? Alas. A sigh echoed faintly in the room. #C1145 Eastern Temple. At a height of 10,000 feet, Chu Yan flew rapidly, aiming directly at the Northern Territory. According to rumors, the main hall of the Black Blood Temple is located in the Northern Territory, occupying half of the mountain range, which is very obvious. Flying at high altitude, Chu Yan took out the golden pill and swallowed it, and began to recover his true energy. At the beginning of the battle with Ruan Tianquan, at the moment of life and death, all the combat power broke out, and nearly 90% of the true energy was consumed. Although after the war, he has been swallowing golden pills to recover, but because the true energy consumption has exceeded 30% of the normal limit, even the Sea of Qi has almost stagnated, so the recovery is as slow as possible. Feeling the power of the medicine dissolving in the body and pouring into the Sea of Qi, Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and after a moment of pondering, he took out a jade talisman and sent out a 1,000-mile sound transmission. Emperor Lei Wu, Xia Chu Yan, can you go to the main hall of the Black Blood Temple now? The object of Chu Yan's voice transmission is the Lord of the Tunshan Mountain Range, Lei Tianyu Martial Emperor. Originally, there were still about 10 days before the two agreed to go to the Black Blood Temple. Under Chu Yan's fury, there was no need to wait any longer. He happened to kill the Black Blood Temple. However, Chu Yan is not a reckless person. Of course, he knows that with his current cultivation base, it is somewhat dangerous to kill the main hall of the Black Blood Temple alone. If Emperor Lei Wu is in charge, it will be safe. Chu Yan. The agreed period is 10 days away. I am on my way back to the Zhongtian continent. I can't go now. You still follow the original agreed period. 10 days later, I will see you in the Bloody Mountains in the Northern Territory. Soon, Chu Yan received a message from Emperor Lei Wu, and his face sank, extremely disappointed. Immediately, Chu Yan's figure slowly came to a standstill, suspended in the air, frowning in thought. Soon, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, he looked up and looked around, roughly identified the direction, and flew towards the Eastern Territory. In the sky, a figure shot past, and just as Chu Yan left, Yao Yi rushed to the position where Chu Yan had just stagnated. Damn it! Little Master Speed, why is it so fast? I have been chasing for so long with 1.5 steps to the Martial Emperor realm. Hey! Flying east again. I am exhausted. I will chase again. Whoosh! A blue light flashed, Yao Yi followed behind Chu Yan, and flew towards the Eastern Territory. Zhongtian Continent. East Territory, East Pole Mountain Range. The Dongji Mountain Range is a very special mountain range. In the eastern region of the Zhongtian Continent, there are few plains and many mountains. Among them, within 1,000,000 miles to the north of the eastern region, almost all are continuous mountains and seas. Among them, the most famous one is the East Pole Mountains. The reason why the Dongji Mountains are famous is because of the name. Dongji City in the Zhongtian Continent. This city is rich in all kinds of treasures and materials related to monsters, and it is the place with the most complete range of monsters and spirit treasures and materials in Zhongtian Continent. Because it is backed by the Million-Mile Mountain Range, Dongji City has gathered a large number of beast-hunting warriors. On the one hand, they practice to improve their cultivation, and at the same time, they kill monsters and gain wealth. This Eastern Pole city, within the 8 ancient sects, almost all the powerful people knew that this was the city to which the Black Blood Temple belonged. And the main hall of the eastern territory of the Black Blood Temple is located in the Far East Mountain Range, less than 100 miles away from the city. Over the past 100 years, with the rapid rise of the Black Blood Temple on the Haotian continent, among the many cities controlled by this Black Blood Temple, the top 3 cities in the extreme east have become more and more popular, gathering no less than 1 billion ordinary people. Billion warriors. Because of the protection of the Black Blood Temple, this city has been extremely safe for hundreds of years. Therefore, it has continuously attracted warriors from all over the world to come here for a long time. Provide disciples. After decades of development, the main hall of the Eastern Territory already has more than 30 million disciples, and the momentum is huge. At this time, in the main hall of the Eastern region, on the square in front of the main hall, an elder in a black robe is holding a new core disciple entrance ceremony. This black-robed elder, named Xuanhuan, is the great elder of the main hall of the Eastern region, presiding over the entrance ceremony of the entire core disciples. From today onwards, you have officially become the core disciples of the Black Blood Temple, with God's will as the highest goal. Even if we sacrifice our own unclean flesh, we will not hesitate. Any enemy who dares to blaspheme God's holy light, they will all be ruthlessly destroyed. The blood-robed great elder opened his mouth slowly, and on the huge altar behind him, the blood-colored spirit patterns exuded a coquettish light, shining towards nearly 100,000 warriors in front of him. Looking at the dark mass of warriors in front of him, his eyes began to turn a faint red, and the blood robe nodded in satisfaction. This kind of ceremony is carried out every 6 months, making the temple of the Eastern Territory stronger and stronger. Although these fighters come from various places and forces, as long as they are baptized by the Black Blood altar, they will all become the most loyal disciples to the temple. This kind of sect brainwashing, in fact, each sect has its own methods, but the degree is different, and those powerful sects don't bother to brainwash ordinary disciples at all. They will only be important to those who need to be in charge of the sect. Resource people are brainwashed. Because this kind of baptism that affects the soul of the warrior will affect the way of martial arts cultivation in the later stage of the warrior. Right now, the blood robe is in full swing in the Black Blood Sacred Temple, and has won the appreciation of the elders of the main hall. Among the major branch halls, the Eastern Region Sacred Hall has always been one of the few branch halls that have made the most contributions to the Sacred Hall. The ceremony was quickly completed, and the nearly 100,000 warriors who were still in a state of confusion just now, slowly, the light red eyes gradually lit up. Long live the temple! The temple dominates the continent. Long live the temple! The temple dominates the continent. Long live the temple! The temple dominates the continent. In an instant, in the square, 100,000 people raised their arms and shouted loudly, shaking the entire sky. Good, very good. The black robe smiled all over his face, nodded his head proudly, and turned around slowly. The ceremony has been completed, and he is ready to return to the palace and enjoy it. However, at this moment, above the sky, a piercing scream sounded through the air, and a black streamer flew from lightning to the sky above the eastern temple. Black Blood Temple, get out of here, and die. A thunderous roar blasted the 9 heavens, and the sound waves visible to the naked eye, like water ripples, swept across a radius of 10 miles. At this moment, all the elders and disciples of the Eastern Region's Sacred Hall looked up together, and the sea of consciousness was in chaos, completely bewildered. The Bloodrobe's face changed drastically, and he suddenly looked up. Above his head, at a height of thousands of feet, a young man in black robes stood in the air. His aura was soaring, his eyebrows were sword-like and his eyes were starry, his face was full of murderous intent. Chu Yan. When the blood-robed great elder glanced at him, his face was filled with shock, and he shouted loudly. A few days ago, Chu Yan destroyed the Black Blood Temple Bliss Pavilion and killed a big man in the Black Blood Temple, Venerable Dai. Since then, Chu Yan's portrait and spiritual projection have spread throughout all the branch halls of the Black Blood Temple in the Zhongtian continent in just 3 days. When they received Chu Yan's portrait and spiritual projection, they also got an order. At all costs, kill Chu Yan. #C1146 Demon God slaughtering the world. The Eastern Territory Temple, which has nearly 30 million disciples, is completely silent at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at the black-robed figure in the sky, completely dumbfounded. That's right, the young man in the sky is none other than Chu Yan. After Chu Yan communicated with Emperor Lei Wu thousands of miles away, he changed his target, turned to the north of the Eastern Territory, and headed straight for the Dongji Mountains. This Eastern Territory Temple is the most important part of the Black Blood Temple. Since you can't kill the main hall, it's better to charge some interest. Moreover, Chu Yan also intends to borrow the corpses of all the disciples of the Black Blood Temple in the Eastern Region Temple. What to do? Of course, it is used to burn corpses, to refine qi and break through the cultivation base of Wu Zuanjing in one fell swoop. Of the 30 million disciples of the Black Blood Temple, even if only 1/10 of them are powerhouses in the heaven-reaching realm, it is enough for Chu Yan to break through and cultivate. How could Chu Yan let go of such a good material for burning corpses and refining gas? Hearing the exclamation of the blood-robed great elder on the ground, Chu Yan swept his lightning-like eyes and looked at this person. A high-ranking Wu Zuanjing cultivation base. It seems that he should be the strongest here. Chu Yan sneered, the blood in his body kept boiling, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Just 100 miles away, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness has already conducted an all-round investigation of this Eastern Temple, and the most powerful aura among them is a high-ranking martial artist. It seems that this is the one in front of you. Swish. 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 At this moment, there was a sound of piercing through the air, and a large number of figures rose into the sky from the mountains below. These people are all strong men above the Tongtian realm, and there are also a few strong people at the Wuzun realm. Chu Yan's roar made them extremely angry. They dared to kill and provoke the Eastern Temple. They were looking for death. Huh. This power seems to be weaker. Chu Yan in the sky saw a large number of warriors rushing towards him, but he was not in a hurry. Instead, he frowned, and a look of doubt flashed across his face. There were not 10,000 or 8,000 of these Black Blood Temple powerhouses rushing towards him, all of them were powerful and menacing. However, this kind of formation can scare others, but it is useless to Chu Yan. The warriors of the Black Blood Temple all practice secret techniques. Although their cultivation base is not weak, their actual combat power is nothing more than a pile of shit. Since Chu Yan fought against the Black Blood Temple, the ones who can really threaten him are the Venerable Blood Hand, the Venerable Dai, and a few others. No matter what their cultivation level is, they can be ignored. This time, he killed the Eastern Temple alone. The only thing he had to be careful of was not to be hit by a joint attack by a large number of warriors. In other cases, nothing to fear. Therefore, Chu Yan was extremely surprised that this Eastern Territory temple, which is extremely important to the Black Blood Temple, has only such a little power. Chu Yan, you dare to come to the Eastern Region Temple, to make trouble, you really want to die. In front of the large group of strong men, the blood-robed Great Elder roared angrily. As the Great Elder of the Eastern Territory Temple, Xuanhuan couldn't believe it. This Chu Yan just attacked the Eastern Territory Temple with 30 million disciples alone. Is it different from courting death? Really? Then try it. The killing intent in Chu Yan's eyes was like blood, a golden light and a red light flashed, and the whole body's true energy erupted like a tide. Blood eyes and golden pupils. Almost in an instant, Chu Yan directly activated the Raksha demon body, his physical strength more than tripled, he raised his right hand, and punched out suddenly. Heavenly strength. Boom, boom. A huge mountain-like silver fist print, with 5 color streamers, roared out. The void shook violently, the wind blew violently, and the Inmong fist was 100 feet high, rolling and attacking, hitting thousands of warriors from the Black Blood Temple who were coming from the sky. What is this? Damn it, what kind of martial skill is this? My God, it's no smaller than a mountain, run away. Just by taking a look, thousands of fighters from the Black Blood Temple were so frightened that their scalps exploded, and their whole bodies were blowing cold air. When had I seen such a terrifying fist light? This move is simply not something that these Black Blood Temple powerhouses, who rely on secret techniques to quickly improve their cultivation base, can resist. Bang bang bang. However, the speed of the fist light is as fast as a shell, and the fist light is as thick as a hill, rushing into the crowd of warriors, where no one can survive except for the exploding flesh and blood. Even those powerful men in the heaven-reaching realm couldn't resist this punch at all, they couldn't even make a scream, and they were instantly killed. What? Only those who have cultivated in the Wu Zuanjing realm are qualified to use their body-protecting qi to resist the power of the punch a little bit. However, this kind of resistance is no different from ants fighting against the sky, except that they have time to scream, loss, it is only a matter of time. Suzaku Emperor Fire, burn it for me. Seeing his fist light smashing out a huge vacuum in the large black crowd, Chu Yan's face was full of indifference, and with a wave of his big hand, fiery red true energy rushed out from all over his body. Chirp! The vermilion bird martial soul burst out of the sky, making a loud and clear cry, and under the entire void, an endless sea of flames suddenly evolved, as if the sky was ignited, falling from the sky, sweeping across the sky and fleeing in all directions all Black Blood Temple powerhouses. What is this? Damn it, this is Tianhua. It's over, there's no escape. Help! The Suzaku Emperor Fire, which shrouds down like a flame sky, covers all 5 nearby mountain peaks. Although the range is extremely huge, the power of the Emperor Fire has dropped a lot, but with the 10-star Suzaku martial soul that has been awakened twice so far, even if it is the large-scale Suzaku Emperor Fire, is enough to incinerate those who are below the Heaven Transformation realm. How is this possible? The blood-robed Great Elder Lian Qian's continuous critical strikes almost made him faint. In just 2 moves, their Black Blood Temple lost more than 100,000 warriors. Especially in that scene, when the Sea of Flames covered a radius of 10 miles, martial artist disciples below the Heaven Transformation realm couldn't resist at all. They screamed in the Sea of Flames and melted like a snowman, turning into piles of black ash and disappearing forever. In all directions, there were screams everywhere, and there were figures braving flames, and the scorching smell from the burning flesh permeated the entire sky. This is simply hell on earth. At this moment, the blood-robed Great Elder was completely dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, his own temple in the eastern region turned into hell. But above the sky, the man standing in the sky, with blood-red eyes and golden pupils, has a cold face, and the whole body is full of cold and biting killing intent. That figure fell into the eyes of the blood robe, as if he had seen the demon god who slaughtered the world and the mortal world. Chu Yan, I want you to die. The blood-robed great elder, who was in astonishment, suddenly woke up. His pale red eyes instantly turned bloody red, the veins on his forehead twitched violently, his figure flashed, and he rushed towards Chu Yan. #C1147 1 Punch 4 Explosions. Boom. All the cultivation bases of the blood-robed great elder exploded directly, and accompanied by the monstrous rage, the void around him was shaken to pieces as his body rushed past. The cultivation base of a high-ranking martial venerable realm powerhouse, under full force, is extremely terrifying. Behind the blood robe, several figures followed. These people all have the strength of the middle Wu Zuanjing, and they were the first group of warriors to join the Black Blood Temple. After a long time, all of them have broken through to Wu Zuanjing. However, these people, that is, some casual cultivators with ordinary talents on the mainland, are not talented warriors with powerful talents. Otherwise, how could he have joined the Black Blood Temple if he had already been involved in some powerful sect forces in the mainland? Great Elder, I'm here to kill this son. Seeing the fury of the blood robe, a middle-ranked Wu Zuanjing expert was extremely fast, and with a loud shout, he rushed to Chu Yan and shot first. Just now, he has already checked with his divine sense, and Chu Yan's cultivation is no more than the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm. How could such a cultivation be as powerful as the rumors? Although this middle-ranked martial venerable realm expert can't usually deal with warriors of the same level, and even against lower-rank martial venerable realm experts, it's a little free, but there is a world difference. Not his opponent at all. Hey, Chu Yan, you deserve to be unlucky. If I kill you, I will have a lot of credit. I may not be able to be promoted to an elder. For this middle-ranked martial artist, the sea of consciousness is full of infinite scenery after killing Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan is an ordinary warrior. Boom. A 5-color fist light pierced through the air, exploding with a deafening sonic boom. The void in front of Chu Yan's right fist sank suddenly, as if it was pressed hard by an extremely strange force. The fist is like rushing to thunder, and the sun is shining. Roar. Almost at the moment when the fist light rushed out, behind Chu Yan, a mass of white light shot up into the sky, the cracks in the void spread, and the white tiger martial spirit stepped out. A pair of golden tiger eyes swept away, and 2 golden lights shot out, falling straight into the sky. Among the 5-color fist lights of meteor breaking the world. White tiger martial soul, attack blessing. Boom. No surprises. The moment the amplifying light invested by the white tiger martial soul sank into the fist light, the speed of the 5-color fist light suddenly exploded. It was this sudden acceleration that made the grinning mid-level Wu Zuanjing powerhouse not even have a chance to make a move. The palm print in front of his right palm was still condensed, and he was rushed past by the 5-color fist light. Puff. A muffled sound came out, and the body of the middle-level Wu Zuanjing powerhouse exploded, turning into thousands of pieces of flesh and blood, and scattered in all directions. Whoosh! The fist glow rushed past the exploded corpse without any hindrance. It seemed like a meteor descending from the sky, and continued to charge forward. What? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the blood-robed great elder and the middle-ranked Wu Zuanjing powerhouses behind him were so startled that their eyeballs popped out. With one punch, he killed a middle-ranked Wu Zuanjing expert. How is this possible? Even if he possesses the secret method of the Black Blood Temple and is slightly weaker in combat power, he won't be able to be instantly killed with one move. At this moment, everyone's sea of consciousness trembled, including the blood-robed great elder, and finally began to believe that Venerable Dai really died at the hands of this Chu Yan. Not good. Just when the few people were stunned, a chilly sense of danger suddenly rose in their hearts at the same time, and when they looked up, they saw the 5-color sword that had just killed a middle-ranked Wuzuanjing expert. Fist light smashed towards them. Originally, it was not a problem for Chu Yan's punch to kill the middle-ranked martial Venerable Realm powerhouse, but Chu Yan used the White Tiger martial soul to increase the attack on the fist light. The purpose? Of course it was the powerhouses of the Black Blood Temple who were still stunned. Chu Yan knows that these arrogant Black Blood Temple powerhouses have never fought against him, so the first few moves just after the battle are the most powerful. Once they realize their strength, they should deal with them carefully, or when fighting together, if you think about punching one punch, it will be difficult. Therefore, Chu Yan punched out. Of course he wanted to expand the results of the battle. Blood Dragon over the river. Big Skylight Hand. Destroying Immortal Fist. In the next moment, the middle Wuzuanjing powerhouses around the blood robe did not dare to hesitate, and burst out with true energy, and blasted at the 5-color fist light with all their unique moves. Boom. 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 A series of attacks bombarded the 5-color fist light, causing the fist light to tremble continuously and rapidly shrink in size. However, the 5-color fist light, which had resisted several attacks, still charged like a broken bamboo. Pung bang bang bang. The fist glowed like lightning, and it was impossible to give them a second chance to strike. 5 lights streaked across, like candied gourds, one after another. The strong men of the Black Blood Temple were pierced by the fist glow, and smashed out one by one. Blood hole. Ah, ah. Under 3 consecutive screams, the 3 mid-level Wuzuanjing experts, some were blasted open their chests, some were blown away from the sea of qi, and some were directly blasted from the head, like 3 broken stones, towards the ground fell down. Okay. 4 kills. Unfortunately, 1 more will be perfect. Chu Yan stood in the void, with a happy face, and said in a low voice. How can second-rate fighters like them resist the fist light blessed by the White Tiger martial soul? With 1 punch, 4 strong men from the Black Blood Temple exploded in succession. This feels very good. And in all directions, those Black Blood Temple powerhouses who escaped from the Sea of Flames and rushed to support the blood-robed Great Elder, just happened to see the scene of 1 punch and 4 explosions, and they were all stunned in shock. Damn, how is this possible? This Chu Yan is even more terrifying than the rumors. What? 4 elders died. All the people in the Eastern Territory Temple, standing 10,000 steps away in front of Chu Yan, all looked like they had seen a ghost. Just now, those 4 middle-ranked Wuzuanjing powerhouses were blown apart with 1 punch. This Chu Yan's cultivation base is only at the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm, and the internal communication of the Black Blood Temple only said that he can fight against the middle-ranked martial Venerable Realm powerhouse. But this is not like confrontation at all. This is simply massacre. The corners of the blood robe's eyes twitched, and his eyes were as red as blood. He knew far more information than the others, so he remembered that one of the messages inside the temple said that this child was growing extremely fast. Damn, this shit is too fast. The elder in the blood robe stared at Chu Yan, and all his contempt for Chu Yan had been suppressed. Humph. Boy, it's no wonder you dare to come to my Eastern Region temple to provoke, you really have some strength. After a cold snort, the blood-robed Great Elder's consciousness transmitted sound transmission to all the strong men behind him, and he himself stepped forward, ready to do it himself. In any case, today, Chu Yan must die in the Eastern Temple. You guys from the Black Blood Temple, why are you talking so much nonsense? Chu Yan sneered, and looked at the blood robe with disdain on his face. His tone was extremely contemptuous. It's not that Chu Yan is overconfident, he just hopes that it can arouse the anger of the blood robe and make him lose his mind. In that way, killing him will be much easier. After all, Chu Yan has to face today, not just this one opponent. Ha ha ha. Crazy enough. But, I still have to die. Xie Pao laughed loudly, then his face suddenly turned cold, his true energy burst out suddenly, and he shot suddenly. Boom, boom. With a big hand, the gangster was like a tide, condensed into a bloody paw print, and grabbed Chu Yan's neck directly. #C1148 Battle Blood Robe. Although just now, Chu Yan's strength made the Blood Robe Elder no longer despise Chu Yan, but he just didn't despise him. The blood-robed Great Elder has absolute confidence in his own strength. Although I am a dignified high-ranking martial arts expert, although I can't match the fighting power of a talented warrior of the same level, I can almost crush the lower-ranking martial arts expert. Can barely beat the enemy. Therefore, in his opinion, Chu Yan, who is only a mere cultivation base in the sky-reaching realm, even if he is a proud martial artist, can be so strong, at least, he must not be his opponent. After all, the gap in cultivation base is so huge. Seeing the bloody paw prints being caught, a playful look flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. The other party really thought he was on the same level as ordinary warriors. Boom. Chu Yan breathed out, raised his right fist, and suddenly a silver fist was blasted out, directly smashed out. Without a trace of accident, the two attacks collided and exploded at the same time, turning into a sky full of energy, dissipating invisible. But that's it, I'm too lazy to play with you. After a probing move, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his true energy rose again. When he raised his hand, another silver fist print blasted out. At the same time, he grasped it with his left hand, and probing forward, it evolved into a 5-color paw print. Following closely behind the Inmong fist seal, he grabbed it straight out. In an instant, the fist print lingering in the 5-color glow was fully 100 feet high, carrying the terrifying power of a mountain-moving fist, and blasted straight at the blood-robed elder. After the fist light, there is a 5-color paw print, closely following. What? Xie Pao saw that he had used 50% of his strength to attack, but was broken, so casually, by that Chu Yan. Just now, he was stunned by the kung fu of God, and a more powerful punch came, and his face was suddenly shocked. Change. This son's combat power is stronger than imagined. A consciousness flashed in the sea of consciousness in the blood robe, and in the sea of chi, bloody waves rolled, and the true energy burst out. Daring not to be careless, the whole body's strength was pushed to the extreme, and all of it rushed to the right hand. Seeing Chu Yan's Inmong fist seal attacking, the blood-robed Great Elder will stimulate the true energy of his whole body to the peak state, and the blood-colored true energy condensed on his right hand contains terrifying fluctuations of energy, like a blood-colored the ocean, overturning the sky and the sea, blasted out fiercely. This is a bloody palm print, the moment it was taken. All the void in front of the blood-robed Great Elder turned into ashes, which is enough to see that this palm contains all the true energy and strength of his whole body, and there is no trace left. Boom, rumbling. The bloody palm print broke through the void all the way, and with the momentum of thousands of thunders rushing, it went straight to the silver fist print. All shaking. Swish. At the same time as the air exploded, in the exploding waves, a 5-color fist mark rushed out, and continued to hit the blood-robed elder with unabated momentum. What? This is impossible. Seeing that his own palm was blown away by Chu Yan's fist print, but the opponent's fist print did not completely dissipate. As a result of this attack, the eyes of the blood robe suddenly burst out, and his face changed greatly. How is it possible? How could it be so strong? The blood robe couldn't believe it at all. The cultivation of Chu Yan in front of him was really at the sky-reaching level. His strength had surpassed himself. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, the blood-robed Great Elder saw that the Inmong Fist seal was already in front of him, and he didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. In a hurry, he stretched out both palms, gushing out his true energy, and suddenly pushed them out. Boom! Boom! The two blood-colored palm prints collided with the Inmong fist that rushed 100 steps in front of him, and two waves of air exploded, scattering in all directions. Call. Seeing that the Inmong fist seal was finally broken, the tense mind of the blood-robed elder suddenly relaxed, and he let out a long breath. This one is extremely strong. It seems that we must use our whole cards. What, not good? Xuanhuan has just decided to use his unique whole card to fight Chu Yan, but at this moment, in the explosion of air that just exploded, a 5-color paw print suddenly rushed out. This claw was extremely fast, smashing layers of void all the way, blasting away all the remaining energy of the air wave, and crushing towards him. It happened suddenly, and he was completely unprepared. Even if he wanted to dodge now, it was too late. Break! Although the blood-robed Great Elder occupies a high position and has always been pampered and rarely participates in battles, he is a high-ranking martial artist after all, and his reaction speed is far superior to that of ordinary warriors. In a flash, he flipped his hand and took out a blood-colored sword. Infusing his true energy with the blade's energy, he swung the blade fiercely, and the blade's energy rushed into the night, bursting out with a blood-colored sword light that was nearly 1,000 feet long. The blade turned and lay across his chest. Boom! The 5-color paw prints collided with the sword light, and there was a loud explosion. The sword light was like crystal, and it burst into pieces in an instant, making it vulnerable to a single blow. The 5-color paw prints roared like an angry dragon, crushing the dead, like a claw of a dragon, ruthlessly grabbing at the blood-robed body shield. No. The eyes of the blood-robe were bloodshot, his face was full of horror, and the blood knife in his hand was dancing wildly, but the spirit knife without the light of the knife would not have the slightest effect at all. Bang bang bang. The next moment, the blood-robe only heard the layers of the body shield on his body exploding, and a series of gas explosions. In the blink of an eye, 5-color lights flashed in front of his eyes, and he was completely enveloped, and he had already fallen into the 5-color paw prints. Damn! The blood robe tried desperately to mobilize Qi Neodon, bursting out layers of incomparably powerful true Qi, trying to break free from the 5-color paw prints on his body, but unfortunately, the protective aura had been broken, and the 5-color paw prints were filled with majestic power, constantly rushing into his own body, stirring up the whole body's qi and blood. His true qi can't run at full strength at all. Back! In the distance, Chu Yan yelled loudly, his true energy and spiritual consciousness were aroused, and the 5-color paw prints shot towards Chu Yan with a blood-robed body. Swish! There was a sharp piercing sound, and almost in the blink of an eye, the blood robe was pulled back in front of Chu Yan, and the volley was pinched in the giant claws of Gangyuan. At this moment, the audience was dead silent. Everyone stared at this scene in horror, completely stupid. It never occurred to anyone, and no one believed it, that the chief powerhouse of the Eastern Territory Temple, the blood-cloaked Great Elder, whose cultivation had reached the upper martial venerable realm, was directly captured by a martial artist who had reached the heavenly realm after only 3 moves. This is not a dream. This is simply impossible. Shocked, the tens of thousands of strong men in the Black Blood Temple didn't even have time to rescue them, and the blood robe was taken down by the 5-color paw prints. When they tried to rescue them again, the blood robe was already in Chu Yan's hands, but they didn't dare do it again. As long as Chu Yan squeezes hard, the blood-robed body of the Great Elder of the Eastern Region Temple may not be much harder than an ordinary egg. Hiss! 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 The sound of gasping for air reverberated throughout the entire Eastern Region Temple. This Chu Yan is so strong. Monster! enchanting to an almost invincible existence. Blood robe, still not giving up. Chu Yan felt that the blood robe trapped in the paw print of Gangyuan was still struggling desperately. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth rose, and a smirk appeared on his face. Then, he squeezed hard with his big hand. #C1149 singles out one blockbuster. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth slightly raised, he raised his right hand, and squeezed it hard. Ka ka ka. The huge Gangyuan claw print, as Chu Yan clenched his right hand, contracted at the same time, and suddenly, the blood-robed elder who was held by the Gangyuan claw print, his whole face was instantly distorted, blue veins burst out, and his whole body was skeleton, sending out a series of screams. The crackling sound of bones cracking. What? A shrill scream shook the entire sky. Puff. Opening his mouth wide, the blood-robed great elder spat out a mouthful of dirty blood, which was mixed with some internal organs. Just this time, the blood-robe's body was seriously injured. Although as a martial artist with a cultivation level of Wuzuanjing, this level of physical damage is not enough to be fatal, as long as a high-grade golden elixir can be recovered in a few days, but in a short period of time, he completely loses the ability to move, including using infuriating and the ability to perform martial arts. To put it simply, the blood-robed great elder who was caught by Chu Yan has become a useless person in a short period of time. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and the entire Eastern Temple was silent. In all directions, more and more Black Blood Temple powerhouses escaped from the sea of flames of the Suzaku Emperor fire. The strength of these people is basically above the half-step martial venerable realm, otherwise, it would be impossible to rush out of the large-scale sea of flames come out. In less than a few breaths, the number of powerhouses gathered in Chu Yan's Eastern Region Temple has exceeded nearly 100,000. However, these people were all gathered around Chu Yan, and no one dared to act recklessly. On the one hand, they were shocked by Chu Yan's monster-level combat power. Don't dare to mess around. According to the rules of the Black Blood Temple, if the blood-robed elder is the head of the Eastern Temple, if he is killed by Chu Yan, then all the powerful members of the Eastern Temple will be punished. And that kind of punishment, just thinking about it, makes their hair stand on end, and makes them shudder. Chu Yan, let our great elder go. Boy, let go of the great elder, or die. Chu Yan. As long as you let go of the blood-robed great elder, we can let you go. Yes, I promise not to chase you down. Several strong men from the Black Blood Temple stepped out of the crowd and shouted at Chu Yan. Their meaning is very clear, as long as Chu Yan is willing to release the blood-robed elder, they can stop doing anything to Chu Yan. And even the matter that Chu Yan just killed millions of disciples of the Black Blood Temple, they don't need to pursue it. Regardless of what these strong men of the Black Blood Temple said, true or false, but when their words reached Chu Yan's ears, they only got a murderous sneer. Hee hee. Until now, you haven't figured out the situation yet. Hearing the words of the powerful men of the Black Blood Temple, Chu Yan couldn't help but sneered. It turned out that they still didn't understand what they were doing in the Eastern Region Temple today. All, people from the Black Blood Temple, all die. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan sneered coldly, turned his hands over at the same time, poured a bottle of Jiuxiao golden pill into his mouth in his left hand, a cold light flashed in his right hand, and the Shijue sword emitted a dazzling cold light, and its sharp aura swept across the entire world. Field. Haotian sword, come out. Suzaku Emperor fire, burn it for me. The roar was earth-shattering. Chu Yan put the blood robe directly into the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, shook the 10 swords in his hand, the sharp sword light, shining in the void, the sword energy rushed into the night, agitated 10,000 steps around, and the endless sword light flowed down. Chu Yan with a flash of Yan's figure, holding a long sword, he rushed directly to the crowd of warriors on the opposite side. Hurrah! In midair, Suzaku martial soul opened its mouth wide, and pillars of emperor fire rolled and twisted, turning into fire tornadoes, rushing in all directions, wings fanning wildly. Large waves of fire, like huge waves shot out, swept the audience. Whoosh! Surrounded by the mighty flames, Chu Yan's 10 swords erupted completely, and with a wave of his hand, a large swath of sword light slashed out, turning into a storm of sword shadows, attacking the crowd of warriors straight. Laugh! 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 The sword light soared into the sky, blood sprayed, endless screams rang out, bloody arrows shot wildly, corpses and broken limbs scattered in all directions. A feast of massacre covering the entire mountain range instantly kicked off. Roar! The eyes of the white tiger martial spirit were like golden lightning, sweeping across the audience. The tiger's body several hundred feet high turned and rushed directly to the ground. Tom! Tom! A huge white tiger as high as a small mountain landed heavily, and a dozen ordinary disciples of the Black Blood Temple were trampled into a mass of rotten meat under their feet. Boom! The tiger's paw, the size of a small house, was lifted up and pressed down heavily, and every time it landed, more than a dozen ordinary disciples of the Black Blood Temple who had fled were trampled into powder. The building it hit, regardless of its height, collapsed instantly and turned into ruins. And high in the sky, with the cooperation of the Suzaku martial soul, Chu Yan started a battle with nearly 100,000 strong men from the Black Blood Temple. There are sword lights everywhere, and seas of fire everywhere. The Haoyan sword is invisible in the void. Every time it appears, it will take away the lives of hundreds of Wu Zuanjing experts. Die! 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 Chu Yan held the 10 absolute sword. His eyes were blood red, his golden pupils were shining brightly, and his makeup was like a madman. When he waved his hand, the light of the sword was like a moon, sweeping past, and dozens of Wu Zuanjing warriors were cut into two in an instant. At the beginning, tens of thousands of fighters from the Black Blood Temple still wanted to use the advantage of numbers to surround Chu Yan. Yes, it is the siege. Because the great elder Xuanhuan is still in the hands of Chu Yan, these strong Wu Zuanjing dare not hit hard at all, for fear of accidentally hurting the great elder Xuanhuan. In that case, even if he kills Chu Yan, he will still die. In less than 10 breaths, the berserk attacks of Chu Yan and Suzaku martial soul were like thunder strikes, and those powerful people in the Eastern Temple who fantasized about suppressing Chu Yan by their numbers were instantly killed. Senseless. Wherever Chu Yan and the Suzaku martial soul, who was more than 800 feet tall, passed, a large number of corpses either fell to the ground like dumplings, or turned into a piece of black ash. It turned out that most of the fighters here rushed out of the sea of flames on the ground, thinking that Emperor Suzaku's fire was nothing more than that, but when those pillars of fire and waves of fire shot at them, they found that their body-protecting energy could no longer resist. Fuck me, run away. Oh my god, it's terrible. He is a devil, he is not human at all. Go. If you don't go, everyone will die. In less than 20 breaths, more than 8,000 strong men died in the hands of Chu Yan, and more than 30,000 warriors died under Suzaku Emperor fire. In a short period of time, nearly 100,000 martial arts experts lost 30% of their value. The rest of the more than 60,000 strong men were scared out of their wits, screaming again and again, and fled in all directions. Agreed. Tens of thousands of Wu Zuanjing experts were hunted down with a sword by a boy who was cultivated at the heavenly reaching realm. However, they dare not fight back. As long as someone dares to gather together and prepare to join forces to attack him, he will wave his hand and summon the blood-robed Great Elder, like a shield, to block in front of him. When you reverse the attack with all your strength, and withdraw your attack, there will be a flashing sword light in front of you, slashing straight. There's no need to fight at all. Besides, the anger can make me vomit blood. In this case, besides running away, is there any other option? However, Chu Yan, who is like killing gods, will let them escape. #C1150 Little Master, you are too fierce. The tens of thousands of powerhouses in the Eastern Region Temple, who were chased by Chu Yan holding a sword, were all suffocated by Chu Yan's shameless fight, and almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. There is no other way but to escape. However, Chu Yan, who made up his mind to kill the entire Eastern Region Temple, would never give them any possibility of escape. Wuhun, come out. With a loud shout, above Chu Yan's head, the entire sky suddenly darkened. The sky with a radius of nearly 10 miles was instantly covered by a large black shadow. The sky filled with voids, trembled violently at first, and then exploded with a loud bang. A terrifying figure with a size of nearly 10 miles stepped out of the shattered void. 5-star Xuanhu Emperor. Roar. The dragon's head is facing the sky, and it makes a loud dragon's voice, and the sound is like a tide, rushing to all directions. Xuanhu, suppress it for me. Chu Yan took out 3 bottles of Jiuxiao golden pill again, and when the Xuanhu soul appeared and everyone looked up in horror, he quickly replenished the infuriating energy in his body that was consumed like a flood. Simultaneously summoned 3 divine beast martial souls, 2 10-star and 1 5-star, and the 5-star basalt martial soul is like a mountain range covering an area of 10 miles. It alone consumes the 2 divine beast martial souls, White Tiger and Suzaku. The sum of infuriating. Boom, rumbling. Following Chu Yan's roar, Xuanhu's soul sent out a shocking dragon's breath, and then, black light burst out all over his body, and he lowered his head slowly, with endless imperial power, towards the powerful men of the Black Blood Temple who were fleeing downwards, under heavy pressure. The body is 10 miles away, covering the sky and the sun, as if a black sky is falling. Wherever the body of the Xuanhu Wuhun passed, all the void was crushed and shattered continuously. Those strong men of the Eastern Region Temple, who originally wanted to escape through the cracks in the void, looked at the Xuanhu Wuhun falling like the sky above their heads. Hun found that the void crack that he had just torn open collapsed directly, and suddenly, countless faces turned into a piece of shit green. Damn it, what is this? The sky is falling. It's over, there is no escape. Damn it. Damn, what is this? A mountain. It's over. The void is completely crushed. In everyone's sea of consciousness, there was only a flash of consciousness. In the sky, the Xuanhu Emperor, who was like a mountain, fell like a mountain and the sky, smashing his head and covering the ground. The Holy Ones. Boom, rumbling. In an instant, in the eyes of countless pairs of despair, Emperor Xuanhu fell, and landed heavily on the ground. Under his body, there were countless groups of figures of various colors bursting out to protect his body. Of the tens of thousands of strong men from the Black Blood Temple, less than 1,000 can escape within 10 miles. These Black Blood Temple powerhouses who had escaped by chance turned around and looked behind them, their faces were dull, and even their souls were stagnant. I saw that the continent in front of me trembled violently, tens of thousands of warriors were pushed back to the ground, all kinds of screams were earth-shattering, and there was a shadow of hell. Swish! A large piece of black light rose from the body of Emperor Xuanhu, which turned into a stream of light, shot towards Chu Yan in the air, and disappeared into his body. After it left, a large number of warriors on the ground wailed and struggled, got up tremblingly from the ground, and looked at Chu Yan with horror. Although the attack of the Xuanhu Wuhun prevented most of the warriors from the Black Blood Temple from escaping, the attack of the Wuhun on the warriors was extremely weak, so the move of the Xuanhu Wuhun only suppressed most of them. Fell to the ground, but did not kill many people, most of them were broken bones and broken bodies. However, the deterrent effect of this move is far greater than the actual damage, so now, on the ground, whether standing or lying down, all the warriors of the Eastern Region Temple are all shattered, and there is no one else can generate fighting spirit. Their martial arts was completely destroyed. Terrible. This guy named Chu Yan is really terrifying. Is that human being? Absolutely not. He must have been sent by the gods to destroy the world. Call out. Call out. Call out. Just when everyone was stunned in shock and chills were blowing out of their bodies, a sword light rushed out from nowhere in the sky, across the sky, and flew across the sky in the distance, drawing countless streaks of incomparable flashes. Bright silver sword light. And every time the sword light flashes, several balls of blood light will explode. Looking up, it looks like a piece of the most beautiful fireworks exploding in the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another, corpses fell from the sky. Thousands of powerhouses from the Eastern Region Temple, who had just escaped from the pressure of Emperor Xuanhuan, all died under the Haotian divine weapon. Hey, well, let's continue. Looking at the corpses falling down from the sky like dumplings, Chu Yan raised the corner of his mouth lightly, with a cruel grin, shook the 10 absolute sword in his hand, and sneered. As soon as the words landed, the air in the audience suddenly became cold. When everyone saw the smirk on Chu Yan's face, they immediately felt an incomparably cold air rising from the bottom of their hearts, which made everyone tremble suddenly, and their whole bodies felt like they were falling into an ice cellar. Continue. What to continue? Could it be? Damn. He's going to kill again, run away. The devil. He is a demon. It's too scary, who will save us? Following Chu Yan's figure, it turned into a black electric light and rushed towards the crowd on the ground. Everyone only felt their scalps explode suddenly, and a thick dead air rose from the bottom of their hearts, and even their souls were scared away. Give it all to me, die. With just a frightening kung fu, Chu Yan has already rushed into the crowd. Facing these frightened and damaged second-rate warriors, the 10 absolute sword in Chu Yan's hand is like the blade of death, harvesting endless fresh life. The figure passed by, like a big ball of sword light, pushing forward, like a meat grinder, setting off a large piece of flesh and blood. Ah! Aha! There were sharp screams one after another, and a so-called master of the Black Blood Temple fell down in pieces like a wheat field under a scythe. Call out. Under the sky, a meteor-like light flashed, and the Haotian divine soldier traveled through the void, with endless sharpness and coldness, instantly killed Chu Yan, and joined the action of harvesting life. Massacre. There was no decent resistance at all. The tens of thousands of strong men of the Black Blood Temple were like pigs and dogs in front of Chu Yan. They could do nothing except spray blood and offer their lives. His eyes were blood red, and his golden pupils were shining. Chu Yan seemed to be the master of the world, wantonly harvesting the lives of all damned people. At this very moment, above the 10,000 feet high sky of the East Pole mountain range, a petite figure shoots from a distance. The speed was as fast as a flash of purple lightning. In the blink of an eye, it went from the horizon to the sky above the slaughtering hell. This person was chasing after Chu Yan and was ordered by Donghuang Tianyi to protect Chu Yan. Yao Yi. However, when he finally caught up with Chu Yan, he was hanging high in the sky, and at a glance, his entire face turned green, the corners of his eyes twitched wildly, and his lips trembled constantly. Damn, little master, you are too fierce. 0. Hashtag C115100,000 corpses. Yao Yi had just rushed to the battlefield, and after just taking a look, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. I saw that within tens of miles of the Eastern Territory Temple, one person, one tiger and one sword were harvesting the lives of tens of millions of people. Moreover, in the sky, there is a terrifying divine bird that makes Xiaoya feel the demonic aura trembling in its body, spouting endless sea of flames, turning those ordinary disciples who escaped from the Eastern Region Temple into a large piece of ashes. When Yaoya's consciousness swept across the ground and saw a white tiger beast that looked like a hill, he was so frightened that his soul almost jumped out of his body. Damn it, divine beast, the martial soul of the little master is actually a divine beast. And, give me 2 Nimas. If it wasn't for Yao Ye's Xiaodao cultivation base, which has reached the half-step martial emperor realm, and is about to break away from the shackles of the heavens, I am afraid that just the breath of the 2 great beasts, the white tiger and the Suzaku, can directly cripple Yao Yi. Hiss. It's terrible, it's terrible. Yao Ye looked at the scene on the ground and was completely dumbfounded. Every time the gigantic white tiger martial spirit falls, a large number of fighters will be turned into flesh, and every time it collides, buildings and palaces will be reduced to ruins. That scene was too violent, so barbaric. And the Suzaku in the sky, like a vulcan, spewed out fire tornadoes continuously, sweeping towards the crowd, and flapping out waves of fire with its wings, towards the crowd. The killing speed was staggering. And the little master, Chu Yan, holds a spirit sword, and a spirit sword hangs high beside him, forming 2 sword shadow light balls, rushing around on the ground. The light of the sword shadow light ball is full of blood and minced meat. Fly. The scene in front of him completely overturned Yao Ye's understanding of Chu Yan, and even his own worldview of the Yao Dao was collapsing. One person massacred tens of millions of warriors. How did this happen? This kind of ability should only be possessed by those in the martial emperor realm. However, this is an important branch of the Black Blood Temple. How could it be possible that there is no strong man guarding it, allowing the young master to slaughter like this? Damn. Fighting, how can there be no me? The next moment, Yao Yi, who quickly calmed down from her horror, looked at the blood and killing in front of her eyes, and the fighting spirit in her heart was infinitely stimulated. The demon blood in the body instantly became hot. Swish. Turning into a purple-blue electric light, Yao Ye's whole body exploded with monster energy, heading straight towards the ground. Little master, here I come. Roar. Tom. The petite figure fell to the ground, but it turned into a green bull monster with a height of 100 feet. The 4 hooves of the cow stepped on the ground, and the ground exploded layer by layer, spreading out like a spider's web. Roar. The barbaric bull, which is hundreds of feet tall, went crazy, extremely terrifying. The bull's head was drooping, its 4 hooves were flying, and the cyan-colored demonic aura of the bull burst out, making it impossible for anyone below the martial emperor realm to get close to him. Yao Ye mad cow. The bull's head passed by, people turned their backs, there was no enemy at all, they were hit by the bull's horns and bull's head, they turned into countless pieces of corpses, like a goddess scattered flowers, scattered in all directions. Ha ha ha, enjoyable. Come again. After Yao Ye rushed through the dense crowd, he turned around abruptly, and charged wildly again. Without a few back and forth, the dense crowd was plowed out of several thick sidewalks. With the addition of Yao Ye, the speed of massacre of the Eastern Region Temple has greatly increased. Soon, nearly 10,000 buildings were smashed into by the White Tiger martial spirit, coupled with continuous shooting and pumping, all of them were reduced to ruins. When they turned around, the White Tiger martial spirit also joined the ranks of massacres. This killing feast lasted for half an hour. The entire Eastern Temple was reduced to ruins. The first to be massacred were tens of thousands of warriors at the martial venerable realm. Afterwards, those warriors who were below the heavenly reaching realm were killed or injured at an even faster rate. Of the tens of millions of disciples of the Black Blood Temple, less than 1 million escaped, and the rest turned into mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and were permanently lost in the extreme East Mountain Range. Tens of millions of corpses turned the ground in a radius of 10 miles into red and muddy, with no insteps. Suzaku, White Tiger, take it. Standing with a sword in his hand, Chu Yan's bloody eyes and golden pupils swept across the audience. After confirming that there was no one left alive, the blood in his eyes gradually faded away, and with his divine sense, he recalled the two divine beast martial souls to the sea of consciousness. Swish! With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan took out a bottle of golden elixir and threw it to Yao Yi. At the same time, he also took out a bottle, took the 9 profound golden elixirs, crossed his legs directly on the endless sea of corpses and blood, and began to restore his true self. Gas. Ha ha ha, it's so fun to kill. Don't we go? Yao Yi laughed wildly, seeing Chu Yan throwing a bottle of golden elixir, and sitting cross-legged. His face was startled, and he asked involuntarily. Let's go? How can so many corpses be wasted? Chu Yan glanced at Yao Yi, grinned lightly, and then ignored him and began to meditate. Holding the golden elixir in Yao Yi's hand, she was not in a hurry to adjust her breath to recover, but her face froze. She dispersed all her spiritual consciousness, flocked in all directions, and began to help Chu Yan protect the law. The Dongji Mountains, which had been noisy for a long time, finally calmed down gradually. Except for the pungent bloody smell that filled the sky and made people tremble, it seemed that nothing had happened, and there was silence. After half a stick of incense time, Chu Yan, who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes, and shot out 2 rays of light. The next moment, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, with a weird smile on his face. Suzaku, come out. With a soft drink, behind Chu Yan, the fiery red Suzaku mythical beast broke through the air, and soared towards the sky above Jiuxiao. Chirp. The loud and clear chirping sound was like a turbulent wave, breaking away the spiritual clouds in the sky, and a fiery red sun shot straight into the sky, just like the rising sun. Whirring whirring. The next moment, in the sky 10,000 feet high, Suzaku martial soul began to use the method of burning the sky, and a large sea of flames, like the Milky Way, poured down towards the mortal world. The condescending sea of flames swept across the sky and the earth, covering the mountains more than a dozen miles below. The sea of flames surged like a river, and wherever it passed, the bloody smell in the sky was completely burned up. Immediately afterwards, a sea of flames descended from the sky, turning Chu Yan's 10-mile radius into a world of flames. Hurrah! The sea of flames rolled and rushed in all directions. After being swallowed by the flames, all the blood of the corpses quickly turned into endless black ash. Following the power of the flames, they rushed to the sky. In less than a blink of an eye, large pieces of black ash gathered together, like a cloud, covering the sky and the sun, completely covering the entire sky. Immediately afterwards, from Chu Yan's body, the 5-color true chi rushes out, the Rakshasa Wuji divine art runs, the divine consciousness communicates with the Suzaku martial soul above the sky, and the burning of corpses and refining chi begins. Boom, boom, boom. On the burning land, a large piece of pure blood energy visible to the naked eye rose into the sky, like a long bloody river, rushing towards the Suzaku martial soul in the sky. These chi and blood, after being tempered by Suzaku martial soul, poured into Chu Yan's head like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. The moment an incomparably huge amount of pure chi and blood rushed into his body, although Chu Yan had been mentally prepared, his eyes were still slammed fiercely by the impact. Great! I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Chu Yan's expression brightened immediately, without the slightest hesitation. He calmed down, ran the Rakshasa promise art with all his strength, and began to try to break through the bottleneck of cultivation. #C1152 wholeheartedly. With a large mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and the effect of burning corpses to refine chi, the horror is extremely terrifying. The pure chi and blood like the great river of the Yangtze River rushed into Chu Yan's body, along the meridians in the body, gathered into a raging flood peak, and rushed towards the sea of chi. Boom, boom. The terrifying wave of pure chi and blood rushed into the sea of chi, setting off a huge wave, like a roaring beast tide. It didn't need to be guided at all, and it directly hit the bottleneck of Chu Yan's cultivation with the momentum of destruction. Boom. Chu Yan's eyes froze fiercely, and his body trembled suddenly. He only felt his sea of qi, as if he was crossing rivers and seas, and the earth was shaking. However, it wasn't long before the breakthrough, and the strength of the cultivation base at the early stage of the 9th layer of the Tongtian realm was directly washed away, and it was impossible to stop the impact of the peak of energy and blood transformed by burning corpses and refining energy. With a bang, the 16 inner alchemy in the Sea of Qi were running wildly, and Chu Yan's cultivation level soared like a rocket. In the early days of the 9 heavens of the Tongtian realm. In the middle of the 9 heavens of the Tongtian realm. The late stage of the 9 heavens of the Tongtian realm. In less than 100 breaths, the continuous and violent tide of qi and blood directly pushed Chu Yan's cultivation base to the late stage of the 9th heavenly heaven realm. No. The cultivation of the physical body is not enough. Chu Yan, who was in the process of cultivation, stared fiercely at the sight of the bottle strength of the next level of cultivation. Facing such a terrifying wave of qi and blood, he stood still like the great wall of thousands of miles, firmly blocking the wave of qi and blood. Shock. In this case, it is the phenomenon that the realm of the physical body is not enough, which leads to the inability to quickly improve the realm of cultivation. During this period of time, Chu Yan's cultivation base has improved too fast, but he has not cultivated the physical realm well, so this result will occur. If Chu Yan forcibly breaks through, although he spends several times more energy, blood and energy to attack, he can certainly break through, but this method is exactly the same as the Black Blood Temple's cultivation secret method. Crazy improvement regardless of the consequences, as long as it leads to a continuous decline in combat power, and it will have an incomparably huge impact on the future improvement of cultivation and martial arts. So. At this moment, Chu Yan just thought about it for a while, and guided it without hesitation, guiding the qi and blood frenzy in the sea of qi, and scattered it towards the meridians of the whole body and the physical body. Roar. With a terrifying roar, behind Chu Yan, a Rakshasa phantom with a height of several hundred feet burst out, with a golden fork in his hand, releasing thousands of golden rays, illuminating the entire world. The next moment, the wings of the Suzaku martial soul fluttered, and the endless energy and blood of its soul body began to pour into the Rakshasa phantom. Hum. 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 Infused with such a powerful frenzy of pure qi and blood, even the 100-foot-tall Rakshasa phantom trembled suddenly, and then the whole body burst into black light, and a large cloud of black gas poured into Chu Yan's body below. At the same time, the golden fork held by the right hand of Rakshasa phantom is also a restrained golden light, which turns into a beam and shoots at Chu Yan's body. When the first ray of black gas cloud and the light of the golden fork entered Chu Wei's body, Chu Yan's whole body suddenly swelled up. With such a powerful force, it would take 2 or 3 months if he practiced it normally. But now, the flesh and blood of the whole body is rapidly soaring in a very short period of time. Zizizi. On the skin on the body, strips of golden streamlines are constantly looming, wandering around outside Chu Yan's body, colliding with each other, and merging into one. It doesn't take long for Chu Yan's entire body to be golden, like a golden body. Chu Yan carefully controlled these powers, and flowed rapidly along the operation route of Rakshasa Promise. During this process, Chu Yan could clearly feel that the meridians, bones, muscles, and even every inch of flesh and blood in his body were opening their mouths, frantically devouring these forces. And in this rapid devouring, they are also rapidly strengthening. The Rakshasa Promise art has a heaven-defying and terrifying effect. Just talking about the method of body training is terrifying in the entire Haotian continent. Among the exercises used by body training martial artists, none of them can surpass Rakshasa. The promise. The power of divine art, the more you practice it to the later stage, the more terrifying it will be. At this moment, Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was undergoing radical changes all over his body. The endless mountain of corpses and sea of blood around them were incinerated by the Suzaku Emperor fire, turned into pure blood, tempered by Suzaku's soul, and then poured into the Rakshasa phantom, absorbed by the Rakshasa phantom, and then turned into the Rakshasa true chi that lifted the physical body entered Chu Yan's body. This extremely powerful triangular balance relationship allows Chu Yan to absorb it unscrupulously, without worrying about the problem of chi and blood drying up. Moreover, Chu Yan threw all the strong corpses collected in the Rakshasa space into the sea of flames in front of him. Such a perfect training place, such a perfect training time, is also extremely rare for Chu Yan. The speed of Shinjue practice is extremely terrifying, but Chu Yan is very clear that the importance of improving the foundation of the physical body is even far beyond the improvement of the realm of cultivation. Just like today's battle, I slaughtered tens of thousands of Wu Zuanjing experts with my own strength. Each of these powerful men from the Black Blood Temple surpassed him in cultivation, but they couldn't resist even half a move in front of him. What is the reason? It is because the warriors of the Black Blood Temple rely on secret techniques to crazily improve their cultivation realm, regardless of the importance of martial arts and physical foundation. Of course Chu Yan would not do such a thing of killing chickens and taking eggs, and self-proclaimed the way of martial arts. In the silent Dongji Mountains, as Chu Yan fell into deep cultivation, it seemed that even time had froze. Chu Yan, like an old monk sitting still, has golden and black air lingering all over his body, and the aura on his body is slowly rising. Although this kind of improvement speed seems to be very slow, it is really possible to cross the huge gap between the cultivation bases of Tongtian realm and martial venerable realm, compared to the bottleneck of the cultivation base regardless of the cost and regardless of the impact. Today, Chu Yan's goal is not only to break through his cultivation, but to try to directly break through to the martial venerable realm. Break through two realms of cultivation at once. In the face of such a terrifying tide of chi and blood, this kind of breakthrough may not be easier for warriors of the same level, but for Chu Yan, who has 16 inner alchemy and has improved his body cultivation base at the same time, but extremely difficult. However, once he breaks through, Chu Yan will directly step into the ranks of warriors in the martial venerable realm. From that moment on, under the martial emperor realm, who else is his opponent besides the Tianjiao warriors? Yao Yi has been guarding Chu Yan's side all the time. Her spiritual consciousness is tense. She has a panoramic view of the situation within 1,000 miles, and carefully protects Chu Yan. The appearance of the soaring Rakshasa just now scared Yao Yi a lot, but, after all, he is a half-step martial emperor realm powerhouse, and soon, Yao Yi discovered that Chu Yan has now entered an extremely important cultivation pass position. At this time I decided not to make a mistake, let alone let anyone or anything affect Chu Yan. Therefore, Yao Yi did not practice breathing adjustment, but occasionally swallowed a 9-profound golden pill, allowing the medicinal power to dissipate in the body, slowly recovering the power of the demon energy in the body. Now, everything is more important than Chu Yan's cultivation. #C1153 Impact. The silent mountains, except for the blazing sound of the flames, are silent. But everything is going on quietly under this silence, and the time has become lighter. Chu Yan, who was immersed in cultivation, did not waste a single breath of time, precious every chi and blood transformed by burning corpses and refining chi, and improved his own strength. The endless flames obscured the view, but if you just zoom in, you will see a figure sitting cross-legged while the area of the sea of flames shrinks, and beside him, Yao Yi, who is fully on guard. For a whole night, Chu Yan did not stop practicing, like an old monk in meditation, sitting cross-legged, motionless as a mountain. Pure chi and blood from all directions were still gathering towards Suzaku martial soul, and then poured into Chu through the Rakshasa phantom. In Yan's body, the meridians, bones, and flesh of the whole body are tempered. Dazzling golden brilliance circulated continuously on Chu Yan's body, and even the Rakshasa phantom behind him shone with a faint dark golden light. However, in the dead and silent mountain range, no one saw this scene except Yao Yi. Time goes by minute, from sunrise to sunset, in the blink of an eye, another day passes. At this time, the Sea of Flames nearly 10 miles away has shrunk by 90%. Except for the mountains of corpses around Chu Yan's body, which are still burning slowly, all other places have turned into a piece of white ground. At this time, Chu Yan, the Raksha Wuji divine art, has broken through to the 36th heaven, and has raised a full 7 physical realms. At the same time, at this time, he has just broken through the next cultivation bottleneck. Half-step to martial venerable realm. 1 foot into the realm of Wuhun, Chu Yan did not stop. According to his speculation, the corpses of the warriors around are not enough under his continuous rocket-like promotion. To break through the half-step martial venerable realm and enter the initial cultivation base of the lower martial venerable realm, one needs unimaginable true energy. However, Chu Yan is not in a hurry, nor does he have any irritable emotions. In the Rakshasa space, Chu Yan separated out a piece of divine consciousness, and has broken all the stored jade charms around, collecting the spirit stones, primordial crystals, and other resources that can provide him with cultivation and improvement. The Yuanjing reserves of tens of millions of people can make Suzaku Dihua explode again, and that time will be the key to Chu Yan's impact on Wu Zuanjing's cultivation base. At this very moment, Chu Yan was calm and relaxed, as if he could not feel the time of cultivation. His body remained motionless, and he was consolidating the foundation of his cultivation that had just broken through to the half-step martial venerable realm, making preparations for the final sprint to the real martial venerable realm. Hurrah! As Chu Yan's state continued to climb to the peak, the breath around his body surged crazily. Chu Yan has black hair fluttering like the wind, and there is even a faint golden brilliance flowing between the hair strands. Chu Yan is very relieved about Yaoya, and completely gave up perception of the surrounding situation, and adjusted the state of the physical body and soul with all his heart, consolidating the foundation, consolidating the inner alchemy, and feeling the constant changes in the body, becoming more and more tyrannical the power of. Silent mountains, the sun is setting, and another night is coming. Martial artist practice is boring, but to achieve the supreme pinnacle of martial arts, every martial artist repeats this boring practice every day, and has no feeling for the rising sun and moon setting. Soon, another night passed. The aura around Chu Yan was so condensed to the limit, so thick that it was terrifying. Even Yao Yi took 10 steps back without knowing it. Swish! After an unknown amount of time, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and a ray of doubt appeared on his face. The reason why he suddenly woke up from his practice was not external factors, but the position of his brow. That 9-color spiritual seal, for the first time, began to absorb the pure true energy in his body. This spiritual seal. Chu Yan murmured suspiciously, turned his head slowly, and looked at Yao Yi. He clearly remembered that when he saw Yao Yi for the first time, there was the same 9-color spiritual seal on the center of his eyebrows. As for his spiritual seal, Chu Yan never knew when it existed, and he even rarely felt it. Hey! This spirit seal seems to have something to do with the Holy Spirit pattern. The next moment, Chu Yan's spiritual sense reached towards the 9-colored spiritual seal on his brow, but at the moment when his divine sense touched the 9-colored spiritual seal, the Holy Spirit mark, which had been low-key and silent in the sea of consciousness, suddenly burst into light. Tens of thousands of golden lights were radiated, completely reflecting Chu Yan's entire sea of consciousness world into a golden ocean. However, as long as Chu Yan's consciousness withdraws from the 9-color spirit seal and the Holy Spirit pattern on the brow, it will gradually restore calm. Forget it, don't care about it, let's improve your cultivation first. Chu Yan turned his mind and ignored the Holy Spirit pattern and the 9-colored spirit pattern between the eyebrows. His consciousness sank into the sea of Qi and began to prepare for the final breakthrough. Swish swish swish. With a wave of his hand, in the Rakshasa space, large pieces of Lingshi, Yuanshi, and Yuanjing surged out like hailstones, and began to pile up in front of Chu Yan. The surrounding Suzaku Emperor fire has only a flame range of about 10,000 paces, and the last few corpses are about to be burned up. And if Chu Yan wants to hit the cultivation base of Wuzuanjing, he can rely on all the spar reserves in the Rakshasa space. If I can break through to the martial venerable realm, when I kill the main hall of the Black Blood Temple, I'll see who can stop me. Chu Yan's eyes flickered coldly, and his whole body was full of killing intent, he said coldly. Tongtian realm and martial venerable realm are two completely different levels, just like Xiantian realm to true martial realm. These are the two most important watersheds in the journey of martial Dao. Once breaking through to Wuzuanjing, all of Chu Yan's abilities will be improved, and even Wuhun will have huge benefits. At that time, with the majestic and terrifying cultivation of true energy, Chu Yan's grasp of the martial soul will be more subtle, and his other golden alchemy master can also refine higher-grade golden pills. Thinking of all the benefits of breaking through to Wuzuanjing, Chu Yan's blood boiled all over his body. He took a deep breath and glanced at Yaoya, who was dedicated to protecting the law. This time, if I can't break through, I will take out everything in the Rakshasa space and burn it. Chu Yan glanced at the 5 hills, piled up like mountains, composed of Lingshi, Yuanshi, and Yuanjing. He gritted his teeth and said, "Call." Raising his hand and flicking it, the Suzaku Emperor Hua in his palm rushed out like a fireball, drawing a fire track in the air, and instantly landed on a pile of Yuanjing in the distance. Boom! In the next moment, the Suzaku Emperor fire instantly ignited and spread rapidly, covering the entire Yuanjing hill. Crash! A large number of Yuanjing melted quickly, turning into the purest aura in the world, and drifting towards the Suzaku martial soul in midair. Like a Milky Way, composed of colorful light spots, it quickly connects the Yuanjing volcano with the Suzaku martial soul in midair. Immediately afterwards, Suzaku martial soul trembled, pouring the extremely pure spiritual power of heaven and earth into Chu Yan's body. A breakthrough in Wuzuanjing's cultivation has officially begun. #C1154 Dangerous Situation. At this time, Chu Yan, after 3 days of cultivation, has reached the peak state, whether it is physical cultivation or martial arts foundation. Although Tsung hurriedly consumed a lot of true energy in order to be faster, it greatly saved the time it took to consolidate the foundation. That is to say, the current Chu Yan is ready. He only needs to gather all the spiritual power transformed by the Yuanjing, and launch an impact towards the unbreakable Wuzuanjing cultivation base bottleneck, and it is possible to directly break through to Wuzuanjing. However, Chu Yan knew that the 5 Yuanjing hills in front of him might not be enough. Therefore, this time Chu Yan must not be impatient, he needs to accumulate continuously, and wait until all the true energy has expanded to the limit, and then send out a shocking impact and breakthrough in one fell swoop. Otherwise, as before, the continuous collision cultivation base bottle strength, it is very possible to waste a great opportunity. Call. After taking a long breath, Chu Yan calmed down slowly, and fell into deep cultivation again. The mountains in all directions became silent again. In addition to a hill-like pile of Yuanjing like a bonfire soaring into the sky, there was also Yao Yi, who suddenly frowned slightly. Time passed quickly, and Chu Yan, who was in the midst of cultivation, forgot everything, seemed to be one with the world, and waited patiently. 1 breath, 10 breaths, 100 breaths. When the time slowly passed to the morning of the 5th day, there was finally a trace of movement in the silent mountains. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beyond the distant horizon, 2 figures in black robes stood with their hands behind their backs, striding across the sky. Huh! That Chu Yan is still there. The 2 elders of the Black Blood Temple stopped in the sky 50 miles away from Chu Yan, their faces changed slightly, and they looked at the figure sitting cross-legged in the mountains and among the large ruins. Humph! How dare you destroy our eastern region temple and still not escape? The other elder, with a livid face, snorted coldly. This kid is crazy. We received news from people who fled back from the Eastern Territory Temple. It took half a day to start again. It has been 5 full days now. This Chu Yan is really arrogant. Hey! He seems to be breaking through his cultivation base. The face of the headed elder suddenly changed, his consciousness suddenly protruded, and he moved towards where Chu Yan was, shrouded away. Yes. That's right, he is really breaking through his cultivation, ha ha ha, God, help my temple. The elder next to him laughed wildly. Now is the best time to kill him. As long as he dares to do it, he may go crazy at any time and reverse his true energy. This is definitely a golden opportunity. But, just the two of us, if that Chu Yan goes crazy, we are not necessarily his opponents. Another elder, with a hesitant face, said worriedly. What you said makes sense. In this way, let's send a message to let the nearby temple belong, come here quickly. The elder in the lead, with twinkling eyes, quickly made a decision. Yes, we will notify the nearby Wuzuanjing disciples to besiege and kill Chu Yan together. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. After saying that, the two took out a black jade talisman at the same time, and struck out a series of divine senses. The next moment, the black jade talisman burst into light, and waves of silent messages from thousands of miles away swept out in all directions. On the ground, Yao Ye's face was serious, and he naturally saw the two elders of the Black Blood Temple. There is no need to guess, these two people must be the strong men of the Black Blood Temple who were attracted by the escaped disciples of the Eastern Region Temple. But now, Chu Yan is cultivating with all his energy and cannot be disturbed at all. Humph. You're looking for death, give it a try, I won't beat you to death. Although Yao Ye's face was solemn, he didn't show any trace of fear, but he shouted at the Black Blood Temple 50 miles away, and uttered 2 voice transmissions from his spiritual consciousness, and he hummed again. Although the injuries in his body have not fully recovered, in the past 5 days, he has swallowed no less than 10 bottles of golden pills from Chu Yan, and coupled with the tyrannical body of the spirit beast, he has also recovered 7 or 88. As a half-step martial emperor realm powerhouse, seeing 2 mid-level martial venerable realm powerhouses, even if they are injured, it is impossible to be afraid. However, what Yao Yi is worried about is that these 2 elders of the Black Blood Temple, who hid far away and did not rush over, will probably attract a large number of help when they see Chu Yan in a state of concentrating on cultivation and preparing to break through. At that time, even if he shot with all his strength, if there was a slight omission in the sea of people, Chu Yan would be in danger. Afterwards, Yao Yi and the 2 elders of the Black Blood Temple confronted each other from a distance, and a smell of gunpowder scattered in the air, and the atmosphere became more and more oppressive. However, an hour later, Yao Yi looked at the sky, and a large number of black spots flew towards this side, and his heart was instantly mentioned in the eyes of the noise. Damn, what are you afraid of? Yao Ye's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth fiercely. 2 groups of blue flames rose in his eyes, and he glared viciously at the powerful men of the Black Blood Temple who were constantly gathering. In the next hour, figures in black robes began to appear in all directions above the sky, and they all gathered towards the 2 elders of the Black Blood Temple who appeared at the beginning. In 2 hours, no less than 3,000 strong men whose cultivation had reached the middle Wuzuanjing gathered in the sky. Yao Ye's cultivation is only half a step into the martial emperor realm. If he is not injured, it will not be a big problem to deal with 5,000 middle-ranked martial venerable realm experts. But, that was without scruples. Now, not only has my strength not fully recovered, but I have to protect Chu Yan, and I am afraid that I will be in danger when I face 3,000 middle-ranked Wuzuanjing powerhouses. However, when the time passed by another hour, the number of strong people in the Black Blood Temple in the sky finally exceeded 5,000. Moreover, under the leadership of the 2 superior Wuzuanjing Chengde, these people began to move violently and rushed towards here. Ha ha ha, a God-given opportunity, this Chu Yan is doomed this time. An elder who led the team saw that beside Chu Yan, there was only one strong Dharma protector who was not very strong, but he had more than 5,000 strong martial arts on his side. In just a few breaths, other people are enough to kill Chu Yan, who was practicing. If Chu Yan stood up and resisted, there would be a danger of becoming obsessed. Even if he did not become obsessed, even if he failed to break through, the backlash would be enough to weaken Chu Yan for a period of time. So, no matter how you look at it, this time, Chu Yan will definitely die. Damn. Damn it, it's really coming. On the ground, Yao Yi, who was standing beside Chu Yan, saw the figures all over the sky rushing towards him like a tide, and his expression changed slightly. Immediately, with a big wave of his hand, the demonic aura on his body soared into the sky, turning into a large cyan shield, protecting Chu Yan and himself in it. With his half-step martial sovereign realm cultivation base, his body protecting Gang Yuan is not an ordinary martial sovereign realm warrior at all, it can be blasted away. Of course, if the number of Wu Zuanjing powerhouses is large, that's another matter. Boom. 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 The moment Yao Ye stretched out the protective chi, thousands of attacks crashed down on the sky. #C1155 Heaven and Earth Resonance. Thousands of attacks bombarded Yao Ye's body shield, and countless explosions exploded. Chu Yan and Yao Yi, who were inside the chi hood, seemed to be completely swallowed by the scattered energy. Aha! Yao Ye's demonic energy was running wildly, supporting the Gang Yuan shield tightly, but the countershock force of thousands of attacks poured into his body, still causing the blood in his body to roll, rushing upwards, and let out a muffled groan underneath, relying on the powerful monster power, directly suppress the chi and blood of the chi reversal. Damn, this won't work, waiting for a combined attack of thousands of attacks, it won't last a few times. The next moment, Yao Ye's eyes were burning with flames, his face was gloomy, and after a moment of pondering, he flipped his big hand, took out a horn-shaped spirit treasure, and quickly poured his true energy into it. This horn is the horn that fell off from his body when he was young, and was later refined into a spirit treasure by himself, which can attack and defend, and is extremely powerful. Swish! With a big wave of Yao Ye's hand, the bull's horn burst into dazzling blue light, soaring into the sky, its volume swelled wildly, and it fell straight down towards Chu Yan's body, completely enveloping Chu Yan. From a distance, it looks like a huge cyan horn growing out of the ground out of thin air. Okay. With it, it should be able to stand up for a while, You are such a bastard, let you beat me up just now. Roar. Yao Yi suddenly raised his head, looked at the sky, and saw a large swooping down of the powerful men of the Black Blood Temple. He grinned at the corner of his mouth, let out a smirk, roared, and directly turned into the body of the green bull monster, stomping heavily with all four hooves the ground, like a hill, rose from the ground. Boom, boom. The huge green bull several hundred feet high, like a fired shell, rose against the sky and rushed straight towards the crowd of warriors in the Black Blood Temple. The huge figure smashed through layers of void, and made a muffled thunderous sound, with overwhelming power. Die to me. Yao Ye let out a roar, and in his eyes, the cyan demonic light shot out like two sharp beams, rushing into the large crowd of warriors with a swish. Ah! Ah, 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 ah. The two cyan eyes passed by, as if two cyan spears had pierced through. The strong man who was shot by the blue light exploded in an instant, bursting like a balloon, exploding into flesh and blood, and scattered in all directions. Seeing this scene, thousands of members of the Black Blood Temple suddenly changed their expressions. They did not expect that Yao Yi was so powerful. Buzz, buzz. However, just as they stared blankly, the two blue eyes swept left and right, frantically strangling and killing the warriors who were about to flee in all directions in the crowd of warriors. After all, these people are all at the martial sovereign realm, and it is impossible for them to resist a blow from a half-step martial sovereign realm powerhouse. Mom. Run away. He is a strong man in the martial emperor realm, and his strength is extremely strong. Let's disperse. Hurry up, let's all work together to fight against him. Fuck. A half-step martial emperor monster is comparable to a lower martial emperor realm powerhouse, it's too strong. Flee or fight. Yao Ye's sudden critical attack immediately caused the warrior group to be in chaos, some shouted to flee, some shouted to fight back, they were completely stunned. Everyone disperse first and attack in groups. The elders of each hall are responsible for leading the team. Among the panicked crowd, an old man in black robe shouted loudly. Following his roar, all the warriors of the Black Blood Temple who had just fled around like headless chickens immediately stabilized their positions and began to disperse and gather in an orderly manner. Humph. Courting death. Seeing this scene, Yao Ye's face turned cold, her whole body surged with demonic aura, her figure flashed, and she charged straight towards a crowded place. Immediately afterwards, above the vast sky, a thrilling battle began directly. Boom! At this moment, on the ground, around the ox-horn spirit treasure, a roar of power suddenly erupted out of thin air, and this power, like a shock wave, rippled in all directions like ripples. As this force swept past, all the spiritual power in the surrounding world, as if under some mysterious index, began to frantically gather towards the huge blue-horn spirit treasure, and among the bullhorn spirit treasure was Chu Where is the flame? Huh? What's going on? The sudden and unexpected change made all the strong men in the sky startled, and asked in shock. Everyone looked astonished, frowned slightly, and looked at the bullhorn spirit treasure more than 10 feet high on the ground. I saw that above the blue horn, the endless heaven and earth spiritual power formed a huge spiritual power vortex, and the berserk heaven and earth spiritual power in all directions were all drawn into the horn treasure along the whirlpool. It seems that there is something near the horns that is crazily devouring the spiritual power of the world. If it is not bad, it should be made by that Chu Yan. The old man of the Black Blood Temple, in the lead, spoke slowly. What? Chu Yan? He's only at the heavenly realm, how could he possibly resonate with the spiritual power of heaven and earth? The other strong man next to him had a look of astonishment on his face. Immediately, his face was startled suddenly, his eyes were round, and he looked at the old man in shock, saying, "Could it be, he is about to break through?" Hearing this, the old man who led the team of the Black Blood Temple had a strange look in his eyes. After a moment, he slowly nodded and said, "I'm afraid it's really, this guy, his talent is really amazing. However, I heard that a few days ago, he only at the 9th layer of the heavenly realm, breaking through the martial venerable realm, is this impossible? Is there a chance, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill everyone in our Eastern Territory temple, and still not run away, just stay where we are. This time, I'm in trouble." The old man nodded, his eyes fixed on the huge horn, and an ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. While the two were talking, the spiritual resonance between the heaven and the earth became stronger and stronger. Streams of extremely dense heaven and earth spiritual power leaked out of the void, and continuously gathered towards the vortex on the horn spirit treasure. From a distance, almost half of the mountain range is covered by this huge vortex of spiritual energy, which is extremely spectacular. The changes between the sky and the earth became stronger and stronger as time went on, until later, the sky was full of different colors and streamers, like pieces of rainbow clouds, constantly sweeping down from the sky. More and more heaven and earth spiritual power poured into the horn spirit treasure, followed by a majestic aura, like an ancient beast that suddenly woke up. The powerful and terrifying aura made the strong men all over the sky feel ruthless. Shake. This aura is not at all like the heavenly reaching realm, or even the Wuzuanjing. When I broke through the Wuzuanjing cultivation level 100 years ago, I didn't even have 1% of this aura. Here we go. A strong man from the Black Blood Temple muttered with a puzzled face. I can't wait any longer, everyone, hurry up, half of the people will entangle the monster cow, and the rest will attack the horned spirit treasure. The elder of the Black Blood Temple, who led the team, finally couldn't bear it any longer, and roared sharply. Obey! Obey! This roar woke everyone up, and at the same time, the thousands of Black Blood Temple powerhouses who received the order were divided into two, and they rushed toward Jiao Yi in the sky and Chu Yan on the ground at the same time. #C11569 Color Spiritual Seal. On the ground, the aura in the color of blue and bull continued to disperse, rushing into the sky and earth, and within a short period of time, it enveloped the entire East Pole mountain range. Under such a majestic atmosphere, apart from the few high-ranking Wuzuanjing powerhouses in the Black Blood Temple, everyone else felt a sense of fear in their hearts. Woo! Woo! Even the tens of thousands of beasts and monsters in the mountains screamed in panic. As the movements on the East Pole Mountains became louder and louder, the terrifying aura became stronger and stronger. All of a sudden, within 1,000 miles of the Dongji mountain range, many powerful people had sensed it, and turned their attention to the direction of the Dongji mountain range. What kind of aura is this? It seems that someone wants to break through the martial venerable realm, but why is this Wuzuanjing aura so terrifying? Could it be the spirit beast in the mountain range, trying to break through to the martial venerable realm? The monster power is at its peak. Humph. The Eastern Pole Mountains are where the Black Blood Temple's Eastern Territory Temple is located. That stupid spirit beast breaks through its cultivation there, and it is not afraid of being caught by the Black Blood Temple and devouring its essence and blood. Forget it, forget about him, it's better not to go to the Dongji Mountains. As voices sounded from all sides, spiritual clouds roared all over the sky in the East Pole Mountain range at this time, and the vortex of heaven and earth spiritual power on the cyan bull-colored Lingbao became more and more terrifying, among which even the sound of thunder roared. The spiritual power of heaven and earth resonated, attracting a large sea of spiritual clouds. For a moment, the sky that was originally sunny was completely covered by the thick sea of spiritual clouds. But at this time, on the high-altitude battlefield, the elder of the leader of the Black Blood Temple, after giving the order, was staring straight at the blue horn on the ground, and his consciousness swept over. According to his perception, the existence in the cyan horn has absorbed the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and it is afraid that it has reached the peak. It looks like it's almost. The old man stared at the spiritual vortex with a pale face, and said in a deep voice. Boom. As soon as the words fell, I saw the bullhorn spirit treasure on the ground, suddenly hit by a terrifying force, soaring into the sky. Cyan cow-colored Lingbao rushed through the vortex of spiritual power above the head, bringing out a piercing scream. The incomparably huge vortex of spiritual power exploded with a bang, turning into endless spiritual mist, rushing into the world, sweeping the heavens. Bang 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 bang. Under the sound of an explosion, it seemed that the sky was shaken. The spiritual mist passed through, and the void was distorted. Even the Dongji mountains were trembling crazily. Spread. Boom. The tremor of the mountain range had just subsided, and another beam of light shot into the sky, as if divine light had descended from the sky, rushing towards the sea of spiritual clouds above the sky, blasting the entire sky, and turning it into a sky full of spiritual mist, rushing through the void. This beam of light was 1,000 feet high and extremely thick. When it reached the apex, the entire beam of light exploded like a crystal pillar, turning into brilliant aura that filled the sky and fluttered. The colorful star points of spiritual light brought gusts of breeze and fluttered over the entire East Pole mountain range. At this time, the gazes of all the people above the sky were all looking closely. Under the gaze of thousands of pairs of astonished eyes, amidst the brilliant spiritual lights all over the sky, on the ground, the figure sitting cross-legged slowly got up. This handsome figure radiates a lot of aura with every gesture, like a god bathed in holy light. The majestic aura, like an unsheathed heavenly soldier, pierced the endless void above the sky, piercing the 9 heavens. Wu Zuanjing? Feeling the horror of this aura, the hearts of all the strong men in the sky, there were sounds of horror and tremors from time to time. The black-robed figure stood straight like a green pine between the sky and the earth. His figure did not move, but the majestic aura on his body had already made the entire sky tremble. Martial Venerable Realm is an important watershed in the path of martial arts. Only when a warrior successfully enters this realm can he truly qualify as a strong man. But today's Chu Yan, at the age of less than 20 years old, has reached this level of cultivation, which is extremely strong. The sky is full of spiritual light and stars, completely covering the entire sky and the Dongji Mountains, and the sound of the spiritual mist rushing in the sky keeps echoing. Call. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone, Chu Yan's figure, floating on its own without wind, slowly rose towards the sky. Everyone's eyes followed that figure closely. For a time, the entire world gradually became silent, only the rustling sound of rubbing against the air as the endless stars of spiritual light fluttered. Rising in the air, Chu Yan's figure slowly stopped when it reached a height of 10,000 feet. The majestic and immobile figure, the lines do not move, the surrounding spirit mist rushes past, and when it is within 100 steps of his body, it will automatically dissipate, as if Chu Yan has an invisible body protection. At this time, Chu Yan's eyes were closed tightly, and the majestic aura on his body was constantly stirring, as if petrified, quietly, motionless. What is this for? Why is he not moving? Seeing Chu Yan's appearance, the leader of the Black Blood Temple's leader, a suspicious look flashed in his eyes, and said lightly. Depending on the situation, Chu Yan should have succeeded in breaking through the bottleneck of Wu Zuanjing, but why is he motionless? Could it be that he entered a mysterious realm when he broke through? With a hesitation, a sudden look flashed across the leader's eyes. With his high-level martial realm cultivation base, he couldn't see through a junior who had just broken through to the martial venerable realm. Humph. I want to see what tricks you are up to. In the distance, Chu Yan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly frowned, and beads of sweat kept appearing on his forehead. At the same time, Chu Yan clearly felt that in the 9-color spiritual seal on the brow, there was a trace of aura that did not belong to him, but was extremely familiar, as if it was a mark of the soul. Cautiously, he guided a ray of spiritual consciousness towards the 9-color spiritual seal on his brow, and gently touched the familiar but unfamiliar spiritual seal. Swish! As his spiritual consciousness entered the 9-color spiritual seal unimpeded, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly flashed, and a dark void passage flashed strangely, and Chu Yan's divine consciousness was instantly sucked into the void passage. This dark void passage is extremely long, carrying Chu Yan's weak consciousness, constantly shuttles through it, and flies forward. I don't know how long it took, the end of the void passage finally appeared, slowly trembling, constantly fluctuating. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness saw the void fluctuations in front of him, and immediately knew that it was the exit, accelerated slightly, and swept towards the front. Whoosh! The consciousness suddenly rushed out of the void passage, and in an instant, in all directions, an extremely cold breath wrapped Chu Yan's consciousness in an instant, as if falling into the icy sea water in an instant, making Chu Yan's consciousness tremble. After getting used to it a little bit, Chu Yan raised his eyes to look, and what appeared in his eyes turned out to be an extremely huge black hall. This hall is really too big, extremely empty, with no end in sight at a glance, giving people a sense of illusion. #C1157 East Emperor Share. Chu Yan's consciousness is in a strange hall, giving people an extremely depressing feeling. In the main hall, every 1,000 steps, there is a black altar with a height of 3 people. On the top of each altar, there is a black skull spirit pattern, and the gloomy snow-white will-o'-the-wisp is shining in the eyes, which looks creepy. Moreover, the moment Chu Yan stepped into this hall, on the altar in all directions, the ghost fire eyes of every skeleton spirit pattern turned at the same time, looking at Chu Yan at the same time. At this moment, Chu Yan had a feeling of being directly pierced through everything, which made him feel a cold chill in his heart. Chu Yan stabilized his consciousness for a while, swept his gaze, and looked at these altars, but found that not every altar had the skull-shaped spirit pattern on the top. On some altars in the distance, some are figures, sitting cross-legged on the altar, all of them with their eyebrows closed. This is the living altar. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's expression changed drastically. Using a special altar to refine living people, this incomparably insidious method has probably not appeared in the Wuhun continent for tens of thousands of years. Just like the poison of the martial soul, this kind of thing has been passed down to ancient times. Up to now, because it is too insidious, it has been restrained and jointly suppressed by most warriors. After a long time, these insidious things have gradually been lost. But Chu Yan did not expect that he had just encountered the poison of the martial soul that should have disappeared, and now he has encountered the altar of the living. The so-called living person payment is to use a special altar to temper the true energy and blood in the warrior's body, and fuse them all into the warrior's soul. After the physical body disappears, temper the remaining soul body, and finally become turned into a special spirit pattern. Beside Chu Yan, those skeleton spirit patterns with spooky will-o'-the-wisp eyes are just like this. Those figures sat cross-legged on the altar, looking extremely weak, and all of them were pale. Because of the distance and line of sight, Chu Yan couldn't see very clearly. It's a pity that it's just a ray of consciousness now. If it's the main body, you can use the unicorn pupil. Chu Yan sighed secretly, but cautiously dodged forward. After walking about 1,000 steps, Chu Yan was less than 10,000 steps away from the nearest living altar, and finally saw the situation on the altar clearly. Between those altars and figures, there are black chains connecting them. In fact, they are the black chains extending from the altar, binding those figures firmly to the top of the altar. And vaguely, Chu Yan could see that something seemed to come out from the figure along the black chain. This kind of living altar and those skeleton spirit pattern altars are interlaced, spreading throughout the entire black hall with no end in sight. These altars are obviously absorbing something from the bodies of those figures, so that the whole altar always maintains a faint and thin black mist, lingering around the figures of warriors on the top of the altar. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan felt cold in his heart, numb in his scalp, and shivering all over his body. This huge black temple, and these weird altars, seem to be using warriors as fertilizer for something. That feeling is like using living warriors to cultivate these altars or skeleton spirit patterns. Even if the current Chu Yan is just a faint ray of consciousness, but seeing this scene, there is a feeling of shock, and the weak consciousness is still trembling. After a long time, Chu Yan's consciousness finally calmed down gradually. Then, Chu Yan turned his eyes and looked at the depths of the dark hall on one side. He felt something in his heart, but he floated in that direction, cautiously. All the way forward, walking in the hall, except for these altars, there is no guard at all. There are thousands of identical huge altars and living warriors on top of the altars, or black skeletons that have been completely refined. Walking past these altars, the gloomy and cold snow-white ghost fire eyes in those skulls will stare at Chu Yan. That feeling makes Chu Yan extremely uneasy. In this great hall, there is the breath of death everywhere, and there is also the evil spirit, which is extremely strange and extremely gloomy. After walking for a long time, the perception in Chu Yan's heart suddenly jumped, which made Chu Yan, who was already a little numb, suddenly look happy, suddenly raised his head, and looked in all directions. The perception in my heart became more and more obvious. This shows that the existence that guided him to come here must be nearby. As soon as his consciousness moved, Chu Yan's speed immediately accelerated. However, he still tried not to cause too much void fluctuation, because Chu Yan's chill in his heart has never stopped since he entered this hall, which shows that this in a weird and gloomy place, there must be danger. Concentrating his eyes on one line, he looked around nervously, and finally. Ahead, on top of a black altar, the black mist is slightly thinner than other altars, and on the top of the altar, a snow-white figure sits cross-legged. The moment his eyes touched the snow-white figure, Chu Yan's spiritual body trembled fiercely, trembling violently, almost causing his weak spiritual consciousness to collapse directly. This figure is so familiar. Chu Yan stared straight at the figure, the pupils in his eyes spread rapidly, and he fell into endless memories in an instant. Not long after, Chu Yan's pupils shrank fiercely, and he suddenly woke up from the memories. This short half-breath of absence made Chu Yan finally find the shadow that overlapped with this figure in the depths of the endless flood of memories. However, the figure in the memory made Chu Yan's mind almost explode. Because she is her own mother. Donghuang Shuer. Mother. Mother. Chu Yan, whose sea of consciousness had stopped functioning, had dull eyes, and suddenly murmured. It landed softly, and the sound waves scattered. On the top of the black altar, the figure trembled slightly, causing the black chain connecting the altar to her to tremble slightly, making a tinkling sound, echoing in the empty hall, towards the distance, constantly pass on. The next moment, when the snow-white figure slowly raised his head, Chu Yan's spiritual body trembled violently, representing Chu Yan's mind, which was extremely excited. Looking at the face that was exactly the same as in memory, in Chu Yan's eyes, 2 lines of tears silently slid down. 3 years. Thinking of his mother being trapped in such a place for 3 whole years, Chu Yan felt a heart-wrenching pain in his heart, and damn, God, kill, meaning. However, Chu Yan, who is now in the black hall, has only a faint wisp of consciousness, and can't do anything. Slowly, Chu Yan floated to the top of the altar, and did not land directly on the altar, but just suspended in the air, looking at his mother as close as possible. Through those kind eyes and that pale and familiar face, Chu Yan could clearly feel that the aura in her body was disappearing, but compared with other living altars around, the situation was different. It's so much better. At this moment, Chu Yan finally understood why there was black air in the mother's life pattern in the temple of the spirit pattern of Tianzong. #C1158 Wait for me. In Tianzong's Holy Spirit Pattern Hall, Chu Yan saw the black energy in his mother's life spirit pattern, which is the power of the sacrifice of these altars. Therefore, in the past 3 years, Yao Yi has continued to replenish Donghuang Shuer with her own soul, allowing her to persist longer than other warriors on the altar. Be stronger. It was these factors that allowed Chu Yan to see the living Donghuang Shuer 3 years later, through his spiritual consciousness. On the top of the altar, Chu Yan stared blankly at the extremely familiar face. Although Donghuang Shuer's face looked a little old due to the excessive loss of vitality, Chu Yan was absolutely sure that it's my own mother. On the top of the altar, Donghuang Shuer, who was tightly restrained, was in a trance, but when she raised her eyes and stared at Chu Yan for 3 breaths with eyes full of confusion, those lost spiritual eyes finally gradually became clear. In an instant, Donghuang Shuer's face froze instantly. Tears fell silently, staring blankly at Chu Yan, his body trembling uncontrollably. Back then, when Donghuang Shuer left the Luoyang kingdom, Chu Yan was only a few years old, but any mother in the world could accurately recognize the grown-up Chu Yan with her childhood face. Seeing the love in Donghuang Shuer's eyes, Chu Yan couldn't bear it any longer. His spiritual body twisted for a while, and turned into his own figure, suspended in the air, kneeling heavily with both legs, leaning over and crying, with a hoarse voice, "Road. Mother, the child is not filial." Donghuang Shuer looked at the boy kneeling in midair, her eyes blurred for an instant, her tears burst into tears, and a soft voice came through the thin black mist on the altar. Xuanhuan, is it really you? This whisper, with pity, joy, reluctance, love, guilt, and other complex emotions, fell into Chu Yan's ears, and made Chu Yan's spiritual body tremble fiercely. In the deepest part of Chu Yan's heart, there was another severe pain, and he almost couldn't cry, but he kept buckling on the ground, and said in a choked voice. I am. Chu Yan, the child is not filial. The child is not filial. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the entire void around the altar carried an extremely sad atmosphere, as if everything had become extremely heavy. Xuanhuan. I didn't expect to see you again. Enough. Enough. In this life, having your father, and you and your brother is my greatest happiness. Dong Huangshuer, with tear stains all over her face, was holding her frail body with a poignant smile. The moment the smile bloomed, Chu Yan only felt that his whole heart melted. Dong Huangshuer's eyes kept looking at Chu Yan. Although it was only a body of spiritual consciousness, when the same 9-color spiritual seal at the position of her brow emitted a faint light, she had a certain understanding of Chu Yan's cultivation level. I fully understand. You have suffered, it's all my fault, my fault. Dong Huangshuer is also a martial artist. Of course she knows how much it will take Chu Yan to go through in a place like Wuhun Kingdom to reach the martial venerable realm at the age of 17 without the support of the sect. Thinking of the suffering and life and death crisis that Chu Yan suffered, the tears on Dong Huangshuer's face could not stop. Mother, soon, very soon, I will come to save you. Chu Yan also had tears all over his face. At this moment, all the things he had experienced since he stepped into the martial arts were instantly released. Only you are not qualified enough. The moment Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, an extremely cold voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Buzz, buzz. A faint coercive aura surged from the dark depths of the distant hall, and directly suppressed Chu Yan. Feeling the sudden attack, Chu Yan's spiritual body trembled, and his eyes froze fiercely. Slowly getting up, turning his head to look, the eyes of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness quickly turned blood red, endless killing intent gushed out like a tide, and the void around his body was icy cold. I saw, in the darkness deep in the hall, an old man in a red robe appeared strangely. The old man in the red robe, whose face was covered by the black mist, couldn't see his face clearly, but his eyes, with a faint red light, stared straight at Chu Yan, pondered for a moment, and said in amazement. You are Chu Yan. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze was like ice, and he looked at the red-robed old man, coldly, without answering at all. I didn't expect you to find this place. He, you are very good, and your talent is not bad. You have grown to this level in a year. The red light in the eyes of the red-robed old man suddenly flashed, slowly raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger, shook his finger at Chu Yan, and said with a sneer. However, I still don't qualify. No qualifications. Humph. When I come here again, I will make you pay back 100-fold for the suffering my mother has suffered. Chu Yan's eyes flashed faintly like the cold light of a sword in an instant. Ha, a joke. The red-robed old man laughed wildly when he heard the words, and looked at Chu Yan with disdain. Ignorant people, you have no idea what this place is. The gap between you and me, no matter how talented you are, it is impossible to reach my level. In my eyes, you will always be an ant. Is ridiculous. As soon as the words landed, the red-robed old man suddenly pressed his raised right hand. The void around Chu Yan's body instantly shattered under an extremely strange force, and Chu Yan's spiritual body also completely annihilated as the void shattered. Seeing Chu Yan's dissipated consciousness, Dong Huangshuer on the top of the altar flashed a look of incomparable relief on his weak and pale face. Maybe it's the natural blood relationship, maybe it's Chu Yan's current achievements, no matter what, Dong Huangshuer firmly believes in what Chu Yan just said. Therefore, Dong Huangxuer turned her head slowly, and when she looked at the red-robed old man, there was a smile in her eyes. Seeing the smile on Dong Huangxuer's face, the red-robed old man was stunned, and his brows under the black mist were tightly knit. For unknown reasons, seeing Dong Huangxuer's smile made him suddenly feel cold and uneasy deep in his heart. However, this feeling has not appeared here for nearly 100,000 years. This feeling is extremely weak, but it really exists, like an ice crystal suddenly appearing in the deepest part of his soul. Chu Yan is interesting. If it is said that Chu Yan said those wild words because he didn't know who he was facing, but this Dong Huangxuer knew a little about herself, but even she believed that Chu Yan could really do it. How can this be? Hey, it looks like it's time to do something. In the quiet and dark hall, icy laughter echoed softly, and the figure of the old man in the red robe slowly faded away, and soon disappeared into the void. The silent and gloomy hall once again regained its dead silence. The eastern region of the Zhongtian continent, the Dongji Mountains, midair. At this time, the vision of spiritual power in the sky has completely dissipated, and even the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky has completely disappeared. The warm sunlight poured down from the sky again, illuminating the entire Dongji mountain range. It's so bright. At a height of 10,000 feet, Chu Yan, who remained motionless, trembled slightly, and slowly opened his closed eyes. What a pair of eyes! Amidst the blood red, there are two golden vertical pupils, just looking at them makes one feel chills. Because, at this moment, these blood eyes and golden pupils are full of murderous intent. Mother, wait for me. A faint sound sounded, and the next moment, Chu Yan swept his eyes across the sky, looking at the strong man of the Black Blood Temple, and clenched his fists instantly. #C1159 All to die. Chu Yan was almost certain that the dark hall where his mother was imprisoned was definitely related to the Black Blood Temple. Especially in that dark hall, the appearance of the red-robed old man, although Chu Yan's cultivation base can't see through him, but his aura, and those reddish eyes are all exactly the same as the Black Temple. In addition, at the time of Tianzong, although Dong Huangtianyi didn't tell himself the core secrets of Tianzong, Dong Huangtianyi clearly said that it was related to the Black Blood Temple, so it is basically certain that his mother was imprisoned and had nothing to do with it. The Black Blood Temple is absolutely inseparable. Even, in that dark hall, on the endless black altar, those living altars and those who have been tempered into skeleton spirit patterns are all elite disciples of Tianzong, and hundreds of millions of people in Tianzong's Holy Spirit pattern hall. The life patterns are closely connected. At this time, when Chu Yan looked at all the warriors in the Black Blood Temple, there was more than just killing intent in his eyes. That is a kind of hatred from the heart. All this hatred, only blood can wash away. From Chu Yan's body, a violent air like a wave of air suddenly rushed out, like ripples of water ripples, rippling towards the sky and the earth. This is murderous intent. The fighters of the Black Blood Temple all over the sky were rushed by Chu Yan's breath, and at the same time, their faces froze, and their faces were full of surprise. Murderous outside. How can this be? No one believed that a martial artist who had just stepped into the realm of martial arts could actually cause murderous aura to leave his body. You know, every warrior can release a murderous aura, but that is only a kind of aura. Even a warrior who specializes in the practice of the golden practice of killing can only have a murderous aura that can be dozens of steps away from the body. But just now, what is that? Just when everyone was astonished and secretly guessing, they didn't even know that in Chu Yan's heart, the way of killing, which had only been awakened 2 or 3 times, had suddenly awakened. Death. Everyone will die. The next moment, before everyone could react, on Chu Yan, the 5-colored true energy soared into the sky, bursting into a night-shattering rainbow light. Wuji sword fight. Taishu Wuji. The eyes were instantly blood red, the golden pupils flickered, and with a wave of his big hand, the silver light of the Haoyan sword was dazzling, and he raised his hand and slashed out. Boom, boom. In an instant, the sky and the earth suddenly lit up, and hundreds of sword lights, silver and dazzling, turned into hundreds of sword shadows, set off a gust of wind and sword force, and merged into a storm of sword shadows, heading straight ahead, where the crowds of the Black Blood Temple were the most dense, slashed out in a fan shape. Whoosh! The sound of the sword light breaking through the air resounded, and the storm of sword shadows flashed past, at a speed far faster than a meteor passing through the sky. Almost all the warriors who greeted the attack of the large sword light just showed a look of horror, and were directly swallowed by the large sword light. Chi 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 chi. Where the sword shadow storm passed, blood arrows shot out of the sky filled with silver lights, spraying blood mist all over the sky. The next moment, a storm of sword shadows swept across, piercing through the entire crowd of warriors, and when it disappeared into the distant sky, above the sky, large pieces of corpses fell to the ground like rain. The originally dark crowd, just in the blink of an eye, opened up a blank area like a plowed wheat field. For a moment, the entire sky was deathly silent. Everyone stared at this scene, their eyeballs popped out of their sockets, their mouths were opened wide, and even the back molars were exposed to the air. Hiss! 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 It was just a momentary sluggishness, and the coldness that surged in everyone's hearts made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. What's going on? The sword just now killed nearly 1/10 of the strong men, no less than 600 strong men from the Black Blood Temple. These are 600 Wuzuanjing experts. Although the warriors of the Black Blood Temple were weaker than warriors of the same level, there were actually 600 strong warriors in the martial realm, not 600 pigs, but they were all beheaded by a single sword. If there is another 9 swords, the nearly 6,000 strong men here will not all be dead. Humph. Another group of second-rate warriors, it seems that there is no one in your Black Blood Temple. Chu Yan's face was cold, the long sword in his hand shook, and the whole body's true energy was poured into the Haoyan sword again, and even the monstrous murderous aura that had just diffused the entire world poured into the Haoyan sword like thousands of rivers returning to the sea. For a moment, the Haoyan sword glowed into the night, like a round of silver Haoyue, emitting a dazzling light, and under the trembling of the sword body, it was slowly lifted up again by Chu Yan. Kill! The roar exploded, and on Chu Yan's body, the aura of Wu Zuanjing's cultivation level rushed towards him like a river rushing in an instant. At the same time, the Haoyan sword in his hand swung down again. Damn! Run away! Fuck, why is this Chu Yan so strong? Run away, run away! Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How can a warrior who has just broken through to the martial venerable realm be so powerful? Stop talking, run away, if you don't run away, you will die. Seeing the magic weapon in Chu Yan's hand slashing down again, thousands of warriors from the Black Blood Temple had their scalps exploded, and countless hairs stood upright. They turned their heads suddenly, looking for the figure of the leader. The shape flashed, and he was ready to flee the battlefield. However, when these warriors of the Black Blood Temple were still waiting for the leader to give the order to retreat, thousands of pairs of eyes searched, only to see that the leader who was standing at the front just now had turned into a black streak. The streamer flew towards the edge of the sky. Damn it, the elders have all escaped. Damn, don't say a word, escape faster than me. Everyone run away. Seeing the background of the leader who escaped like rabbits, and the thousands of strong men who are still stranded on the battlefield, I feel that the sea of consciousness is about to explode. They never expected that the leader of the team would be the first to escape. That being the case, then without any hesitation, they flew in all directions, squeezed out all the strength they had to eat, and burst out the true energy in their bodies to the extreme. In the sea of consciousness, there was only one thought, that is, escape. For a moment, the entire sky became a race against life, who could escape faster. Countless black shadows, like a nest of ants that have been blasted, are overwhelming a large number of figures, moving towards all directions, retreating like a black tide. Call. Chu Yan took a deep breath, slightly suppressed the endless killing intent in his heart, put away the Haoyan sword, and had no intention of chasing and killing these strong men of the Black Blood Temple. A monk can run away, but a temple cannot. Soon, Chu Yan was going to kill the main hall of the Black Blood Temple. At that time, these people would still die. However, before that, Chu Yan must first clarify some questions in his heart. Yao Yi, let's go. Go back to Tianzong. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, and he flew out in the direction when he came. The moment his figure rushed out, there was a series of explosions. Chu Yan, who stepped into Wu Zuanjing's cultivation base, was more than 3 times faster in speed. #C1160 agreed period. At a height of 10,000 feet, Chu Yan streaked across the sky like a black lightning bolt. At this time, Chu Yan was very anxious, eager to return to Tianzong and ask Donghuang Tianyi, so he pushed the speed to the extreme. However, Yao Yi, who was following Chu Yan, couldn't catch up with Chu Yan at all. He was so tired that he was sweating profusely, but he was still left far behind by Chu Yan. And the distance is getting farther and farther. Yao Ye's body is a blue demon cow. This kind of powerful monster is the least good at speed, and can't practice human martial arts, so it can't compare with Chu Yan in terms of speed. There is no way Chu Yan can only slow down in the end, and fly side by side with Yao Ya at the fastest speed. Along the way, Chu Yan frowned, while cultivating and consolidating his newly improved cultivation. At the same time, in the sea of consciousness, he kept thinking 2 questions. First, where the mother was imprisoned, I am afraid that only Donghuang Tianyi knows about this matter. If I go to Tianzong this time, even if I explain to Donghuang Tianyi that I saw my mother, I am afraid it will be difficult for him. Tell yourself the relevant Tianzong core secrets. In addition, this time I first killed the Eastern Territory Temple of the Black Blood Temple, and then encountered the siege of thousands of them, all of which were resolved by myself, but Chu Yan is not a conceited person. In these 2 battles, there was a strange atmosphere. Because, based on Chu Yan's understanding of the Black Blood Temple, after these 2 battles, Chu Yan clearly found that the opponent is too weak. Whether it is the tens of millions of disciples of the Black Blood Temple in the Eastern Territory Temple, or the thousands of powerhouses behind, Chu Yan clearly judges that these people are only second-rate warriors in the Black Blood Temple, and none of them are of the core level. Elite disciples. Therefore, these 2 battles by myself will be so smooth. But why did those elite disciples of the Black Blood Temple disappear suddenly? Donghuang Tianyi may also know this question, so Chu Yan will return to Tianzong without hesitation. A day and a half later, Chu Yan and Yao Yi returned to Tianzong. After Yao Ye returned to Tianzong, he went directly back to the cave and began to heal his injuries, while Chu Yan went directly to the suzerain's palace. Since the last battle, Chu Yan is now in Tianzong, unimpeded. There is no one who does not know Chu Yan. When everyone saw him, they all looked in awe. However, when Chu Yan found Donghuang Tianyi, sent his consciousness to the dark hall, and told about seeing his mother, he also directly asked his 2 questions. Afterwards, Dong Wangshan remained silent for a long time, but still said nothing, which made Chu Yan extremely depressed. Regarding the disappearance of a large number of elite disciples from the Black Blood Temple, Donghuang Tianyi's face changed slightly, and he didn't understand the reason, so naturally he couldn't answer Chu Yan. After trying a few times, Donghuang Tianyi's attitude was extremely firm. The place where Donghuang Shuer was imprisoned was the so-called core secret of Tianzong. Environment will naturally tell him. However, Dong Huang Tianyi told Chu Yan about the 9-color spiritual seal at the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows. This 9-color spirit seal is possessed by people with the blood of the Donghuang family, including monsters like Yao Yi who have absorbed the blood essence of Donghuang Shuer and reached the spirit contract, and will also give birth to the 9-color spirit. Print. As for what this 9-color spirit seal is, Dong Huang Tianyi is not too clear, only saying that it is a blood seal. After talking for less than an hour, Chu Yan, who was full of depression, had no choice but to leave and return to the residence that Dong Huang Tianyi had arranged for him. There are still 8 days left, which is the time agreed with Emperor Lei Wu to go to the main hall of the Black Blood Temple. Chu Yan didn't plan to go to other branches of the Black Blood Temple, but prepared to use these few days to cultivate the Wu Zuanjing that he had just broken through and consolidate it. On the way of martial arts, Wu Zuanjing is an extremely important watershed, so Chu Yan dare not be careless in the slightest. In addition, this time, Chu Yan was going to take Yaoya with him, but Yaoya had not recovered from his injuries in order to save himself last time. 5 days, with the golden core he gave Yao Yi, it is definitely enough for him to fully recover. At that time, with Yao Ye's half-step martial emperor realm cultivation base, it will be a great help. Originally, Chu Yan thought that the Black Blood Temple was just an ordinary force, but recently, after experiencing a series of things, Chu Yan understood more and more that this Black Blood Temple is not simple. Therefore, Chu Yan became more cautious. In the quiet courtyard, Chu Yan sat cross-legged and began to practice. Just after running the Rakshasa Promise art, Chu Yan felt that his Rakshasa demon body had improved. Before breaking through the martial venerable realm, Chu Yan incinerated tens of millions of corpses of warriors, at least half of which were used to improve the physical foundation and the realm of the Rakshasa Promise God art, raising the 8th rank in one breath. And the Rakshasa Promise divine art has a total of 40 levels, and every 7th level, it will be upgraded once. At this time, Chu Yan was running the Rakshasa Promise art, and his whole body was full of golden light, like a god of war in golden armor, with amazing momentum. With the continuous operation of the Rakshasa Promise art, Chu Yan's palms suddenly began to grow slowly, and after a while, they became extremely thick, and even grew sharp long golden nails. Not only that, the skin of his whole body was constantly wriggling, as if there were thousands of worms crawling under the skin, and then broke the skin, turning into pieces of golden scales, all over the body. In the past, when Chu Yan activated the Raksha demon body, it wasn't just that the skin turned golden, but this time, fine scales grew directly. If you didn't look carefully, you might think that the skin had become rough. At this time, Chu Yan has become a very special look. It looks more and more like the Rakshasa phantom behind him. Good. The strength has doubled. Raising his hand, looking at his ferocious beast-like hands, feeling the majestic power in his body, a smile appeared on the corner of Chu Yan's mouth. At this time, his physical strength has far surpassed the martial venerable realm, approaching the upper martial venerable realm. If the Raksha demon body is activated, it will directly reach the physical strength of the semi-martial emperor. The strength of the physical body of double body training has always been the biggest reliance of Chu Yan in the battle of stepping up, but this time, after the Rakshasa demon body is upgraded, his physical strength is basically infinitely close, and he is invincible below the martial emperor realm. Call. Exhaling deeply, Chu Yan closed his breath and got up slowly. It's almost time. In 3 days, we should be able to reach the Bloody Mountains in the Northern Territory. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, left the small courtyard, found Yao Yi, and the two set off at the same time, heading towards the Northern Territory. 3 days later, it was the time he agreed with Emperor Lei Wu. And the target is the main hall of the Black Blood Temple. #C1161 Blood Obsidian Object. Zhongtian Continent, Northern Territory, Bloody Mountains. On the vast land, there are 9 dark red mountain peaks, soaring into the clouds, stretching for thousands of miles. These 9 dark red mountain peaks are the only mountains on the dark land in the west of the Northern Territory. According to mainland rumors, these dark red mountains did not exist in the barren land of the Northern Territory, but at the same time that the Black Blood Temple appeared in the Zhongtian continent, the powerful people of the Black Blood Temple used their heaven-reaching methods to never know where it is, move the mountain here. Since then, there has been such a Jedi in the northern region of the Zhongtian continent. And this Jedi is the Black Blood Temple in Zhongtian continent, the location of the main hall. Today, the Xuanhuan mountain range, which was inaccessible in the past, suddenly became lively. Xuanhuan mountain range, the main peak among the 9 dark red peaks, is red with lights and festoons. Thousands of jade tables are set up, full of guests, including the mountain road leading to the main peak, and at the foot of the mountain, people are flocking to the main peak everywhere. Warriors of various forces. None of these people were disciples of the Black Blood Temple, but they were invited to participate in the God opening ceremony of the Black Blood Temple. The so-called God opening ceremony was only made because of a Baizhang statue in the Black Blood Temple, and it was ready to be consecrated today, so all major forces on the mainland were invited to participate in the ceremony. In fact, these invited forces are basically some small and medium forces attached to or surrendered to the Black Blood Temple. It is impossible for the real powerful sects from the mainland to come. When the sun passed over the top of the main peak of the Bloodine mountain range, nearly 100,000 warriors from various sects had already gathered in the main hall of the Black Blood Temple. All of a sudden, the Xuanhuan mountain range was full of voices and excitement. Hey! Have you heard? The Eastern Region Temple of the Black Blood Temple has been destroyed. Huh, what? Are you drunk? How is that possible? The Eastern Territory Temple is the top 3 branch halls of the Black Blood Temple. Even a martial emperor realm powerhouse doesn't have this ability. Who said it wasn't? But, the news is absolutely true. A disciple of our sect passed by and saw a piece of ruins. Hiss. Really? Crowded place. All kinds of news were flying all over the sky, making the scene even more lively. Originally, everyone was not interested in the consecration ceremony of the Black Blood Temple, and they all came to participate because of the powerful power of the Black Blood Temple. However, hearing such shocking news immediately made everyone excited up. At this moment, in the sky, a loud voice suddenly sounded. I invite the Black Blood Temple, the Master, the Great Elder, and the 4 Guardians. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the entire main peak was suddenly quiet. Everyone looked up in unison, and everyone's expressions froze. Boom! 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 Above the sky, several terrifying auras exploded, setting off a large gust of wind, sweeping across the entire main summit venue. 6 figures, accompanied by the violent wind and clouds, all descended with pride on their faces. The leader was a man with a hulking back, eagle eyes, and wolf eyes. His aura was like a rainbow. A pair of eyes containing lightning swept across the audience. A powerful aura crushed the audience, making everyone's breathing stagnant and their hearts trembling. And behind him, an old man with a kind face and a peaceful expression was the Great Elder of the Black Blood Temple. The 2 landed together, one on the left and the other on the right. Behind them stood 4 people wearing black blood robes, with bloody flames embroidered on their chests. They were the 4 guardians of the Black Blood Temple. In addition, there are elders from various peaks, hall masters, and other strong men, who also followed closely and descended one after another. Seeing everyone in the audience, their faces were full of horror and trembling. The hall master nodded in satisfaction, and then led the other big bosses directly to the rostrum, and all sat down. Immediately, the Great Elder stood up slowly, glanced at him, with a smile on his face, and said loudly, Thank you, everyone, for coming to the consecration ceremony of the icon of my Black Blood Temple today. The great elder Imo Xiao raised his hand and slowly pointed behind the crowd. On the top of the main peak in the distance, 100-foot-tall, black jade stands tall. This holy image is made of blood obsidian. It took 100 years for my temple to make it successfully. As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt, and the whole audience shook together. Blood obsidian. According to rumors, only a large piece of nail is needed to sell tens of thousands of crystals. The statue in front of me is 100 feet high, so, how much is it worth? Boom. Just when everyone was shocked, the great elder looked at the hall master Imo Tianqing, and after seeing him nodding, he waved his hand directly, and the black true energy gushed out, straight to the blood obsidian on the top of the mountain, and instantly sent out. There was a loud bang. The surface of the blood obsidian exploded directly, turned into rubble, and scattered in all directions, setting off a cloud of dust. When the dust and mist slowly dissipated, the blood obsidian stone pillar had turned into a giant statue with a height of hundreds of feet. Well. However, when everyone saw the appearance of this statue, they were all stunned and speechless. Because, they saw, the statue turned out to have the same appearance as all the ordinary disciples of the Black Blood Temple, wearing a one-piece hooded robe that completely covered the entire body, including the face. In this way, no one would recognize who the statue was carved from. It took 100 years to use such a large amount of precious blood obsidian in the Black Blood Temple, and it turned out to be a statue in the shape of an ordinary disciple. This. Just when the corners of everyone's mouths twitched, their hearts were suppressed from laughing, and their faces were flushed, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. An incomparably tyrannical aura came from the sky, descended directly on the statue, and instantly merged into one. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably cold and gloomy aura emanated from the blood obsidian stone statue, making everyone tremble violently. The temperature of the surrounding void dropped instantly. This statue actually has a weapon spirit. Seeing this scene, the faces of all the strong men from various sects on the scene changed drastically. The next moment, the gloomy and cold aura on the blood obsidian stone statue suddenly withdrew, and instantly turned into a warm aura, like ripples in water, dispersing incomparably softly, sweeping the audience. The warrior who was swept by this aura changed his face again, and at the same time, he felt an incomparably holy and pious feeling in his heart, as if he was bathed in divine light. Ha ha ha, not bad. Now that everyone has seen the statue of our sect and felt the power of the holy light, the consecration ceremony is complete. Next, I invite the suzerain Imo Tianqing to announce important things. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the powerful people in the audience looked at each other. Everyone, I believe you have also heard that 10 days ago, the Eastern Territory temple to which my sect belongs was destroyed by villains, and this person is Chu Yan, who is known as the #1 pride in the sky. Imo Tianqing stood up, glanced across, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, paused for a moment, and continued. The reason is very simple, just because his friend, Dingdang, the descendant of Xie La Jiao, voluntarily joined my Black Blood Temple, and Chu Yan blamed this matter on my Black Blood Temple, causing conflicts. My sect has received news that today, the #1 arrogant in Zhongtian continent will come to my temple headquarters to make trouble, so, today, my sect and Chu Yan will never die. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. #C1161 Blood Obsidian Statue. Zhongtian Continent, Northern Territory, Bloodine Mountains. On the vast land, there are 9 dark red mountain peaks, soaring into the clouds, stretching for thousands of miles. These 9 dark red mountain peaks are the only mountains on the dark land in the west of the Northern Territory. According to mainland rumors, these dark red mountains did not exist in the barren land of the Northern Territory, but at the same time that the Black Blood Temple appeared in the Zhongtian continent, the powerful people of the Black Blood Temple used their heaven-reaching methods to never know where it is, move the mountain here. Since then, there has been such a Jedi in the northern region of the Zhongtian continent. And this Jedi is the Black Blood Temple in Zhongtian Continent, the location of the main hall. Today, the Xuanhuan mountain range, which was inaccessible in the past, suddenly became lively. Xuanhuan mountain range, the main peak among the 9 dark red peaks, is red with lights and festoons. Thousands of jade tables are set up, full of guests, including the mountain road leading to the main peak, and at the foot of the mountain, people are flocking to the main peak everywhere. Warriors of various forces. None of these people were disciples of the Black Blood Temple, but they were invited to participate in the God opening ceremony of the Black Blood Temple. The so-called God opening ceremony was only made because of a Baizhang statue in the Black Blood Temple, and it was ready to be consecrated today, so all major forces on the mainland were invited to participate in the ceremony. In fact, these invited forces are basically some small and medium forces attached to or surrendered to the Black Blood Temple. It is impossible for the real powerful sects from the mainland to come. When the sun passed over the top of the main peak of the Bloody Mountain Range, nearly 100,000 warriors from various sects had already gathered in the main hall of the Black Blood Temple. All of a sudden, the Xuanhuan mountain range was full of voices and excitement. Hey! Have you heard? The eastern region temple of the Black Blood Temple has been destroyed. Huh, what? Are you drunk? How is that possible? The Eastern Territory Temple is the top 3 branch halls of the Black Blood Temple. Even a martial emperor realm powerhouse doesn't have this ability. Who said it wasn't? But, the news is absolutely true. A disciple of our sect passed by and saw a piece of ruins. Hiss. Really? Crowded place. All kinds of news were flying all over the sky, making the scene even more lively. Originally, everyone was not interested in the consecration ceremony of the Black Blood Temple, and they all came to participate because of the powerful power of the Black Blood Temple. However, hearing such shocking news immediately made everyone excited up. At this moment, in the sky, a loud voice suddenly sounded. I invite the Black Blood Temple, the Master, the Great Elder, and the 4 Guardians. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the entire main peak was suddenly quiet. Everyone looked up in unison, and everyone's expressions froze. Boom! 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 Above the sky, several terrifying auras exploded, setting off a large gust of wind, sweeping across the entire main summit venue. 6 figures, accompanied by the violent wind and clouds, all descended with pride on their faces. The leader was a man with a hulking back, eagle eyes, and wolf eyes. His aura was like a rainbow. A pair of eyes containing lightning swept across the audience. A powerful aura crushed the audience, making everyone's breathing stagnant and their hearts trembling. And behind him, an old man with a kind face and a peaceful expression was the Great Elder of the Black Blood Temple. The 2 landed together, one on the left and the other on the right. Behind them stood 4 people wearing black blood robes, with bloody flames embroidered on their chests. They were the 4 guardians of the Black Blood Temple. In addition, there are elders from various peaks, hall masters, and other strong men, who also followed closely and descended one after another. Seeing everyone in the audience, their faces full of horror and tremors, the hall master is satisfied. Nodding his head, he led the other bosses directly to the rostrum and sat down together. Immediately, the Great Elder stood up slowly, glanced at him, with a smile on his face, and said loudly, Thank you, everyone, for coming to the consecration ceremony of the icon of my Black Blood Temple today. The Great Elder Xiao raised his hand and slowly pointed behind the crowd. On the top of the main peak in the distance, 100-foot-tall, black jade stands tall. This holy image is made of blood obsidian. It took 100 years for my temple to make it successfully. As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt, and the whole audience shook together. Blood obsidian. According to rumors, only a large piece of nail is needed to sell tens of thousands of crystals. The statue in front of me is 100 feet high, so, how much is it worth? Boom. Just when everyone was shocked, the great elder looked at the hall master Mo Tianqing, and after seeing him nodding, he waved his hand directly, and the black true energy gushed out, straight to the blood obsidian on the top of the mountain, and instantly sent out. There was a loud bang. The surface of the blood obsidian exploded directly, turned into rubble, and scattered in all directions, setting off a cloud of dust. When the dust and mist slowly dissipated, the blood obsidian stone pillar had turned into a giant statue with a height of hundreds of feet. Well. However, when everyone saw the appearance of this statue, they were all stunned and speechless. Because, they saw, the statue turned out to have the same appearance as all the ordinary disciples of the Black Blood Temple, wearing a one-piece hooded robe that completely covered the entire body, including the face. In this way, no one would recognize who the statue was carved from. It took 100 years to use such a large amount of precious blood obsidian in the Black Blood Temple, and it turned out to be a statue in the shape of an ordinary disciple. Just when the corners of everyone's mouths twitched, their hearts were suppressed from laughing, and their faces were flushed, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. An incomparably tyrannical aura came from the sky, descended directly on the statue, and instantly merged into one. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably cold and gloomy aura emanated from the blood obsidian stone statue, making everyone tremble violently. The temperature of the surrounding void dropped instantly. This statue actually has a weapon spirit. Seeing this scene, the faces of all the strong men from various sects on the scene changed drastically. The next moment, the gloomy and cold aura on the blood obsidian stone statue suddenly withdrew, and instantly turned into a warm aura, like ripples in water, dispersing incomparably softly, sweeping the audience. The warrior who was swept by this aura changed his face again, and at the same time, a feeling of incomparable sacredness and piety rose in his heart, as if he was bathed in divine light. Not bad. Now that everyone has seen the holy statue of our sect and felt the power of the holy light, the consecration ceremony is complete. Now, the suzerain Mo Tianqing is invited to announce important things. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the powerful people in the audience looked at each other. Everyone, I believe you have also heard that 10 days ago, the Eastern Territory Temple to which my sect belongs was destroyed by villains, and this person is Chu Yan, who is known as the #1 pride in the sky. Mo Tianqing stood up, glanced across, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, paused for a moment, and continued. The reason is very simple, just because his friend, Dang, the descendant of Xie La Jiao, voluntarily joined my Black Blood Temple, and Chu Yan blamed this matter on my Black Blood Temple, causing conflicts. My sect has received news that today, the #1 arrogant in Zhongtian continent will come to my temple headquarters to make trouble, so, today, my sect and Chu Yan will never die. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. #C1162 Dongdong's anger. The words of Mo Tianqing, the master of the Black Blood Temple, caused the audience to burst into laughter. Palace Master Mo, such a little arrogant person, dare to say such wild words. It's really against the sky. That's right. I heard that Chu Yan is only at the heavenly realm. Presumably, there must be the support of the 8 ancient sects behind the matter of the Eastern Territory Temple. That's right, I heard that the last time Chu Yan offended Tianzong, he was almost killed by the 9th elder of Tianzong. If Medicine Sect and Dizong hadn't sent people to rescue him, I'm afraid this Chu Yan would have been lost long ago. This kid really doesn't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. With a cultivation level like an ant, he dares to challenge the opposite palace. You want to die? Yes. Today, as long as he dares to come, we will fight together and blast him to death. Everyone's faces were extremely excited, clamoring, wanting to kill Chu Yan, show him some power. Because, in the eyes of these famous warriors, they are just a genius. Even if they are more talented, they are just young warriors of the younger generation. How dare you come to the main hall of the Black Blood Temple, to make trouble? What's the difference between this and courting death? Okay, bring Dingdang out. Mo Tianqing saw the reaction of all the warriors in the audience, a smirk appeared in his eyes, and he thought to himself. Chu Yan, come if you have the guts. Today, even if the Earth sect and the Medicine sect support you, as long as you dare to appear in the Bloodine mountain range, your soul will be wiped out. Swish. At this moment, a petite figure suddenly landed on the venue. It was the great priest, Dingdang. At this time, Dingdang still looked like a 10-year-old girl, with an immature face, and a black chain bound her body, which not only made her unable to move, even the breath of her whole body was tightly suppressed. This little guy is the third master of the Tunshan mountain range, Dingdang, the great priest. Voluntarily join. Look at her body bound by chains, like this. It's not like voluntary participation. No way. I heard that this Dingdang is deeply loved by the two adults in the Tunshan mountain range. Wouldn't this arouse their anger? Nonsense. Why do you care so much? Everything is listened to by Mo Dianju, what they say is what. That's right, talk less and eat more. Don't you know that the Black Blood Temple and the Tian mountain range have been fighting each other? Dongdong's appearance made all the powerhouses in the audience frowned and whispered to each other. Dingdang, I'll give you another chance. On the rostrum, Mo Tianqing looked at Dingdang, and said coldly, as long as you promise. Old monster, don't dream, this great priest will not agree to you, you just wait, when my boss and elder brother and second brother come, you old bones, including these 9 broken mountains, will be given to you. You tear it apart. Without waiting for Mo Tianqing to finish speaking, Dingdang shouted directly. These people from the Black Blood Temple are extremely shameless. At the beginning, I tried to brainwash myself by using all kinds of dog and fart secret methods, but after I found out that it was useless, all day long, I was babbling in my ears, it was so annoying to death. She had heard what Mo Tianqing said just now countless times, and her ears were calloused. Therefore, after Mo Tianqing said a few words, she couldn't help but growl. These rubbish actually want to betray the boss, betray the Tunshan mountain range, are their heads full of shit? Okay. If that's the case, I'll tell you directly today, as long as you agree, I'll give you a demon soul crystal as a gift. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of everyone in the audience changed drastically. Demon soul crystal. NBSP, the demon soul crystal that can allow monsters and spirit beasts to break through the shackles of the demon path and condense demon souls. Damn it, this is not a legendary treasure of the monster clan. It is said that only when a monster of the martial emperor level is damaged, there is a 1% chance of condensing a monster soul crystal. Oh my god, Black Blood Temple, what a big deal. With the demon soul crystal, achieving the martial emperor's realm is as easy as flipping the palm of your hand. Fuck. Demon soul crystal. All eyes, especially some monster beasts and spirit beast powerhouses, all looked at Mo Tianqing with disbelief on his face, his eyes were red, and his breathing became heavy. You know, in the entire Zhongtian continent, it is said that there are no more than 3 powerful monsters who have obtained the demon soul crystal, and in the end, all of them have achieved the Tao of the Great Demon, which is the lowest level of the demon Tao of the martial emperor realm. Mo Tianqing glanced across the audience, seeing the horrified expressions on everyone's faces. The corners of his mouth immediately turned up, making a slight arc. There are demon soul crystals, but this demon soul crystal is very different from ordinary demon soul crystals. As long as Dingdang agrees to the conditions, how could the Tunshan mountain range still be the opponent of the Black Blood Temple? Moreover, that demon soul crystal will make Dingdang completely loyal to the Black Blood Temple. This is definitely killing two birds with one stone. How about it? Dingdang, a demon soul crystal is enough to represent the sincerity of my Black Blood Temple. Would you like it? Elder Mo Xiao, who was sitting next to Mo Tianqing, spoke softly with a gentle smile on his face. Willing, your grandma. When Dingdang heard Yao Hunjing, his face was slightly taken aback, and he reacted instantly, opening his mouth to curse, not showing any face to Mo Tianqing and Mo Xiao, the two big bosses of the Black Blood Temple. As the bloodline of Ziluo Tianxiong, Dingdang has the memory of bloodline inheritance, and she knows the value of the demon soul crystal better than anyone present, but so what? The friendship between her and Chu Yan, even if the whole world is exchanged, she will never hesitate. Humph. Courting death. You still think that Chu Yan really dares to come to my bloody mountain range? Mo Tianqing was scolded by Dingdang, his whole face was dark, red and purple, almost dripping blood. Looking at Dingdang with blood-red eyes, he snorted coldly. To tell you the truth, it doesn't matter whether Chu Yan comes or not. Our Black Blood Temple has already made arrangements. If he comes, he will die. If he doesn't come, or die. When the time comes, I will let you be buried with him. Just relying on you rubbish, you want to deal with my boss, ha ha ha. Dingdang laughed loudly. Hearing Dingdang's laughter, Mo Tianqing's face was almost twisted into a ball, wishing to swallow Dingdang alive, but, to become the master of a sect, his temperament is naturally not weak, and in just a moment, Mo Tianqing recovered, and his eyes swept to the sky, sneered. Who is rubbish, you will know soon. As soon as the words fell to the ground, warriors from all directions began to flatter. Ha ha ha, this little doll must be crazy. Dianju Mo is right, just wait, as long as Chu Yan dares to come, without the help of Palace Master Mo, even I can pinch him to death with one finger. That's right, that kid named Chu Yan, even if he ate the bear heart and leopard courage, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to set foot on the bloody mountain range. Ha ha ha, an ant is an ant, or is it shaking the sky? Countless voices sounded, and the audience burst into laughter. These second-rate sect forces in the Zhongtian continent feel that they have transformed themselves after they attached to the Black Blood Temple. They have become the first-rate forces in the Zhongtian continent, and they are all arrogant. However, they really hope that Chu Yan can show up, and take a look at who is this audacious Tianjiao who dares to challenge the Black Blood Temple. #C1163 Explosive Mountain Gate. On the main peak of the entire Black Blood Temple, nearly 100,000 strong men simply dismissed Dingdang's words. In their opinion, how arrogant that Chu Yan must be to dare to kill the main hall of the Black Blood Temple. You must know that since the establishment of the Black Blood Temple 100 years ago, it took less than 100 years to develop to the extent that it can compete with the 8 ancient sections. Its current strength, let alone a single person, even a top-level master in the mainland zone dare not resist. Moreover, these powerhouses are convinced that there must be a town-level powerhouse in the main hall of the Black Blood Temple. This kind of powerhouse is almost certain to be at the Martial Emperor realm at the very least. How could Chu Yan, who was at the Heavenly Realm, dare to fight against someone at the Martial Emperor realm? Joke. Soon, everyone put Chu Yan just now behind their heads, and the whole scene, drinking and talking, was a lively scene. And the 4 guardians of the Black Blood Temple, representing the Hall Master and the Great Elder, chatted happily with the powerful people of various sects, and had a good time talking with everyone. In comparison, Dingdang, bound by black chains and thrown in a corner of the rostrum, looked extremely lonely. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was 3 poles in the sun. At this time, among the warriors in the audience, those who had been looking forward to Chu Yan's arrival were completely disappointed. That Chu Yan really didn't dare to come. My lord, that guy Chu Yan must not dare to come. What is the number one pride in the Zhongtian continent? He just dared to be arrogant with a young warrior. In front of the adults, he is not like an ant. Ha ha ha. The suzerain of a small sect walked up to the rostrum and said to Mo Tianqing with a flattering face. However, what he didn't expect was that upon hearing his words, Mo Tianqing's expression immediately sank and became extremely gloomy. From Mo Tianqing's point of view, if Chu Yan really didn't show up, wouldn't all his arrangements be in vain, and he couldn't explain it to his superiors. In short, this Chu Yan must be killed as soon as possible, otherwise, he will die himself. My lord. Hey hey. It was another strong man. Seeing Mo Tianqing's cold face, his eyeballs rolled suddenly. He walked up to him and said, Hall Master, as long as the news is released, if Chu Yan doesn't come, then. Speaking of this, the strong man turned his eyes, looked at Dang at the corner of the rostrum, raised his right hand, turned it into a hand knife, fell into the void and cut it down. The meaning could not be more obvious. Hearing this person's words, Mo Tianqing's expression froze and his eyes brightened. Good idea. In this way, it is really possible for Chu Yan to appear. Even if he doesn't show up, when the time comes, it will be much easier to make her surrender again when she becomes discouraged. Okay. If the order goes down, everyone will send a message to the world immediately. If Chu Yan doesn't show up for a stick of incense, he will die. As soon as the words landed, everyone in the audience was stunned at the same time. However, although these people were full of doubts, none of them dared to open their mouths to ask. They took out the communication jade charms one after another, and passed Mo Tianqing's words to the outside world. Especially those who know Dizong and Yaozong warriors are much more positive. All of a sudden, above the main peak of the Xuanhuan mountain range, countless transmissions invisible to the naked eye spread across thousands of miles, like spider webs, towards the entire Zhongtian continent, in all directions. At the same time, Mo Tianqing turned his head slowly, looked at a Dharma protector beside him, and signaled with his eyes. Yes. The protector, receiving Mo Tianqing's signal, cupped his hands in a salute, and then, strode out, walked to Dongdong's side, flipped his hands, and a bloody sword suddenly appeared, raised high. At the same time, the great elder with a gentle smile on his face also raised his hand and flicked a stick of incense, which instantly floated into the air, with little smoke, and stood still in the void. Fragrance off. Kill. Humph. Doing so many things. Are you tired? Dang didn't disdain this at all, and sneered. His eyes subconsciously glanced at the southern skyline, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, which became more intense. In theory. At the time of Ling Tianzong, Chu Yan signed a spiritual contract with Dang inadvertently in exchange for the demon crystal. In other words, between Dang and Chu Yan, there is a special relationship between a spiritual contract and a non-spiritual contract. This kind of coincidence gave Dang and Chu Yan a special sense of spirituality. Dongdong's petite chest slightly puffed out, he didn't say a word, just smiled lightly, looking towards the southern sky. Boss, will definitely come. Moreover, it will stir up a bloody storm and make all the people in the Black Blood Temple regret. In Haotian continent, Dang is confident. No one knows Chu Yan better than himself, no one. Time passes by lightly. All the warriors in the audience looked at the midair, the fine incense and its misty smoke. The time for a stick of incense flies by in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan really didn't dare to come. The time is too short. Could it be that Chu Yan didn't receive the news? Impossible. My friends from the medicine sect sent me a message just now. Even their suzerain Gong Yin Tian received the news. It is impossible for Chu Yan not to receive it. Hey! It's a pity. I wanted to meet this Chu Yan and behead him with my own hands. It seems that I have no chance. That's right, a new martial skill I learned is extremely powerful. I wanted to let Chu Yan experience it, but it's a pity. Everyone was smiling, contemptuously, full of arrogance, and casually teasing. At this moment, on the rostrum, the first elder suddenly stood up, the smile froze on his face, and he looked straight at the clear smoke in midair. And that stick of incense, at the moment when the great elder was on his body, suddenly the smoke was cut off and extinguished. It's time, let's do it. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the great elder's face burst into a smile, and he looked at the guardian behind Dingdang, his eyes flashed, and a thought came out. Boom! Standing behind Dingdang, holding a blood knife, the guardian was startled when he heard the voice from the sea of consciousness, then looked at the great elder and nodded. The whole body's bloody true energy burst out directly, pouring into the big knife in his hand, and the light of the knife rushed out instantly. With the help of the power of the sword, the guardian raised the bloody sword in his hand high, and was about to slash straight down. What? Really murderous. Impossible. Dingdang is the Tunshan mountain range, the third master. Her sworn brother is Lord Lei Wuhun. Could it be that the Black Blood Temple is really going to tear itself apart with the Tunshan mountain range? Go straight to the sect battle. Damn it, it's exciting now. Haha, there is a good show to watch. Under the stunned and disbelieving expressions of everyone, the blood-colored saber suddenly fell down with a shocking blood light. Dingdang, next year today will be your Memorial Day. The big knife in the guardian's hand fell rapidly towards Dongdong's neck. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom, rumbling. 10 miles away from the Xuanhuan mountain range, a terrifying sound of air explosion exploded, bringing up a circle of air waves nearly 100 feet high, rushing towards the main peak of the Xuanhuan mountain range. The air wave hit the sect guarding formation in the Bloodlines Mountains, causing the 9 blood peaks to tremble at the same time. Along with the 9 blood peaks trembling at the same time, there are nearly 100,000 souls and seas of consciousness in the audience. Mo Tianqing, Mo Xiao, the 4 guardians, including the big bosses of the small and medium sects in the audience, all changed their expressions. What's the situation? How could the great array of guards in the Bloodlines Mountains be shaken? Not good. Someone is attacking the Guardian formation in the main hall of the Black Blood Temple. Who? Who is so bold to attack the Bloodlines Mountain Range Guardian sect array in front of the Lord of the Black Blood Temple, the Great Elder and the 4 guardians, including nearly 100,000 strong men? #C1164 Big Demon. In less than half a breath, everyone on the main peak reacted at the same time. The reason why they were stunned just now was because the scene before them had never happened since the establishment of the Black Blood Temple. It was impossible for them to imagine that someone would really attack the Blood Defense mountain range. It's like they never dared to think that they dared to attack the mountain gates of the 8 ancient sections. Such a thing is simply impossible. But now, following the wave of the sky, impacting on the spirit array protecting the mountain, when the sky exploded, they finally reacted. Looking for death. The 4 guardians act immediately and kill the enemy. Mo Tianqing's face instantly turned into a pig's liver color, his anger rose to the sky, and he roared. I am the master of the Black Blood Temple, and I am here today to entertain all the sect forces that are attached to the Black Blood Temple, and at this time, someone is attacking the Bloodlines mountain range. Does this mean hitting myself in the face in front of nearly 100,000 people? How could he endure it? Even if he is the suzerain, and his heart is extremely strong, at this moment, the entire sea of consciousness is filled with anger and explodes in an instant. However, when his words fell to the ground, and the blood-colored true energy had just risen from the 4 guardians, and they were about to rise into the sky, they suddenly regenerated. Boom! Above the 9 peaks of the Bloody mountain range, above the 10,000 zhang sky, the void with a radius of 10 miles exploded. Void fragments all over the sky charged in all directions, and on the endless dark sky, 2 figures appeared. These 2 people are exactly Lei Wuhuang and Tianzhua Wuzuan. The first master and the second master of the Tunshan mountain range are here. Lei Tianzhua, who is at the top of the martial venerable realm, Lei Tianyu, who is at the middle martial emperor realm, and the 2 giants of the heaven-swallowing mountain range. As soon as they appeared, the terrifying aura from their bodies spread throughout the audience, crushing more than 100,000 warriors. The momentum is like a cloud. Lei Martial Emperor. Oh my God, Emperor Lei Wu has arrived. It's over. I'm in big trouble now. Everyone in the audience raised their heads together. Looking at the 2 tall figures in midair, my heart trembled. This is a middle-ranked martial emperor realm expert, and there is also an upper-rank martial venerable peak. You know, the 2 of them are powerful monsters. With the innate advantages of the monsters, they are already 1 level higher than human warriors of the same level. Therefore, with the strength of the 2 of them, it is more than enough to suppress the audience. On the rostrum, Mo Tianqing's face changed slightly, his eyes flickered with blood, he looked up at the sky, and said, Emperor Lei Wu, are you going to start a war? Hearing this, Lei Wuhuan, who was dressed in a white robe, opened his mouth and shouted. So what if we start a war? A war is a war. As soon as the words landed, everyone in the audience was shocked. No real war. Palace Master Mo, stay safe and don't be impatient. Today, my eldest brother and I came here, and we don't want to start a massacre. Beside Lei Wuhuang, Tianzhua Wuzuan chuckled, glanced across the audience, and said softly. It's not time for us to swallow the Sky Mountain Range and your Black Blood Temple. We are here today mainly to ask you to release my 3rd brother. Dang. Look, if we really want to go to war with you in the Tunshan mountain range, it won't be just my brother and me, right? Wuzu and Tianzhua seemed to be more talkative than Emperor Lei Wu. With a smile on his face, he looked calm and relaxed. According to legend, Emperor Lei Wu is the most powerful in the Tunshan mountain range, but in terms of mind, this Tianzhua Wuzun is even more terrifying than Emperor Lei Wu. Everyone's eyes shrank, and they turned to Emperor Lei Wu and Wuzun Tianzhua. Really, on the side of the Tunshan mountain range, there are only 2 big men here, and there is no army overwhelming. It seems that it does not seem to be going to war directly. Everyone present knows that this Tunshan mountain range is not like other ordinary sects. Their power belongs to, all over the entire Tian mountain range stretching for hundreds of millions of miles, all the monsters and wild beasts that survive and practice in the mountains are all their sect power. More than 10 years ago, a small force from the Tunshan mountain range formed a terrifying beast horde with a radius of hundreds of miles, and crushed a large sect in the Zhongtian continent to pieces. Hearing this, Mo Tianqing's expression darkened, and his eyes kept flickering. What do the 2 Emperor Lei Wu mean? Do they have to do it themselves? The 2 of them are so confident, with the strength of the 2 of them, they are enough to fight against the entire Black Blood Temple. Boom, boom. At this moment, at the foot of another blood peak in the distance, another blast exploded, and the sound was even more terrifying. Emperor Lei Wu and Wuzun Tianzhua turned their heads slowly, glanced at the place where the voice came from in the distance, looked at each other, and chuckled at the same time. Mo Tianqing, you Black Blood Temple are all pigs. It's not good to provoke anyone, but you have to provoke Dang. Don't forget, Dang is not just the 3rd leader of our Tunshan mountain range. Today is us. If the 2 of you don't come, your Bloody mountain range will probably be littered with corpses. I haven't seen you for a few years, the Bloody mountain of the Black Blood Temple is so weak. TSK. The faces of the 100,000 strong people in the audience were stunned at the same time. What does Tensa Takaru mean? Could it be that, apart from the two of them, who else would dare to deal with the Black Blood Temple? Humph. Wuzu and Tianzhua, don't even look at this place, don't say it, only the two of you are here, even if you have the power of the heaven-swallowing mountain range, our Black Blood Temple will not be afraid at all. Mo Tianqing's eyes were blood red, his face was ashen, and he did not give in at all. Ha ha ha. You alone can't represent the Black Blood Temple. Wuzu and Tianzhua sneered, his eyes were like lightning, and he stared straight at Mo Tianqing on the rostrum, as if he could see through him completely with just one glance. Second brother, stop talking nonsense with him. Do it directly. Emperor Lei Wu uttered a cry, and the aura of the martial emperor realm exploded all over his body, and the surrounding space trembled crazily. If you don't want to die, give it to me immediately. Get lost. Boom. Before the roar fell to the ground, Emperor Lei Wu flipped his big hand, and a silver palm print instantly condensed in front of him, bringing out the sky full of berserk monster power. This palm print is nearly 10,000 feet in size, covering almost half of the main peak of Xuanhuan Mountain. If it is photographed, half of the mountain peak may explode. There were nearly 100,000 strong people in the audience. Seeing this scene, their faces immediately turned pale green. This Emperor Lei Wu just said to let those who don't want to die just get lost, but before he finished speaking, he directly started to fight. How can this make people get lost? The next moment, everyone turned their eyes to Mo Tianqing, who was on the rostrum. At this time, if they escape, then the Black Blood Temple will pursue them in the future, and they will be finished. Therefore, they could only place their hopes on Mo Tianqing and see how he would deal with it. If they really couldn't deal with Emperor Lei Wu, it would be reasonable to run away by themselves. On the podium, Mo Tianqing's face was extremely dark. He never expected that Emperor Lei Wu would actually do it directly. Could it be that the two of them saw through it directly? Just when this war was about to break out, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. A terrifying explosion resounded through the entire sky, and the gate of the Black Blood Temple, which had just been attacked by Emperor Lei Wu, exploded directly, turning into black mist that filled the sky, flying in all directions. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying demonic aura, like a wave of air, swept across the audience. Mo Tianqing and the Great Elder on the rostrum were all stunned and turned their heads to look at the same time. But I saw, on the edge of the sky in the distance, a beast as tall as a mountain, setting off a monstrous sea-like monstrous wind, came straight towards this side. Another big monster appeared. #C1165 1 sword 7 cuts. What's going on? What's going on? For a moment, Mo Tianqing, the Great Elder, the four Great Guardians, and all the powerful people in the audience were stunned. When they looked up, they saw a huge monster rushing towards them. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. This is a bull monster as tall as half a mountain peak, with two sharp horns on its forehead, which shine brightly and emit thousands of blue lights. On the cow's body, there are plum blossom-shaped lines, like a large piece of spiritual light flowing around. A cow's hooves are half the size of a house, and every step it takes in the void, a large void will collapse. This is a big demon-level cow monster. Tianzong's Zhenzong Lingai, how could he come to kill him? Moo. Yao Yi opened his mouth and let out a sky-shattering roar, and the billowing monster energy rushed out, bringing a stronger gust of monster energy and sweeping the entire venue. At this moment, the faces of everyone in the audience changed drastically. Damn. What's the situation? First Emperor Lei Wu and Tianzhua Wu Zun from the Tunchen mountain range came to the door, and now it's the 1,000 spirit beasts from Tianzong who came to kill him. Mo Tianqing's face turned into a pig's liver, and he almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. I designed to deal with Chu Yan, but it caused such a bunch of terrifying big monsters, how could I be so unlucky? The point is, until now, that Chu Yan hasn't shown up yet. Then what's the use of my careful layout? Fuck. Look. Oh my god, there is actually a person standing on the head of the 1,000 spirit beasts. How is this possible? The head of 1,000 spirit beasts is extremely noble, how could people stand on it? Who? Who is so powerful, standing on the head of the big monster? In the venue, when a sharp-eyed strong man looked at the big demon bull as tall as a hill, his eyes flickered, and he found something strange, and exclaimed repeatedly. What? Hiss. One word landed. Like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, all the audience's 100,000 pairs of eyes looked together, and suddenly they all found the black figure standing on top of the big demon bull, and the audience gasped. The next moment, when everyone saw clearly who was standing on top of the big demon bull, the corners of everyone's eyes twitched. Mo Tianqing, the great elder, and the 4 guardians were even more engrossed, and there was a shocking wave in their hearts. This person turned out to be Chu Yan. Chu Yan actually stood on the head of Zhenzong Lingai of Tianzong to attack the gate of the Black Blood Temple. Could it be that Tianzong also participated in it? Dang dang, come. In the next breath, Chu Yan's voice resounded through the audience, his eyes fell directly on Dang Dang, and he spoke softly. Chu Yan, you came too late, if you were later, I would have already done it. Emperor Lei Wu glanced at Chu Yan, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and said. However, this sentence made everyone's faces change drastically, and their minds were shocked. What? The person standing on top of the big bull demon is Chu Yan. What a joke. How could he stand on the head of the Tianzong Zhenzong spirit beast? Could it be that the Tianzong Zhenzong spirit beast was surrendered by him? Huh. So many people. Chu Yan glanced across the audience, red light flickered in his eyes, and found that many people here did not belong to the Black Blood Temple, so he frowned, his voice was ice-like, and he said. I have something to settle with the Black Blood Temple, anyone who has nothing to do with it, immediately, get out. After drinking the last rolling word, Chu Yan's eyes were blood red, the golden pupils flickered, and the murderous aura rushed out of his body. The anger towards the Black Blood Temple in my heart can no longer be suppressed. Today, he is here, to kill someone. The sound of rolling thunder vibrated, causing the entire sky of the main peak of Xuanhuan mountain to shudder. Irrelevant people, get out. Hearing Chu Yan's words, all the 100,000 strong people in the audience were stunned at first, and then, countless real chi shot up into the sky at the same time, and various roars resounded through the sky. Damn, Chu Yan, dare to tell me to go away. It's too arrogant, but it's just a pride, it's so arrogant. Damn it, do you know who I am? I'm the head of Lu Yun's sect, and he told me to get lost, I'm courting death. Damn it, this Chu Yan is too crazy, kill him. All kinds of roars sounded, nearly 100,000 strong men, at least half of them are suzerain elders of second and third-rate sects, when they were reprimanded by a young man of the younger generation, all of them suddenly burst into murderous intent. Swish swish swish. At the next moment, several burly and fierce-faced powerhouses rose directly into the sky, holding spiritual weapons, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Arrogant boy, die for me. I want your life. As these people soared into the sky, sword lights, fist marks, and palm lights all blasted towards Chu Yan at the same time. A young martial artist of the younger generation dared to be arrogant in front of them. These people couldn't bear it at all. Moreover, they originally planned that as long as Chu Yan appeared, they would directly attack them. In front of Mo Tianqing and many big bosses of the Black Blood Temple, show your face. Therefore, under this move, several people kept their hands full, just want to kill Chu Yan with one move, and become famous. In an instant, 7 or 8 attacks roared into the sky and blasted out, with astonishing power. Die. Suddenly, Chu Yan shouted coldly. Hao Yan, cut. Call out. A frightening cold light, like a god's aura, suddenly appeared, a sword light as bright as snow, with an unparalleled sharpness. The sword shadow flashed brightly, and slashed towards the 7 or 8 figures rushing. Scoff. Scoff. As the sword light flashed across, the bodies of the 7 or 8 strong men, who were still imposing just now, trembled violently, became stiff instantly, and their eyes trembled in shock. Clang! The Haotian sword returned to its sheath. Chu Yan stood with his hands behind his back, standing on top of the head of the big monster bull, wearing a black robe and hunting against the wind, standing proudly. In the venue, nearly 100,000 people stared blankly at the sky, their faces full of doubts. Those people, why didn't they rush over? Why were they standing there? It was just a sword light, and it was so frightened that the whole body trembled. Too bad. Laugh. 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 In the next moment, there were 7 or 8 strong men with stiff bodies in midair, and there were bright red bloodstains in the space between the necks, but in the blink of an eye, bloody arrows shot out. Puff. 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 8 balls of blood mist erupted suddenly, spreading blood mist all over the sky. 1 sword and 7 cuts, see the blood and seal the throat. What? How can this be? Okay. What a fast sword. What a strong sword. This is the sword intent and sword power, the true way of the sword. Oh my God, Sect Master Feng and the others, lost. At this moment, in the venue, countless strong men could only feel the cold rising in their hearts, and their whole bodies could not help but tremble. This Chu Yan is really so powerful. Looking at Chu Yan on the top of the big demon bull's head, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes swept across the audience. He didn't even look at the 8 corpses that fell to the ground in front of him, as if he had just killed a few ants, with a serious expression on his face. The clouds are light and the wind is clear. The next moment, Chu Yan jumped off Yaoya, landed on the venue in an instant, and walked towards the rostrum. All the people looked at Chu Yan blankly, and when Chu Yan approached, they made way one after another, and no one dared to stop him. This Chu Yan is simply an evil star, it's terrible. Say it again. Irrelevant, get out immediately. Otherwise. Kill without mercy. Chu Yan, who stood still in front of the rostrum, looked directly at Mo Tianqing with his eyes like lightning, and shouted loudly. #C1166 One Punch. This time, Chu Yan's words immediately caused a reaction. Walk. People of Tianhuzong, come with me, retreat for 50 miles. Hurry up, let's go. In the next moment, nearly 100,000 warriors at the scene huffed and walked, more than half of them. These second- and third-rate sects attached to the Black Blood Temple saw that Chu Yan was so powerful, and there was Emperor Lei Wu of the Tunshan mountain range behind him and the spirit beasts of the Tianzong Zhenzong. All of them were frightened. Green, using body skills and spirit treasures, scattered and fled in all directions, not daring to stay in the slightest. If you don't go, if you want to go later, you probably won't be able to go. Whether it is the Black Blood Temple, the Tunshan mountain range, or the evil star like Chu Yan in front of him, they are not people of their level at all, and they can be provoked. If they are accidentally involved in the next battle, only the lost share. Let's withdraw first. After a few more breaths, among the 20,000 to 30,000 powerhouses at the scene, who were still suspicious at first, glanced at some sect forces on the rostrum, and their hearts softened, and they all evacuated. Swish swish swish. For a moment, in the sky of the main peak, figures all over the sky rose into the sky, and quickly disappeared into the sky. If this scene in front of you is seen by other warriors in the mainland, they will definitely be shocked. A young Tianjiao, who is in the enemy sect, repelled tens of thousands of strong men with a loud shout, and no one dared to disobey him. His power was overwhelming. Okay. Chu Yan, you have courage. You really dare to come, so crazy. Mo Tianqing's eyes flickered, his face was reddish, his eyes were light red, and the blood glistened lightly. Stop talking so much nonsense, release Dang Dang, and prepare to die. Chu Yan looked at Mo Tianqing with contempt, and said coldly. Chu Yan, you. Hearing this, Mo Tianqing's body trembled. His face darkened instantly. This Chu Yan is really against the sky, dare to talk to himself like this. However, when Mo Tianqing looked behind Chu Yan, Lei Wuhuang, Tianzhua Wuzuan, and the terrifying figures of Yao Yi, he frowned slightly. He didn't expect that this Chu Yan, after disappearing for a few days, not only broke through to Wuzuanjing, but also found some terrifying helpers, which made Mo Tianqing extremely troublesome. After this, it immediately gave him an unfathomable feeling. However, today's battle is difficult to name, so let's educate this Chu Yan well. Humph. I don't know how to live or die. When the voice fell to the ground, an extremely powerful and terrifying aura surged out from him. Although he is only a low-rank martial emperor, as the master of the Black Blood Temple, he is different from ordinary Black Blood Temple disciples. His combat power is not only not weakened, but also stronger than that of the same level. Otherwise, how can he be worthy? This Hall Master? The Great Elder and the 4 guardians standing behind him saw that Mo Tianqing was about to make a move in person. They were startled for a moment, and then a smirk appeared on their faces. Under the hands of Palace Master Mo, this Chu Yan has no chance of surviving. Chu Yan. Mo Tianqing looked straight at Chu Yan, with a pair of blood eyes covering the sky with red light. His aura kept rising. He said coldly. Give you one last chance, surrender to my temple immediately, you can still survive today, otherwise, I will let you. However, Chu Yan didn't give him a chance to finish his sentence at all, so he waved his hand and said impatiently. That's so much nonsense. Chu Yan strode out, and the 5-color Gang Yuan on his body exploded directly, and he sternly shouted, Go to hell. Raising his right hand, the 16 inner alchemy in the sea of qi circulated in unison, the majestic power poured into it surgingly, the silver fist print rushed out, the 5 colors of strange light lingered, and the roaring fist took shape in an instant. The 5 elements Chao Yuan of Tiangang Jin. A punch blasted out, like a cannonball of 5-colored rays of light, exploding with a sound of anger, blasting towards Mo Tianqing viciously. So what about the next martial emperor realm? Those who dare to provoke their enemies of life and death must die. This move of Tiangang Jin's 5 elements Chao Yuan is the last and most powerful move of Chu Yan's Tiangang Jin. Now, Chu Yan's cultivation has broken through the martial venerable realm, and he can finally use this trick. Facing Mo Tianqing, he will naturally not be polite. For a moment, the Yimong fist seal in front of Chu Yan exuded terrifying fist power, as if the whole sea was churning and sweeping away. Whether it was Mo Tianqing or the great elders present, the faces of the giants were all in unison. Changed together. Damn, this punch is strong enough. In the sky, the big monster Yao Yi, who was as tall as a mountain, felt the power of this punch, his blood boiled all over his body, and the cow mooed. Chu Yan, I am the master of the Black Blood Temple, you dare to attack me. But in front of him, Mo Tianqing, who was originally proud, felt the power of this punch, but suddenly his expression changed, his whole body was chilled, his demeanor of a strong man just now disappeared, and he said in a trembling voice. What's the situation? Is this still the master of the Black Blood Temple who dominates the entire Zhongtian continent and stands side by side with the 8 ancient sects? However, before the doubtful look on Chu Yan's face was fully unfolded, with a loud bang, the terrifying fist light of Tiangang, wrapped in the momentum of destroying everything, rolled up the energy of the sky, and smashed out fiercely. Boom, boom. As the light of the fist passed by, the sky and the earth trembled, and the situation faded away. The river of blood is surging. Mo Tianqing's face almost turned gray-green, his whole body erupted with blood-colored qi, and he stretched out his palms together, shooting out a huge wave of blood-colored waves that swept across the world, and slammed fiercely at the silver glow fist that hit him head-on. Go! However, this wave of blood looks mighty, but at the moment it collided with the Yinmong fist seal, the five-colored light suddenly burst out, instantly piercing the blood river completely, rushing through the blood river without a trace of hindrance, in order to further the violent fist strike straight down. This punch was like the wrath of the gods, a shocking punch from the ancient power god. After breaking through the river of blood, it slammed into Mo Tianqing's protective aura, and there was a loud explosion of air that shook the ground. Whoosh! Mo Tianqing's figure flew upside down like a shooting star, crashed into the rostrum behind him, and was thrown straight into the sky. Boom! However, Mo Tianqing's figure didn't fly very far at all. He just flew 10,000 steps backwards, his whole body exploded like a blown balloon, and countless filthy blood flew into the sky. At the same time, with his body as the center, within a radius of 10 miles, the void trembled, and a large black air gushed out from the flesh and blood, soaring into the sky, like a black cloud, quickly scattered. One punch, kill. What? This? The four guardians of the Black Blood Temple, as well as all the elders and powerhouses around them, were all stunned, their faces full of horror. What the hell is going on? Just now, was the palace master killed? How can this be? The cultivation base of the palace master Mo Tianqing was a low-rank martial emperor realm powerhouse, who was killed by a single punch by a martial sovereign realm warrior. Do make a mistake. This simply cannot happen. All the people in the Black Blood Temple were horrified and puzzled, and they didn't believe the scene in front of them at all. Only on the rostrum, the elder Mo Zhao's face flickered, as if he was not damaged by Mo Tianqing at all, and he was not surprised at all. A pair of pale red eyes stared straight at Chu Yan, his face full of thoughtfulness. #C1167 Bloodtooth. Kill the Lord of the Black Blood Temple with one punch. At this time, Chu Yan also frowned, with a puzzled look on his face. However, unlike other people in the Black Blood Temple, Chu Yan just pondered for a while, and then suddenly realized. This person is not Mo Tianqing at all, but just a substitute. Whoosh! Chu Yan's face froze, his figure flickered, and he returned to the sky in an instant, landing beside Emperor Lei Wu. Chu Yan, did you see it? With a slight smile on his face, Lei Wuhun looked at Chu Yan and said with a smile. You have already discovered it. Chu Yan said in surprise. That's right. As soon as I arrived here, I discovered that the aura on Mo Tianqing's body was transformed by the spirit pattern, and it was not the aura of his own cultivation at all. However, I have never understood why the Black Blood Temple did this. Intention. Emperor Lei Wu glanced at the great elder on the rostrum with piercing eyes. If he is really Mo Tianqing, of course I can't let you fight him directly. This matter is extremely weird. Hearing Lei Wuwang's words, Chu Yan also glanced at the rostrum, and saw the powerhouses of the Black Blood Temple rushing to the side of the Grand Elder of the rostrum, and they all looked terrified. However, after a large number of people gathered around the Great Elder Mo Xiao, they didn't know what Mo Xiao said. Soon, all the strong men on the side of the Black Blood Temple gradually calmed down. Humph. Who care what they are doing? Anyway, I came to the Bloody Mountain Range today to kill people. When Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, his figure flashed, and he rushed out quickly, flying towards the rostrum. Almost in the blink of an eye, Chu Yan landed in front of the guardian of the Black Blood Temple, who was holding a blood knife and guarding Dingdang. His eyes were shining with colorful streamers, and he looked straight at him. In an instant, the face of that strong man, one of the four great protectors, suddenly changed, and the hairs all over his body exploded. Being stared straight at by Chu Yan, an unprecedented sense of danger rose in his heart, and his whole body was like falling into a cellar of ice. What are you going to do? The Dharma was pale. The corners of his eyes twitched, subconscious qi gushed out, pouring into the blood knife in his hand. You want to kill Dang. Chu Yan's eyes were ice-like, with murderous intent gushing out. He raised his hand and punched out. Before going on a killing spree, rescue Dang first, so that he can use it without any scruples. Boom. The frightening fusion power of the 5 elements, the power is far beyond the imagination of the Dharma protector, a surge of energy that seems to rush from a mountain. Before the fist light arrives, it rushes to the body protection energy of his body. It made his whole body tremble again, and his face was as white as paper. In the next breath, just as the protector was about to turn around and flee, the fist light fell fiercely, smashing his body protector, blasting his entire body into a rain of flesh and blood, filling the sky. Throw fly. Only at the lower Wuzuanjing cultivation level. It's fake again. Chu Yan's face was stunned, his brows were slightly frowned, and then he was lazy to guess, and directly waved his hand, and included Dang in the map of mountains, rivers, and beasts. The next moment, Chu Yan turned around and faced the direction of the great elder of the Black Blood Temple, where nearly 10,000 strong men of the Black Blood Temple gathered on the venue. No matter what you do. Anyway, all are going to die. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan took a big step, and the aura of Wu Zuanjing burst out directly. A cold light flashed in his hand, and the extremely sharp sword energy rushed to the audience in an instant, and the Haotian divine soldier radiated 10,000 silver lights, and the sword light was like water, towards the large figure in the distance, slashed out. Mom! Run away! The elders of the Black Blood Temple, seeing the sword light coming, were so frightened that their livers were torn apart, their faces were full of panic, and they fled in all directions. These guys, one by one, seemed to have the aura of a half-step martial emperor, or a high-ranking Wu Zuanjing. Unexpectedly, they didn't fight Chu Yan at all, and just rushed away. The pupil of the unicorn. Chu Yan's face was full of doubts, his brows were tightly frowned, and then, with a low drink, colorful streamers flashed in his eyes, and he cast his unicorn pupils to sweep towards these people. They're all low-rank martial venerable realm cultivation bases. Damn, there are also those of the 5th heavenly heaven realm. This. With a glance, Chu Yan's face was stunned. He didn't expect that these so-called giants in the main hall of the Black Blood Temple all had such low cultivation bases. These people, according to the level of warriors in the Black Blood Temple, I'm afraid he can't even count as a second-rate disciple. Humph. A bunch of trash, dare to stand in front of me, courting death. Chu Yan yelled violently, waved the Haotian divine soldier in his hand, and slashed out with bright silver sword lights, beheading all the powerhouses of the Black Blood Temple who were fleeing in all directions. The figure rushed out, Chu Yan waved his left hand, and the 10 swords appeared at the same time. With both swords in hand, Chu Yan rushed into the crowd, and immediately turned into a terrifying, killing god. There was a sound, blood splashed everywhere, and corpses flew around. For a moment, Chu Yan seemed to rush into the land of no one, invincible. Seeing that there was no way to escape, some unrepentant warriors of the Black Blood Temple turned around, used various tricks and spiritual treasures, and attacked Chu Yan. However, these moves were like child's play in front of Chu Yan. They couldn't get within 100 steps of Chu Yan, so they were directly smashed into powder by the twin swords. The gap in strength and combat power cannot be made up by martial arts and spirit treasures at all. Chu Yan, I will fight with you. Among the crowd, a middle-ranked Wu Zuanjing strongman, who was regarded as the top, held a spear, and his whole body exploded to the extreme, and rushed towards Chu Yan with the gun. On that golden spear, above the tip of the spear, there was a spot of blood like a pillar. The spear was like waves, and the spear was so bright. Extreme innate. With a low shout, Chu Yan increased his true energy by 30%, poured it into the sword body, and the five-colored sword light rushed to the night, and slashed at the opponent. This person is a middle-ranked martial venerable realm expert. Although he is also a second-rate disciple of the Black Blood Temple and has the most actual combat power in the lower-ranked martial venerable realm, Chu Yan still improves his combat power and handles it carefully without any carelessness. This sword, at least 70% of Chu Yan's combat power, is like a startling rainbow, and the sword smashes the golden and red two-color gun light, and cuts straight at the opponent's body. Scoff. As Jianguan passed by, a body was cut in half from head to legs, and died on the spot. Chu Yan, have you killed enough? In the distant sky, the great elder Mo Xiao was hanging high in the sky, watching the scene with cold eyes, and said softly. Hearing the sound, Chu Yan suddenly turned his head and looked into the air, the pupils of the unicorn flickered, and his eyes were slightly trembling at a glance. This Mo Xiao's aura is obviously much stronger than others, could it be? It seems that you are one. Then kill. Chu Yan yelled loudly, his whole body was filled with murderous aura, his whole body exploded with strength, he rose from the ground, and rushed straight to Mo Xiao. In all directions, those strong men who were still running away, when they saw Chu Yan killing the great elder Mo Xiao, they all stopped and gathered slowly. Humph. Chu Yan, you are too arrogant, thinking that if you are talented and have broken through the martial venerable realm, you can become an enemy of my Black Blood Temple. Ha ha ha. If not. Humph. Die. Halfway through Mo Xiao's words, he suddenly stopped speaking, his breath exploded, and he rushed towards Chu Hua. Blood Fang piercing sky. With a sharp shout, Mo Xiao flipped his hand, and a blood-colored sharp arrow shot straight at Chu Yan's figure at an extremely fast speed. Boom! As soon as Chu Yan raised his hand, 5 color fists blasted out, smashing at the blood arrow, but the next moment, that blood arrow directly pierced his fist light through a blood hole, like a red lightning, and ruthlessly poked on his body shield. Well. As soon as a trace of astonishment appeared on Chu Yan's face, he felt a very strange force break through his protective qi, rush into his body, and quickly rush to the sea of qi along the meridians of his whole body. Not good. Chu Yan's expression changed drastically. #C1168, just rubbish. Mo Xiao's move caught Chu Yan off guard. He never expected that the other party would use this kind of attack method. This is obviously a vicious move similar to a toxin attack. Could it be the poison of the martial soul? Chu Yan was stunned, and a thought flashed in his heart. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you have been poisoned by the unique blood poison of our Black Blood Temple, you are dead. Mo Xiao saw the poison of the blood teeth rushing into Chu Yan's body. At the same time, Chu Yan's face quickly turned red, gradually turning purple and black, and suddenly laughed wildly. Chu Yan, you are finished. This blood poison, even the strong in the martial emperor realm, will never be spared. After being poisoned, the sea of qi will shrink, cracks will appear in the inner alchemy, and the cultivation base will directly regress. As time goes by, he will become a useless person in the end, ha ha ha. On Mo Xiao's face, the gloomy look just now was swept away. At this moment, his whole face is like a blooming flower. This move was successful, and a big rock in Mo Xiao's heart finally fell to the ground. In this way, the Black Blood Temple paid such a high price, and it can be regarded as an explanation. You know, Chu Yan killed more than 3,000 of their peripheral disciples just now. If he is really allowed to continue killing like this, maybe this blood peak really can't be kept. After all, the current blood peak is quite different from before. Chu Yan, if you don't want to become a useless person, kneel in front of me now, immediately, and I can consider helping you relieve the blood poison. Mo Xiao glanced at Chu Yan, who was standing still, with a proud expression on his face, his nostrils were raised to the sky, and even words were sprayed from his nostrils. Above the sky, Lei Wuhuang, Tianzhou Wuzuan, and Yao Ya, when they heard Mo Zhao's words, their faces changed drastically. They all looked at Chu Yan with anxious expressions on their faces. They wanted to know, could it be that the road just now looked, the not-so-good blood arrow is really a so-called blood poison? This blood poison is as terrifying as Mo Zhao said. If it's true as he said, then, it's not exactly the same as the martial soul poison that disappeared 10,000 years ago. At this moment, everyone's gazes were all on Chu Yan, and everyone's heart mentioned Noi's eye. At this time, the center of all eyes. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and had already stood still, for almost 10 breaths. Not only are other people worried, but Chu Yan is also extremely nervous. All his consciousness is restrained, and he started to fight against those bloody forces in his body. However, what makes Chu Yan extremely depressed is that as soon as his true energy touches these bloody powers, he will be swallowed immediately, and his effect is minimal. It seems that these bloody powers are specially aimed at the true energy of warriors. Moreover, after devouring a large amount of true energy in Chu Yan's body, the color of the blood-colored power became darker, and began to turn into black. However, when these bloody forces rushed into the Chu Yan Sea of Qi and discovered that there were 16 inner alchemy in the Chu Yan Sea of Qi, the bloody power only slightly impacted the row of inner alchemy, but decisively gave up the Sea of Qi and reversed. Reverse, go straight to Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness. The martial artist's Sea of Consciousness is where the martial soul resides. Humph. What kind of dog, fart blood poison is simply the poison of the martial soul. As soon as Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness followed, after these bloody powers entered the Sea of Consciousness, seeing these bloody powers, as if a big man saw a little girl without clothes, he rushed towards his 5 divine beast martial souls, and his eyes turned cold, said coldly. What? Is it really the poison of the martial soul? Hearing Chu Yan's words, in the sky, Lei Wuhuan and Tianzhou Wuzuan, including Yao Yi, all changed their expressions. Call. However, just when Lei Wuhuang and Tianzhou Wuzuan suddenly tightened their faces, and felt a chill in their hearts, Yao Yi beside him let out a long sigh of relief. What's the situation? Lei Wuhuang and Tianzhou Wuzuan turned their heads to look at Yao Yi together, with puzzled expressions on their faces. This is the poison of the martial soul. Others don't know it. A boss like Lei Wuhuang knows better than anyone else. Thousands of years ago, this kind of martial soul poison ran rampant in the mainland and destroyed many top fighters, even the martial emperor. Those with a strong environment will suffer a lot from this poison. Therefore, at the cultivation level of Emperor Lei Wu, there are really only a handful of people who can pose a threat to him, but among them, the poison of the martial soul ranks first. Don't worry, if it's the poison of Wuhuan, the little master has a solution. On Yao Ye's face, the smile returned again, and he waved casually at Emperor Lei Wu, with a look of indifference. What? What? Poison of the martial soul, there is a way. Yao Ye's words, like a thunderbolt, exploded in the sea of consciousness of Lei Wuhuang and Emperor Lei Wu, shaking their towering bodies violently. At this moment, above the sky not far away, above Chu Yan's body, a large black air suddenly appeared. These black air flowed and did not disperse, like a group of evil ghosts, quickly condensed in Chu Yan's body, turning into a mass of black air, flying up and down around Chu Yan's body, bringing out the whistling sound of ghostly wind, and ghosts seemed to want to find the weakness of the body-protecting qi, and penetrated into Chu Yan's body again. However, at this time, Chu Yan's body-protecting qi has completely changed from the original 5-color qi to black body-protecting qi that is as thick as ink. Every time the ghostly qi surrounding Chu Yan collides with Chu Yan's protective qi, part of it will be lost, and the volume will become smaller and smaller. Roar! The next moment, behind Chu Yan, a ferocious dragon head suddenly appeared, the dragon's mouth opened wide, and suddenly appeared, swallowing the black air flow in one gulp, turning it into a stream of light, and disappearing into Chu Yan's body. Call. In the void, Chu Yan let out a long breath of turbid air, and opened his closed eyes suddenly. Boom, boom. Following Chu Yan's eyes, two lightning-like eyes shot out, and Chu Yan's breath exploded, and a burst of flames burst out from the Wuhun cultivation base like a wild peak and huge waves, straight to Jiuxiao. The next moment, Chu Yan swept his eyes away, looked into the distance, with a dull face, bulging eyeballs, the great elder Xiao, who opened his mouth wide, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said in a cold voice like ice. Martial soul poison. Humph, it's just trash. As soon as the words fell to the ground, everyone in the audience trembled. What? The poison of Wuhun is rubbish. Could it be that the poison of Chu Yan's martial soul has been cured? Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes looked at Chu Yan in unison, his face full of horror, especially when he saw the terrifying aura of cultivation erupting from his body, which almost rushed to a height of hundreds of feet, with a monstrous aura. It seems that he has been poisoned by the martial spirit, but he seems to have taken some golden elixir tonic. It seems that the current breath is stronger than before the poisoning. That's impossible. Great Elder Xiao's face turned completely green with shit, and he stared at a pair of bullseye eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. #C1169 Golden Array Seal. Xiao's face and heart were full of horror, he couldn't believe what he saw. Although he said it was blood poison just now, in fact, he knew better than anyone else that the blood poison was the poison of the martial soul, which was exactly the same as the poison of the martial soul in Donghuan Tianyi Middle School, the patriarch of the heavenly sect. You know, Donghuan Tianyi is a middle-ranked martial emperor realm expert. Even if he is poisoned by the martial soul, his cultivation base will fall like crazy. Even if he forcibly resisted the poison of the martial soul for 3 years with an incomparably tyrannical and terrifying strength, his cultivation would still fall to the martial respect state. This is enough to show the horror of the poison of the martial soul. But now, the Chu Yan in front of him was obviously poisoned by the martial soul, but in the blink of an eye, nothing happened. Judging from the aura of cultivation emanating from him, it didn't seem like he was poisoned by the martial soul at all, but rather like it was like taking a stimulant, and it was even more terrifying than before. No, it's absolutely impossible. You're just holding on. The next moment, the face of the great elder Xiao was extremely gloomy, with a smear of savage color appearing, bloody energy surged all over his body, and when he raised his hand, he punched and punched out. Boom, long. Seeing Xiao's attack, Chu Yan sneered, his aura surged again, the 5-color Gangyuan rushed out, and the endless power surged like a frenzy. Boom. 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 Chu Yan threw out both left and right fists, one fist after another, and kept punching out. The silver fist print collided with the bloody palm fist, and the sound of explosions exploded continuously, turning into waves of energy that filled the sky and scattered in all directions. Xiao is very sure that Chu Yan has definitely been poisoned by the martial soul and the inner alchemy are shrinking, and now he is just relying on the remaining true energy in the sea of qi to hold on. However, it is impossible for a martial artist to survive if his inner alchemy and martial soul are damaged. Therefore, Xiao directly used his unique skills and kept attacking Chu Yan. As long as his true energy was exhausted, he would die as well. However, all of Xiao's fists and palm prints were blocked by Chu Yan abruptly. Hiss! 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 Dozens of kilometers away, those strong men watching this scene suddenly let out a sound of gasping, resounding through the entire sky. I rely on that Chu Yan, unexpectedly, looks, or, really, has not been poisoned by the martial soul. What's even more frightening is that, at the initial stage of the lower martial venerable realm, he even fought a tie with the Great Elder, who was half a step into the martial emperor realm. This number one arrogant in the Zhongtian continent is too terrifying. This is simply a monster. Bastard, damn it, why is this Chu Yan's combat power so tyrannical? How could he be like this? He is only in the early stage of the lower Wuzuanjing. How could it be possible to take so many tricks from me, and nothing happened? Great Elder Mo Zhao's complexion at this time was almost as black as charcoal. He was full of hope just now, but now it has all disappeared. Don't say let Chu Yan succumb to surrender, I'm afraid I will lose myself. The carefully arranged plan even took out the poison of the martial soul at the bottom of the box, but I didn't expect it to be ineffective against Chu Yan. At this time Mo Zhao suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. Is it really going to be a loss today? However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. An extremely gloomy cold air swept out from Chu Yan's body, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed to the audience, making the air all over the sky suddenly cold. Sensing the sudden chill from Chu Yan's body, Lei Wuhuang and Yao Yi were stunned at the same time, and they all turned their heads to look. Wu Zuantian's face changed in shock, as if he felt something from the strange breath just now. He frowned fiercely. Chu Yan. Accompanied by a stern shout, a gloomy air suddenly erupted, sweeping in all directions, causing ice crystals and snowflakes to fly all over the surrounding space, but these ice crystals and snowflakes were black. Under such a change, the eyes of everyone in the audience looked at Chu Yan at the same time. Only the elder Mo Zhao was stunned, and then his face was full of grin and ecstasy. What? Chu Yan suddenly lowered his head, looked at his body, narrowed his eyes. I saw, first a purple light rushed out of my body, followed by an incomparably astonishing, sinister, and evil aura, soaring into the sky, but I saw the figure of little white bear Dang Dang, rushing out crazily, and landed in front of me. However, at this moment, Dong Dong's face was bruised, his whole body was black, his eyes were gray and crazy, and he was very different from his previous appearance. What is this? Chu Yan was surprised. Just now when he included Dang Dang in the picture of mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts, he was fine. How could Dang Dang, the little white bear, become like this in the blink of an eye? Not good. Damn Black Blood Temple. Above the sky, Emperor Lei Wu roared, his eyes were like fire, and he shouted angrily. Chu Yan, be careful, the third brother has been poisoned by the martial soul, and the demon crystal in his body has been corroded. As soon as the words landed, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Dang Dang was poisoned by the martial spirit. Could it be that the Black Blood Temple allowed itself to rescue Dang Dang so easily without any hindrance? It turned out that they had already poisoned Dang Dang with the martial spirit. This move was really insidious. Not good. Brother, hurry up and suppress the poison of the martial soul in the third brother's body. Wu Zuantian's complexion changed, he gave a loud shout, and made seals with his hands. Large pieces of golden streamer turned into spirit patterns, which were constantly arranged and combined in the gaps, and instantly turned into a large array of spirit patterns with a radius of 1,000 steps, moving towards Dang Dang shrouded away. Boom! Boom! Lei Wuhuang and Tianzhou Wuzuan almost started at the same time, with both hands out. One hand waved a large piece of white light, pouring into Tianzhou Wuzuan's golden spirit pattern array. The majestic power of the Wuhuang. The golden spirit pattern instantly expanded, the momentum exploded, and the power increased sharply. At the same time, the other hand turned into a 5-claw handprint and pressed directly towards Dang Dang. Roar! Dang Dang, who was bound by the golden spirit array, was rushed by the golden light of the spirit array, and his face was filled with pain. His body swelled wildly, and turned into the body of the deity. The purple gold bear body was a full 300 feet high, and he waved his palms, shattered the void in front of him, and roared to the sky. A pair of bear eyes, purple fire burning, with endless pain, suddenly stared at Chu Yan. Killing intent rushed out, tremblingly said. Chu, Chu Yan deserves to die. Kill Chu Yan. Tom. 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 Ziluo Tianxiong stepped on the ground with both feet, and rushed out towards Chu Yan. A pair of bare paws as big as millstones brought a large purple gold streamer, and slapped Chu Yan hard. Huh. Dang dang. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was full of astonishment. He never thought that Dang Dang would become like this, and even shot at himself. Isn't this martial spirit poison only useful to warriors? Monster beasts don't have martial souls at all, so how could they be affected by the poison of martial souls? Damn Black Blood Temple. While Chu Yan was pondering, Dongdong's pair of giant palms were already wrapped in monstrous demonic aura, and they were slapped down fiercely. As a last resort, Chu Yan could only dodge, and did not dare to fight head-on, in case he accidentally hurt the absent-minded Dang Dang, then big trouble. #C1170 break. Seeing Dongdong's appearance, Chu Yan was a little confused. While dodging Dongdong's crazy pursuit, Chu Yan kept pondering in his sea of consciousness. If an ordinary warrior is poisoned by the martial soul, Chu Yan will not hesitate at all, and directly activate the basalt martial soul to swallow the poison of the martial soul. However, Dang Dang is a spirit beast and has no martial spirit at all. According to Tianzhua Wuzuan, Dang Dang is a demon crystal that has been corroded. This time, Chu Yan shrank his hands and feet. After all, this was the first time Chu Yan encountered this situation, and he didn't dare to mess around. You must know that the demon crystal is the root of monsters, it exists like a heart, and it cannot be touched casually. Just like the first time, when the demon crystal broke, it was almost lost. However, even if there is a problem with the martial soul of the warrior, it will not affect the life of the warrior. There is a world of difference between the two. Therefore, Chu Yan is extremely hesitant now, whether to use the basalt martial soul to devour the poison of the martial soul in Dongdong's body. Damn the Black Blood Temple, it actually poisoned the third brother. If Chu Yan forced the elder to have no choice, let him activate the poison of the martial soul in the body of the third brother now. It has been a long time, the third brother, it's really hopeless. Above the sky, Wuzuan Tianzhua was almost furious, and tried to suppress Dang Dang with all his strength, urging the golden spirit array, but, except for slowing down Dongdong's speed a little, the effect was obviously insignificant. Great Elder, Mo Xiao. Chu Yan glanced at Dang Dang behind him, and saw that the black lingering on his body was just the poison of the martial soul, that he had just been poisoned. Suddenly, his heart exploded, his anger was soaring, and the whole person was about to explode. What a great Elder Mo Xiao, what a Black Blood Temple, how despicable and shameless to the limit. Poison Tianzong Dong Wangshan, poison himself, and now even Dang Dang will not let it go. Dang Dang. Take action immediately and kill Chu Yan. In the palace of the Black Blood Temple in the distance, the great Elder Mo Xiao had an anxious expression on his face. He made seals with his hands and kept turning them, shooting out streaks of black streamers, which shot out of Dongdong's body, obviously using the poison of the martial soul to confront Dang Dang. The demon crystal was corrupted, her mind lost control, she controlled Dang Dang, and wanted her to kill Chu Yan. That's why. It's crazy to stimulate the evil spirit in Dongdong's body. Extremely sinister. Inexcusable at all. Chu Yan's eyes were blood red. The golden pupils flickered, and almost instantly, they entered the state of the Rakshasa demon body with blood-eyed golden pupils. Roar. At the same time, Dang Dang, who was crazily urged by the great Elder Mo Xiao to activate the sinister energy in his body, his eyes swelled with gray air, his body trembled fiercely, and his whole body erupted like a flood. The strong killing intent turned into a substantive flames, burning the void around me. With a big mouth, the huge bear mouthed Dang Dang, and it slammed down towards Chu Yan's head. Haha, this time, Chu Yan is dead. Great Elder Mo Xiao saw this scene, his face was full of joy. Facing Dongdong's attack, Chu Yan was afraid of hurting Dingdang, so he didn't dare to fight back at all. Now, if he was bitten by this one, Dongdong's blood of Ziluo Tianxiong, an ancient spirit beast, Chu Yan would not be able to fight back. It is impossible for Yan's physical body to stop her bite. It would be great if he could bite off Chu Yan's entire head in one bite. Chu Yan, be careful. Tianzhua Wuzuan, Lei Wuhuang and Yao Yi shouted loudly at the same time, their expressions suddenly changed. The evil spirit in Dongdong's body is extremely powerful. Like Chu Yan, Emperor Lei Wu and Tianzhua Wuzuan are also afraid of hurting Dongdong's demon crystal. Therefore, the Golden Spirit Array and White Paw Prince all have a lot of spare power. Don't dare to do your best. In this way, there is no way to suppress Dingdang in a short time. Chu Yan, prepare to act, I have already protected Dingdang Yaojing. Just when Chu Yan was at a loss, Tianzhua Wuzuan's loud shout sounded directly. Good. Hearing this, Chu Yan was overjoyed immediately, and with a wave of his right hand, black light surged from his body, and 100-foot-tall sea urchin-shaped spirit pattern burst out of the air. Swallow it. Chu Yan's eyes are like ice, and his true energy surges like a tide, pouring into the spirit pattern of Tianzuan behind him. For a moment, circles of black ripples surged out from the spirit pattern of Tianzuan, and enveloped Dingdang, who was rushing towards him. A pair of bare eyes were full of gray flames, his figure froze suddenly, his distorted face froze for an instant, and he became extremely panicked, as if he had encountered some terrible existence. He let out a miserable roar, his whole body was covered in black eruption, rushing out of her body quickly, rushing towards the spirit pattern of Tianzuan in midair. Not dead yet. Give me the town. Chu Yan stomped on the ground with his right foot, formed seals with his hands, and the five-colored energy rushed out. Behind him, a cyan jade lotus was suspended, emitting streams of cyan light, and evolved into a jade lotus with blue light soaring to the sky, slowly moving towards Dingdang. Depress. The evil spirit in Fadang's body seemed to have encountered a nemesis. There was still some black energy in the body, which was stalemate, but did not leave Dongdong's bare body, but after the blue jade lotus appeared, it immediately let out a hissing scream, continuously melting. In less than 3 breaths, all the black energy was forced out of Dongdong's body under the triple pressure of Tianzuan's spirit pattern and cyan jade lotus, plus Tianzhua Wuzuan's golden spirit array, and was swallowed up by the spirit pattern of the deity. Tianzuan's spirit pattern swallowed these black air, the body of the spirit pattern trembled, and the volume seemed to grow a little bigger, and he trembled with great joy, and under Chu Yan's call, it turned into a black light and disappeared into his body. Now, this conspiracy has finally been resolved. It's over. There are some terrifying existences on this Chu Yan. It's a spirit pattern, and it's a treasure. It's not an opponent at all. Run away. The great elder Mo Xiao had a happy face just now, but it froze instantly. He never thought that Chu Yan's cards were so terrifying and tyrannical, he couldn't deal with them at all. Immediately, Mo Xiao gritted his teeth fiercely, not daring to hesitate any longer, turned around and fled. I want to escape now, don't you think it's too late? At this moment, a voice as cold as frost sounded, carrying an endless terrifying and majestic aura. The next moment, on the sky, a white paw print, like a blazing star piercing through the sky, ruthlessly grabbed Mo Xiao, who was fleeing. Emperor Lei Wu, you dare to attack me, are you going to start a sect war? Great Elder Mo Xiao, seeing the paw prints on the top of his head fell, was immediately frightened out of his wits, his face was pale green, and he roared in terror. How could he still have a chance to escape if Emperor Wu made a move? A fake trash who also wants to escape in front of me. Emperor Lei Wu retracted his claws and held Mo Xiao in his hands, making him unable to move a single bit of his body, only struggling and roaring continuously. This Mo Xiao is obviously not some great elder of the Black Blood Temple, and he is scheming. How could Emperor Lei Wu let him go? However, just when Emperor Lei Wu was about to make a move, a sudden change occurred. Call out. A terrifying sound of sword energy piercing through the sky brought forth sword spirits all over the sky, and an extremely cold sword energy shot up into the night, as if it wanted to cut the entire sky into two halves. What? That's... All of a sudden, the strong men with all the viewpoints saw this sword light coming, and they were all terrified, and their faces were full of horror. #C1171 Where to go to the Temple of Black Blood. The sky-shattering sword light from the sky pierced through the air and slashed straight at the trapped Mo Xiao. The sword light flashed across the sky like a startling rainbow. Everyone's eyes were on the place where the sword light came out, and their faces were shocked after just one glance. Chu Yan. No one could have imagined that such a terrifying sword was cast by Chu Yan, who was tens of thousands of steps away. Mo Xiao. With a loud shout, Chu Yan held the Haotian sword in his hand, and the power of the sword was lingering in his whole body. In his pair of blood eyes, there was an ice-like killing intent, as if he wanted to slaughter the sky. Anyone can kill me. Only you, Chu Yan, can't. Nine-tooth blood soul technique. Seeing Chu Yan's sword light and people rushing towards him at the same time, Mo Xiao's face became extremely ferocious. With a sharp roar, he opened his mouth wide and spewed out a mouthful of blood, turning into 9 paths with extremely bloody violence. Qi rushed out. Dissatisfied. I don't accept it to death. How can I be defeated by a young man of the lower martial king realm, who is a half-step martial emperor realm powerhouse? More importantly, I was ordered by the top of the Black Blood Temple to kill Chu Yan at all costs. But now, all my layouts and plans have all come to nothing, and in turn, even myself will be lost soon. An extremely aggrieved feeling rose from Mo Xiao's heart. This time, even if he died, he would have to drag Chu Yan with him. Boom, boom. 9 blood fangs rushed out, all transformed by Mo Xiao's blood essence, bloody and ferocious aura far surpassed before. However, Mo Xiao's aggrieved heart is nothing compared to Chu Yan's anger. Go to hell. Chu Yan roared, and the killing intent accumulated in his body for a long time poured out. From the last time I saw my mother, between Chu Yan and the Black Blood Temple, there is an eternal life and death situation, and no one can resolve it. This monstrous rage. No one can afford it. Call out. Haotian divine soldier, with an astonishing sword light, slashed straight down. Next breath. The strong men all over the sky, as well as the warriors of the Black Blood Temple who hid far away, saw a scene they would never forget. Chu Yan, holding a spirit sword, burst into the aura of Wu Zuanjing to the extreme, with such a monstrous power that even Lei Tianyu, who was in the middle of Wuzhenjing, looked slightly sideways. Boom, 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 boom. The sword light slashed past, and the 9 blood-colored arrows of fangs, like being hit by a mountain, burst into pieces in an instant, turning into a bloody light that spewed out in all directions. Invincible, straight down. This is impossible. On the face of the great elder Mo Xiao, a pair of eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. His face was full of shock, he couldn't believe what he saw. This is my own unique move, not to mention a low-level Wu Zuanjing, even a high-ranking Wu Zuanjing might not be able to resist it. But just in front of me so abruptly, I was chopped into powder with a sword. Moreover, he is still a junior youth who has just stepped into Wu Zuanjing. This guy, is he still human? Ho ho ho. Mo Xiao's face was full of sluggishness, and in his pupils shrunk into needles. He could only see a monster sword light slashing down, and the sword light was reflected in his pupils, but he saw the phantoms of 5 terrifying beasts, roaring and roaring in the sword light, and ran towards him. This, 5-born martial soul. No, absolutely impossible. Mo Xiao's face froze in an instant, and he couldn't help but stare straight at the trembling pupils. The light of the blade that only he could see kept falling. Pooh! The next moment, the five-colored sword light fell, and the sword light swept past. With endless shock, Xiao was instantly swallowed by the sword light, and his whole body was turned into powder, leaving no residue. There will never be an answer to the endless shock and doubts in his heart. The sword light was annihilated, and Xiao, the Grand Elder of the Black Blood Temple, died. In an instant, there was a dead silence over the entire Xuanhuan mountain range. Except for the remaining strength of the sword energy that slowly dissipated, stirring the air, and the faint sound of the sword whistling, the heaven and the earth were extremely quiet. Dozens of miles away, those powerful men from the Black Blood Temple and other bigwigs from the second and third-rate sects who were hiding far away stared and bit their tongues, not even daring to breathe. The master of the Black Blood Temple and the great elder of the Black Blood Temple died in the hands of Chu Yan. This is impossible. Really? If the Hall Master and Great Elder of the Black Blood Temple only had this level of strength, then wouldn't they be able to sit on an equal footing with their second and third-rate sect forces? Also, that Chu Yan, that sword just now was too terrifying. Such a sharp and terrifying sword light is probably only possible for swordsmen in the Jianzong sect to display it. Although he was first captured by Emperor Lei Wu when he finally beheaded the Great Elder Mu Xiao, none of the people who witnessed Chu Yan's sword at the scene did not feel trembling. Call. Chu Yan exhaled a long breath, slowly calming down the anger and fighting spirit in his heart. Although he killed two high-level officials of the Black Blood Temple in succession, Chu Yan knew very well that these people could never be the real Lord and Great Elder of the Black Blood Temple. This point, Lei Wuhuang also said just now. During this trip to the Bloody Mountains, the Black Blood Temple behaved very strangely, unexpectedly finding so many second and third-rate warriors in the sect to serve as substitutes for the dead ghosts. Then, the real high-level people of the Black Blood Temple went there again. Could it be that the main hall of the Black Blood Temple in the Bloody Mountains was abandoned by them? Swish! With doubts in his heart, Chu Yan swept his body, flew towards Emperor Lei Wu, and landed in front of him in the blink of an eye. How is the third brother? Seeing Chu Yan approaching, Emperor Lei Wu asked directly. Ding is fine. While speaking, Chu Yan waved his big hand, and a colorful golden light flashed across the ground, and Dongdong's petite body was released by Chu Yan from the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts. Tianzhua Wuzhuan hurried forward, grabbed Dang, and penetrated her spiritual sense into her body, and began to examine her carefully. After a long time, he finally relaxed, with a smile on his face, and nodded to Emperor Lei Wu. Okay. Chu Yan, I'll leave this place to you. My second brother and I will take our third brother back to Tunshan Mountains to heal his wounds first. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Emperor Lei Wu directly waved his big hand, setting off a white brilliance all over the sky, and was about to leave. Wait, Senior Lei Wuhuang. Seeing this, Chu Yan hurriedly called Lei Wuhuang to stop, and asked anxiously. This Bloody Mountain range doesn't seem to be the main hall of the Black Blood Temple at all, or they went there, do you know? A bloody light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and the killing intent in his heart could not be concealed at all. Chu Yan, you may have heard that some time ago, the 8 ancient sects were preparing to join forces to deal with the Black Blood Temple. Therefore, the guys at the Black Blood Temple should have gone underground when they got the news. The people left here should be their tricks of deception. Emperor Lei Wu looked at Chu Yan, groaned for a moment, and spoke slowly. I see. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded. When he was in Tianzong last time, Gong Yintian and Shindang did say that they would combine the power of the 8 ancient sects to completely erase the Black Blood Temple from the Zhongtian continent. It seems that Sect Master Gong and Sect Master Shen took some action and was noticed by the people of Black Blood Temple. Okay, Chu Yan, I'm leaving first. People here, if you want to kill them all. Seeing the thoughtful look on Chu Yan's face, Emperor Lei Wu waved his hand, took Tianzhua Wuzuan and Dang Dang, and disappeared on the spot, turned into a white light, and flew towards the edge of the sky. Humph. Of course I want to kill. Seeing Emperor Lei Wu leave, Chu Yan slowly turned his head and looked at the 9 blood peaks in the distance, his eyes turned red again. Clang! On the Haoyan sword in his hand, bursts of sword sounds resounded throughout the void. #C1172 Valley of the Heavens. Chu Yan flashed his hands at the same time, and the Haoyan divine weapon and the 10 absolute sword appeared in his left and right hands at the same time. The 2 sharp and unparalleled sword chi swept across the world, making the whole sky cold. Kill! With a roar, Chu Yan's anger exploded again. Since the senior officials of the Black Blood Temple in this place have fled early, leaving these second- and third-rate disciples as cannon fodder, Chu Yan will naturally not be soft-hearted. For Chu Yan, as long as it is from the Black Blood Temple, they are all damned. Swish! A black shadow, like lightning, rushed towards the 9 blood peaks. Those disciples of the Black Blood Temple who were still hiding in the depths of the blood peaks had no idea that a terrifying killing god had already descended from the sky, ready to harvest their lives. Run away. Oh my God, why is he still killing people? My God, the devil is here, run away. Ah. Ah. The next moment, Chu Yan held 2 spiritual swords, his eyes were like blood, and rushed into the interior of the 9 blood peaks, killing anyone he saw, beheading when he saw. As long as it is alive, no matter if it is a human or a monster, you can chop it off with a single swing of your hand. Roar! In the sky, Yao Yi turned into a big demon, a terrifying monster cow, descended from the sky, landed heavily on the blood peak, let out a loud roar, with its horns slightly lowered, and charged towards the crowd and buildings. The mad cow entered the world, and it is still a monster cow with a half-step martial emperor realm cultivation base, and, this time, Yao Ye's cultivation base has returned to its peak state, and its terrifying destructive power has been fully displayed. No matter how many stories high the building is, or any disciple of the Black Blood Temple, as long as they are hit by Yao Ye, they will only be turned into dust. Wuji Sword Art, Taishu Wuji. Chu Yan slashed with both hands at the same time, and a large storm of sword shadows brought up a tornado shining with cold light all over the sky, sweeping past, countless corpses flying into the sky. The bloody mountain range of the entire Black Blood Temple. In the blink of an eye, it became a hell on earth, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere, and screeching screams everywhere. In the face of a man and a demon, like a demon god-killing madness, the disciples of the Black Blood Temple have no power to resist at all. There is only one word in their hearts, and that is escape. It's a pity that most of their cultivation bases are only half a step below the martial venerable realm, and they have no chance at all in front of Chu Yan's sword light. Moreover, Chu Yan obviously wanted to kill all the disciples who wanted to escape first. All of a sudden, the entire 9 blood peaks turned into real flesh and blood peaks, with dirty blood and broken flesh everywhere, and the ground was soaked in blood, wet and dry, dry and wet, and finally became muddy. Every foot when you step out, you will step on a large piece of blood-red soil mixed with minced meat, splashing in all directions. The massacre lasted for an hour and a half. When Chu Yan and Yao Ye's eyes were red, their bodies soaked in blood slowly stopped, panting heavily, and looking around. In the entire bloody mountain range, there is no one left alive. Nearly 100,000 cannon fodder disciples of the Black Blood Temple were all slaughtered. Call. 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 Chu Yan's chest heaved violently. Even if there were 16 inner alchemy in the Sea of Qi, after an hour and a half of frenzied killing, he was still out of breath. Haha, little master, killing is really enjoyable. Yao Yi turned into a human form, and ran to Chu Yan's side with a face full of excitement, hooked. Compared with Chu Yan, the anger in his heart is also not small. For 3 whole years, watching his master Dong Wangshi being tortured for 3 years, he felt aggrieved. Today he can finally vent. Of course he feels extremely happy. It's a pity that these are the garbage left by the Black Blood Temple on purpose. Killing them will not have a big impact on the Black Blood Temple. Chu Yan took out a bottle of elixir, swallowed it, and slowly recovered his true energy, while looking around. As far as I can see, there are corpses and broken limbs everywhere, and the ruins of buildings that have been knocked down by Yao Yi. Within a radius of 10 miles, there is no longer a single intact building, and it is even more impossible to have a living person. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness has been in a state of being released all the time, exploring the situation within 100 miles. At the same time, he is also exploring the underground of the Xuanhuan mountain range, looking for a treasure house that is unlikely to exist. As a result, Chu Yan was naturally disappointed, and couldn't find anything at all. This time, the evacuation of the Black Blood Temple was obviously done well. Not only did it take away 90% of the disciples, but at the same time, there was not a single valuable natural treasure or spiritual treasure left in the entire Bloodlines mountain range. Slowly withdrawing his consciousness, Chu Yan took out a bottle of golden elixir and threw it to Yao Yi, allowing him to quickly recover his demon energy. At the same time, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking slowly. This time, the Black Blood Temple went underground and completely hid the entire sect's forces. If they want to deal with them in the future, it will be troublesome. In that case, let them come to me. The next moment, a stern light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a plan gradually emerged in the sea of consciousness. Yao Yi, hurry up and adjust your breath, I will protect you, and do something by the way. Chu Yan turned his head and said to Yao Yi. When Yao Yi sat cross-legged, swallowed the golden elixir, and began to adjust his breath, Chu Yan flipped his big hand, took out a pile of communication jade charms, and chuckled. These jade talismans are all the communication jade talismans on Chu Yan's body, including those from the 8 ancient sects, and some from his own friends, some of which have never been used. But today, Chu Yan is preparing, not letting any of them go. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan's eyes were slightly closed, and after thinking for a while in the sea of consciousness, he began to take out the first jade talisman and began to send a message. I, Chu Yan. It is scheduled to establish the sect Raksha Sol Tianzong in the original Sky God Valley in 3 days. Seniors and friends, please come and watch the ceremony. This shocking message was continuously sent out from pieces of jade talismans, stretching across the vast void, towards all directions of the Zhongtian continent, shooting out. On this day, a piece of news that caused a sensation in the entire Zhongtian continent continued to explode like thunder in the sky above the Zhongtian continent. Everyone who received the summons was stunned by the content of Chu Yan's message. Chu Yan. To establish a sect. The number 1 arrogant of the Zhongtian continent actually stirred up the sky of the Zhongtian continent once again, and endless billowing clouds and strong winds swept across the entire continent, every corner. How many heaven-defying deeds will this genius, who is like a monster against the sky, create on the Zhongtian continent? No matter who it is, after receiving this news, they are all full of curiosity about the place of Kangqiangshan Valley. This place is located in a remote part of the Zhongtian continent, near the seaside. After a long period of silence, it has once again become the center of the mainland's sight. Whether they knew Chu Yan, or warriors who had never seen Chu Yan at all, they called for friends and set off one after another, rushing to the vault of God Valley. This time, they want to experience the demeanor of the number 1 Tianjiao in Zhongtian continent. And those people related to Chu Yan, not to mention, will naturally go to join in the show, and it won't take long before they prepare a heavy gift and show up as soon as possible. Within 3 days, rushing to the vault of God Valley has become the most important thing for many warriors in the mainland. No need to guess, this time it must be an unprecedented event. #C1173 Send a message to the ghost. Zhongtian Continent, north of Suiyu, near the edge of the continent. This is the place where the Zhongtian Continent is closest to the extreme north continent. Starting from the Zhongtian Continent, this place is the only place to go to the extreme north continent. The most famous place in this place is the main vein of the Tunshan mountain range, the Red Snow Forest, and, a few months ago, the more famous Valley of the Vault of Heaven. The reason why the Sky God Valley is famous is because the secret realm of Spiritual Realm and Blood Sea in the valley turns out to be the top 10 top secret realm in the Zhongtian continent that has existed for nearly 10,000 years. However, a few months ago, because Chu Yan stepped into the secret realm, in the end, this secret realm named Spiritual Realm of Blood, the last piece of dust fell to the world, the smoke dispersed, and it became the history of the world forever. As a result, the place of the Vault of God Valley was gradually forgotten by people, and within a radius of 10,000 miles, it became deserted. However, no one thought that some time ago, in the Vault of God Valley, a forgotten land, a powerful sect that dominated the mainland 100,000 years ago had quietly reappeared in the mainland. And the person who made this terrifying sect reappear on the mainland turned out to be Chu Yan, who swept the Zhongtian continent like a storm some time ago. At this time, the entire continent, including Chu Yan, received the news and rushed to the Vault of Heaven. However, the time was 2 days ago. On the other side of the mainland, Dizong, the meeting hall. Shindang had a cold expression on his face, sitting on the main seat, with a pair of eyes, with anger, looking down at the uninvited guests. Like Shindang, Shun Xingjia, Situ Yang, and a group of big bosses from the sect also looked angry. Opposite them, Hong Qiyu, the patriarch of the Emperor's sect, Gu Jingzhou, the patriarch of the Soul sect, and several high-level officials of the Emperor's sect and the Soul sect sat on the guest seats with a proud and calm face, full of disapproval, and even looked at Shen with contempt once. Swing. What? Sect Master Shen, do you think our Emperor sect and Soul sect do not have the strength? Let me tell you, the Heaven sect is over. With their current strength, they are not even worthy of the name of the 8 ancient sects. Stop thinking about Tianzong helping you. Hong Qiyu glanced at Shindang, who was sitting on the chair, with a sneer all over his face. At this moment, he felt extremely happy in his heart. Simply fun to the extreme. A few days ago, Dizong came forward and contacted the 8 sects, saying that they would form some kind of alliance to destroy the Black Blood Temple together. As soon as this incident happened, Hong Qiyu was immediately moved. He knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for hundreds of years had finally arrived. So, immediately, he contacted Gu Jingzhou, the suzerain of the Soul sect. After discussing for a while, the two hit it off. After making preparations, he went directly to the Dizong. Since it is a union, a leader must be elected, and the weakness of Tianzong was also exposed because of the civil strife in Tianzong last time. In this way, Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou believed that Tianzong was no longer qualified to be an ancient leader. The first of the 8 sects. So, who was eligible? Of course, it is the Emperor sect and the Soul sect. For this reason, the 2 sects even reached a merger agreement of dividing internally and uniting externally. Originally, Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou did not dare to directly go to the Dizong to force the palace so arrogantly, because there was Chu Yan, and the Dizong and the Yaozong seemed to be inextricably linked. But now, the situation is different. That Chu Yan killed the Black Blood Temple by himself, ha ha ha. Who does he think he is? A small martial artist at the heaven-reaching realm dared to rush to the Black Blood Temple, to take revenge out of his will. What difference is there from sending him to his death? One must know that the current strength of the Black Blood Temple even surpasses most of the ancient 8 sects, and of course also surpasses the Emperor sect and the Soul sect. Therefore, like Chu Yan, if one person confronts a sect, if it is placed on the Emperor's sect and the Soul sect, let alone Chu Yan, who is at the heavenly realm, even if it is the martial Emperor realm, the Emperor's sect and the Soul sect, there are also hundreds of ways to keep him in front of his sect's great formation forever. Therefore, after Hong Qiyu knew that Chu Yan had killed the Xuanhuan mountain range, his first reaction was that this Chu Yan was finally lost. Moreover, in this way, with Chu Yan's status as the holy son of the medicine sect, the relationship between the Black Blood Temple and the medicine sect will immediately become incompatible. Under that situation, the medicine sect itself will be difficult to protect. There is also a place to take care of. This is the reason why Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou dared to rush to the land with such great fanfare, and asked them to hand over half of the income of the Land Chamber of Commerce. You guys, don't be too arrogant. Shindang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were bloodshot, suppressing the anger in his heart, staring at Hong Qiyu and the two of them. Ha ha ha, Sect Master Shen, so what if it's too much? Hong Qiyu looked at Shindang, without restraint, and said coldly. If your sect does not agree, our two sects will form an alliance with the Black Blood Temple. At that time, your sect will be destroyed, and all the chambers of commerce with your sect spread across the mainland will all belong to us. Sitting here to discuss with you now, that is to see the origin of our 8 ancient sects, and give you a chance. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Shindang and all the big bosses in the hall changed drastically, and they became furious instantly. These shameless guys actually said that they would form an alliance with the Black Blood Temple, and wanted to take the opportunity to embezzle the foundation of the D-Zone. How dare they say that they are giving them a chance? This Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou are really shameless. However, the current situation is really extremely unfavorable to D-Zone. Originally, the 8 ancient sects had the Tianzong as the township, and they had a good relationship with the D-Zone. The other sects lived in peace and did not dare to cause trouble. Apart from a slightly better relationship, there is no foreign aid at all. If the Emperor sect and the Soul sect really form an alliance with the Black Blood Temple to deal with the D sect, then there will be big troubles. After all, among the 8 sects of ancient times, the D-Zone is famous for its business association management, and the rich country is against the state. With wealth, there are many middle-class warriors in the sect, but it is impossible for the strong sect to fight against the 3 evenly matched sects. Humph. Sect Master Shen, do you think I dare not form an alliance with the Black Blood Temple? Hong Qiyu saw Shindang's face was gloomy, and knew that it was time to hit the whole card, as long as he smashed Shindang's last hope. Even if it is a chamber of commerce that cannot get half of the land parcel, the benefits are absolutely indispensable. I will send a message to Mo Tianqing, the master of the Black Blood Temple. When the voice fell to the ground, Hong Qiyu looked proud, flipped his big hand, and directly took out a black jade talisman for communication, and wanted to transmit the sound with his spiritual sense. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Go with ghost transmission. A figure appeared directly at the entrance of the D-Zone discussion hall. The black robe was lightly raised, and the person who strode into the hall turned out to be Chu Yan. #C1174 beaten up. A cold voice sounded in the hall, causing the faces of everyone in the audience to change drastically. Chu Yan's figure turned from emptiness to reality, as if stepping out from the depths of the endless void. When his figure was completely solid and appeared in front of everyone, all the bosses in the temple felt his aura. How can this be? All the strong men in the hall, the one who is not the one who dominates one side, are all amazingly powerful, but before Chu Yan appeared, none of them felt Chu Yan's breath, and appeared in the hall like a ghost. The bosses were surprised. Shindang, who was above the main seat, and Xinjia and Situ Yang, who were still below, saw Chu Yan, but their faces showed ecstasy, and they exclaimed. Chu Yan, are you all right? Although Xinjia and Situ Yang would occasionally communicate with Chu Yan, When they learned that Chu Yan killed the Black Blood Temple alone, they were naturally extremely worried, and even Shindang was also worried for several days. Huh? Chu Yan. How is this possible? Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou froze at the same time, their faces full of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Are you a human or a ghost? Thinking of the strange scene that Chu Yan appeared just now, Hong Qiyu's face was pale, and he couldn't help but shuddered, and exclaimed. This Chu Yan went to the main hall of the Black Blood Temple, and it is impossible to come back alive, so the Chu Yan in front of him is 90% a ghost. However, Chu Yan turned into a ghost. Why did he come to Dizong? Of course I am human, but I don't know if you are human or not. Hearing this, Chu Yan raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. Originally, when Chu Yan was going to the Sky God Valley, he happened to pass by Dizong. He wanted to go with Situyong first, and asked about the way to upgrade the Raksha Sol Tianzong's mountain gate formation. Therefore, after Chu Yan arrived at Dizong, I didn't want to disturb Shindang and Xinjia, so I directly used the white tiger black pattern technique to sneak in, but I didn't expect to encounter this farce. Given the relationship between Chu Yan and Dizong, of course he would not stay out of the matter, so he showed up directly. You. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Hong Qiyu was so angry that his face turned green, his eyes flashed coldly, and he said coldly. Chu Yan, you dare to be arrogant. If you can escape with your life, it is your fate. Believe it or not, immediately send a message to Mo Tianqing, the master of the Black Blood Temple, and tell him that you are here, and let him immediately. Mo Tianqing. Sorry, the so-called Mo Tianqing is dead. Chu Yan said coldly. What? As soon as the words fell to the ground, hundreds of auras in the entire hall sank fiercely. Hong Qiyu and Gu Jingzhou looked serious. Even the bigwigs of the Dizong froze, their eyes glazed over. Mo Tianqing is dead. What's the meaning? How could the Lord of the Black Blood Temple be dead? Could it be? The next moment, all the dull-looking people turned their heads fiercely and stared at Chu Yan, their eyes were full of shock. Then, what about the Black Blood Temple? Hong Qiyu, who was in a chaotic sea of consciousness, asked directly as if his head was caught by the door. Went out. Chu Yan's voice was as cold as ice. Hiss. 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 Before Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, there was a sound of air conditioning in the hall, and the muscles on everyone's faces twitched involuntarily. The Black Blood Temple is destroyed. What kind of dog fart joke? That is the Black Blood Temple, the overlord sect that exists side by side with the 8 ancient sects. Chu Yan. Are you crazy? Hong Qiyu was the first to wake up from the shock, his face flushed with anger. He didn't believe what Chu Yan said, and shouted directly. I'll send a message to Palace Master Mo right now, let him deal with you, you wait. After saying that, Hong Qiyu raised his right hand to send a message Jade Talisman, and after entering 3 consecutive divine consciousness sound transmissions, he looked at Chu Yan with a proud face, the meaning in his eyes couldn't be more obvious. Chu Yan, you are finished. You're done in no time. If you dare to lie to me, when Palace Master Mo of the Black Blood Temple arrives, you will die. Anyway, even if he was killed, he couldn't believe that the Black Blood Temple was destroyed. Not only Hong Qiyu didn't believe it, but even Shindang and the big bosses of the Dizong all had doubtful expressions on their faces, and they looked at Hong Qiyu one after another. They really wanted to know the result, so they gritted their teeth and endured it. For a moment, the entire hall fell into deathly silence. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time passed slowly, dozens of breaths passed, but the entire hall was still silent. At this time, Hong Qiyu's face, that look of embarrassment, gradually began to freeze. Vigorously shaking the spirit pattern of communication in his hand, he frantically injected a piece of true energy into the jade talisman of communication, and immediately emitted a black light, which proved that the spirit pattern in the jade talisman of communication was intact and there was no problem. However, it didn't respond at all, it didn't reply at all. Could it be? At this moment, all the bosses in the audience suddenly understood something, and their expressions began to become complicated. Could it be that what Chu Yan said is true? Hong Qiyu, do we have to settle the accounts between us? Chu Yan sneered, and before the words fell to the ground, he stepped forward with his right foot, raised his hand and punched hard, and slammed. Boom, boom. The violent five-color fist light blasted out in the silent hall, and a loud noise erupted. The powerful sonic boom made the entire hall seem to be shaking. What? Seeing Chu Yan's sudden attack, the faces of all the bosses in the audience changed drastically, and their faces were full of horror. Chu Yan had been accumulating this punch for a long time. Before he showed himself, he couldn't help but want to punch this Hong Qiyu. Therefore, the moment his voice fell to the ground, the true energy in the 16 inner alchemy in his body was like the 16 roaring blue dragons vibrated in unison, exploding all their power to the extreme, pouring into the fist light of Tian Gang Yuan's last move. You wanna die? Hong Qiyu was still in the horror of the Black Blood Temple being destroyed, and suddenly found that the fist light was coming, and his face changed drastically, and then saw the terrifying fist power. His face was as white as paper. At such a close distance, he had no time to react, so he could only suddenly raise his hand to block. Boom! The fist light and Hong Qiyu's protective chi that had just gushed out of his body collided fiercely. Hong Qiyu's figure, like a cannonball, flew straight backwards and hit a huge pillar, sending out a muffled sound. Boom! Hong Qiyu's tall body rolled to the ground, opened his mouth and sprayed out a big mouthful of blood mist, rolled his eyes, and passed out directly. At this moment, everyone in the audience was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Chu Yan broke through to Wu Zuanjing. The early stage of the lower Wu Zuanjing. Just now, with one punch, Hong Qiyu, the patriarch of the emperor's sect, was knocked out. Although this punch has the advantage of a sudden attack, such a result can definitely show that Chu Yan's combat power is extremely amazing. According to common sense, even if the two fight fairly, the result may not be much different, it's just a matter of time. However, this result, in the eyes of the other bosses, seemed like a shock, and it directly made them dumbfounded. This is too heaven-defying. How does this Chu Yan improve? The more he cultivates, the more terrifying his combat power will be. #C1175 Huizong. Hong Qiyu was stunned with a punch, and Chu Yan's whole body was like flames. He was soaring, his eyes swept across, and he looked at the remaining big brothers of the Emperor's sect and the Soul sect, and shouted. Who else is not convinced? As soon as the words landed, 7 or 8 giants of the Emperor's sect and the Soul sect were stunned. Immediately, an elder of the Emperor's sect was enraged instantly, and his body rushed out. Waving his hand, he slapped Chu Yan with a palm. Chu Yan, you dare to hurt our suzerain, court death. Go to death. When this palm was slapped, the air in the entire conference hall sank violently, and the palm print as huge as a city gate turned into a majestic purple light, carrying the power of thunder from the heavens, powerful and powerful, shining on Chu Yan's forehead. Press hard. Humph. I don't know how to live or die. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze was like ice, and he flipped his big hand. The terrifying Wu Zuanjing, True Qi Yuan, was burning like a raging flame. In an instant, the violent tide of Jin Qi Yuan condensed on Chu Yan's right fist. For a more powerful 5-color fist light, it blasted out. Boom! The fists and palms intersected, and they exploded directly. The 5-color fist light smashed the purple palm print, and slammed on the elder of the Emperor's sect. Suddenly, a toothache sound echoed throughout the hall. Ka ka ka. Under this punch, every inch of the skeleton on the body of the elder Huangzong was counted, and his whole body was crackling like firecrackers. The violent fist rushed into his body, smashing all the skeletons. Although Chu Yan had spare hands and did not break his sea of qi and sea of consciousness, the pain alone was enough for such an injury. If this is not the Dizong discussion hall, you are already dead. Chu Yan glanced at the elder Huangzong, who was struggling and writhing on the ground, and said coldly, I am in the main hall of the Dizong, and the people of the Huangzong, no matter what, are also the guests of the Dizong. If Chu Yan takes too much action and kills them, it may implicate the Dizong, and Shindang has always been good to himself. Yan naturally didn't want to cause trouble for him, so he only shot and seriously injured Hong Qiyu and the elder Huangzong, but didn't kill him. Seeing this scene, Shindang and the big bosses of the local sect were all stunned and dumbfounded. One Punch One. This is the suzerain and elder of the 8 ancient sects, the Emperor sect. Although Huangzong is the only alliance-based sect among the 8 ancient sects, and the sect is only a rotation system, so the sect's strength is not as strong as the other 7 sects, but it is also a genuine high-ranking martial arts powerhouse. It was only in the blink of an eye that they were all severely injured by Chu Yan. How long has passed, but only a few months ago, Chu Yan, who was hunted down by Emperor Zong all over the continent, and was almost killed by Emperor Zong when he was in the Vault of God Valley, has grown to this point. Sect Master Shen, I have something to tell you. I don't know if I can find another place to talk. Chu Yan slowly restrained his breath, turned to look at Shindang on the main seat, bowed his hands, and said softly. Regarding the loss of the Black Blood Temple, as well as the fact that they went underground and the whole sect was hidden, Chu Yan naturally wanted to tell Shindang and ask him to be more prepared. Although Chu Yan didn't know what the plan of the Black Blood Temple was, Chu Yan had an intuition that this move by the Black Blood Temple was definitely not a good thing for the 8 ancient sects and himself. An hour later, the suzerain of the Dizong lived outside the hall, and 2 figures soared into the sky, flying towards the north. These 2 people are exactly Chu Yan and Sita Yang, who came out of Shindangju's palace. Chu Yan, our Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, is it really so public? Sita Yang asked. Well, I want to use the sect to attract people from the Black Blood Temple, so this time it's up to you. Chu Yan laughed. Haha, don't worry about this. During this period of time in Dizong, I didn't stay in vain. I followed Shen Xingjia and turned the treasure house of Dizong many times. Ha ha ha, I collected a lot of good spirit patterns and returned to the Vault of God Valley. I will start to advance to the sect formation. When the time comes, no one in the martial emperor realm should try to blow away. Sita Yang patted his chest and said very proudly. Oh. So strong. Chu Yan wondered. That's not true, but the most important thing is that the sect formation that the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong destroyed 100,000 years ago is really too strong. With it as the foundation, it will be much easier. Sita Yang replied. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned slightly and stopped talking. If it is true as Sita Yang said, 100,000 years ago, even the strongest of the martial emperor realm could not break through the sect formation of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect, then how did the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect lose back then? Therefore, there is only one possibility, and that is what Elder Qing Yun has been unwilling to tell himself, that the real enemy of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect is probably stronger than the martial emperor realm. However, these things will be discussed later. At present, the focus is still on developing the sect and improving one's own strength. According to what Dong Huangtianyi said, only when one's own strength reaches the martial emperor's realm will he tell himself where his mother is. Therefore, he must work hard as soon as possible to raise his cultivation to the martial emperor's realm. However, this matter is easy to say, but in practice, it is as difficult as heaven. When it comes to Wuzuanjing, the realm of cultivation is divided into lower, middle and upper, and each realm is divided into 4 stages: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. This change in cultivation level is because after reaching the martial venerable realm, it is extremely difficult for warriors to cultivate. If they want to improve their realm, without great opportunities and years of savings, it is impossible to break through. But at present, whether it is opportunity or time, Chu Yan does not have it. It seems that when we invite the heroes of the world this time, we can inquire carefully about how to improve our cultivation quickly. After making up his mind, Chu Yan stopped thinking about it, and began to practice while running the Raksha Wuji divine art, and at the same time, concentrate on his way. 1,000,000 miles away, the Northern Territory, the Vault of Heaven. Some time ago, after Xingxing built the mountain gate, Luocha Sol Tianzong has been following Chu Yan's instructions, asking his disciples to only practice within a radius of 10,000 miles, and not to step into the core area of the Northern Territory. Originally, according to Chu Yan's idea, the Sky God Valley is backed by the Tunshan mountain range, and there is a Tunshan mountain range that stretches for nearly 100 million miles, which is enough for the disciples of the sect to go out and practice. After all, most of the disciples are in the sect, practicing in seclusion. Only when encountering a bottleneck will you choose to go out to practice, in order to break through by chance. In this way, the news of the birth of the Rakshasa Sol Tianzong will be kept as closed as possible to buy some time for the development of the sect. However, things in this world are often the same: you don't provoke others, but others like to provoke you. Since the secret realm of spiritual blood sea in the Vault of God Valley disappeared, and the owner of the Valley of the Vault of God brought the whole sect into the Raksha Sol Heavenly Sect, this perfect place to establish a sect completely belongs to the Raksha Sol Al Tianzong. However, this piece of Vault of God Valley, which has an excellent geographical location and is full of spiritual energy from the 5 elements, has also been favored by other people. This sect in the Northern Territory is called Liangyi Sect. The sect master of the Liangyi sect, Jin Tai Wuzuan, did not come to trouble the Raksha Sol Tianzong with various reasons. #C1176 Door to Door. The suzerain of the Liangyi sect, Jin Tai Wuzuan, came to trouble the Raksha Sol Tianzong again and again, and his purpose was naturally for the territory of the Sky God Valley. The strength of the Liangyi sect is considered to be well known in the Northern Territory. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the Black Blood Temple to suppress the middle and lower sects, the Liangyi sect was annexed. In less than a few years, the number of disciples under the sect has grown to more than 10 million. It can be said that it is in full swing. It is precisely because of the soaring number of disciples under the sect, the Golden Fetus Marshal Venerable, that he wanted to find a bigger place to build the foundation of the Wanyan sect. The Golden Fetus Venerable, because he cultivated the inner alchemy of the golden pattern, his cultivation has reached the middle level of Marshal Venerable, and he has a small reputation in the Northern Territory. At this time, the Raksha Sol Tianzong, because Chu Yan was not in the sect for a long time, the deputy suzerain Chu Jiang became the head of the sect. Chu Jiang's cultivation base has just broken through to the heaven transformation realm after the secret technique of the Raksha Sol Heaven sect and the accumulation of a large amount of resources. How could such a level of cultivation be able to enter the eyes of the venerable golden embryo? If it wasn't always strange, why a suzerain who cultivated at the heaven transformation realm could develop a sect with more than 100 million disciples? Perhaps venerable golden embryo already started. However, after patiently investigating for many days, the disciples sent by the venerable golden fetus did not find out the fart. For the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect that occupies the Vault of Heaven, it seems that it was conjured out of thin air, and has no connection with any sect in the Zhongtian continent. In this way, the venerable golden fetus finally made up his mind to grab it by force. Sky God Valley, Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Today's Rakshasa Soul Heavenly sect, because of the two-way teleportation formation established with the Red Snow Divine Kingdom, disciple warriors of the disciples have no worries at all. Every day, a large number of Red Snow Divine Kingdom warriors join the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect. And the Jiuxiao Palace of the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect, with the help of the complete location of the 5 elements heaven and earth spirits in the vault of God Valley, is constantly restoring the foundation of the sect. Even the original Qianlong Secret Realm and Burning Tower have been reopened, exclusively for the disciples of the sect to practice. Although this action consumed the basic resources that Jiuxiao Palace had just recovered, Chu Jiang was also extremely happy to see the improvement of his disciples' cultivation. On this day, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, in front of Jiuxiao Palace, was extremely lively. The new inner sect disciple assessment. It was being held, and it was personally presided over by the acting suzerain Chu Jiang, and all the giants of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong were present. 9 altars are lined up in front of the gate of Jiuxiao Palace, and the Zhenzong spirit beast, Bull Demon, presides over the assessment. It is different from the Qianlong Secret Realm before, because it is the examination of inner disciples, and the selection of inner disciples is much simpler. As long as any outer disciple can pass the talent test of 2 altars at the same time, he can be directly promoted to inner disciple. If he can pass the 3rd stage of the martial arts assessment, in the hands of the hundreds of spirit beasts of the Rakshasa Soul Sky Sect, and insist on undefeated for a stick of incense, he can directly become an elite disciple of the 9 palaces. With such an opportunity, those disciples who had joined the Rakshasa Soul Sky Sect for a while were extremely excited and eager to try, while those new disciples also looked around enviously, accumulating experience and preparing themselves for passing the examination in the future. On the square of Jiuxiao Palace, one after another silhouettes walked towards the 9 altars. The lights of the altars flashed, some succeeded, some failed. In less than half an hour, among the more than 100,000 outer disciples who participated in the inner disciple assessment, more than 100 passed the assessment and were successfully promoted to inner disciple. This assessment is considered to be the one with the largest number of passers. Chu Jiang looked at the scene in front of him, smiled, and nodded repeatedly. This is enough to show that all the disciples of the Rakshasa Soul Sky Sect are much stronger than half a month ago, and the Rakshasa Soul Sky Sect is also getting stronger. Next, prepare for the ring battle. Any disciple who has not passed the assessment can also join the inner sect as long as he defends the ring for 10 rounds. With a smile on his face, the Bull Demon waved his hand, pointed at an extremely huge battle platform in the square in front of Jiuxiao Palace, and announced loudly. Seeing this scene, the eyes of those disciples who failed the talent test just now suddenly brightened, and they came out one after another to participate in the ring battle, hoping to have the opportunity to get a second chance to enter the inner sect of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. On the Bayou Square in front of the lively Jiuxiao Palace, countless disciples erupted with astonishing power, making the entire Rakshasa Soul Tianzong full of vitality. Good. Not bad. Chu Jiang sat on the main seat, watching the ring battle below. He was very pleased. He guarded the sect for his son Chu Yan, and seeing the rapid development of the sect now, he was naturally extremely happy. Not only him, but Long Xingyun, Elder Mu, Elder Wu Fa, and others, including Niu Mo, were also extremely happy, with expressions of excitement on their faces. In less than a few months, the development speed of the Rakshasa Soul Sky Sect was far more than 100 times that of the original Ling Tian sect. At the same time, Long Xingyun and the others are constantly improving their martial arts path in the Rakshasa Soul Sky Sect. What could make a warrior more excited than this? However, at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly resounded in Bayou Square. Ha ha ha, congratulations! The Rakshasa Soul Sky Sect is developing well. It seems that it has half the strength of our Liangyi sect. Waves of powerful auras continuously descended from the sky and landed on Bayou Square. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Liangyi sect powerhouses appeared in front of Chu Jiang. Among these 100 people, there are more than 30 people who are strong in Wu Zuanjing, and there are even 3 people who are in the middle of Wu Zuanjing. With such a powerful force, it is obvious that this time Venerable Golden Fetus has brought at least half of the strong men in the sect here. Venerable Golden Fetus, standing in front of 100 powerhouses, stroking the goatee on his chin, with a proud expression on his face, the peak strength of the middle Wu Zuanjing, unleashing all his strength, suppressing the audience. Humph. It's you again. I told you, our Rakshasa Soul Sky sect will not leave this place, no matter how many Yuanjing. Golden Fetus Sovereign, are you still here? In an instant, behind Chu Jiang, all the giants of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong stood up together, looked at the Golden Fetus Venerable with cold faces, and shouted. For a moment, the two sides confronted each other, and the air became tense instantly. In the entire Northern Territory, the Liangyi sect is considered a strong sect. Because of this, Chu Jiang has been unwilling to offend them to death. Every time he tries his best to deal with the Golden-born Venerable, but he did not expect that this time he would directly bring with so many strong men. It is obvious that they are here to make trouble this time. What? You want to start a sect battle? Sweeping across the audience, with a look of disdain on his face, the Venerable Golden Fetus sneered and said. Ha ha ha. Just with you bastards, you still want to start a sect battle with our Liangyi sect. Humph, let me tell you, our Liangyi sect can wipe you all out with only 30 or so Wu Zuanjing experts here. Want to fight? Come on, our Liangyi sect is the least afraid of fighting. Following the words of Venerable Golden Fetus, dozens of strong men behind him spoke one after another, laughing wildly and mockingly. #C1177 Are you the suzerain? At this moment, the purpose of Lianjiazong was finally revealed. They simply wanted to use force to suppress absolutely, so each of the hundreds of strong men clamored incomparably arrogantly to start a Zoman battle. They are extremely confident about the strength of their Liangyi sect, and they have also conducted a comprehensive investigation on the strength of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. Although there are many disciples, there are very few disciples who have truly surpassed the heaven transformation realm. According to Jin Tai Wuzuan's thinking, if he can take over the territory of the Vault of God Valley and annex the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong at the same time, it will really kill two birds with one stone, and it will be a great thing for the benefits. Moreover, the Golden Two Martial Venerable knew very well that the biggest weakness of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong was that there was no strong man in charge, so he had full confidence in this plan. Okay. Everyone stop arguing. Chu Jiang, who was above the main seat, saw the tension in the scene, and got up and said. Golden Fetus Venerable, I, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, will not sell the place of the Vault of Heaven, and you are not welcome, please leave immediately. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Venerable Jin Tai's complexion suddenly sank, a murderous look flashed in his eyes, he looked at Chu Jiang, and said. Sect Master Chu, it seems that your Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect doesn't want to settle the matter peacefully. You don't even give us Liangyi sect face. If you do this, you will regret it. Humph. Face. You Liangyi sect, you don't have any face in our Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, please go back. Chu Jiang has been in business for many years, and he was also the person in charge of the Chu family's outer branch back then. He has seen many people of all kinds. He just observed what happened today for a while, and he has already seen the problem, so he directly notified Niu Mo and asked him to prepare to open the Zoman's big formation, and at the same time, directly take a tough attitude, and stop talking nonsense with the people of Lianjiazong. At present, there is no strong person in the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, but not everyone can control it at will. 100,000 years ago, the Jiuxiao Palace, the #1 overlord in the mainland, was enough to crush this dog, asshole Lianjiazong. If the Liangyi sect really dares to do something, Chu Jiang will wake up all the tens of thousands of sects who have been locked up in the Jiuxiao Sea. Although they may not be able to destroy the Liangyi sect, they will not be able to survive until Chu Yan returns. Any problem? However, in that case, all the effects of Zhong Jun's 3-month retreat would be wasted, which is really a pity. After all, Zhongjuan belongs to the Raksha clan, and the Raksha clan can only rely on the Jiuxiao to breed offspring. It is too strange. After making up his mind, Chu Zhong's tone and momentum became tough. The Rakshasa Soul Sky sect is going to re-emerge on the mainland. If they can't even overcome this difficulty, then what's the point of revival? Okay. Sect Master Chu, great momentum. Since that's the case, let's follow the rules of the Zhongtian continent. The venerable golden fetus sneered, as if he had been prepared for a long time, and said with a smile on his face. The rules of Zhongtian continent. Chu Jiang was stunned and asked suspiciously. You and I, the suzerains, fight to the death. Venerable golden fetus laughed. What? As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the high-ranking members of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong changed their expressions, and suddenly became furious. One must know that Chu Jiang has just broken through the heavenly transformation realm, while the venerable golden embryo is already a strong person in the middle martial venerable realm. There is a huge difference in the cultivation strength between the two. Deputy Sect Master He, let you fight against Sect Master Chu instead of me. Just as everyone was stunned, the golden fetus sect master slowly turned around, looked at a strong man from the Liangyi sect beside him, and said with a smile. Yes, suzerain. The Liangyi sect powerhouse with a lean figure and flashing eyes first bowed his hands to the golden womb venerable, and then turned around with a cold light in his hand, and there was already an extra sword. Die. Amidst a shout full of murderous intent, he raised the saber in his hand and pointed it straight at Chu Jiang. The blade burst out instantly, and even directly attacked Chu Jiang. What? Fuck, court death. In an instant, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong warriors in all directions were furious, and countless auras burst out. Although the disciples and elders of the Raksha Soul Sky sect around were not as good as the Liangyi sect powerhouse in front of him, but none of them took half a step back, and all of them were angry and ready to strike. All of a sudden, all kinds of powerful auras exploded in Bayou Square. Venerable Jintu's eyes flickered, and he didn't care about it at all. Today, he is going to take down the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong in one fell swoop. Therefore, this knife is just the beginning, and there are more methods in the future, one after another. Cast. At this moment, in Bayou Square, the air suddenly tensed, and the aura of the two parties erupted, and a big battle was about to begin. At this moment, above the sky, a stream of light flew over, and a thunderous shout resounded throughout the audience. What a rule of the Haotian continent, since it is a life and death battle for the suzerain, let me accompany you. Call out. At a height of 10,000 feet, a silver sword light descended from the sky, like a lightning bolt falling from the sky, slamming into the shadow of the sword that was cutting towards Chu Jiang. Click. The strong man of the Liangyi sect, who was holding the saber, trembled violently. Hearing the sound of golden cracks, he suddenly looked up, but saw only the handle of the saber in his hand, and the rest of it was all shattered. What? How can this be? This sword of my own is a heaven-reaching spirit sword. In the entire Liangyi sect, even in the entire Northern Territory, it can be regarded as the top existence among the heaven-reaching spirit soldiers. Moreover, the blade is infused with 70% of my true energy. It broke. Swish. In the next breath, he only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a black-robed figure appeared in front of him instantly, with a pair of ice-like knives looking at him, as if he was looking at a dead person. Hiss. This Liangyi sect powerhouse just glanced at those eyes, the cold air rose violently in his heart, his whole body was like falling into a cellar of ice, he subconsciously took a breath of cold air, and took a few steps back. At this moment, the death energy in his heart was constantly erupting like a fountain, causing his sea of consciousness to stop functioning. Horrible. This person is extremely terrifying. Not only him, but everyone's eyes, including the venerable golden fetus, all fell on this black-robed figure. Xiao Yan. Chu Jiang had a cold expression on his face just now, but he immediately relaxed, his eyes were full of surprise. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be his own son, Chu Yan, came back. See the sovereign! See the sovereign! In all directions, all the Rakshasa souls belonged to the Tianzong, and when they saw Chu Yan, they all looked excited, bowed and saluted, and made loud noises. Sect! Sect master! The golden fetus venerable and all the experts of the Liangyi sect were shocked when they saw this scene. This son turned out to be the suzerain of the Rakshasa soul sky sect. Xiaoyan. Chu Jiang. Is this son, Chu Yan? Immediately afterwards, venerable golden fetus thought of something, his expression changed violently, and the corners of his eyes twitched subconsciously. According to rumors, Chu Yan, the number one arrogant in Zhongtian continent, the holy son of medicine sect. How can this be? All of a sudden, venerable golden fetus felt his eyes go dark, his body shook slightly, and his legs trembled involuntarily. #C1178 The heroes are coming. The appearance of Chu Yan instantly swept away the tense atmosphere in Bayou Square. Father, I am back. Chu Yan turned around and looked at Chu Jiang. Thinking about everything, his eyes were slightly wet, and he felt guilty. How should he talk to his father when he saw his mother a few days ago? Okay. Okay, just come back. Just come back. Chu Jiang was smiling all over his face, his eyes trembling, and his voice choked up when he saw Chu Yan in vain. A pair of eyes kept on Chu Yan's body, looking up and down, and there was moisture in the eyes. Higher, a lot higher. The boy who left home back then seemed to have grown up in the stormy Zhongtian continent. In all directions, all the disciples of the Rakshasa soul Tianzong looked at Chu Yan in unison, with awe in their eyes. Most of them have never seen Chu Yan, but they are familiar with the legend about Chu Yan. At the age of 17, without the support of a powerful sect, and relying entirely on his own strength, he has achieved the title of the number one arrogant in the Zhongtian continent. How can such talent and strength not be awed by them? Today, I finally saw the deity. This made them extremely excited, and all of them were full of excitement. Snort. At this moment, the venerable golden fetus let out a heavy cold snort, and the momentum of the whole person rose wildly from the weak just now, looked at Chu Yan, and shouted with disdain on his face. You are Chu Yan. Seeing this deity, still not saluting. As soon as the words fell to the ground, tens of thousands of icy gazes all came to me. In the early stage of Wu Zuanjing, a mere low-ranking martial artist. Even if you are the Chu Yan in the rumors, I think it is nothing more than that. It is true that the rumors are not credible. With this level of strength, you are worthy of being the suzerain? Is this broken sect so weak? As soon as this remark came out, the hundreds of powerhouses of Liangjiazong laughed together, and then looked at Chu Yan. There was no trace of horror, and all turned into disdain and contempt. A martial artist in the early stage of the lower Wu Zuanjing. In their Liangyi sect, it is just enough for the strength of the core elders. It seems that Chu Yan, the number one Tianjiao in the mainland, should just have the same name as this person. Even the Chu Yan in front of him is nothing to be afraid of. After all, Tianjiao is only within the scope of the young generation of warriors, is only a junior. One must know that in the world of martial spirits, for ordinary warriors, strength, cultivation, and training time are absolutely proportional. The suzerain is in a life and death battle, the old man will personally fight, and I will fight with you a few tricks. The golden embryo martial venerable took 2 steps, and the mid-rank martial venerable aura from his body swept out. These words are not polite words. In his opinion, a few tricks against a martial artist with only a low-level martial venerable realm can be regarded as flattering the other party. One must know that the ordinary low-ranking Wu Zuanjing warriors in their Liangyi sect can only do 2 moves in his hands at most. Hehe, I think, let's forget it. Chu Yan glanced at Venerable Jintu with the corner of his eyes, shook his head, and said with a chuckle. He really doesn't want to do it. The golden womb venerable in front of him has almost no strengths except that his true energy is slightly stronger than that of the same level of warriors. If I punch him down, the other party probably won't even have scum left. If the rest of the Liangyi sect don't die, then I will start killing again today. Now Chu Yan is thinking all over his head, how to tell his father that he saw his mother. He is not in the mood to kill people at all. Ha ha ha. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Venerable Golden Fetus laughed wildly, extremely proud. Sure enough, as he expected, this Chu Yan was not his opponent at all, so he was obviously afraid. In all directions, everyone was stunned when they heard Chu Yan's words, and looked at Chu Yan with doubts on their faces. Is Chu Yan really afraid? Boom, boom. At this moment, there was a sound of thunder in the sky, and the sky with a radius of 100 miles trembled violently, as if the entire sky had been trampled on. Even Bayou Square trembled slightly because of it. In the entire Bayou Square, hundreds of thousands of people trembled. Huh. Dizong came so fast. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, a consciousness flashed across, and immediately, his frowning brows relaxed instantly, and a smile appeared on his face. Everyone, don't panic. Today is the opening day of my Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. I invited some friends to come. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, and he announced. What? Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect, the opening day. Invite friends to come. Above the sky, thousands of thunderous explosions continued, and on the Bayou Square, the complexion of the golden embryo Wuzuan had become as dark as the bottom of a pot. Boom, boom. Before everyone could react from their astonishment, a large number of figures appeared directly in the sky, and the leader was Shindang, the suzerain of one of the 8 ancient sects. On his left is the young lord of Dizong, Shen Xingjia, with an excited expression on his face, and on his right, a man wearing a gray robe with his hands on his back, with a kind and easygoing expression on his face. Between his brows, Shindang and Shen Xingjia, unexpectedly, there are some similarities. This person is none other than one of the zone-level powerhouses in Dizong town, Wanshan Martial Emperor. Oh my god. That's the Martial Emperor powerhouse. Oh my god, it turned out to be the Martial Emperor. Seeing the team of nearly 1,000 people from the Dizong appear and fall towards the Bayou Square, there was a sound of exclamation on the ground. Venerable Jintu's complexion changed drastically, his eyes were dull, he stared blankly at the team slowly falling from the sky, his eyes were full of doubt and shock. Not only him, but all the Liangyi sect powerhouses behind him all looked dull. Chu Yan's friend is a strong martial emperor. Shindang led nearly 1,000 Dizong strongmen, and after landing, he strode past Lianjiazong with big strides, and the powerful momentum, like a tide, rushed the people of Lianjiazong upside down, and walked straight to Chu in front of Yanhe Chujiang. He laughed loudly and said. Sovereign Master Shindang of Xuanzong in Zaijuzu, along with his son Shen Xingjia and the sect's Grand Elder Wanshan Martial Emperor, came to congratulate Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, the joy of founding the sect. With a wave of Shindang's hand, a dozen strong men walked out behind them, holding gift boxes in their hands, and presented them with smiles on their faces. Among these gifts, the worst is a martial venerable realm spirit treasure, some heaven-rank spirit grass spirit treasures, so brilliant that the eyes of those around them turn green. The most important thing is what Shindang said just now. Emperor Xuanzong of Jiuxiao. That is one of the 8 ancient sects, one of the true overlords of the Zhongtian continent. Seeing this scene, the venerable golden fetus turned pale, the corners of his eyes twitched, and his face was full of embarrassment. You know, for their Liangyi sect, a sect like Dizong can be completely crushed into powder with just a little finger. Now, what to do? Boom, boom. At this moment, another thunderbolt exploded in the sky. A middle-aged man in a green robe with a majestic face, a woman in a blue shirt, and a group of terrifying powerhouses descended from the sky towards Bayou Square. Damn it, it's a martial emperor rank powerhouse again. Oh my god, it's true, another martial emperor realm expert. When Yaozong Gong Yun Tian brought Gong Ming Yue, and Dragon Shadow Martial Emperor descended on the Bayou Square, a large crowd of exclamations flooded towards Venerable Jin Tai and all the experts of Liangyi sect like a tidal wave. Go. At this moment, all the masters of the Liangyi sect had dull eyes, their spirits were shaken wildly, and they wished to find a crack in the ground to drill down. #C1179 Famous Continent. Gong Yun Tian brought Yuer and Dragon Shadow Martial Emperor, landed on the ground, and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, old Shen, I didn't expect that your Dizong is really close. You came faster than me. While speaking, Gong Yun Tian led a group of strong men, walking past the Liangyi sect, and the aura of thousands of strong men above the martial venerable realm was like a flood, once again rushing all the masters of the Liangyi sect to the ground. It's no wonder other people, who made them, these miscellaneous fishes, stand on the main road in a daze. When the Dizong came, they didn't know how to make way. Now that the medicine sect came, they were still blocking the road stupidly. What are the identities of the Dizong and Yaozong of the 8 ancient sects? Such behemoth-like existences, facing this kind of third-rate sects in the northern region blocking the way, did not slap them. Gong Yun Tian, the lord of the Shantian sect of the lower 9 spirits, Rakshasa soul, is here to celebrate the founding of the Tianzong. I also brought my little girl, Yuer, to see the world. Come on, bring up the gifts. As soon as the words fell to the ground, more than 100 strong men strode forward, and each piece of treasure shone with dazzling light, blinding the eyes of almost everyone present. I relied on it, the medicine sect's handwriting is too terrifying. Among these 100 gifts, none of them are worth less than the heavenly rank. Why is this gift so heavy? Chu Yan was also stunned, his face full of astonishment, but when he looked up and saw Yuer's face was full of red clouds, he smiled shyly, and when he looked at himself angrily, he slapped his head immediately. Hurry up and tell your father, Chu Jiang. Father, this is Yuer, this is the sect master of the palace. After finishing speaking, he quickly turned his head, looked at Gong Mingyue, and said with a slightly red face. Master, this is my father Chu Jiang, this is my elder brother Chu Zhan. Everyone in all directions, including Shen Dang and Shen Xingjia, were all taken aback when they saw Chu Yan's cautious expression. This kid, why did he become so polite and shy all of a sudden? Just a dazed kung fu, Shen Dang glanced at Chu Yan, then looked at Yuer, suddenly understood, and laughed loudly. It turned out that the in-laws came to the door, I said, ha ha ha. One word landed. Everyone in all directions was stunned for a moment, and then they all burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan, who is all-powerful and fearless in the world, will also be embarrassed sometimes, which makes everyone laugh happily. However, this sentence fell on the ears of the venerable golden fetus of Liangyi sect and hundreds of masters, but it was like a bolt from the blue, causing their entire bodies to shake. That Chu Yan, this Rakshasa soul Tianzong, is actually in-laws with the medicine sect, one of the 8 ancient sects. Damn, this is the end. The venerable golden fetus, with a shit-green face and twitching corners of his eyes, wished he could bump his head to death in this white jade square. It's not good to trouble someone, but to find such a terrifying existence on him. What's the difference between this and courting death? Boom. 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 Immediately afterwards, in the sky of the Raksha Soul Sky sect, terrifying figures exploded continuously, and powerful men who were famous all over the mainland continued to descend. Hallmaster Danmeng, come to congratulate me. Sect Master of Qingshan sect, come to congratulate me. Dixuan Pavilion, come to congratulate me. Sect Master Tianzong, come to congratulate. After Dizong and Yaozong, a powerhouse that makes people shudder, leads everyone now, all of them are inexplicably horrified. You know, these giants of the Haotian continent usually don't talk about seeing so many, even if it's just any one, it's not something ordinary people can see just by talking about it. And, next, outside the Sky God Valley Square, a large number of rogue cultivators and experts from other sects in the Zhongtian continent rushed in like a tide, and the aura of each person was extremely powerful. The one with the worst cultivation is also a low-rank martial artist. These people all received the news that the sect founded by Chu Yan was born, and came to congratulate them one after another. At the same time, they hoped to make friends with Chu Yan and the Raksha Soul Tianzong, and some even wanted to directly join the Raksha Soul Heaven sect. Boom! 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 The void in the sky trembled, strong men continued to descend, and outside the vault of God Valley, a large crowd of people rushed in like 1,000 rivers returning to the sea. A large number of powerhouses are constantly gathering, as if a climax has been set off, which makes people dizzy. For a moment, the incomparably grand scene gave me an illusion. It seems that all the powerful sect forces and warriors in the entire Zhongtian continent have all rushed to the vault of God Valley. All of this is because of Chu Yan's message, which caused a complete sensation in the entire Zhongtian continent. Rumors about Chu Yan have already spread in all major domains. Those casual cultivators and warriors who are in awe of Chu Yan, especially some talented geniuses, are extremely excited and come together one after another. So in the end, such a grand scene will be created. The leader of the Loose Cultivation Alliance, Martial Emperor Xuanhuan, is here to congratulate you. Tianzhua Wuzuan of the Tunchen Mountain Range, I am here to congratulate you. Ha ha ha, everyone who is idle here, everyone calls me Sanhe Wuzuan. Congratulations on the founding of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. A small gift. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan, who is famous in the mainland, actually founded the Xuanhuan. Congratulations. Congratulations. One after another, powerhouses keep appearing, stepping into the Bayou Square, entering the Jiuxiao Palace, those casual cultivators who have no sect influence. The cultivation realm is at least the high-ranking martial arts powerhouse. At this moment, there are no less than 10 martial emperor powerhouses gathered in Jiuxiao Palace, and no fewer than 100 high-ranking Wuzuanjing powerhouses. Waves of powerful aura diffused in Jiuxiao Palace, causing the 99 golden pillars of Jiuxiao Palace to tremble slightly. Everyone was overwhelmed by the aura of the terrifying existence of these continents in front of them, and they were so terrified that even the sea of consciousness could not function normally. However, the next scene made everyone look shocked again. A large crowd of people poured into Bayou Square, gathered together, densely packed. These are young warriors from major sects in the mainland, and everyone is in awe of Chu Yan, which is why they came to the vault of God Valley from thousands of miles away. Hope to be lucky enough to meet my idol. The cultivation bases of these young warriors are at the first level of the Tongtian realm. Senior Chu Yan, I didn't receive the invitation, but I came here to congratulate you sincerely. I wonder if it's okay. Wow. It's really Senior Chu, Senior, give me a chance. Senior Chu, let us go in. With a glance, there are no less than 100,000 young geniuses in front of them. Their faces are full of anticipation, and they all speak. What? Open. What are you kidding? A group of young arrogances from major sects in the mainland begged Chu Yan just to participate in the opening ceremony of the Raksha Soul Tianzong. The venerable golden fetus stood there, fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead, but fortunately, they were too weak to attract the attention of others at all. Everyone has come from afar, there is no reason to refuse the door, please come in. Please come in. Chu Yan swept his eyes, looked at the young Tianjiao crowd in Bayou Square, bowed his hands, and said. Everyone, there is an invitation in Jiuxiao Palace, the hospitality is not good. Haha, great. Tens of thousands of young arrogances were suddenly extremely excited, their eyes lit up, and they flocked to Jiuxiao Palace excitedly. As these young Tianjiao entered the Jiuxiao Palace and saw a large number of mainland giants, their expressions were shocked and they were ecstatic. It's too scary. A sect force that newly opened a mountain gate has such a big face, there is probably no second sect in the entire Haotian continent. Jingtai Wuzuan and hundreds of people from the Liangyi sect stood outside the Jiuxiao Palace, all of them were as stiff as petrified, with their mouths wide open and their eyes protruding. #C1180 Time to tell you. With the passage of time, above the sky of the vault of God Valley, and outside the mouth of the valley, the trend of powerful men and warriors rushing in has finally eased somewhat. However, looking at the Jiuxiao Palace at this time, there is a crowd of people, and those terrifying aura. It's as if the entire Zhongtian continent is filled with all the powerhouses. Chu Yan and a group of high-level Raksha Soul Tianzong have been busy greeting the big giants who are constantly coming. After a long time, after a little calm down, they finally found out that they have been standing in a corner in front of Jiuxiao Palace. The powerhouses of the Liangyi sect. Sovereign, do you still want to fight Chu Yan to the death? Beside the golden fetus venerable, the deputy sovereign, his face was pale. When he saw Chu Yan's eyes sweeping over, his whole body trembled, and he asked, suddenly, almost subconsciously. Boom. When the voice fell to the ground, the entire Jiuxiao Palace, like a frenzy, erupted violently. The medicine sect, the earth sect, and the heaven sect of the 8 ancient sects, the 3 major sect masters, plus several elder-level martial emperor-level powerhouses, and countless martial arts-level warriors all turned their heads and looked at the 9 at the same time. In front of Yugong, the 100 people from Lianjiazong in the corner. The faces of all the bosses were full of smiles just now, but now they were indifferent, and countless divine senses swept towards them like a tide. Say what? To fight with Chu Yan, to the death. Just a few pieces. Originally, the consciousness could not attack ordinary warriors, but when the consciousness of tens of thousands of strong men fell on a person at the same time, the feeling was like a north wind with ice slag blowing from the body. And pass. For a moment, Jingtai Wuzuan's face was ashen, and his whole body trembled violently, as if he was being stared at by tens of thousands of ancient beasts. Almost every divine sense contained a trace of killing intent, which made him feel dangerous. Crazy ascension. These are nearly 10 martial emperor realm powerhouses, and hundreds of high-ranking martial venerable realm powerhouses. Just their consciousness and gaze are enough to scare him out of his wits. In the face of such strength, what is the difference between him, including his Liangyi sect, and the weeds on the side of the road? Cluck cluck. Upper and lower teeth. Constantly colliding with each other, venerable golden fetus almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn, are you a pig? Thanks to being blind, I actually promoted you to be the deputy suzerain. You are simply trying to kill me. When I get back to the sect, see if I don't pull my skin out. As long as he can survive to return to the Liangyi sect today. Chu, Sect Master Chu, today, actually, I came here to congratulate, a misunderstanding. Just now, it was all a misunderstanding. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Venerable golden fetus, in his sea of chi, the inner alchemy with a golden pattern the size of a hair was almost activated to the extreme, allowing him to squeeze out a trace of true energy, allowing him to open his mouth to speak, but the voice was still can't stop trembling. Oh, is it so? Chu Yan sneered, pondered for a while, looked back at Chu Jiang, and said. Father, how do you think about this matter? Chu Yan did not make arbitrary decisions, but directly handed over the judging power to his father. After all, his time in the sect was very limited, and the Raksha Soul Tianzong will be known to everyone after today. His father, Chu Jiang, must handle it. Now is the time to help his father establish his prestige. Let's leave this matter here, venerable golden fetus. If you dare to make trouble again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chu Jiang thought for a moment, shook his head, looked at venerable Jintu, and said sharply. Today, many of Chu Yan's friends came to congratulate him, which also boosted Chu Jiang's confidence a lot, so naturally he would not give the other party any face. Hearing this, the venerable golden fetus felt as if he had been pardoned, his tense soul and the heart in his throat finally relaxed. In an instant, his whole body was sweating profusely, and his whole body was completely wet. Huh. Thank you, Sect Master Chu, thank you. I will never step into the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong again, thank you. The venerable golden fetus has already thanked the gods and spirits of the sky for recovering his life. In the future, even if he is given 10,000 courage, he will not dare to step half a step within the range of the vault of heaven. Let's go. If you have a chance, you can still come and sit. Chu Yan waved his hand and said. Thank you, thank you. When Venerable Jintu heard Chu Yan's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then his face was filled with ecstasy. His life was finally saved. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of people from the Liangyi sect did not dare to stay in the slightest, turned around and fled, as if there was something extremely terrifying behind them. One by one fled faster than the other, and disappeared at the end of the horizon in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, Chu Yan took all the high-level officials of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, and held a banquet in the Jiuxiao Palace to entertain the giants of the mainland. Today, thank you all for coming. I just wanted to establish a career in Tianzong. I didn't expect everyone to be so supportive. Chu Yan's hospitality is not good. I just hope that you can form a good relationship with my Rakshasa Soul Tianzong forever. Thank you again. Chu Yan was on the main seat, cupped his hands as a salute, and bowed to all the big men and strong men in the hall. Such actions made all the strong men in the hall change their complexions slightly, while Gong Yuntian, Shindang, and Dong Wangshenyanyi and the other three had eyes twinkling and nodded continuously. This Chu Yan really has the potential of a superior. His words and deeds are neither humble nor overbearing, and his bearing is extraordinary. Sect Master Chu is being polite. To see Sect Master Chu's demeanor today, Sanxing is lucky. That's right, we and the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect will have a good relationship forever. The entire scene, because of Chu Yan's words, once again set off a climax. Everyone exchanged cups, made friends with each other, and talked and laughed happily. The whole banquet lasted for 3 full stars before Chu Jiang led everyone to visit the Vault of Heaven. And Chu Yan went to the side hall together with Shindang, Gong Yuntian and Dong Huangtianyi. In the face of the 3 major suzerains, Chu Yan did not hide anything. First, he reported the situation of the Black Blood Temple to the 3 major suzerains truthfully, and then he planned to use the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong as a bait to lure out the people from the Black Blood Temple plan. Tell the truth. Chu Yan's plan was supported by the 3 major sect masters, and among the 4 sects, they discussed and immediately built the sect teleportation array with each other to deal with the Black Blood Temple and make full preparations. As long as the Black Blood Temple dares to show its face, if it attacks anyone, the other 3 will fight with all their strength, striving to strangle the Black Blood Temple's power in Zhongtian continent in one fell swoop. The 4 of them negotiated many details in the side hall, and talked for a whole night before everything was properly arranged. Now, with regard to the Black Blood Temple, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The strength of the Black Blood Temple is naturally clear to the 3 masters. To be honest, any one of the 8 ancient sects is not sure about facing the Black Blood Temple alone. Now that the 4 sects are allied, it is completely different. Afterwards, Chu Yan pondered for a moment and asked. 3 suzerains, I don't know that there is a place where you can quickly improve your cultivation in the Zhongtian continent. Even if it is more dangerous, I am afraid. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the faces of the three major sect masters were all stunned. Quickly improve your cultivation. Don't be afraid even if it's dangerous. This Chu Yan actually wants to improve his cultivation quickly. You know, his current cultivation speed has reached the level of abnormality, and he still thinks it is too slow. For a moment, the three major sect masters looked at each other, and the air was instantly quiet. My mother was trapped in a desperate place and suffered a lot. I must raise my cultivation level to the martial emperor realm as soon as possible, before I can save her. So, even if it's just a short breath, I will fight for it. Chu Yan said solemnly said. Could it be that there is no stronger place for cultivation in Zhongtian continent? Speaking of this, the three major sect masters slowly raised their heads and looked at each other. Immediately, Shindang frowned slightly, and said hesitantly. Of course, it's just, alas. Well, there are some things that I should tell you. #C1181 Lingzong fans. Shindang's words immediately caught Chu Yan's attention. He suddenly raised his head, and looked straight at him. Chu Yan, you should know that my past and the spiritual sect had the same energy and root, and the two sects look like one sect, but you should have discovered that the spiritual sect has actually existed in name only, except for most of the disciples who merged with my sect, except for the temporary management of my earth sect. The high-level and elite disciples of the spirit sect have never appeared on the mainland. This seems to be it. Chu Yan was slightly taken aback, remembering that he had seen some big bosses of the spirit sect in the two holy lands of the extreme north continent, and after arriving in the Zhongtian continent, he had never even heard of the Lingzong mountain gate there, let alone seen one. Spirit sect powerhouse, this matter is really weird. Actually, the high-level and elite disciples of Lingzong are in Jianzhong. Shindang fell to the ground, looked at Donghuang Tianyi and Gong Yuntian beside him. His eyes were full of inquiries, as if he wanted to confirm again whether to tell Chu Yan about this. Jianzhong. Isn't it true that Jianzhong has few disciples, traveling in the clouds, and there are almost no people in the mountain gate? Chu Yan became more and more puzzled. As far as he knew, among the 8 ancient sects, Jianzhong was the most powerful and mysterious. There were only 100 disciples under his sect, but each of them was an astonishingly powerful swordsman. He had been a master for thousands of years. Bringing a disciple, traveling all over the mainland, never participating in continental strife. Because of this, almost no one knows that the Jianzhong mountain gate is there. Or in other words, there may be no one inside the mountain gate. No. Because of some special reasons, the senior leaders of the sword sect are currently training the elite disciples of the spirit sect in a very secret small world. After seeing the other two suzerains nodded slightly, Shindang looked at Chu Yan and said softly. Train the elite disciples of Lingzong. Why do you want Jianzhong to train? Chu Yan's sea of consciousness was in chaos, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. No matter how good the relationship between the Wuhun world and the sect forces, it was impossible for his own sect disciples to appear and ask other sects to help train them. It doesn't make sense at all. Moreover, the most important thing is, what kind of sect is Jianzhong? That is the sect force on the Haotian continent who specializes in spiritual swords in order to achieve the ultimate in the way of the sword. In other words, the strength of the disciples of the sword sect is mostly due to the strength of the way of the sword. But what about Lingzong? The spirit sect is basically a sect force composed of monsters and spirit beasts, and everyone knows that monsters and spirit beasts basically do not use weapons, but rely on their own beast bodies as weapons to attack. Let Jianzhong train the disciples of Lingzong. What to teach them? Hearing this, Chu Yan was basically at a loss, completely dumbfounded, looked at Shindang, and asked. Jianzhong is the strongest in the way of the sword. If Lingzong, how to train this? When the voice fell to the ground, Shindang smiled lightly and explained. That's right. It's training Lingzong disciples to use spirit weapons. Do you still remember the peak master of the Longyuan Holy Land? Think about it, does he have a golden sword spirit weapon? As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed, and countless thoughts flashed in the sea of consciousness, and all kinds of memories in the two holy places back then poured out like a tide. Soon, Chu Yan remembered that the master of the Mad Peak was really holding a spiritual knife. When he was chased and killed by the Black Blood Temple, the master of the peak had used the spiritual knife to fight back the enemy and helped him. The scene of Jiwei instantly appeared in Chu Yan's consciousness. Hiss. Chu Yan, who woke up suddenly, took a breath. At that time, my cultivation base was low, and I had just stepped into the world of martial arts to practice, so I didn't care about the use of the spiritual knife by the master of the Mad Peak, but now, in retrospect, this matter is really strange. Chu Yan clearly remembered that the master of the Quangfeng Peak was a Tiger Clan monster with wings on his back and a huge golden king imprint on his forehead. His appearance was 5 points similar to his own white tiger spirit. On his back, he has always carried a golden spiritual knife, never leaving his body. Could it be? Chu Yan was shocked, his eyes widened. That's right. The master of the Crazy Peak is the first batch of geniuses of the spirit sect trained by the sword sect. Not only can he use spiritual weapons, but he can also use martial arts. It's just that he didn't succeed in practicing the skills. Shindang nodded, and his answer was exactly as Chu Yan guessed in his heart. Hiss. Hearing Shindang's words, Chu Yan couldn't help but gasped again, his face was full of astonishment. You must know that in the martial arts world of the Haotian continent, monsters and humans have their own strengths and different advantages. Human warriors may cultivate and use martial arts and spiritual weapons, while monsters and spirit beasts cannot practice martial arts. At most, there are only some powerful spirit beasts with ancient bloodlines, and some unique monster skills inherited by bloodlines. Basically, relying on the strength of the beast body, they can slightly compete with human warriors. Moreover, even human body-refining fighters have a weaker physical body than monster warriors. Therefore, for a long time, the combat power of monster warriors has always been higher than that of human warriors of the same level. If the monster clan is really able to practice martial arts as sect master Shindang said, and can also use spiritual weapons, then the advantages of human warriors will disappear, and monster warriors of the same level will be completely crushed human warrior. To put it simply, every monster warrior who can practice martial arts and use spiritual weapons is equivalent to a warrior of the Tianjiao rank of human beings, and possesses the strength of fighting power above the 3rd rank. This is a terrifying thing. Why? Why is this? Why does Jianzong help Lingzong to practice exercises and martial arts? In this way, the balance between humans and monsters in the mainland will be completely broken? This is for us human fighters, will you? Chu Yan's eyes flickered, his expression was a little excited, and he asked anxiously. It's not that Chu Yan is afraid of the Yaozu becoming stronger, but he knows very well that once the balance of any world is broken, when two evenly matched forces appear at the same time, it will inevitably cause a shocking battle. At that time, the entire Wuhun world will be destroyed. We'll fall into endless war. Could it be the situation that the suzerains of the 8 ancient sects want to see? Chu Yan didn't believe that, with the shrewdness of the 3 suzerains, they would not have thought of this level. Chu Yan, do you still remember the vision of blue sea and blue sky? You should know that it represents the Great Tribulation. When Shindang saw Chu Yan's rebellion, a trace of relief appeared on his face, and he spoke softly. Holy Tribulation. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, never thinking that the sword sect's training for the spirit sect has anything to do with the Great Tribulation. Chu Yan, there are some things I can't tell you now. You just need to know that when the catastrophe comes, these spiritual masters who can use martial arts, spirit soldiers, and exercises may be one of the hopes of our Haotian continent. Beside Shindang, Dong Wangshan looked at Chu Yan and said softly, "This?" Chu Yan was stunned, and suddenly he was speechless. "Okay. Chu Yan, there's not much else to say. It's enough for you to know this," Shindang said. "Because we want you to go to the small world where Jianzong trains the strong spirit sect to practice. That is where the sword sect's mountain gate is located." As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he looked at Shindang. #C1182 Bring out the Temple of Black Blood. The sword sect is the sword sect of the world, the Haotian continent, the holy land of sword Dao. Chu Yan is a swordsman, and even the martial skill Wuji sword art that he is practicing now is from the world sword sect. Of course, Chu Yan yearns for the world sword sect. Improve your kendo cultivation base, and your combat power will become stronger. Just like the disciples of the Tianxia sword sect, each of them has incomparably powerful leapfrog fighting power. A disciple of the Tianxia sword sect who reaches the 5th level of the heaven realm can easily fight against a warrior who is half a step of the martial venerable realm. This leapfrog combat power is much stronger than that of Tianxia warriors. Jianzong really taught their sect's kendo to outsiders. Chu Yan wondered. "No, you are not an outsider. You will know in the future. Are you willing to go?" Shindang smiled lightly and asked Chu Yan back. "Of course." Chu Yan nodded and agreed without thinking. "Okay. In Tianxia Jianzong, you can not only learn the way of swordsmanship, but also have an excellent place, and you can also achieve your goal of quickly improving your cultivation. It's all up to you." After Shindang finished speaking, he flipped his hands over, took out a jade talisman, handed it to Chu Yan, and said, "This is the identity jade talisman for entering the sword sect. When you get there, just show this jade talisman and go directly to their sword master. When he sees this jade talisman, he will naturally arrange it for you." After Shindang finished speaking, he told Chu Yan the location of Jianzong's sect in detail. Later, Chu Yan and the 3 major sects inquired about Jianzong in detail. After chatting for a while, the 3 major sect masters got up and left, preparing to return to the sect and prepare for the alliance of the 4 sects. After the 3 masters left, Chu Yan returned to his residence hall and devoted himself to practicing for 3 days. In the past 3 days, the big bosses from the major sects in the mainland who came to the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong to participate in the opening ceremony also left one after another, and the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong also gradually calmed down. After everyone left the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, Chu Yan finished his practice, walked out of the residence hall, and started patrolling the Jiuxiao Palace. The so-called Jiuxiao Palace represents the core 9 palaces of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. Chu Yan has been looking for the descendants of the 9 palaces. So far, he has found a few. Hutu Palace, Inluo Palace, Shanshui Palace, etc. looked over one by one. Chu Yan saw that all the disciples were practicing with all their strength. Efforts to improve, especially Huang Fuxian, Zhantian and other descendants of the 9 palaces. After accepting the inheritance, they have basically been in retreat. According to the guarding beasts of the palaces, their cultivation has improved extremely fast. After inspecting the 9 palaces, Chu Yan found his father Chu Jiang, elder Qing Yun, and Bull Demon, and other senior officials of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, and met Luo Ping and Zhong Tian casually. Everyone discussed the development of the sect together. After chatting for a whole night, Chu Yan hesitated for a long time, and decided not to tell his father about seeing his mother, or wait until he was able to rescue his mother. Otherwise, he just let his father, just sad. I asked Situ Yang about the promotion of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong Mountain Gates formation, and got a positive answer from Situ Yang. After Situ Yang's transformation, the current mountain gate of the Luocha Soul Tianzong, even if it is attacked by powerful men like Lei Wuhuang and Donghuang Tianyi, it is impossible to break through. After all, the formation of the first sect in the mainland 100,000 years ago was no small matter. After explaining everything, Chu Yan took out all the resources collected in the Rakshasa space some time ago, and enriched the treasure house of the sect. When everyone saw Chu Yan waving his hand, more than a dozen hill-like cultivation resources were piled up on the Bayou Square, and everyone was stunned. This is more than 100 times more than the current inventory resources of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. Although they are only the cultivation resources of some low-level warriors, they are currently the most needed by the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. Hey, this is all for grabbing the Black Blood Temple. Chu Yan grinned, remembering that when the Black Blood Temple was destroyed last time, tens of millions of warriors not only got a lot of cultivation resources, but also let your cultivation base improve a lot. This kind of business will have to be done a few more times in the future. In this way, not only to improve quickly, but also to worry about the cultivation resources of ordinary disciples in the sect. Afterwards, Chu Yan bid farewell to the high-level people, stood up from the ground, rushed to the sky, and prepared to go to where Jianzong was. Soaring into the sky, flying directly to the sky, Chu Yan recognized the direction, and then headed towards the lower domain. Above the sea of spiritual clouds, Chu Yan's figure is like a black lightning, rushing at full speed. However, after flying for less than an hour, Chu Yan frowned and stopped. Who? Get out. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, turned around slowly, and looked behind him. His consciousness had sensed it half an hour ago, and someone followed him. He thought it was other warriors passing by, but he didn't expect that he changed his flight a few times. After the direction, the other party still followed closely all the way, making it clear that they were coming for him. Ha ha ha, you actually found out. In the surrounding high-altitude spiritual cloud sea, 4 black figures rushed out instantly, and surrounded Chu Yan. The aura of these 4 people is extremely powerful, like the abyss of the sea. The void around the 4 figures is constantly trembling, their cultivation is so strong, it is unfathomable. Because of Chu Yan's divine sense, he couldn't see through the opponent's cultivation, not even the unicorn's pupil. This situation can only explain one thing: the cultivation bases of these 4 people are all above the half-step martial emperor realm. Huh. It's you. Chu Yan frowned tightly, raised his head and glanced at the leader, and suddenly made a sound of surprise. The appearance and aura of the leader was 99% similar to that of Mo Xiao, the great elder of the Black Blood Temple, who was killed by his own punch, except that his cultivation base was stronger and his aura was stronger, as if he had been carved out of the same mold. That's right, the one you killed in the Bloody Mountains is just my substitute. And now, Chu Yan, your time of death has come. Mo Xiao's face changed instantly, his face was cold and murderous, his eyes were blood red, and he shouted loudly. What a Black Blood Temple, sneaking around, unexpectedly attacking halfway. Chu Yan sneered, with a look of contempt on his face. In fact, this time he held the opening ceremony for the purpose of attracting the Black Blood Temple. Naturally, he also guessed that they would ambush him on the road, but, unexpectedly, the Black Blood Temple would send such a strong lineup. However, after breaking through to the Wuhun realm, Chu Yan is extremely confident in his own strength and is not afraid at all. Humph. Chu Yan, do you really think that our Black Blood Temple is so easily destroyed by you? Just a joke. The power left in the Bloody Mountains at that time was not even 1/10,000th of the power of our temple. Today, just let you see the truth, how powerful our temple is. Mo Xiao sneered, a red light flashed in his triangular eyes, like a beast staring at its prey. 3 protectors, take this sun down for me, life or death. Mo Xiao waved his hand and said to the 3 men in black robes, behind him. Guardian. Hearing this, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked up at the other three. #C1183 Ghosts. The three men in black robes strode out, past Mo Xiao, and stood in front of Chu Yan. The aura of these three people is extremely powerful, but they are different. One of them has a corpse aura, which is very similar to the aura of the corpse leader that Chu Yan saw in the Valley of Souls, but it is hundreds of times stronger than the corpse king. Black air lingers, like billowing black smoke, extremely thick. The other person's body was extremely sinister, and his whole body was covered in black mist. He didn't look like a human at all, but rather like a life-threatening ghost. From head to toe, there were more than a dozen forest white will-o'-the-wisps wrapped around him, making hisses, the sound of howling ghosts. The last person is tall, but skinny, and his whole body is like a skeleton. Except for the skin and bones, there is no flesh. These three people are exactly 3 of the 4 guardians of the Black Blood Temple, and their cultivation strengths are all in the lower martial emperor realm. And that great elder Mo Xiao's cultivation has reached the middle martial emperor realm. Although his combat power is not as strong as that of Dong Huang Tianyi, he is not bad at all compared to ordinary warriors of the same level. As the breath from the 4 people slowly dispersed, Chu Yan finally found out the cultivation base of the 4 people, and his face suddenly became serious. The 4 of them are all above the martial emperor realm. Damn, you guys are definitely going to deal with a warrior who has just broken through to the martial venerable realm. Sensing the killing intent on the 4 of them, as well as the terrifying aura of martial emperor realm cultivation on their bodies, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth twitched twice. It was impossible to beat them. If it's just one, I can still fight, but now, I'm afraid I don't have any chance. It seems that his continuous actions against the Black Blood Temple have made them determined to kill him, otherwise it would be impossible to go out with such an amazing lineup. Humph. Mo Xiao, you guys want to kill me even if you are so ghostly. Dreaming. Chu Yan sneered. Although he knew that he could not be the opponent of the other 4, he would never weaken his momentum. After all, the blood feud between himself and the Black Blood Temple would never end. Court death. Arrogance. The 4 of them were furious when they heard the words. Those warriors who joined the Black Blood Temple sacrificed their martial souls and practiced the Black Blood secret technique, making themselves look like ghosts or ghosts. After the cultivation power is strong, the most taboo is that others say that they are like ghosts. Call. A violent wind rushed out, and the ghost fire guardian took the lead. Corpse energy surged all over his body. With a wave of his big hand, 3 ghost fires rushed out of his body, and instantly swelled up, turning into a fierce ghost with fangs and a height of more than 10 feet, extremely ferocious. This fierce ghost's whole body is like smoke, floating erratically, under a pair of blood eyes, a mouth full of blue fangs, air conditioning, and 2 feet long claws. Hiss. With a howl of ghosts, Li Gui rushed towards Chu Yan, and swung out his 2-foot-long ghost claws fiercely, tearing Chu Yan into pieces with one blow. Break! With a big wave of his hand, Chu Yan took out the Haotian sword, raised his hand and slashed down sharply. The light of the sword split into 2, and the bright silver shadow was cut in half instantly, turning into 2 strands of thick black smoke, flying in all directions. Sure enough. Seeing this, the guardian ghost fire disapproved, sneered, and shot again. The move just now was just to test Chu Yan's reality, but now, he is naturally doing his best. 9 lanterns Sun Luo. The ghost fire protector shouted loudly, waved his hands together, and the hundreds of ghost fires on his body trembled together, and instantly fused together, turning into an even bigger ghostly phantom. The phantom of this ghost is as high as 100 feet, its eyes are bloodshot, and its whole body is filled with ghostly aura. Hiss. 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 Under the repeated ghost howls, the gigantic ghost, like a mountain with black smoke, rushed towards Chu Yan. As the ghost fire protector shot, the other two protectors who moved to Chu Yan's left and right sides also shot at the same time. Extreme Corpse Fist. Yin Kuei, the guardian, raised his hand and punched, the fist like a bone club, but it smashed out the corpse aura, sweeping through, and shattering the void layer by layer. This punch carried endless corpse energy, billowing and turbulent, forming a large cloud of gray air, enveloping towards Chu Yan. Iron Zombie dies. The zombie guardian punched out without any abnormality. The black fist print passed, and the space within 10 miles around trembled. 3 attacks, attacking Chu Yan from 3 directions at the same time. One move was better than the other, leaving almost no way for Chu Yan to survive. Call. The black ghost aura swept in, and the 100-foot-tall ghost instantly surrounded Chu Yan's body within 100 steps. The cold ghost aura kept devouring Chu Yan's body, protecting true energy, making the 16 pieces of Chu Yan's inner chi in the sea. Dan was running wild. What? Swallowing true energy. Chu Yan's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that there was such an attack method. All along, he used burning corpse refining chi to devour other people's true chi, but he didn't expect that today, his true chi would be swallowed up by others. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the sea of consciousness, various consciousnesses were flying around. As soon as his mind moved and his true energy exploded, Chu Yan directly summoned the Qilin Wuhun, using the might of the Qilin heavenly beast to suppress the range of 100 steps around his body, making the 100-foot-tall ghost unable to get close to him, and at the same time waved his big hand. The Haoyan sword's 5-color sword light burst out, and a 1,000-foot-long sword light rushed out, slashing at the stiff fist attacking from the right. At the same time, with a wave of his right hand, Emperor Suzaku's fire spewed out, facing the cloud of corpse energy billowing from the left. Boom! With a bang, the Haoyan sword's sword light collided with the heavy fist of Taizong Guardian, and suddenly found that the sky exploded. Boom, boom. Fist strength and sword energy scattered and collapsed, turning into countless remaining strength, like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, with a radius of hundreds of miles, shooting out countless huge holes in the continuous mountains below. On the other two sides, Baizhang Guiying couldn't do anything to the power of the Qilin Wuhun. However, when Chu Yan wanted to urge the Qilin Wuhun to strangle the opponent, he couldn't do it. The opponent's ghost energy was 10 times stronger than the Qilin Wuhun. More than. However, in less than a breath, the power of the unicorn martial soul still sent the ghost flying, blocking this move. On the other side, the Suzaku Emperor fire collided with the cloud sea of corpse aura, as if water and fire were invading each other, emitting a large amount of thick smoke, which turned into a state of scorching for a moment, and it was difficult to distinguish between. Blast me! Chu Yan yelled loudly, and the pale fire in his body surged out, and the true energy surged out like a tide, turning into a large stalk of pale fire, and joining the Suzaku Emperor fire. This time, Suzaku Dihua, who was supported by Pilhua, showed great power and suddenly charged, burning the billowing cloud of corpse energy into nothingness. In an instant, the 3 terrifying attacks were all resolved by Chu Yan, but Chu Yan also directly used his trump card, otherwise it would never be so easy. In addition, whether it is the power of the Qilin Wuhun or the Suzaku Emperor fire, they all just restrain the opponent. With such an advantage, Chu Yan can barely avoid breaking the opponent's attack, otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. All of this, in the blink of an eye, even the first confrontation, the speed is extremely fast. Swish! Before the 4 of them could react, Chu Yan soared into the sky and flew away towards the distance. Humph! Want to escape? Mo Xiao yelled and waved his hand. A huge black palm print fell from the sky and slapped Chu Yan, who was soaring into the sky. #C1184 rival. Seeing Chu Yan escape, the elder Mo Xiao slapped out with a palm, instantly blocking the entire sky above Chu Yan's head. The power of this palm is like the sea churning, 10,000 tides lift the sky, the entire palm print is as big as half the sky, and it contains terrifying power. When the three guardians were besieging Chu Yan, the great elder Mo Xiao was always on guard against Chu Yan's escape, so the moment Chu Yan soared into the sky, he immediately shot, wanting to slap Chu Yan into serious injuries. The power of his palm is obviously much stronger than the attack of the three guardians just now. It is extremely powerful. However, in the face of this palm, Chu Yan seemed to have been prepared for a long time. The speed did not weaken at all. The golden light and red light burst out on his body, the power of double body training, plus all the true energy of the 16 inner alchemy, crazily infused among the heavenly soldiers. Open it for me. With a roar that shook the sky, Chu Yan held the sword in both hands, and with a sword that gathered all his strength, he slashed fiercely towards the suppressed palm print. Scoff. A sword with terrifying power pierced directly through the monstrous palm print. Chu Yan's figure, like a sharp arrow, rushed through the cut gap, rushed out, and flew towards the edge of the sky. What? Unexpectedly. The great elder Mo Xiao was willing to see Chu Yan fleeing. His face changed drastically. He never imagined that Chu Yan could escape from the blockade of his palm print. Humph. This kid's talent is astonishing. Compared with the last time, his cultivation strength has increased a lot. Mo Xiao snorted coldly, and a strange light kept flickering in his pale red eyes. From the beginning of the battle between the Black Blood Temple and Chu Yan, it has been less than a year now. The growth rate of this Chu Yan made him feel a chill in his heart. None of them are his opponents. At that time, it may no longer be them besieging and killing Chu Yan, and the scene like the Xuanhuan mountain range may really happen in their real main hall. No. You must not let this child live. The elder Mo Xiao became more and more frightened as he thought about it. He shouted loudly and took the three guardians with him, and hurriedly chased him in the direction where Chu Yan was escaping. Just after the first battle, the four martial emperor realm powerhouses failed to keep Chu Yan's combat power. The four of them were extremely astonished, but they also knew that they had underestimated Chu Yan just now, and just regarded him as an ordinary martial artist, so they gave Chu Yan an opportunity to take advantage of it. If they catch up with Chu Yan again, with the strength of the four of them, if they go all out, it will not be difficult to kill Chu Yan. Of course, the three protectors are clear about what the great elder said, because the three of them fought directly with Chu Yan just now, and they all clearly felt that if any one of them confronted Chu Yan alone, the result would be difficult to predict, so, this son must not stay. That's right. This son must not stay. Yes, he must be killed, and he cannot be allowed to grow any longer. Chasing, no matter whether he goes to the sky or enters the earth, this time he will have no way out. The three guardians, with gloomy expressions on their faces, followed the great elder Mo Xiao, and hurriedly chased towards Chu Yan. High above, Chu Yan flew all the way, thinking constantly in his heart. Up to now, he can be sure that the last time in the main hall of the Black Blood Temple in the Bloody Mountains, those hall masters, great elders, and four guardians are all from the Black Blood Temple. Next game. Those people are not the real high-level people of the Black Blood Temple at all, but now, these people who ambushed and killed him are the real masters. However, what Chu Yan didn't expect was that the great elder Mo Xiao and the four guardians turned out to be strong in the martial emperor realm, which was obviously much stronger than the 8 ancient sects. After rushing out of the siege, Chu Yan flew not long before stopping. With his speed, it is impossible to compare with the four martial emperor realm powerhouses. Therefore, sooner or later we have to fight. It is better to save some real energy against the enemy. Moreover, Chu Yan still has a whole card, ready to let go. Just stopped his figure and swallowed a bottle of Jiuxiao golden pill, for black shadows rushed from behind and landed in front of Chu Yan again. Swish! 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 Without saying a word, Chu Yan directly activated the Vientianju, and the three clones, holding the Haoyan sword, rushed towards the four of them. Chu Yan has not used the Vientianju for a long time, but the advantage of the Vientianju is that as the strength of the deity increases, the strength of the avatar will also increase infinitely, especially when the number of avatars is small, the power is greater. With Chu Yan's current cultivation base, these three Vientian clones have at least 50% of his combat power, which is enough to deal with the warriors of the Tongtian realm. What? Clone technique. The Great Elder and the three guardians had just arrived when they saw three black shadows attacking with spirit swords in their hands. Their faces froze and their figures froze slightly. Moreover, they can feel that Chu Yan's three Vientian clones are also not weak. If they are caught by them, Chu Yan may really escape without a trace. What a Chu Yan, there are so many whole cards. The Great Elder Mo Xiao gave a cold shout, not daring to hesitate, and immediately shot, ready to break through the three clones quickly to prevent Chu Yan from escaping. The other three protectors also didn't dare to hesitate, and shot directly. Boom! 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 Four terrifying attacks blasted out at the same time, each move was exerted with all its strength, without a trace of holding back. This time was different from the last time, the four of them joined forces to attack, and in an instant, four monstrous attacks gathered together, and the momentum was earth-shattering. The vast torrent of attack set off an endless cloud of bloody madness, and everything it passed was reduced to ashes. The might of the martial emperor moved the world. The infinity sword art, the infinity of heaven and earth. Facing the four fused attacks, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the sword intent surged around him, and he directly cast the strongest sword. With one sword strike, the bright sword light pierced the sky, descended from the sky, and slashed straight down. The silver bright sword light, with the sharp power of the Haoyan divine soldier, evolved into a sword of the gods, as if it could chop off the sun, moon and stars, and break open the sky and the earth. Chu Yan's move, Heaven and Earth Promise, has only just been mastered, and its power can only be exerted by 30%. However, coupled with the power of the 6th level Haoyan divine weapon, it is enough to kill any strong Wu Zuanjing. Moreover, at the same time that Chu Yan drew out his sword, the three Vientian avatars raised their swords at the same time, and the three identical moves of Heaven and Earth Promise were simultaneously slashed out. The four sword lights are fused together, and the power is infinitely magnified. Call out. The four sword lights, the power of the sword is not weaker than the oncoming torrent of attack, the sword energy is all over the sky, and the power of the mighty sword is unmatched. Boom, boom. The two attacking torrents collided fiercely, a series of explosions, soaring to the sky and hitting the ground, and the shockwave that erupted was enough to sweep the world. It's a pity that Chu Yan's strength is not enough after all, and the three Vientian clones are even weaker. The four fused sword lights were instantly smashed to pieces by the torrent of black and red attacks. However, the power of the joint attack of the Great Elder and the four guardians was also weakened by most of the sword light just now, and when they rushed towards Chu Yan, the power was 10-7. What? Chu Yan was slightly startled, his body quickly retreated, and the Haoyan sword in his hand repeatedly slashed, and the sword light burst out. #C1185 Bloody Old. Boom. 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 Sword lights cut out one after another, as if a violent storm had crashed into a blood-black ocean, setting off a large wave of air, constantly weakening the power of the attack torrent. When Chu Yan swung his last sword and directly slashed the black and red attacking torrent, the blasted air wave was 100 steps in front of Chu Yan, and the terrifying shock wave hit Chu Yan, rushing him to the ground. 10,000 steps. And his three Vientian clones were directly swallowed by the shock wave and turned into nothingness. No. These four are too strong. They are not opponents at all. Chu Yan's face was serious. If he hadn't been wearing the heavenly lock robe in this battle, he might have been injured. Feeling the qi and blood churning in his body, Chu Yan looked at the four enemies who were rushing from the opposite side, and his consciousness flew. If there were only one or two people, I would still have a chance to fight hard, but now I have no chance at all in the face of 4 times the enemy. Whoosh! Chu Yan no longer hesitated, and his whole body was mobilized with true energy, and Yulong Zhiqian's body skills unfolded, turning into a black fright, and flying towards the distance. After the 2 confrontations, Chu Yan had completely seen the gap between himself and the opponent. This time, he no longer took chances and retreated as expected. Although I still have cards to play, but as the Great Elder and the 4 guardians of the Black Blood Temple, the other party doesn't have terrifying cards. This bet, Chu Yan does not intend to gamble. If he loses, he may lose here. This is not worth it at all. As long as you give yourself some time, or if you can learn more powerful swordsmanship in Jianzhong, then it will be much easier to deal with these 4 people. Swish! Chu Yan pushed his body skills to the extreme. His figure was like electricity, tearing apart the void, flying all the way. Chase! We must not let him escape. Seeing that Chu Yan escaped again, the Great Elder Mo Xiao immediately jumped into a rage, and the 4 of them also tried their best to chase after Chu Yan. Humph! Want to kill me? You are not enough. Chu Yan sensed that the 4 people behind him were chasing. But he sneered, although he couldn't completely defeat the opponent, but if he really wanted to escape, they might not be able to stop him. Haotian sword, go! Chu Yan waved his hand, and the Haotian sword in his right hand flashed, turning into a silver light, breaking through the void, and disappearing instantly. Taking out the 10 absolute swords from the Rakshasa space, Chu Yan glanced back, and his divine consciousness was directly activated. Immediately, Haotian's sword, which escaped into the void, sneaked to the 4 people behind him in an instant, and suddenly rushed out of the void, violently slashing to one of the guardians. Not good. Iron Corpse bodyguard. The zombie protector suddenly noticed a silver light coming from within 100 steps of him. His expression changed drastically, and he let out an angry roar. The gray air rushed out of his body, quickly merging with his body, turning into black iron-colored corpse hair all over his body. Clang! The Haotian sword slashed on these iron-colored corpse hairs, and there was a deafening sound of golden spears colliding. The Haotian sword chopped off a large piece of iron and stone hair, and was also thrown into the sky at the same time. Elder Mo Xiao and the other 2 protectors saw this scene. Their faces were ashen, but they didn't dare to be careless. They stimulated the blood in their bodies to thicken their protective qi to prevent the Haotian sword from attacking again. However, in this way, the transformation of true energy greatly reduced their speed, and suddenly opened the distance from Chu Yan. Huh! Such a hard body. It seems that this zombie protector is a body training martial artist. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was slightly startled, then laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, I have the feeling to keep chasing." The wild laughter echoed. Chu Yan's speed skyrocketed again, and he continued to fly towards the distant sky. Damn it! How can this guy have magic weapons? What a powerful divine soldier. My body can't even be broken through by the spirit treasure of Wuhun, but a large piece of body protection body hair was chopped off by that divine soldier. This can't be recovered. The zombie guardian, his face flushed, looked at the large piece of corpse hair falling from his chest, and jumped up in anger. He must be killed. Chase him. Whoosh! 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 The 4 turned into lightning bolts, and chased after Chu Yan again, urging their true energy with all their strength, and gradually narrowed the distance with Chu Yan. If this goes on, there is no way to get rid of them. After Chu Yan used a qi of the 5 elements, his speed skyrocketed, but he was only on par with the 4 of them. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan no longer hesitated. and his body burst into white light, directly activating the white tiger black pattern technique. After a burst of void fluctuations, Chu Yan's figure instantly became transparent and disappeared into the sky. What? Missing. The great elder Imo Xiao and the three guardians who were chasing after him suddenly became confused, and their figures slowly slowed down. What's the situation? After a good chase, such a big living person has disappeared. Moreover, even the divine consciousness locked on Chu Yan by the four of them disappeared at the same time, and they couldn't sense it at all. This is too weird. Boom. Just when the four of them were astonished, the void around the great elder Imo Xiao suddenly exploded, and a shocking sword light burst out. This sword was so powerful that it contained infinite mysterious power, with endless sharpness and icy coldness. The strength of the sword made Imo Xiao's face change drastically. Break it. As a middle-ranked martial emperor realm powerhouse, how fast their reaction is, and at the beginning, Chu Yan used Hao Yan's sword to sneak attack. The four of them have been vigilant, so when Chu Yan's figure suddenly rushed out of the void, Imo Xiao reacted immediately, raised his hand and slapped it. Boom. The sword light collided with the palm print, and the two exploded, turning into energy that filled the sky and dissipated invisible. And Chu Yan's figure also disappeared in the billowing airwaves again. Extend your spiritual consciousness and block the void in 1,000 miles around. Seeing this scene, Elder Imo Xiao immediately understood that Chu Yan has an extremely powerful invisibility technique, and immediately roared. Immediately, the three guardians, together with Imo Xiao, activated their consciousness at the same time, condensing an incomparably huge net of consciousness, which spread out in all directions, and almost in the blink of an eye, completely covered the void within 1,000 miles. This is the strength of martial emperor realm fighters. In this case, no fluctuations in the void can escape their detection. As long as Chu Yan wants to attack again, they can even attack before Chu Yan. However, if Chu Yan restrains his breath and walks slowly, there is nothing they can do. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to hide in the void and walk with the wind. Soon, he left the blocked area of spiritual consciousness, unfolded his body, and ran wildly again. The invisibility effect of the white tiger black pattern technique disappeared immediately when the true energy was activated to the extreme. Hateful. The great elder Imo Xiao almost exploded with anger. They were just chasing and killing a small martial sovereign realm warrior, and they were tricked by the other party. If this can make him not angry. The three protectors were the same as him, they were also livid, their chests were churning against the air, and they were so angry that they could almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Everyone, the more this is the case, the more we can't let him escape. Even if he goes to heaven and falls to earth, we must kill him. Great Elder Imo Xiao's voice was ice-like, and he was gnashing his teeth, almost on the verge of eruption. After hearing the words, the three guardians nodded their heads and made up their minds, even if they catch up for a month or a year, they will never let this son escape. Great Elder, why don't you inform the two blood elders to go out? At this moment, Li Gui Guardian hesitated for a moment, and said. Old blood. No way. In this way, our temple's plans may be exposed. The great elder categorically refused, but his eyes turned away, as if he also had a wish. But great elder, this son is extremely dangerous. If he is really allowed to escape, after a while, then. Guardian Inkue also spoke to persuade. Okay. There is no way for this son to survive, so it should be fine. I will contact you immediately. The great elder Imo Xiao thought for a moment, and finally made up his mind. He took out a piece of blood-colored jade talisman, shot out a wave of consciousness, and crushed it directly. In the void, a wave invisible to the naked eye continued to spread towards the distant sky. #C1186 Raid. After Imo Xiao and the three guardians released a 1,000-mile message, they no longer shot at Chu Yan, but hung far behind Chu Yan. Their move was obviously waiting for the arrival of the two blood elders, and they didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. The originally fierce confrontation suddenly became peaceful. Several people chased all the way, and no one could get rid of the other. They chased for 3 days and 3 nights at once. After 3 days, Chu Yan's patience was completely worn out. Behind him, he naturally guessed the thoughts of Elder Mo and the 3 guardians. For 3 days, they followed closely behind his buttocks. It must be because they called for support. Otherwise, how could it be possible for them to breathe out of their anger? Do not attack yourself. You know, now, after all, the 4 of them are still in the dominant position, but they are not sure that they will not let themselves escape. Therefore, the support they called this time must be to completely encircle and kill themselves, so as not to give themselves the slightest chance to escape. Another day later, in front of Chu Yan's eyes, a large mountain range that could not be seen at a glance appeared. The roar of beasts shook the sky in this mountain range, shrouded in a demonic aura, and there were tens of feet tall ancient trees everywhere. The whole mountain range gave off an ancient and desolate atmosphere. Swallowing the Sky Mountain Range. Chu Yan didn't expect that he would go through the other main line of the Tunshan Mountain Range, the mountains and the seas, if he had been advancing according to the location of the sword sect that sect master Shindang said. Although there is still some distance from where Lei Wuhuang and the others are, it is not far away. All right. Stop by to see Dang. I wonder if he has recovered from his injuries. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan smiled lightly. After passing the Tunshan Mountain Range, not far away is the gate of Jianzhong Mountain. If he rushes into the gate of Jianzhong Mountain by himself, I believe it will be 1,000 courage for Mo Xiao. He didn't dare to provoke the World Sword Sect. At that time I will no longer have to worry about my life, and I can even find a way to use the power of the Sword Sect in the world to teach these 4 people a lesson. Swish! With a figure like electricity, Chu Yan flew all the way. The air seemed to be cut by a blade and separated straightly. The speed was as fast as lightning. In the distance behind, Mo Xiao and the 3 guardians followed Chu Yan closely and flew over the Tunshan Mountain Range. Ho, ho, ho! The roar of beasts all over the sky. It sounded from the sea-like forest below, and the sound was loud. The terrifying aura emanating from Chu Yan and the 4 people behind them crushed the void all the way, causing the monsters in the mountains to sense the danger and flee in all directions. Even the weaker heavenly monsters hide their aura, dormant quietly, and dare not show their heads. The Tunshan Mountain Range stretches for hundreds of millions of miles. Although Chu Yan has been here twice, the range he has seen is less than 1,000,000 miles. If he wants to walk the entire Tunshan Mountain Range, even with Chu Yan's current cultivation base, he will not be able to see it. It takes at least 5 days. Now, Chu Yan is in a section of the Tunshan Mountain Range, turned around, and flew towards the core area of the Tunshan Mountain Range. From here to Jianzhong, it will take a day and a night. It will be soon. Chu Yan murmured to himself, thinking that he was going to see Dang soon. He couldn't help being in a good mood, with a smile on his face. However, when he sensed that the 4 Mo Xiao behind him were following him and rushing into the range of the Tunshan Mountain Range, he couldn't help but frown slightly, with a hint of doubt on his face. It stands to reason that, as the great elder of the Black Blood Temple, it is impossible for Mo Xiao not to know that this place belongs to Emperor Lei Wuhuang's sphere of influence, and they dare to enter Emperor Lei Wuhuang's territory so grandiosely. It has always been rumored that the Black Blood Temple has always regarded the Tunshan Mountain Range as the #1 hostile force, and they have deep grievances with each other. Aren't they afraid of causing a big war? Chu Yan frowned and pondered, thinking slowly, but at this moment, a piercing cold feeling suddenly rose in his heart, and almost instantly, the hairs on Chu Yan's whole body exploded. Dangerous! Chu Yan's complexion changed drastically, his whole body exploded with Xinqi, Haotian sword appeared, and his consciousness rushed in all directions like a frenzied tide. Call out. At the same time, on the side of Chu Yan, a black shadow, like a black streamer lightning, shot towards Chu Yan. A black spirit treasure exuding a monstrous aura suddenly shot out from the void, blasting layers of void, and smashed straight at Chu Yan. This is a big black flag, with gusts of wind, flying around, bringing up a large amount of black air, hissing and whistling, as if it is wrapped in endless ghosts and resentful souls, extremely violent. The whole spirit treasure is only the height of one person, and when it is used, its power is not even inferior to that of the Haoyan divine weapon. Scoff. The black banner pierced the void all the way, at such a fast speed that it rubbed against the void, bringing up sparks of brilliance along the way, like a string of black flames left in the void. This blow, for Chu Yan, definitely has the effect of killing with one move. Not only is it powerful and fast, but the most important thing is that it, like the Haoyan divine weapon, suddenly appeared from the void, unexpectedly. Not good. Chu Yan glanced over quickly, seeing the big black flag. The sense of crisis in his heart rose wildly, and even his scalp felt a little numb. Could it be that the four of them, Mo Xiao, followed me honestly for 3 days and 3 nights, so they still have this kind of means? Although Chu Yan has not yet seen the person who used this banner spirit treasure, but Chu Yan can be sure that the strength of this person is definitely above Mo Xiao and the 3 guardians. The black flag drew long black flame trails, and it was in front of Chu Yan in an instant, and there was no time to dodge. Cut. Suddenly, Chu Yan roared violently, and the Haoyan sword in his hand brought a large silver light, and the true energy rushed out like a tide, and slashed on the black flag with a fierce sword. Clang! The Haoyan sword slashed on the black flag spirit treasure, and a huge burst of flame exploded, and the impact sound was deafening. Holding Haoyan's sword in Chu Yan's hand, he felt that everything from his right hand to his body was trembling violently. He almost couldn't even hold the sword, and flew out directly. Call out. The black flag was slashed by the Haoyan sword, but it was not slashed back. It was just that the tip of the flag was tilted. The direction that originally stabbed at Chu Yan's head became a stab at the chest. The power was greatly reduced, but it still shot straight at Chu Yan's chest. Come. Haha, Chu Yan is dead. In the distance, Mo Xiao and the 3 guardians burst into laughter when they saw this scene. Their faces were full of joy. Xue Lao makes a move. Chu Yan has no hope of living at all. There is only one dead end. It can be said that among the top combat forces in the Black Blood Temple, only these Blood Elders are the core combat power, and they are also the biggest capital and trump card of the Black Blood Temple. Puff. The black flag stabbed heavily at Chu Yan's chest, piercing through his protective chi, and directly hitting the Suatian robe. The force poured in. Chu Yan opened his mouth wide, and sprayed out blood mist all over the sky. Swish. Under the incomparably huge force, Chu Yan's body fell obliquely towards the forest below like a meteor falling from the sky. What? Seeing Chu Yan being smashed into the forest on the ground, Mo Xiao and the 3 guardians were stunned, full of surprise. Originally, under the blow just now, it is reasonable that even a low-ranking martial emperor realm powerhouse would be pierced through his chest and seriously injured, but that Chu Yan was just smashed into the air. Whoosh! Chu Yan's body flew backwards rapidly, flying hundreds of miles, just stopped the retreat, and barely stood still, but the blood from the corner of his mouth was still gushing out. In the distance, a figure appeared in the void, grasping the suspended black flag, and striding towards Chu Yan. #C1187 Blood Old Black Flag. The red-robed man who suddenly appeared was covered with a strong bloody aura, making it impossible to see clearly. There was a gloomy, bloody, cold and powerful death aura coming from his body. The combination of these things made Chu Yan's heart tremble slightly. With so many terrifying auras gathered in one person, there is still such power. See Xue Lao. In the distance, Mo Xiao and the three protectors flew over, landed on the side of the red-robed man, bowed and saluted, with an extremely respectful attitude. Holding the black flag, Xie La Jiao just turned his head to look at Mo Xiao, nodded slightly, and then quickly turned his head to look at Chu Yan. Two bloody rays of light shot out from a pair of empty eyes, and the sound came out like metal pieces rubbing against each other. It's interesting. There is such a powerful defensive spirit treasure. Xie La Jiao was also extremely surprised that he didn't kill Chu Yan with one move just now. You must know that he did his best with that move just now, without holding back at all. As the adjudicators of the Black Blood Temple, these people will never make the mistakes of Mo Xiao and the three guardians. As long as they make a move, they will definitely kill them. Even if they are facing an ordinary person, they will never use less. Divide strength. One-hit kill. It's their usual way of killing people. Old blood. Chu Yan's mouth was bleeding, and he looked at the man in the red robe with a hint of doubt on his face. He has fought against the Black Blood Temple many times, but he has never heard that there is such a person as Xie La Jiao in the Black Blood Temple. This comparison is 10 times more terrifying than the three guardians and Mo Xiao. Whoosh! In the next breath, Chu Yan took advantage of the moment Xie La Jiao turned his head, his figure turned into a flash of lightning, disappeared instantly, and fled towards the distant sky. This blood-old man, no matter what his cultivation level is, what is terrifying is his combat power, which is so terrifying that he is not at the same level as himself. Chu Yan has no doubts at all. People like Xie La Jiao are afraid that they live in killing and killing every day and every breath. They are completely existences living in a sea of corpses and blood. With that move just now, he was already injured, and several meridians in his body had been ruptured. If you don't escape now, in the hands of this red-robed man, then you will use all your cards. At most, you can only stick to 10 tricks. At that time, 10 deaths and no life. Now, he finally understands the reason why the three masters and others keep reminding him that the Black Blood Temple is not easy. You still want to escape. Seeing Chu Yan disappear quickly, Hongpao Xie La Jiao, Mo Xiao, and others all sneered, flashed together, and chased after Chu Yan. Xie La Jiao's volleying step is extremely easy, with one step, it is tens of thousands of steps away, as if he can easily catch up with Chu Yan with just a few steps. As for Mo Xiao and the three guardians, they also looked relaxed. It felt like a cat catching a mouse, and their minds were extremely relaxed. For them, now that Xie La Jiao is here, everything is no longer a problem. Not good. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was released, and when he sensed the people behind him chasing him, his expression sank. That blood-old man seemed to be walking in a leisurely manner, very slowly, but in fact, every step and every breath was traveling through time and space. Such means were beyond the realm of cultivation. He definitely had a powerful secret technique. Now, if he is caught up by them, I am afraid that Chu Yan can only use back to water to have any hope of escape. However, if back to the water is his last whole card, Chu Yan will never use it at will, because back to the water will damage the foundation of his cultivation base too much. Between chasing and fleeing, the distance between the two is quickly approaching. Destroy. The sound of metal friction plates sounded again. Xie La Jiao looked at Chu Yan's back, and shot directly. In an instant, the black banner roared out, bringing out a trail of black flames, directly hitting Chu Yan's head. This black banner spirit treasure has a power not weaker than that of the Haotian divine soldier, and I don't know how those people in the Black Blood Temple refined it. As long as the spirit treasure is displayed, it will be as if the power of the spirit treasure is condensed into a thread. The sharpness is extremely sharp, as if it can penetrate everything between heaven and earth. The black banner broke through layers of void, and in the blink of an eye, it was 1,000 steps behind Chu Yan. In an instant, Chu Yan only felt the hairs all over his body explode, and a deathly aura rose in his heart. The speed of this black flag is too fast. Even if Chu Yan wants to use the backwater now, it is too late. Seeing that the black flag was about to stab him in the head, Chu Yan's eyes were red. Not daring to be careless, he yelled and activated the Xianshui shield. Boom! With a bang, the huge black mysterious water shield that rushed out of Chu Yan's body 100 steps, collided with the black flag, was instantly smashed into pieces, turned into black light spots all over the sky, and dissipated into the void. And the big black flag was also completely blocked by the Xianshui shield, and bounced back. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao gasped softly at the same time. Chu Yan didn't expect that after his cultivation base broke through to the martial venerable realm, the power of the Xianshui shield increased greatly. When he used it for the first time, he was directly bombarded by the opponent. What surprised Xie La Jiao was that Chu Yan was able to block his trick. Call. Just when Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, Xie La Jiao on the opposite side didn't waste half a breath of time. He just caught the black banner and shot again. At this moment, in Chu Yan's pupils, a black shadow flew over, enlarging continuously. And my Xianshui shield can only be used once a day, so what will I use to resist this time? At this moment, Chu Yan glanced out of the corner of his eye and found that he had entered the core area of the Tunshan mountain range after flying all the way. A towering peak towering over the sky stands between the sky and the earth, as if connecting the sky and the earth. Seeing this, Chu Yan suddenly became happy. When he got here, he really stepped into the sphere of influence of Emperor Lei Wu. If he was willing to help, maybe he still had a glimmer of hope. Blast me! Chu Yan turned around suddenly, the Haoyan sword in his hand was shining into the sky, and the true energy in his whole body was surging like a raging tide. At this moment, Chu Yan didn't leave a trace of true energy, and used all his strength to gamble on this one. Call out! Call out! Call out! Holding the sword in both hands, he slashed frantically, and a series of 5 color sword lights brought up a large storm of sword shadows, rushing across the oncoming black banner. Dozens of sword lights covered the sky and the sun, merging into a vast wave of sword rain, so powerful that the sky and the earth trembled. At the same time, Chu Yan didn't dare to be careless, and called the chi of the 3-5 elements from the sea of consciousness, and injected it into the Haoyan sword at the same time. This time, Chu Yan was on guard, so naturally he wouldn't be helpless, like the first move. Immediately after, the shadow of the sword and the wind swept past, and collided with the black banner whose strength was restrained to the extreme, making a loud noise that shook the sky, and the endless mountains below trembled. Boom, boom, rumbling. Amidst the huge explosion, sword-intent storm was pierced with a row of big holes by the black flag, scattered and collapsed, turned into sword energy all over the sky, and shot all over the sky. The black banner stagnated for a while, then broke through the storm of sword intent and shot straight at Chu Yan. Boom! With a bang, the black banner, whose power was greatly weakened, stabbed heavily at Chu Yan's body, and once again smashed Chu Yan upside down. Puff! A big mouthful of blood mist was sprayed out, and a big hole was broken in the Suatian robe on Chu Yan's chest, and the black banner flew back in an instant. Whoosh! Chu Yan's figure turned into a meteorite, and fell straight down towards the giant peak below. Humph! Without the defensive spirit treasure, I see what other means you have. With a wave of his hand, Xie La Jiao recalled the black banner, his eyes were blood red, and he rushed out in the direction where Chu Yan fell. For him, there is nothing else but to complete the task, so it is impossible for him to let Chu Yan go. However, at this moment, on the top of the mountain on the ground, 3 figures appeared as expected. #C1188 Lei Wuhuang shot. The 3 figures stood on the top of the 10,000 zhang mountain, and the breath on their bodies, like the vast sea, was constantly rising. Roar! 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 In all directions, the monsters and spirit beasts in the endless mountains felt these three terrifying auras, and roared one after another. The sound waves merged together and turned into a rising wave of air, heading towards the sky, ready to chase after Chu Yan, Xie La Jiao, and others. What? Sensing the soaring demonic aura, Xie Lao's expression changed drastically, and he stopped abruptly. With his eyes, he looked straight at the three figures on the top of the mountain, and frowned tightly. Emperor Lei Wu made a move. With a wave of his hand, the demonic aura in the sky skyrocketed wildly, turning into a large cloud of demonic aura, wrapping the entire main peak of the Tian mountain range, and directly rushing the fifth of the Black Blood Temple to fly back. Xie La Jiao, Mo Xiao, and the three protectors were forced to retreat for nearly 10 miles by this incomparably powerful demonic energy, before barely stopping. This is the demonic formation of the Swallowing Mountain Range. Xie La Jiao and Mo Xiao's faces turned cold at the same time. Unexpectedly, they had always heard that the monster formation in the Tunshan mountain range was much stronger than the defensive spirit formations of ordinary sections. When they saw it today, it was really extraordinary. Even these 5 martial emperor realm powerhouses were forced to retreat abruptly. The roar of the 10,000 monsters was really powerful. You guys from the Black Blood Temple, are you courting death? In the sky, a thunder-like sound sounded, and Emperor Lei Wu shouted sharply. Humph. Emperor Lei Wu, hand over Chu Yan. Mo Xiao heard the words, but his face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Fart, it's not your Black Blood Temple's turn to be presumptuous in my Tunshan mountain range. I'll give you 3 breaths of time, get out immediately, or die. Emperor Lei Wu's eyes were like thunder, lightning lingered, and the sound of thunder roared out. With this violent shout, there was a sudden explosion, and the heaven and earth shook together. The majestic momentum swept across the sky and earth, and instantly suppressed all 5 martial emperor realm powerhouses in the Black Blood Temple. Emperor Lei Wu, do you want to start a war with our Black Blood Temple? At this time, Xie La said suddenly. Whether there is a war or not, it's not your turn to say. Do you have the right to speak in the Black Blood Temple? But you are just a running dog. Emperor Lei Wu didn't give that old blood any face at all, and the slowness in his words meant contempt. Court death. Also being the martial emperor, how could Xie La swallow this breath? He was furious suddenly, the bloody Gang Yuan surged wildly on his body, and the black flag in his hand buzzed and vibrated. Want to fight? Seeing this scene, Lei Wuhuang was not angry but happy, and said with a light smile, it's been a long time since I've been active. I want to see if the blood worms in your Black Blood Temple have improved in the past 1,000 years. After all, before Xie La Jiao could make a move, Lei Wuhuang took the lead. Emperor Lei Wu stretched out his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and raised his hand to punch the sky. This punch turned into a white fist mark, like a new sun, rushing to the sky. The white fist mark with the size of 1,000 feet seemed to break through the sky. It was extremely terrifying. The giant fist destroyed everything, and the void continued to shatter along the way, crushing the old blood with unparalleled power. So strong. Seeing this, Xie Lao's face changed greatly. He had heard that the monster Lei Wuhuang was extremely strong, but he never expected that he would be so strong. Heavenly Demon Sacrificial Blood Banner. Xie La shouted loudly, the black flag in his hand was billowing with smoke, and the terrifying evil spirit rushed straight to Jiuxiao. A flag broke out and went straight to the rushing white fist mark. In an instant, above the sky, the black magic flag and the white beast fist directly divided the entire sky into one black and one white. The two kinds of power, both with monstrous power, crushed each other at the same time. The black flag's demonic aura is overwhelming, as if it wants to destroy the sky and the earth, and the land swept by the aura, whether it is a forest or a mountain peak, is completely destroyed. And the moon-like fist print seems to contain all the power inside, tightly wrapped in the fist light, without any leakage. Obviously, Emperor Lei Wu is a martial artist who is very good at manipulating power. Although this punch was not done with all his strength, this power alone makes people feel terrified. Seeing that the two were about to collide, Mo Xiao and the 5 guardians did not dare to stay, and retreated crazily, afraid of being involved. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the huge white fist mark collided with the black flag. Boom, boom. With a shocking explosion, almost half of the Tunshan mountain range was shaken by the shock. The confrontation between the two peerless martial emperors was extremely powerful and terrifying. The black flag is extremely powerful, but the moment it touched the black flag, it was instantly blasted into powder. A large area of space collapsed and turned into a huge shock wave, sweeping in all directions. The white fist light smashed the black flag with one punch. Without stopping at all, it went straight towards the old blood. Seeing that the white fist had broken his trick, Xie Lao's eyes widened, his eyes twitched, his face turned pale with shock, but he didn't dare to hesitate, waved the black flag in his hand, and directly used the flag as a soldier to block the attack fist glow. Boom! There was another earth-shattering explosion, and the dust and mist filled the sky exploded with vigor. The tall figure of the blood boss was shaken violently, as if a shell had been fired, and flew out backwards, like a shooting star, slashing towards the edge of the sky. Blood, blood old! Mo Xiao and the 3 guardians who were still on the spot, their minds were shaken wildly, their eyes widened, they glanced at Emperor Lei Wu. They didn't dare to stay for a moment, turned around and fled. Even a strong man like Xie Lao was defeated by Emperor Lei Wu with a single punch, so they have to stay there for a while. Swish swish swish. The 4 of Mo Xiao, all of them mobilized their true energy to the extreme, and chased in the direction where Xie Lao disappeared. Rubbish. Emperor Lei Wu shook his head, his face full of disdain, but his eyes were staring at the bloody old figure who disappeared into the sky, his face full of thoughtfulness. Brother. Tianzhu Wuzuan standing beside him also frowned slightly, turned his head to look at Emperor Lei Wu, and shouted softly. Well. You also found out. This matter, let's talk about it later. Emperor Lei Wu nodded, then turned around, looked at Chu Yan who was not far away, but found that the 3rd younger brother Dang had already rushed to Chu Yan's side earlier. His face was speechless, and he shook his head with a light smile. 100 miles away. Xie Lao's figure hovered in the sky above the sky, with a cold expression on his face. He looked at the direction of the Tunshan mountain range from a distance, his pale blood-colored pupils flickered and disappeared. At this time, Xie Lao, the black mist all over his body dissipated, revealing his true colors. This person is different from ordinary black blood temple fighters, but he has a blessed face, full of flesh, but his face is old, like a centenarian. The most peculiar thing is that there is a strange blood mark on the position between his brows, like an open blood-red pupil. When Mo Xiao and the 3 guardians rushed to his side, Xie Lao raised his right hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The black energy from his body overflowed and wrapped his whole body again. The move just now made him lose his true energy and suffered serious internal injuries. Xie Lao, are you okay? Elder Mo's face turned pale with panic. He rushed to Lao Shue's side and asked anxiously. This time around to kill Chu Yan, he summoned Xie Lao to go out. If he was not careful, Xie Lao was injured, then he would die. It's okay. It's just a small injury. Xie Lao said in a cold voice, which made Mo Xiao heave a long sigh of relief. Let's go. I'm no match for this person. I'm afraid it won't work with the 5 of us. Ah. This Emperor Lei Wu is so strong. Mo Xiao and the others were surprised at the same time. Nonsense. Otherwise, how could the Tunshan mountain range have fought with our Black Blood Temple for so long? Don't underestimate the Tunshan mountain range. You must know that our Black Blood Temple listed these monsters as the first-class enemy. Move. After saying that, Xie La didn't say any more, and directly waved his big hand, tearing open a crack in the void, stepping in, and disappearing in an instant. #C1189 City of Monsters. When Xie La's figure completely disappeared into the cracks in the void, Mo Xiao and the three guardians looked at each other bitterly, and shook their heads at the same time. Although they are still skeptical about whether Emperor Lei Wu's strength is as powerful as Xie La said, but Xie La has already left. With the four of them, they want to rush into the Tunchen mountain range to deal with Chu Yan. Possible. There is Emperor Lei Wu and countless monsters entrenched in the Tunchen mountain range. Chu Yan hid in it. We have nothing to do with him. Mo Xiao was extremely disappointed, and said with a depressed expression. Great Elder, we have tried our best, and no one thought that Chu Yan would escape to the Tunchen mountain range. We can only think about it in the long run. The three guardians spoke in persuasion. Immediately, the four of them really couldn't think of a good way, so they could only follow Xie La and return to the Black Blood Temple. At this moment, in the Swallowing Mountains. In the void of the 10,000 zhang peak, a straight road leads to the endless and vast inner world. This world is the real core small world of the Tunchen mountain range. Like the inner door of the medicine sect, it is hidden in the void. Ordinary outsiders cannot enter without the method of opening the handprint. Chu Yan followed Dingdang all the way, entered the small world, and within his eyes, the sky was full of powerful heaven-ranked spirit beasts, and there were countless powerful monsters who had already turned into human forms. All of them were full of demonic aura and strength. Incomparably tyrannical. In the middle of the small world, among the large buildings, there are three towering palaces. Boss, the one on the right is mine. Dingdang was very happy because Chu Yan came to see him, pulled him, rushed directly into his palace, and took him around for a tour. Chu Yan smiled helplessly. He found that Dongdong's injuries from last time had all healed and his cultivation base had also improved, but his disposition was still the same as that of a 10-year-old girl, and his appearance hadn't changed at all. Seeing Dingdang made Chu Yan think back to the days when he and she wandered around the Haotian continent, and his mood immediately improved a lot. He followed her and started to visit around. Boss, look at what materials my house is made of. Dingdang pulled Chu Yan into the hall. He smiled very proudly. Chu Yan was stunned when he heard the words, and immediately looked around, and his face changed drastically at a glance. Unexpectedly, Dongdong's palace was built entirely of amethyst stones. Inside this amethyst stone, there are amethyst source cores. One can tell at a glance that they are all top-grade amethyst stones. When the divine consciousness penetrated into it, Chu Yan could feel the rich spiritual power of heaven and earth, overflowing from the amethyst stone, filling the entire hall. What pure amethyst spiritual power! Chu Yan looked at Dingdang and nodded in praise. Of course, this is the elder brother and the second brother, specially helped me build it. Seeing Chu Yan's praise, Dingdang immediately became proud, raised his face, and said with an incomparable expression, just like a little girl showing off her new clothes. Yes, with this palace, your cultivation speed can be increased by at least 3 times. Chu Yan nodded, and was extremely satisfied with the importance that Emperor Lei Wu and Tianzhou Wuzuan attached to Dingdang. If not, Chu Yan would really be worried about letting Dingdang stay in the Swallowing Mountains alone. Dingdang walked around the palace with Chu Yan for a long time, and suddenly, a heavy voice sounded in the palace. Third sister, bring Chu Yan over here. Hearing this voice, Dingdang suddenly tightened his face, looking extremely frightened. Brother called me, let's go there. After Dingdang finished talking to Chu Yan, he pulled Chu Yan and walked towards another palace. Chu Yan knew that Emperor Lei Wu must have something to say to him. After walking not far, Chu Yan and Dingdang arrived in the palace in the middle. On the main seat in the hall, Emperor Lei Wu and Wu Zuntianzhua were all present, looking at Chu Yan, one with a dark face and the other with a smile on his face, which made Chu Yan stunned for a moment. "Boy, you didn't come to my Tunshan mountain range just to see this little girl?" Emperor Lei Wu looked at Chu Yan and asked. "On the one hand, it is to watch Dingdang, and at the same time, the three masters also have some words, let me bring them to you." Chu Yan recalled a little bit, thinking about the content of the conversation with the three major suzerains at that time, and told Lei Wuhuang the content of the discussion. "About the Black Blood Temple," Chu Yan said. An hour later, Chu Yan conveyed the content of the discussions of the three major suzerains to Emperor Lei Wu, and the two talked for nearly an hour before ending. "Lingzong is originally a branch of my Tunshan mountain range. If Jianzong's move is feasible, I will fully support it." Emperor Lei Wu and Wu Zuntianzhua retreated into the apse, discussed for a while, and when they came out again, they told Chu Yan the result of the negotiation. "It's so good. I will bring this word." Chu Yan's face brightened. If he had the support of the Tunshan mountain range, his plan with the three major lords would be more secure. "Okay, kid, you can go." Hearing Chu Yan's words, Emperor Lei Wu nodded, and then waved his hand. A force swept out, directly wrapped Chu Yan's body, rolled out of the palace, and teleported away from the Tunshan mountain range. "Brother, I just met the boss." Seeing this scene, Dingdang immediately became displeased, and said angrily, Third sister, you are going to retreat soon." Emperor Lei Wu saw that Dingdang was angry, but his face softened instantly, and he explained with a smile on his face. "Humph. I'm ignoring you." Dingdang stomped his feet, turned and left. "Hee, big brother, this Chu Yan's status in Sanmei's heart is much higher than the two of us." Wu Zuntianzhua also had a helpless face, looked at Emperor Lei Wu, and said with a smile, "I just hope that this kid can have the strength to protect Dingdang in the future. Alas, there will be chaos soon, so the most important thing is to improve his strength as soon as possible." Emperor Lei Wu sighed quietly, and looked in the direction where Chu Yan disappeared. His eyes flickered. After leaving the Tunshan mountain range, when Chu Yan reappeared, he went directly to the north of the Tunshan mountain range. This Emperor Lei Wu. After Chu Yan stabilized his figure, he looked up at the surrounding situation, shook his head and gave a wry smile. He really didn't expect that Emperor Lei Wu would be so resolute, and he would do it directly when he told him to go, which made him a little anxious. However, Chu Yan was in awe of Emperor Lei Wuhuang's strength just now. Afterwards, Chu Yan took out the jade talisman of Jianzong that Xindang had given him at the beginning, checked the position, and flew towards the north. After another day of flying, a huge seaside city appeared in Chu Yan's sight on the seashore in the distance. "This is the Spirit Sex. Tianling City." Chu Yan landed in front of the huge city gate, looked at the city which was piled up with boulders, widened his eyes, and looked into the city. A lot of strong monsters. Chu Yan stepped into the city and walked on the street, his eyes swept away, his face was full of astonishment. There were no less than 10 monster beasts with martial arts cultivation around him alone. Although he restrained his monster aura, Chu Yan, the pupils of the unicorn are clearly detected. The Sky Spirit Sect, when the Spirit Sect was at its peak, controlled the largest city, and even now, it is the capital of monsters in the entire Haotian continent. #C1190 Stand in my way? Tianling City, backed by the Tunshan mountain range, is a rare city dominated by monster warriors. It is precisely because of this that this capital of monsters has also become the central holy place for monsters in the mainland, gathering most of the powerful monsters on the mainland. The strong monsters are different from the human fighters. They are very powerful in the sect. Most of them are casual cultivators. They spread all over the continent, occupying most of the forests and mountains. A large number of powerful monsters have been entrenched in Tianling City for a long time, making this city more and more prosperous, no worse than any large human city. Walking on the spacious streets of Tianling City, there are vendors everywhere, which is a lively scene. Sell the map of the Swallowing Mountain Range, Jedi treasures, everything you need, only 1,000 yuan crystal. Sell spirit wine, produced by the Moon Monkey clan, it must be a high-quality product, a bottle of 1 yuan crystal. Those who passed by, let's take a look. The best human elixir is only 100 bottles. It's sold out. All kinds of hawking sounds filled the streets and alleys, selling everything, except for some monster race taboos, spirit beast eggs, monster beast materials, etc. Almost no one dared to sell them in Tianling City. Chu Yan bought a map and looked it over carefully. Soon, he found the branch of Lingzong in Tianling City on the map. It turns out that there is a teleportation array leading to the spirit sect in this city. Chu Yan put away the map and muttered to himself. On the map, there are several public teleportation formations in Tianling City, and there are also several power transmission formations. Among them, the Lingzong branch in the northeast corner of Tianling City in the Ministry, there is clearly marked a teleportation array belonging to the Lingzong. And this teleportation array allows Chu Yan to teleport directly into the Lingzong. According to Sect Master Shindang, the Spirit Sect is actually within the Sword Sect now, so to arrive at the Spirit Sect is equivalent to arriving at the Sword Sect. However, Chu Yan was not in a hurry to go, but found an inn in the city and stayed temporarily. The injuries caused by the previous battle with several people in the Black Blood Temple have not recovered, and Chu Yan needs to heal as soon as possible. The inn where Chu Yan stayed is the largest in Tianling City. The room is equipped with defensive spirit arrays and breath-separating spirit arrays, which are extremely luxurious. In this way, safety is also guaranteed. After one night, with the help of Luosha Wuji Shinjue and Jing Dan, Chu Yan finally recovered from his injuries. It's just that the Suatian robe has been completely damaged, and it can't even reach 30% of the original defense strength, which makes Chu Yan extremely heartbroken. This locking robe has been of great help to Chu Yan in several battles. Therefore, Chu Yan plans to find some materials and use the 9 residual furnaces of Heavenly Questions to repair it, and it will be even better if it can be upgraded at the same time. Up. At dawn the next day, Chu Yan left the inn and headed towards the Tianlingzong branch in the city. The Lingzong branch, a tall mansion, is magnificent, with 4 corners flying eaves, golden dragons, and colorful phoenixes, and 100 zhang gate tower rising from the ground. On the huge archway, the words Lingzong Tianling City branch are shining golden, looking extremely mighty and extraordinary. Huh! So many people. Chu Yan glanced at it, but found that a large number of strong monsters entered the Lingzong branch. At a glance, no less than 1,000 people poured into the Lingzong branch like a tide. Moreover, the demonic aura on these people is extremely powerful, which is very different from ordinary incarnate monster warriors, and many of them have martial arts cultivation bases. There should be something going on. After observing for a while, Chu Yan stopped hesitating and strode out into the Lingzong branch. Stepping into the gate, within sight is an extremely vast martial arts arena. There is only a 5-story building in the distance, and there are no other buildings. This branch of the Lingzong, it is said to be a branch, is actually in existence in the nature of a transfer station. After the decline of the Lingzong, the only thing that can still function normally is the teleportation array of the Lingzong before the martial arts field. Boom! 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 As soon as Chu Yan stepped onto the martial arts arena, all the strong monster clans in all directions turned their heads to see that terrifying auras, like the Yangtze River, were overwhelming and rushing towards Chu Yan. All of them stared at Chu Yan in unison. Yan exclaimed in astonishment. Huh! Human warrior! In front of the 5-story building, on the edge of the teleportation formation, a few tall and burly men immediately exuded a powerful demonic aura and stared straight at Chu Yan. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's expression remained the same, and he strode out and walked closer. "Everyone, I'm Chu Yan, I want to go to Jianzhong." Chu Yan cupped his hands and bowed, his face calm. "Jianzhong? Humph, you are not a disciple of Jianzhong. What are you doing going to Jianzhong? Give you 3 breaths of time, get out of here immediately, otherwise, you will die without a place to die." A roar sounded, and it was a strong monster of the Wuzuan rank who was guarding the teleportation array, and he yelled directly at Chu Yan. This teleportation formation leading to Jianzhong is guarded by 4 powerful monster clans of Wuzuanjing. And the one who spoke to Chu Yan was obviously the head of the 4. When Chu Yan swept his unicorn pupils, he found that this person's body was an 8-armed golden ape. Waiting for the blood, but the character is extremely violent. 4 pairs of animal eyes looked at Chu Yan at the same time, full of teasing and contempt. In all directions, thousands of monster clan powerhouses also looked at Chu Yan with playful expressions. In the Wuhun continent, monster races and human warriors have always been at odds, and conflicts often break out between them. The main reason is that human fighters often use beheading of monsters in the mountains and forests as a practice, which will injure some monster race spirit beasts with higher bloodlines, resulting in deep grievances. The 4 monsters guarding the teleportation formation are all of the highest blood in the clan, and they are already arrogant. When they see Chu Yan, a human warrior, they will be polite to him. "What? Jianzhong has a rule, non-Jianzhong disciples are not allowed to enter." Chu Yan was completely unmoved by the surrounding situation, and asked, with a sneer. "Well." Hearing this, the 4 powerful monster clans were stunned. After all, the Sword Sect is a sect of human warriors. It has been a long time since the Yaozu entered and exited the Spirit Sect, which gave them the illusion that the Spirit Sect and the Sword Sect were a little unclear. Therefore, what they guarded was the human Sword Sect's mountain gate, and it was naturally impossible for the Sword Sect to stipulate that human warriors could not enter. Or, let him in. Among the 4 strong monster clans, one spoke softly. "This human youth doesn't even know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. If he enters the Sword Sect alone, he probably won't have any good results. Anyway, there is no Sword Sect boss in the Sword Sect, so it's still up to the Lingzong sect to decide." No. No matter whether Jianzhong has regulations or not, before this teleportation formation, what I say is the regulations. If I don't allow him to enter, I won't allow it. The 8-armed golden ape had staring eyes, and shouted loudly. Unlike the others, he was extremely disgusted with human warriors. In his opinion, human beings are all shameless, despicable, treacherous people, and they are not worthy of entering the spiritual sect. "Hey! But, you can go in if you want, as long as..." Suddenly, the 8-armed golden ape seemed to think of something. Suddenly his face relaxed, he piled up a smile, looked at Chu Yan with a sneer and said, "As long as you can catch my punch, come and go as you please." #C 1191 Noble Lord. Among the monster clan, blood is respected, and force is also respected. If you want to gain the recognition and respect of others in the Yaozu, unless you have noble blood, you must have big fists. The reverence of this kind of blood is not only for the monster race, but even for some noble blood of human beings. In the monster clan, he is also respected by all the powerful monster clan. However, the Chu Yan in front of me is naturally not a member of the 9-character Mantra Palace. After the 8-armed golden ape's voice fell, all the powerful monster races in the audience immediately looked at each other. They really wanted to know whether the always weak human fighters would dare to take up the challenge. One punch. Yes. Without even thinking about it, Chu Yan nodded and agreed. This 8-armed golden ape has only grown 4 golden arms now, and its cultivation strength is equivalent to that of the average human being in the martial venerable realm. Chu Yan can see through this at a glance. Okay. Take my punch. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the Yaozuan raised his hand and punched out. The terrifying monster energy rushed out, and shouted loudly. Power King Vajra Fist. As a high-level demon beast of the demon clan, with a bloodline inheritance of martial arts like him, his combat power is extremely tyrannical. In his opinion, just one punch can turn this human kid in front of him into a piece of meat. Seeing a fist glow of golden demonic aura blasting towards him, Chu Yan's expression did not change. He strode out, his body flashed like an afterimage, and directly avoided the punch. What? Yaozuan's 8-armed golden ape was stunned. All the strong monster races in the audience were stunned. They didn't expect this human warrior to dodge the punch so easily. Impossible. From the looks of it, this human martial artist should have just broken through to the martial venerable realm, and is no more than the initial stage of the lower martial venerable realm. This kind of cultivation-based strength is impossible to stop in front of the middle Wuzuanjing powerhouse. There is a kind of don't hide. Seeing that he failed to defeat this human warrior with a single punch, the 8-armed golden demon venerable. Immediately his face changed drastically, feeling ashamed, he punched again, without hesitation. Power King Vajra Fist. With a roar, a golden fist mark blasted towards Chu Yan with soaring monster aura. This time, Chu Yan no longer evaded, and the 18 inner alchemy in his body moved together, stepped out with his right foot, raised his hand and punched out. In an instant, the silver fist print, with 5 colors of light, roared out angrily, and went straight to the golden fist print that was rushing towards him. Boom, long. The entire martial arts arena was shaken violently, and the 2 fist marks dissipated at the same time. What? Seeing this scene, all the powerhouses of the monster race in the audience were filled with horror. This human kid unexpectedly blocked the punch of the 8-armed golden ape. You must know that the most powerful thing for a Yaozu warrior is physical strength, and as the 8-armed golden ape of the high blood of the Yaozu, the power of this punch is definitely not something a warrior of the same level can bear. What's more, it's impossible for a human kid who is only in the early stage of Wuzuanjing. No. Impossible. Staring at a pair of huge gorilla eyes, the 8-armed golden ape monster, with an expression of disbelief on his face, stared slowly at Chu Yan. There have always been only monster warriors who can step up to fight with human warriors. When have you seen that human warriors can also step up to fight with monster warriors? This is impossible. Say 1 punch. But you have 2 punches. Do you still want to fight? The reason why Chu Yan avoided the first punch was to give face to all the monster warriors in the audience, and naturally he would not give in to the second punch. Now, if these strong monsters are not trustworthy, Chu Yan doesn't mind, so let's teach them a lesson, this demon venerable standing in his way. Depend on. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the octopus Yaozuan's eyes twitched a few times, he gasped against his chest, and almost spat out a mouthful of beast blood. Although he was still unconvinced, he agreed, and there were so many the Yaozu looked at him, he was naturally embarrassed to repent, and then he waved his hand and said, "Go in." It just so happens that there are enough people in this teleportation array, 100 people teleport at once, and you can be teleported directly to Jianzhong. Hearing Fong, Chu Yan bowed his hands and stepped into the teleportation array with a chuckle, his face full of indifference. Turn on the transmission. Seeing that Chu Yan stepped into the teleportation formation, just enough to gather 100 people, the demon master gave a loud shout, took out the jade talisman, and was about to start the teleportation formation. However, at this moment, a cold drink suddenly sounded. No teleportation. My young master hasn't arrived yet, who dares to teleport? Following the sound of shouting, an extremely terrifying demonic aura rushed over. The 4 demon masters guarding the teleportation formation, as well as the hundreds of powerful monsters on the teleportation formation, were overwhelmed by the terrifying demonic aura. Their expressions changed drastically, and they trembled slightly. In the majestic and powerful monster aura like a rainbow, it is suppressed with the blood of the monster clan. The owner of that voice turned out to be an extremely noble bloodline of the Yaozu, which formed an absolute suppression of the entire Yaozu. One-horned jade-patterned rhinoceros. All the monster clan powerhouses at the scene looked at the sound, and with just one glance, the monster crystal trembled violently. Monster beasts of this bloodline, among their monster clan, can be ranked among the top 100 in terms of bloodline dignity, which is incomparably noble. Unexpectedly, there are such noble monsters today, and if they want to enter the Ling Zone, is there any major event in the Ling Zone? Chu Yan frowned slightly, thinking to himself. When he first entered the martial arts arena, he found a large number of monsters pouring in. Now there are top-level bloodline monsters. It can be seen that something big must happen in this spiritual sect. Immediately afterwards, at the gate in the distance, an extremely tall figure approached with striding meteors. He was dressed in white leather armor, his arms were as thick as other people's thighs, and his face was full of pride. He walked to the front of the teleportation formation. Everyone stand aside. If you want the young master to participate in the 10,000 beast selection, the teleportation array will be opened for me immediately. The young man in white leather armor took a step forward, his face full of rebellion, and he didn't pay attention to everyone present at all. Young master, this teleportation array can only transfer 100 people at a time. Now, it is full now. Can you wait for a while, the next batch? 8-armed demon venerable, his voice trembled, although his cultivation was much higher than that of the young master of the one-horned jade-patterned rhinoceros clan in front of him, he dared not show any disrespect. What? You asked Master Ben to wait. Hearing the words, the white-armored young man was instantly furious, his face full of ferocity, and he stared fiercely at the Yaozuan in front of him. After roaring, he swept the corner of his eyes and saw Chu Yan waiting in the teleportation array, and immediately became even more furious. Blushing. How courageous. A small human warrior entered the teleportation formation, but you let me wait, and immediately let this human get down for me. Otherwise. Speaking of this, the white-armored youth was already extremely angry. He opened his mouth wide open, endless monster energy gushed out crazily, and let out a sky-shattering roar. Roar. Following the roar of the beast, the incomparably violent blood pressure on his body swept out in all directions. In the audience, no matter if it was the Yaozuan or other monsters, their complexions suddenly changed. Some of them with low demonic aura swayed and retreated several steps before barely standing still. Pale face. One-horned jade rhinoceros. The pressure of Wang Jie's bloodline, the beasts were shocked. You, come down. Suppressed by the aura of the king-level monster, the 8-armed golden ape Wuzuan also trembled slightly. He didn't dare to confront the white-armored youth again. He turned his head to look at Chu Yan without hesitation, raised his hand and pointed, and said directly. This young master of the Yuan rhinoceros clan has a noble bloodline, so he must be sent first. Give him your place and wait for the next batch. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face instantly turned cold. What a young master of the Yaozu, such a trustworthy Yaozu, just made a promise first. Now any young master of the Yaozu, whoever roars, can break the promise, Shameless. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the 8-armed martial lord knew that he was wrong. His face was flushed red, but he couldn't speak. But the white-armored young man beside him looked at Chu Yan, and a thick gleam flashed in his eyes. A strong look of disdain. This human being is looking for death. #C1192 10,000 Beasts Selection. The white-armored young man stared at Chu Yan, blood streaks burst out in his bull's eyes, and the killing intent on his body became stronger and stronger. "Human boy, I will give you one last chance, get out of here immediately, otherwise, you will be destroyed now." Under the stern roar, the jade-like white rhinoceros horn on the forehead of the white-armored youth suddenly emitted bursts of white light, and the monster energy continued to rush out, crushing towards Chu Yan. "Humph. Abolish me. Alright, I want to see if you have the qualifications." Chu Yan snorted coldly, his face covered with frost, and immediately, his eyes turned into a piece of gold, and large void ripples appeared in the void behind him. "Coercion, right? Don't think that you are the only one with it." Boom. The next moment, behind Chu Yan, the might of the 10-star white tiger spirit, the king of all beasts, swept out like a torrent, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, directly exploding on the entire martial arts arena. All the big monsters in the audience, including the one-horned jade rhinoceros, all changed their faces wildly, their bodies shook violently, their legs trembled uncontrollably, deep in their hearts, endless waves of terror instantly swallowed them all. Roar. When the white tiger martial soul stepped out of the void, and a pair of golden tiger eyes swept across the audience, the extremely strong power of the beast god turned into white ripples and charged the audience. What? With the supreme coercion of the white tiger beast sweeping the audience, all the monster clan members couldn't hold on any longer, and fell to their knees in an instant, deeply bowed to the ground, trembling all over, except for the one-horned jade-patterned rhinoceros that could lift a little apart from taking a glance at the beginning. The other people were so suppressed that their hearts almost stopped beating. "You." The white-armored young man, the young master of the Wuhun rhinoceros clan of the king-rank monster, has rounded eyes, constricted pupils, and trembles all over his body. "Open. What are you kidding? This human boy actually has the power of a divine beast." Originally, the martial soul of a human fighter is not strong enough to suppress the blood of the monster race. At most, it can only suppress the monsters of the same race, while other monster races will not be affected at all. But now, as soon as this human youth's martial spirit came out, nearly 10,000 monsters of different types in the audience, including myself, were all absolutely suppressed, and among the monsters, the highest level of divine beast coercion. This is impossible. What the white-armored youth didn't know was that there were 4 other divine beasts in Chu Yan's body. If they appeared together, the pressure of the 5 divine beasts' martial souls would be enough to scare all the monster races to pee their pants. This is the might of a divine beast. How about it? Do you want me to give up my position? Do you still want to abolish me? Chu Yan glanced across, looked at the kneeling audience with a cold face, and said with a sneer. As soon as the words fell to the ground, among all the people in the audience, there were still people who dared to speak, but they all bent their bodies tightly to the ground, not daring to make a sound. Just kidding, there are divine beasts on top of their heads. These low-level monsters almost fainted from fright, and dared to speak there. For a human race to possess the spirit of a divine beast, it can only show that this person's bloodline is more noble than that of the demon emperor. You, get up. Activate the teleportation array for me. Chu Yan looked at the 8-armed golden ape monster, and the tiger's power on his body directly crushed him. Ah, yes. The 8-armed golden ape demon lord, his legs trembling, crawled for a long time, finally stood up from the ground, but the audience couldn't stop shaking, and he couldn't even hold the jade talisman that activated the teleportation array in his hand. After 10 breaths, the teleportation array emitted a ray of light, swallowing Chu Yan and the 100 people in the teleportation array at the same time. The next moment, the terrifying coercion on the martial arts field disappeared instantly, and a sound of relief resounded in the audience. Nearly 10,000 monster warriors were all paralyzed on the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes were dull, and there was a dead silence. Even the white-armored young man who was extremely arrogant just now, his eyes are also demented, and he has completely softened. This time, the teleportation is completely different from the teleportation array that Chu Yan entered before. Chu Yan only felt that it seemed as if a year had passed in the teleportation channel, and in the middle, it seemed to stop for a while, and a mysterious light shot out from the teleportation channel. Covering his whole body, he kept probing for a long time before moving on. Soon, Chu Yan only felt his eyes light up, and his feet finally set foot on the ground. Damn it, what a big sword! As soon as Chu Yan stabilized his mind, he looked around and found that on the mountain in the distance, there was an extremely huge black sword hanging upside down in the sky, with a height of nearly 1,000 feet, and it was inserted straight into the 10,000-foot spiritual peak. Get up, let people tremble. That 1,000-foot black giant sword, on the body of the sword, there are 4 big characters of Tianxia Jianzong flying like dragons and phoenixes. Every stroke contains the supreme sword intent. An extremely mysterious sword intent filled the small world with a radius of 1,000,000 miles in front of him, and even the Haotian sword carried behind Chu Yan couldn't help trembling, as if he felt an extremely powerful sword intent and wanted to get out of its sheath fight. In an instant, Chu Yan's whole body was boiling with passion, his eyes brightened. What a sword sect in the world, it's really extraordinary. Chu Yan's eyes were like fire, and he kept looking around, and immediately looked forward to the trip of the sword sect in the world. In front of him was a golden square. Within sight, there were no less than 100,000 figures, filling the entire golden square so densely that the end could not be seen at a glance. The moment Chu Yan stepped into the golden square, he seemed to feel something. In all directions, everyone suddenly turned their heads, and at the same time, it seemed to Chu Yan. What's the situation? It turned out to be a human warrior. Damn it. No way. There are even humans participating in the selection of all beasts. What's going on? It's not a spy. Countless astonished gazes fell on Chu Yan, and one after another astonished consciousness reverberated. Chu Yan completely ignored the gazes of these powerful monsters around him, and directly operated the unicorn pupils, looking at all the figures in the entire golden dojo. His face was suddenly full of astonishment. He didn't expect that so many strong monster clans gathered here, including no less than 1,000 people in Wuzuanjing, and the blood of the superior monster clan, similar to the noble blood of the white-armored youth just now, is no less than 100 people. Many. Once these powerful monster clans with noble bloodlines break through to the half-step martial emperor realm, they will become known as big monsters, just like Yao Yi. Selection of 10,000 beasts. What is it? Hearing the discussions around him, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, his consciousness spread out, and continued to extend towards the surroundings, continuing to observe the strong monsters in the square. Monster races gather here, and there are many rare monster race spirit beasts that are hard to see. Chu Yan even found a few monster races with thin dragon blood, which opened Chu Yan's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that monsters and spirit beasts couldn't be refined, Chu Yan would have wished to directly perform burning corpse refining chi and use Suzaku Emperor Fire to burn all these monsters. How much pure energy and blood would have to be refined? Excited, Chu Yan thought wildly, moved his gaze upwards, crossed the square, and looked at the distance of the small world. Among the large mountains in the distance, there are hundreds of tall spiritual peaks standing. In the depths of each spiritual peak, there is an extremely terrifying aura. There are 99 peaks, which are extremely mysterious. A lot of monsters. Chu Yan's eyes trembled slightly, and he couldn't see through the terrifying monster aura rising from the Lingfeng peak. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out, "Human, do you want to participate in this selection of 10,000 beasts?" #C1193 Scarlet Blood Flood Dragon. Inadvertently, all the powerful monsters in all directions looked at Chu Yan with strange colors on their faces. One of them was tall and mighty, like a hill-like figure. Striding forward, looking at Chu Yan, he asked in a thunderous voice. This person is nearly 10 feet tall, with a big beard on his face, extremely thick, as if the whole face is occupied by beard. There is a force rolling in his body that seems to explode in an instant, although it is suppressed by his evil spirit. However, the terrifying power that spilled out a little bit still made people tremble. Long Wu. Haha, this is interesting. This human race is not simple, but with Long Wu taking action, it is estimated to be dead. In the martial arts arena, there was a sudden silence, and tens of thousands of warriors looked over together, and when they saw Long Wu walking towards Chu Yan, they all had playful smiles on their faces. It is too strange for a human warrior to appear in the spirit sect full of monsters and spirit beasts. Although this is the gate of the sword sect, no human warrior has ever set foot in the sword sect for decades, so, gradually everyone is used to the current situation where the two sects coexist, so naturally they cannot adapt to the appearance of human warriors. Seeing the large shadow moving, Chu Yan looked up, and recognized at a glance that this deity of Longwu was actually an ancient saber-toothed dragon with some thin dragon blood on his body. Among the nearly 100 Yaozu powerhouses with dragon bloodlines present, he is considered a relatively top existence, and his cultivation base has reached the peak of the middle Wu Zuanjing. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan sneered, and was just about to speak when suddenly there was a sudden change. Hum. 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 In the void above the sky, large void ripples spread out like water patterns, and a void crack slowly opened. Boom, boom. The thunder-like demon power rushed to the sky and struck the earth, rushing out from the cracks in the void, instantly dissipating the entire sky, like a powerful typhoon sweeping across the audience, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. Even Chu Yan frowned and his face became serious. He clearly felt that his consciousness was being suppressed by this extremely powerful monster energy. It seems that this is a monster of the supreme bloodline, and its cultivation level is not low. Chu Yan thought to himself. With the terrifying coercion sweeping across the world. Above the sky, a red-robed figure descended from the sky. This is a young man who looks not much older than Chu Yan. His hair is like a cannonball, standing upright, his eyes are crystal green, two golden fangs protrude from his lips, and they are turned outwards. Bone knife. The terrifying demon power that swept across the world just now was emanating from this person. There are a lot of people, hee. The red-haired young man in the red robe just appeared, a pair of crystal green eyes swept across the audience, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, with a smirk on his face, he opened his mouth wide and raised his head to the sky. Roar. With a loud roar, it rolled out. Above the entire sky, a large sea of spiritual clouds rolled wildly, and the violent roar brought up layers of sound waves, like a tsunami, trembling the void with a radius of hundreds of miles. Boom. 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 On the square, the complexions of some demon warriors, with weak demonic aura, changed drastically in an instant. They stroked their chests with their hands, as if they were shaken by a heavy hammer, their throats rolled, and traces of blood spilled from the corners of their mouths. This roar of the beast obviously carries the strong coercion of the upper demon clan, and it also contains a powerful demon aura, so it has the power of this trip. Crimson Blood Underworld Flood Dragon. Oh my god, it turned out to be the Scarlet Blood Sky Flood Dragon. He is the young patriarch of the Scarlet Blood Heavenly Flood Dragon clan. Look at the spirit seal between his brows, it's not wrong. Countless horrified voices sounded, and there was an uproar in the square. My mother, it turned out to be the Scarlet Blood Heavenly Flood Dragon. This is the top 50 big monster clan. As long as you reach the martial venerable realm, you will be ranked in the bloodline of the big monster, the Demon Emperor. Beside Chu Yan, the two strong monsters were so frightened that they were covered in cold sweat, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and they said in a trembling voice. Crimson Blood Underworld Flood Dragon. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned slightly, the pupils of the unicorn moved, and at a glance, I saw this red-haired young man in a red robe. The monster crystal in his body was surrounded by a group of extremely thick monster energy, like a round of fiery red sun, exuding an extremely terrifying monster energy, making all the blood in his meridians all red color. Chu Yan clearly remembered that Dongdong's blood was purple, completely different from ordinary monsters. In other words, among the monster clan, only the extremely powerful blood of monster beasts can have a different blood color than ordinary people. And in front of him, this red-robed and red-haired crimson blood flood dragon obviously belongs to this category. As expected of the spirit sect, a random selection can bring these monsters back to life. Chu Yan secretly thought in his heart, his eyes sparkled. It's just that I don't know what kind of ceremony this selection of 10,000 beasts is, as if I've never heard of it. You, return you, and you, my uncle's name is Xuanhuan, and you must salute me when you see me. Xuanhuan grinned softly, with a ferocious expression on her face, looked around the audience, and then said, if anyone sees me, dare to be rude, I'll take him, huh. The blue eyes fell on Chu Yan, his face suddenly froze, and his eyes trembled fiercely. How can there be human beings here, on this person? Looking at Chu Yan, Xuanhuan frowned tightly for an instant. He clearly felt a terrifying aura on Chu Yan. Although he couldn't tell what it was, Xuanhuan's intuition told him that this person. It's not easy. My name is Chu Yan, and I have met Xuanhuan. Dao. Friends. This Kanglan possessed an incomparably tyrannical demonic aura, coupled with blood coercion. It was really not easy, but to Chu Yan, it was not worth mentioning at all, so of course Chu Yan would not call him a dog, fart master. When opening the mouth, the word Dao Yu was intentionally accentuated. Fellow. The blue face sank for an instant, and the crystal green eyes in the eyes were brightened, shooting out two stunning rays of light, staring straight at Chu Yan, and said viciously. Human boy, I have made it very clear just now, you must call me Uncle Kanglan. You dare to call me a fellow Daoist, you mere human race, bloody garbage like water, dare to sit on an equal footing with me, you want to die. As soon as the words fell to the ground, a shocking flame of anger shot up from Xuanhuan's body instantly. In this generation, what he is most proud of is his own bloodline, so he does not allow anyone to be equal to him, even his seniors, even some old men of the same clan, who dare not call him uncle will not let go, let alone a mere human being. All the monster warriors in the audience were dumbfounded when they saw that Chu Yan dared to provoke this big monster. Damn it, is this human looking for death? Just now, Longwu didn't teach him a lesson, so he went to provoke Xuanhuan again. That's right, I definitely don't want to live anymore. This human race is over. Everyone present, seeing that Xuanhuan was furious, quickly made a note in their hearts that whenever they saw this young patriarch in the future, they must call him uncle and not make trouble for themselves, because this person is not something they can afford. However, at this moment, above the sky, a cold voice suddenly resounded. A long worm dares to let others call you uncle. I think, fuck you uncle, it's almost the same. Swish. The teleportation array lit up again, and a young man in a white robe, teleported from somewhere appeared from the sky. This young man was dressed in a silver-white robe, with delicate features and no aura. He looked like an ordinary person on the outside. Long worm. Go to hell. The monsters in the audience saw the silver-robed youth appearing, but they directly opened their mouths to ridicule the young patriarch of the Red Blood Underworld Flood Dragon clan. They were stunned and completely dumbfounded. This person. Chu Yan's unicorn's pupils were running, but at a glance, his brows were tightly wrinkled, and his face was full of surprise. #C1194, Great Demon Lord. Just when Chu Yan was turning the pupil of the unicorn to look at the young man in white robe, the red-blooded dragon not far away was completely enraged, a pair of green crystal eyes burst out with strong green flames, the veins on his forehead were beating, and he roared again and again. Bastard! You want to die? How dare you disrespect me? Today, I want you to die. Roar. Xuanhuan roared to the sky, her whole body erupted with demonic energy, setting off a large cloud of fire, stirring up the sky. These incomparably majestic demonic auras rolled and gathered continuously, as if turning into a sea of hundreds of feet, and took heavy shots towards the white-robed youth. This move is exactly the unique secret skill of the Scarlet Blood Hades Flood Dragon clan, Nguyen Ming Tian. However, the white-robed young man in mid-air, seeing the clouds and waves like a sea of fire approaching, didn't show any abnormality, and said coldly, "It's too weak, Scarlet Blood Underworld Flood Dragon, it's still so poor." As soon as the words fell to the ground, the young man in white robe waved his big hand. The palm stretched horizontally and changed rapidly. It turned into a snow-white wing, and slapped fiercely towards the oncoming red cloud wave. Boom, boom. Horrific demonic aura, wrapped in a shocking demon power, combined to form a violent wind and thunder, sweeping out. Oh my god! 9 Thunder Sky Phoenix Clan. That's the 9 Thunder Sky Phoenix. He is the Sky Phoenix Clan. How is this possible? Seeing the scene in the sky, all the powerful monster races in the audience were shocked and their expressions changed drastically, and they finally understood why this person dared to call the Scarlet Blood Underworld Flood Dragon a long worm. Among the monster clans, the Dragon and Phoenix clans are the most respected. Although Jiuxiao is a relatively common bloodline in the Phoenix clan, it is also a branch of the Phoenix clan. Compared with ordinary monster clans, it is the top bloodline. Undoubtedly, the bloodline of the Jiuxiao clan is stronger than that of the Scarlet Blood Underworld Jiao, and the status of the Jiuxiao clan among the monster clans is no worse than that of the Red Blood Hades. Huh! Even the Phoenix clan has come. His wings are white, and he should have reached the bloodline of the 3-color Sky Phoenix. It is almost the same as the bloodline of Kanglan. They are both top-notch bloodlines. Chu Yan thought in his heart. With his eyes fixed on the line, he stared at the mid-air, where the large wave of red waves collided fiercely with the violent wind containing thunder and lightning. Boom! The two attacks collided and exploded directly, rushing out with terrifying vigor, rushing in all directions. The cultivation bases of these two people are also in the same cultivation base realm, the bloodlines are also the same, and the demonic aura is also comparable. A counterattack turned into a tie. Humph. Those of the Sky Phoenix clan are nothing more than miscellaneous birds. Song Lan's eyes, which were sprayed with green flames, were full of violence, and the demonic aura continued to rise, and she shouted, "You are the one named Duo Mu Shuang's, right? Good. I'm going to compete with you today, to see who is the boss." With a roar, Song Lan's whole body was full of monster energy, and she was about to turn into a deity, but at this moment, a cold voice seemed to resound from the 9 heavens, shaking the audience. All, stop. This soft shout was not loud, but it shook even the sky, like a resonance, forming a sense of heaven and earth's Sanskrit sound. All the monsters in the audience were shocked violently, and their whole bodies froze. Swish! From the main peak of the divine sword in the distance, an old man in blue came floating in the air. This old man was dressed in linen and green clothes, with kind eyebrows and kind eyes, white beard and hair, and cloudy eyes. He looked like an ordinary human old man, and he didn't have the slightest aura of a warrior in his body. However, the moment he appeared, the eyes of all the monster races in the audience trembled suddenly, and their expressions changed. See no elder. See no elder. See no elder. When the old man flew over the square, all the strong monster clans in the audience woke up at the same time, and bowed in unison, including Song Lan and Duo Mu Shuang, who were still extremely arrogant just now, also bent down to salute with expressions of awe. "No, Elder." Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the old man in midair. When the old man approached, a group of floating clouds under his feet slowly dissipated. When Chu Yan saw the figure of the old man clearly, his eyes trembled fiercely. "What? That's..." I saw that the old man was stepping on a blue spirit sword, and it turned out to be flying with the sword. No wonder he could fly in the air without the slightest breath of a warrior. Yu Jian flies. There are such martial arts. In Chu Yan's heart, he exploded the incomparably astonishing consciousness, and he finally understood why the World Sword sect was known as the most powerful existence among the 8 ancient sects. With this trick of flying with the sword, this is definitely the first time Chu Yan has seen it. "Everyone, this elder will preside over the selection of 10,000 beasts. My name is Wufeng. You can call me Elder Wu." Elder Wu looked calmly, swept the audience, and said softly, "The selection of 10,000 beasts is the most important task of the spirit sect at present. The matter is of great importance, so no one is allowed to disrupt the order, and I will announce the quota for this 10,000 beast selection. This time, according to the rules set by the spirit sect 10,000 years ago, only 1,000 king beasts and 100 emperor beasts will be selected. Anyone can sign up for the selection." After Elder Wu spoke, all the tens of thousands of powerful monsters in the audience stared at Elder Wu closely, concentrating all their attention, for fear of missing a single word. Including Xuanhuan and Duo Mushuang, they also looked serious, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. "What? Didn't you say that there is still a selection of 10,000 strong beasts? Then this year, only 1,100 people will be selected. It's over. There's no hope." Hearing the rules announced by Elder Wu, there was an uproar among the crowd, and various exclamations rang out. Most of the Monster Clan powerhouses looked extremely ugly, and their eyes were full of disappointment. Besides that, there is one quasi-big demon quota. Elder Wu stroked his beard with his hand, and said calmly. "Boom." In a word, like a thunderstorm, the audience shook. Big demon quota. As the name suggests, whoever can get this quota is equivalent to stepping into the ranks of big monsters, and this big monster is not a title of status or status, but a real king of big monsters in terms of strength and cultivation. The audience was shocked, and countless pairs of eyes trembled crazily. You know, the status of the big monster in the Monster Clan is almost equal to that of the martial emperor among human fighters. Once you step into the great demon lord, you are almost within the demon clan, and you are like an overlord, surpassing all demons. Haha, I want this quota. Kanglin glanced at Duo Mushuang not far away, and laughed out loud. On the other hand, after hearing these words, Duo Mushuang's expression was the same. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't put Xuanhuan in his eyes at all, and completely ignored him. Damn miscellaneous bird, dare to look down on me, seek death. Xuanhuan, who was gritting her teeth, would have pounced on her now, and would have fought Duo Mushuang if it hadn't been for the presence of Elder Scrupulous Wu. It's just a branch of the Phoenix clan, what a bullshit. Elder Wu has been watching Kanglin and Duo Mushuang carefully with his comatose eyes. Seeing that the two behaved differently, he couldn't help but nodded secretly. Their spirit sect has been weak for thousands of years. For thousands of years, she faded out of the secular world of the mainland, just to wait for an opportunity to make the monster race rise again. And the genius of the monster race is very important, and the selection of the beasts is the most important thing, and there must be no mistakes. Slightly nodding his head, Elder Wu swept his eyes across, searching the tens of thousands of monster powerhouses in front of him with his spiritual sense, hoping to find a few more monster geniuses like Xuanhuan and Duo Mushuang, but when he glanced over, fell when she was on Chu Yan's body, her original indifferent expression changed drastically. Humans. God, the soul of a beast. At this moment, Chu Yan, like Elder Wu, was urging the pupils of the unicorn, looking around at the strong monsters in the field, and the elder Wu just glanced at Chu Yan's eyes, and suddenly his head was covered with white hair. They all exploded. With an exclamation, everyone in the audience turned their heads and looked at Chu Yan. #C1195 World Sword. Xuanhuan and Duo Mushuang were also stunned when they heard the words, and looked at Chu Yan. Elder Wu suddenly appeared just now, announcing the rules of selection of 10,000 beasts, and for a moment, he even forgot about that human being. Huh. A human kid, who wants to participate in the selection of all beasts, is really invincible. In the 10,000 years of my spiritual sect, I have never summoned a human disciple at all. I am afraid he is asking for trouble. Song Lan glanced at Chu Yan from the corner of her eye, and then looked at Duo Mushuang, her face full of resentment. If Duo Mushuang hadn't blocked him just now, Chu Yan would have been taught a lesson by herself. And Duo Mushuang looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of doubts. He helped Chu Yan just now because he felt a very familiar breath on this human being, and this breath made the blood in his body boil, so he decided that this human warrior is very likely to be related to him, but until now, he didn't understand what it was. See Elder Wu, I'm Xia Chu Yan, this time I come to Jianzhong, I want to. Seeing Elder Wu staring at him, Chu Yan hurriedly bowed his hands and said, the selection of all beasts has nothing to do with him. Chu Yan just wants to find the senior Jianzhong, and concentrate on improving his sword practice. However, before he finished speaking, Elder Wu just shook his head and waved his big hand. Needless to say, my Lingzong has been hidden from the world for thousands of years, and I have a heavy responsibility. Destiny, even the fate of the mainland, you are not a monster race, even if your talent is against the sky, and you have a high-level monster race martial soul, it is impossible for you to join the selection of beasts, you go. When Elder Wu heard Chu Yan mentioning Jianzhong, he didn't take it seriously, and directly stated his decision. You must know that Jianzhong has never opened a sect to recruit disciples. For tens of thousands of years, it has been one-on-one and has traveled all over the mainland. Therefore, in these years, there are not many Jianzhong disciples in the Jianzhong Mountain Gate, let alone anyone visit Jianzhong. Naturally, it was impossible for him to think that Chu Yan really came to visit the sword master of Jianzhong. It's no wonder that there is no elder, after all, Chu Yan is the first outsider to visit Jianzhong in 10,000 years. Therefore, within Sword Sect, Baijian Peak is almost all borrowed by Lingzong. Except for the one named Demon Sword Peak, which has an extremely terrifying sword array defense and cannot enter at all, the other 99 magic swords, the peaks have all become the training grounds for Lingzong disciples. For this magic sword peak. For thousands of years, many Lingzong disciples heard that there was a shocking secret hidden in this peak, and wanted to find out, but all of them were blocked by the terrifying sword formation. As for these, when the sword sect disciples occasionally return to the sect, they don't care at all. They just say that the demon sword sect has not been opened for 50,000 years, and whoever has the ability to enter will belong to him. Elder Wu, you misunderstood. Hearing what Elder Wu said, he immediately explained, this junior is not here to participate in the selection of all beasts, but to find the sword master of the sword sect of the world. I have. However, before Chu Yan finished speaking, above the sky, Elder Wu and a group of strong monsters, including Song Lan and Duo Mushuang, were all stunned, and their faces changed drastically. His eyes looked like he had seen a ghost. Open. What are you kidding? This kid actually wants to see the sword master. Who is the sword master? That is the master of the two sects of Sword Sect and Spirit Sect. He is the #1 sword warrior in the world. His cultivation has reached the peak of the upper martial emperor realm. He is one of the strongest in the entire Haotian continent. In order to attack the realm of Emperor Wu, the sword master has almost never appeared in the millennium, except for some important things, and occasional spiritual transmission, not to mention Wu elders and disciples of the Lingzong, even the 7 elders of the sword sect. For almost hundreds of years, I haven't seen the sword master. And now, this kid actually said that he wanted to see the sword master. Ha ha ha. Is this kid here to be funny? Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard in 100 years. Ha ha. In the next breath, in the entire square, tens of thousands of strong demon clansmen burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Laughing. I'm dying of laughter. Xuanhuan hugged her belly with both hands. She laughed so hard that her face was full of tears. She almost lost her anger, and said, "It's so funny. This guy is interesting." I heard it right. Did you hear? This kid said that he wants to meet the sword master. He thought he was who? Do you think you are the martial emperor? Ha ha ha, no, oops, my stomach hurts. Even Duo Mushuang, whose face was always calm, twitched the corners of his eyes, and the glimmer of expectation he had for Chu Yan just now disappeared without a trace. Bold. In the sky, old Lin's face was ashen, and he stared at Chu Yan viciously. The demonic aura on his body burst out instantly, and he shouted loudly. "Boy, is the sword master the one you can meet whenever you want? If it weren't for the fact that you are still young, you must be severely punished. Now, give me immediately. Get out." The sound was thunderous, and it exploded to the entire sky, immediately causing all the powerful monster races in the square to echo in unison. That's right, a child just doesn't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. No, elder, you shouldn't let him go. Let him think that our Lingzong is easy to bully. That's right, I think it's better to let me eat him. You're so skinny, what's there to eat? All the monsters in the audience, all kinds of shouts kept echoing, looking at Chu Yan. All of them looked cold. Seeing this, Chu Yan looked natural, and then said, "Elder Wu, everyone, I'm here this time and I'm holding a jade talisman. I believe that as long as the sword master sees this jade talisman, he will definitely come out to see me." Before Chu Yan came, Shindang clearly told Chu Yan that this piece of jade talisman belonged to the sword master of Jianzhong, and there was only one piece in the entire Haotian continent. As long as the jade talisman was given to the people of Jianzhong, the sword master would definitely come out and meet him. Afterwards, Chu Yan took out the sword-shaped jade talisman and showed it to Elder Wu. Jade talismans? What kind of rubbish jade talismans, all over the street, huh? Xuanhuan, who was standing by the side, was completely disdainful of Chu Yan's words, and just opened his mouth to laugh. When he saw the jade talisman in Chu Yan's hand, his face froze immediately, and his voice fell silent. Not only Ling Kanglin, but the entire audience, including Elder Wu, Duo Mushuang, and the powerhouses of all the monster races, saw the jade talisman, and all of them changed their expressions greatly, and the sea of consciousness trembled. How can it be? This is absolutely impossible. The token of the sword master of Tianxia Jianzhong, Tianxia Jianling. How could it be in the hands of a human warrior, and this person is not a disciple of Jianzhong or Lingzong at all? You must know that the sword order in the world, the order to come, is like the sword master coming in person, has the supreme status. Moreover, the person holding the heavenly sword order can also represent the sword master and order the entire sword sect disciples to do something for him. You know, the entire sword sect disciples, hundreds of powerful swordsmen, can almost sweep half of the sect forces in the mainland. What a terrible, important and terrifying existence this is. However, such an important thing is actually in the hands of this kid. The disciples of the sword sect are all powerful kendo fighters. They have been pursuing the ultimate kendo all their lives, traveling the world, and understanding the way of heaven. Therefore, they only return to the sect to gather once every 10,000 years. Let all the swordsmen of the sword sect in the world return to the sect immediately. This kid actually took out a piece of the sword order of the world. Command the token of the entire sword sect. If this kid has any resentment in his heart, as long as he uses this command talisman, he can even let the swordsmen of the sword sect under heaven take action, killing all the people present, leaving no one behind. #C1196 Human Monster. Hiss. 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 On the dead square, there was a full 10 breaths of silence before everyone reacted, and there was a gasp of air. At this time, Elder Wu Xi of consciousness was blank, and he was completely stupid. Xuanhuan and Duo Mushuang, 2 high school young masters of the Yaozu, also had twitching, messy faces, and were completely dumbfounded. They never imagined that this insignificant human kid would have such terrifying means. On the entire square, everyone, you look at me, and I look at you, except for horror, it is fear. All the disdain, contempt and teasing just now have all turned into nothingness, and I can no longer see a trace of it. Chu Yan didn't expect that a piece of jade talisman would have such a strong deterrent effect. This effect is really extraordinary. Elder Wu, can you take me to see the sword master? Chu Yan asked with his usual expression. Now, he doesn't want to entangle with these people anymore, he just wants to see the sword master as soon as possible. Elder Wu's face trembled when he heard the words, and he wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he couldn't say a word. To be honest, this was the first time he encountered this situation, and he didn't know how to deal with it. If you refuse directly. This is the sword order of the world, which is equivalent to the existence of the sword master of the sword sect in the world. If you accidentally anger the boss of the sword sect, it is not a joke. After all, they are born in the spirit sect. However, if you take Chu Yan there. He didn't even know where the sword master was, how to contact the sword master, because he had never seen the sword master before. At this moment, suddenly, the void in the sky trembled suddenly, and an extremely tall phantom stepped out from the crack in the void. This is a figure completely evolved from true energy, with only one human figure in the whole body, and can't see the face. It is very similar to the clone activated by Chu Yan's Vientianju. This Gangyuan avatar appears. Immediately powerful coercion poured down like a waterfall. Boom, boom. There were waves of tremors in the void, causing the world to change like a sudden change, and everyone's hearts and souls trembled violently. All the demon powerhouses in the audience, even Song Lan and Duo Mushuang, looked horrified and pale. As for the other Yaozu warriors, they were so crushed that they could barely stand upright, their whole bodies trembling uncontrollably, and their souls trembled wildly. Commander. This is, the commander of the sword master. Elder Wu looked at the phantom incarnation in the sky, his lips trembled, his pupils shrank, his face changed drastically, and he shouted loudly. The commander appears. If the sword master is here in person, everyone, pay homage immediately. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the monsters in the audience bowed and saluted. See the sword master. See the sword master. See. Headed by Song Lan and Duo Mushuang, there were nearly 100,000 monster warriors, their bodies trembling, bowing in salute, facing the envoy in mid-air, paying homage. The sword master of the World Sword Sect, the acting head teacher of the Ling Sect, the legendary #1 swordsman in the mainland, has existed like a god in the entire Sword Sect and the Spirit Sect for thousands of years. Free gift. The palm commander in the air made Suing, raised his hand and waved lightly, exhaled Nayan, his eyes swept across the audience, and finally fell on Chu Yan, with a calm voice, without a trace of emotional fluctuations, said lightly. You. Tell me, this piece of jade talisman sword order, I got it everywhere. I've seen the sword master. I'm under Chu Yan. Hearing this, Chu Yan cupped his hands in a salute, and said, Sword master, this jade talisman is Shendang, the Lord of the Earth sect, who handed it over to me personally, and sect master Shen left some words in the jade talisman. Let me hand it over to you. Give it to the sword master. The audience was silent, only Chu Yan's voice echoed in the void. The voice fell to the ground, and the phantom of the palm commander in midair, but the light in his eyes jumped, and a brilliant light flashed. Is this sun? The commander's complexion was deep, and a strange color flashed in his eyes, and the speed was so fast that no one could notice it. Receive! With a soft shout, the commander waved his big hand, and suddenly, the jade talisman sword order in Chu Yan's hand turned into a stream of light and flew into the commander's hand. A faint fluctuation of spiritual consciousness appeared, penetrated into the jade talisman, and the brilliance rose, pouring into the sea of consciousness of the commanding envoy. A moment later, the palm commander flashed in his hand, and the jade talisman sword order disappeared. When he looked at Chu Yan again, his eyes were piercing. After staring at Chu Yan for 10 breaths, the commander spoke again. Chu Yan, very good. Since you are holding the jade talisman sword token, you have come to my Jianzong, which means that you have a destiny with my Jianzong. From today on, you will become Lingzong disciple, practice hard. As soon as these words came out, all the monster clan powerhouses in the audience, including Elder Wu, Sun Lan and Duo Mu Shuang, all changed their expressions drastically, and their expressions were shocked. Lingzong disciple. A human being, a disciple of the spirit sect. For thousands of years, the spirit sect has never summoned a human disciple, and now, they want to let a human warrior join the spirit sect. Lingzong. When Chu Yan heard the sword master's words, his face was also startled, and his face was full of astonishment. What are you doing? I came to the sword sect to practice, and this sword master actually let me join the spirit sect. Could it be that I heard wrong? That's right. It's the spirit sect. The envoy nodded and said with absolute certainty. Sword master, I'm sorry, I can't agree to this matter. Let's forget about joining the spirit sect. Chu Yan shook his head. Without even thinking about it, he refused directly. The spirit sect is the place where the strong monsters practice. Whether it is cultivation resources or other things, they are completely different from human warriors. As a human being, there is no way to learn anything from the spirit sect. This is a waste of time. What? This kid rejects the sword master. Chu Yan's words made all the monster clan powerhouses in the audience shudder. You must know that there are hundreds of thousands of strong monsters here, who come to participate in this selection of 10,000 beasts, because they hope to have the opportunity to enter the spiritual sect to practice. Even if he sharpened his head, he wanted to enter the Lingzong, but this Chu Yan refused. Chu Yan. This matter does not require your consent, you must become a disciple of the spirit sect. The commander seems to have predicted Chu Yan's reaction long ago. Without a trace of strangeness, he directly opened his mouth and said. And, according to what sect master Shen said, in your situation, you can directly become a disciple of the 100 emperor beasts. If you practice well, you can be promoted to a disciple of the quasi-great monster. Boom. These words were like a thunderbolt, which exploded in the sea of consciousness of all the monster warriors, making their bodies instantly petrified, their faces full of horror. Open. What are you kidding? Quasi-big demon disciple. A human warrior is going to become a disciple of the big quasi-big monster. There was a dead silence in the audience. Nearly 100,000 warriors from the monster clan, as rigid as stone sculptures, looked at Chu Yan in unison, completely stupefied. Chu Yan's face was startled, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and he was just about to refuse. At this moment, the Haoyan swordsman behind him trembled crazily, and sent a series of violent thoughts to Chu Yan. The Haoyan divine soldier, armed with weapons, has extremely weak spiritual intelligence. For the first time, he sent a vague consciousness to Chu Yan. Although he could not form language and characters at all, Chu Yan still clearly sensed that Haoyan Tianjian asked him to agree. Big chance. Chu Yan's eyes flickered. #C1197 Swordsman. Although Haoyan Divine Soldier's consciousness to Chu Yan was rough and unclear, Chu Yan still clearly understood the meaning. Could it be? Chu Yan raised his head and glanced at the phantom of the commander in the sky. Even if it was the pupil of the unicorn, he couldn't see through it. However, of course, Chu Yan trusted Haoyan Shenbing, and this was the first time Haoyan Shenbing passed on his consciousness, so it shouldn't be wrong. Since Haoyan Swordsman thinks that entering the spirit sect is good for it and himself, then give it a try. Since the three major suzerains all believe that this place can quickly improve my cultivation base and strength, and now Haoyan Shenbing also agrees, it should not be wrong. Conscious thoughts flashed through Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. After pondering for a moment, he made up his mind and said softly. Thank you, Sword Master, I am willing to become a disciple of the spirit sect. Anyway, it's just an identity. If you can't meet your expectations, adding a sect at that time is just a waste of a few days. Okay. Very good. Now Jianzong and Lingzong are mixed together, and my Jianzong disciples are away all year round. In order to let you get familiar with Lingzong and Jianzong as soon as possible, I decided. The commander swept his eyes across, looking at Xuanhuan and Duo Mushuang on the ground. His eyes flickered, and then said. I have decided, starting today, Xuanhuan will be your sword servant, and you will recover yourself in 3 years, so it is decided. As soon as the words landed, the faces of everyone in the audience changed drastically. The commander's words made the audience instantly dead silent, and a needle could be heard. All the monster clan powerhouses all looked confused, and all their faces were messy. What the hell is going on? That Chu Yan not only became the first human being in the millennium of the Lingzong, but also a disciple of the extremely distinguished 100 Demon Emperor. Now, the sword master actually asked Xuanhuan to be Chu Yan's sword attendant. What is a sword servant? To put it simply, it is a servant, a follower. Of course, the disciples of Jianzong's disciples. It also started as a sword servant. What is Xuanhuan's identity? She is the young patriarch of the Scarlet Blood Underworld Flood Dragon clan. His bloodline is relatively noble, and he can rank among the top 50 existences among the monster clan. He actually asked him to be a human warrior as an attendant. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded, staring blankly at a pale blue whose face was almost suffocated into purple-black. Sword servant. Didn't you let me join the spirit sect? Why did you get me a sword servant? Chu Yan frowned slightly. Don't do it. If you beat me to death, you won't do it either. At this moment, Xuanhuan's shocking roar exploded directly, and the monstrous anger rose up like a flame. Sword Master, I would rather die than obey. Kanglin's eyes changed from green to red, and turned into a red color, full of bloodshot eyes. If the opponent was not the sword master, he would probably have already pounced on him and tore him to pieces. Shame. What a shame. As the bloodline of the incomparably noble scarlet-blooded heavenly flood dragon, and also the head of the young patriarch, Xuanhuan, who always insists on being superior to others and asks everyone to call herself the master, can bear to be a follower of a human being. This is absolutely impossible. Even if he was blasted into scum by the sword master, he couldn't lose face like this. You, don't follow. In the sky, the palm envoy suddenly raised his hand, and an extremely terrifying palm print descended from the sky, like the hand of a god. With the force of destroying heaven and earth, it ruthlessly pressed against the blue sky on the ground. Boom. No matter how noble the blue blood is, facing this palm, there is no strength to resist at all, and the body suddenly bends and kneels on the ground as if under the weight of a 10,000 zhang mountain. However, the blue face was full of determination. He clenched his teeth, the veins burst out on his forehead, and his eyes were as red as blood. No. Absolutely not. Surrender. Xuanhuan was suppressed until her body almost collapsed, but she didn't show any intention of backing down. The pride of Jiuxiao Tianmingjiao's blood penetrated deep into his bone marrow, and he would never be allowed to submit to an ordinary human warrior. Today, even if he dies, he will not agree. The clone of the sword master in the sky saw this scene, but his eyes brightened, a glint of approval flashed across it, and it was fleeting. With a wave of his hand, the suppressing power disappeared instantly, and he said with a light smile. Not bad. Very good. As long as you agree to this condition, after 3 years, you can become a disciple of the quasi-big demon class. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Xuanhuan's complexion changed instantly, and his whole body trembled violently. What? Really? In an instant, Xuanhuan's monstrous anger, demonic will, and resolute look of swearing to die just now disappeared twice 1,000 times like a flood ebbing, replaced by a pair of green eyes as bright as stars. Quasi-big demon disciple. That is to say, the strong monster clan who must step into the realm of the big monster, in the entire Ling Zone, among the tens of millions of monster clan disciples, there are no more than 40 quasi-big monster disciples. Moreover, only those who become quasi-big demon disciples have a slight chance to enter the holy land of the spirit sect. And Xuanhuan came to the spirit sect to participate in the 10,000 beasts selection with the hope of the whole clan this time, hoping that within 10 years, she could be promoted to the quasi-big demon disciple and have the opportunity to enter the holy land of the spirit sect. But now, a huge opportunity was directly thrown in front of him. One must know that for a quasi-big demon disciple, in the spirit sect, one has to go through many trials and assessments, and go through countless life and death tests, before it is possible to snatch that precious spot from tens of thousands of talented disciples. Who dares to guarantee that he will survive the repeated life and death trials, and become the quasi-big demon? But now, Xuanhuan's entire heart is beating crazily. For him, this temptation was really too terrifying. Almost instantly, it made him lose his consciousness and completely shaken. I am the acting head of the Ling Zone, and I can guarantee this to you. Now, are you willing? The sword master is tall and hangs in the sky, staring at Xuanhuan with a solemn face. Ben, cough, I. The blue eyes quickly turned around twice, and subconsciously scanned the surroundings, but saw a large number of noble-blooded monster clan powerhouses gathered around him, looking at him with a ferocious face, their bloodshot eyes. He stared at Xuanhuan, all of which had the same meaning. Don't promise, let me come. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan's face was stunned, and she didn't dare to hesitate any more, so she quickly agreed. Yes. Of course I am willing, isn't it just a 3-year sword servant? My uncle will definitely follow him. For the quota of quasi-big demon disciples. Temporary concessions are of course not a problem, let alone 3 years, even 5 years, Xuanhuan will agree. At this moment, in the entire square, countless powerful monster clansmen were filled with disappointment when they saw this scene. Unexpectedly, this Xuanhuan, who seemed to be willing to die just now, agreed to the sword master in a blink of an eye. If they come, they won't have any chance to replace it. Just kidding, a quota of quasi-big demon disciples. If this is given to other monsters, let alone 3 or 5 years, even 10 or 100 years, they will all agree. Compared with human fighters, monster clan powerhouses have several times the lifespan. 100 years will pass by gnashing their teeth. At that time I will have hope and become the big monster who dominates the mainland. This is definitely a good deal. #C1198 Is it that person? Seeing that Xuanhuan agreed with excitement, the clone of the sword master in the sky nodded, and then, with a sweep of his eyes, he opened his mouth again and said. Everyone listens to the order. From now on, Chu Yan will become a disciple of the 100 monster beasts class of the Ling Zone, and Xuanhuan will be his sword servant. He will assign 1 or 2 people to practice at Demon Sword Peak. These 2 will not occupy this year's 10,000 beasts selection quota. The rest will be handed over to Elder Wu to preside over. While speaking, a faint aura of coercion emanated from the Sword Master's avatar, flicking across the audience, and then said, I hope that all of you who will participate in this year's 10,000 beasts selection will perform with all their strength. Whether or not the spirit sect can rise is entirely up to you. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the body of the Sword Master's avatar gradually became empty, and he escaped into the void again, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, all the Monster Clan powerhouses in the audience were all excited, but most of them turned their attention to Chu Wei and Xuanhuan. I am full of gods and beasts, disciples of hundreds of monsters, quasi-big monster disciples. Fuck, since this is the result. That human has become a disciple of the spirit sect, and is also the 100 Demon Emperor. After that, when I see him, don't I have to salute him? Damn it, look at Xuanhuan, her mouth is crooked, shameless. That's right, if he didn't agree just now, Lord Sword Master will definitely choose me. I am of the blood of Cloud Piercer Thunder Eagle. Fart, I still have the blood of the Earth Python. All kinds of surprises and roars resounded in the entire square, and a scene of roaring beasts was vividly staged. In the distance, Chu Yan stood alone, frowning slightly, thinking secretly. Let yourself join Jianzong, and let this Kanglin be your sword attendant, this is all the same, and he also arranged himself on the Demon Sword Peak. More importantly, Chu Yan didn't understand why the Haotian sword would be released. Remind yourself, did Hao Xianjian guess it by himself? Maybe, Haotian sword was bought and sold by that sword master. Scream, shut up all of you. Hearing the roar of beasts from all directions, Xuanhuan gave a loud roar, and the endless beast power rolled out like a tide, sweeping across the audience, and the scene where there were roaring beasts in all directions immediately fell silent. Humph. A group of looking for death. Seeing his roar made all the beasts tremble, a trace of incomparable arrogance appeared on his blue face. He raised his head high, aimed at Chu Yan, and said triumphantly, Don't worry, I will take care of you in the future and guarantee that no one in the Ling Zone will dare to mess with you. Go, I will take you to Demon Sword Peak. After finishing speaking, he didn't care about Chu Yan, soaring directly into the sky, and flew towards a spiritual peak in the distance. Magic Sword Peak. Interesting, I want to give it a try, haha. Seeing Kanglin fly away, Chu Yan also rose into the air, chasing after Kanglin, and soon caught up with Kanglin. Isn't there an invincible sword array in this Demon Sword Peak? Chu Yan asked. It's okay, the sword array only seals the core area, and the ordinary buildings around it can be lived in, but, hee. Xuanhuan seemed to be very familiar with the situation within the Ling Zone, and smiled lightly. These ordinary buildings are empty. Usually there are disciples of the spirit sect who go to investigate the cultivation resources. Therefore, there are probably no cultivation resources on the Demon Sword Peak. There are a lot of cultivation resources. When the time comes, I will share with you. Xuanhuan was in a good mood, and said with incomparable generosity. That's not necessary. I just want to ask, is this sword array really unbreakable? Hearing this, Chu Yan gave a wry smile, and shook his head helplessly. When it comes to cultivation resources, Chu Yan really has no shortage, and Xuanhuan's stock is still not in his eyes. The Demon Sword Peak sword array is not something that can be cracked by cultivation and strength. In the past, including the great demon of the Martial Emperor realm, they all came here to try to break the array, but they almost got stuck in it. After they came out, they just said that this array is not martial power can be broken, and since then, few people have dared to touch this sword formation. While flying, Xuanhuan explained that she seemed extremely patient, that the sword master asked him to serve as a sword servant for Chu Yan, so he naturally had to do his duty, in case the sword master cancels his quasi-big demon due to his own reasons the number of disciples, then I have nowhere to cry. Therefore, Xuanhuan will carefully explain Chu Yan's questions. It can't be broken by force. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself. At this time, in the square after Chu Yan and Xuanhuan left, countless Yaozu warriors took out the jade talisman of communication, and began to send the shocking news to their own clan. For a moment, what happened in the square just now swept through the entire Lingzong. What? The human warrior holding the jade talisman sword order has become a disciple of the 100 Demon Emperor. Damn, impossible. The young patriarch of the Scarlet Blood Underworld Flood Dragon became the follower of an ordinary human warrior. Who the hell is that Chu Yan, who actually let the sword master, who was close to death, appear in the world? What the hell is going on? The Demon Sword Peak has been uninhabited for thousands of years, yet it has opened the peak to accept disciples. What's going on here? It's so weird. Within the entire Lingzong, within the 100 peaks, the big bosses and geniuses of all peaks were shocked by this incident, and they were deeply impressed by Chu Yan and Kanglin. At the same time, some news of returning to the Yaozu began to spread among the various forces of the entire Yaozu. Fortunately, the monster race and the human world do not communicate with each other, so no one has spread these shocking news to the human world for the time being. When there was a shocking storm in the Yaozu, within the Lingzong, it gradually returned to calm. In the depths of the 100 spirit peaks, in a hidden place, two figures sit facing each other, in a state of closed-door cultivation. Between the two, one after another silent spiritual consciousness was constantly communicating. These two people, regardless of their appearance and shape, are almost exactly the same. According to human standards, they are definitely a pair of twins. If Chu Yan and Xuanhuan were here, they would definitely recognize at a glance that their appearance was exactly the same as the clone of the sword master who had just appeared above the square. That is to say, one of these two people is the sword master of Tianxia Jianzong. Tom. 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 Just as the two were communicating with each other, four footsteps suddenly sounded outside the huge training hall. See you, Master Sword Master. The four sounds sounded in unison, and they sounded outside the gate of the training hall at the same time. Come in. There was a faint sound in the hall, and the door of the cultivation hall opened automatically. Then, four figures stepped into the hall, walked up to the sword master and another person, and bowed to salute. Sword master, that Chu Yan, if it is really good to put him in the Demon Sword Peak according to what the sword master said. After all, there is nothing there. Among the four, the tall, black-armored man at the head spoke. That's right, Lord Sword Master, how about assigning him to our Jinping Peak? I will definitely train him with all my strength. Our land, Longfeng, also tried its best to train this son. For a while, the four of them spoke at the same time, and they all petitioned the sword master, wanting to assign Chu Yan to their own Lingfeng. Now, no. The sword master closed his eyes tightly, and said softly. This son is still in the growth stage. If he is really that person, then we will find out in a short time. At that time, let's make arrangements. Time is running out. I hope he won't let us down, let alone Haotian continent. The sword master's words fell to the ground, and the faces of the five people were stunned at the same time. They looked at the sword master and frowned tightly. In the dimly lit training hall, 5 pairs of eyes of different colors suddenly rose. On the other side, Lingzong Demon Sword Peak, the main hall. This is Demon Sword Peak. Chu Yan followed Xuanhuan in front of the main hall of Demon Sword Peak, looked around, but there was nothing unusual, so he couldn't help but ask suspiciously. #C1199 Demon Sword Woody. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Xuanhuan, who also looked around, said. Not bad. Here is. Currently, the sword sect and the spirit sect are almost one. There are few disciples of the sword sect, and they only occupy one main peak. The remaining 99 spiritual peaks are now given to the spirit sect. And this demon sword peak is currently the only one without beasts. The spiritual peak of the clan. Our spirit sect is different from other sections. We are a beast race occupying a spirit peak. Therefore, out of the 98 spirit peaks, 50 are occupied by the top 50 bloodline monster races. The rest, all the beast races, live in the remaining 48 spiritual peaks. Like our scarlet blood underworld Jiao, there is one underworld peak, which is quite powerful. As Xuanhuan spoke, her face was filled with arrogance. Obviously, as a member of the Yaozu, being able to occupy a Lingfang within the Ling zone is an extremely prominent thing. Well, that's how it is. It's really different from other sects. Chu Yan nodded, and after listening to Xuanhuan's introduction, he had a preliminary understanding of the 100 spiritual peaks of the Ling zone. The human sects in the mainland all divide their sects into halls and distinguish them according to the attributes of martial arts. Compared with this monster clan, they are completely different. Moreover, the underground space of the Ling zone is extremely huge. Some transactions, arenas, etc. are all carried out in the underground space. The most powerful thing is that the holy mountain in the Ling zone is also in the underground space. Speaking of this, Xuanhuan's face turned reddish, and she looked extremely excited, and a pair of green eyes shone with a green light. His goal is to be promoted to a quasi-big demon disciple and step into the holy mountain. Holy mountain. Is it the holy land of the monster race? Chu Yan asked. Not bad. Xuanhuan was immersed in longing, nodded casually, and agreed. Hearing this, Chu Yan shook his head, and was immediately extremely disappointed. The holy mountain of the monster race has no meaning to him, a human warrior. Why is there an invincible sword formation in this demon sword peak? Chu Yan looked around, wanting to detect the trace of the invincible sword formation, and asked at the same time. Hey, you are asking the right person. In the entire Ling zone, there are very few people who know about this matter, and this uncle just happened to know. Xuanhuan was extremely proud, and said with a smile on her face, this demon sword peak was the home of the last martial emperor of the sword sect thousands of years ago. Then he disappeared immediately, because the sword formation is too powerful, no one can enter at all, so I don't know what the magic sword martial emperor left behind in the demon sword peak. Devil sword martial emperor. Chu Yan was stunned, slightly startled. This is the first Emperor Wu that Chu Yan has heard of, and now that he is standing in front of the residence of this Emperor Wu, this makes Chu Yan feel within reach. Emperor Wu. It turned out that it only existed in the legends, as if it existed in an illusory state, and suddenly, it seemed to be drawn countless distances closer. That's right. About this demon sword martial emperor, there have been some legends left in the Ling zone. I don't know if it's true or not. Xuanhuan seemed to have thought of something, her eyes blurred, and she murmured. In the legend, this demon sword martial emperor was obsessed with all kinds of divine swords all his life. He was not only a great swordsman, but also a craftsman. It is said that his disappearance is related to the divine weapon he refined last. A craftsman. Divine weapon. The corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched. Unexpectedly, this person is obsessed with swordsmanship to such an extent, not only practicing swords, but also practicing swords by hand. This person is ruthless enough. Chu Yan practiced swordsmanship by himself, so of course he knew that what a swordsman pays attention to is the state of the unity of man and sword. However, to achieve a good artistic conception, one must have an incomparable understanding of one's own sword. This is also the reason why Chu Yan has never changed his spiritual soldiers since he got the Haotian sword. Therefore, the bond between him and the Haotian sword will become stronger and stronger, making his sense of the way of the sword stronger and stronger. Farther away. No wonder this demon sword god left behind an invincible sword array. It seems to have a lot to do with this demon god martial emperor. The sword array left by the mighty Emperor Wu can be broken by ordinary people. It's a pity, all the cultivation resources of the demon sword peak are behind the invincible sword array. If we can enter, the two of us will give it away. Kanglin's eyes emitted countless stars. He laughed a few times, and said, "Well." The next moment, Song Lan's eyes swept away, looking at the surrounding buildings of Demon Sword Peak that had been raided countless times. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. If they can't break through the sword formation, they don't have any resources for cultivation. This makes Song Lan extremely dissatisfied. However, as the young master of Mingtian Peak, he will naturally not sit still. As long as Chu Yan is fine, he will definitely sneak back to Mingtian Peak to practice. As for Chu Yan, he can't control it. Alchemist. At this time, Chu Yan was in deep thought. In his sea of consciousness, he thought over and over again about what Song Lan said just now. For a long time, improving the way of the sword has been the goal that Chu Yan has been pursuing. But now, the means of the demon sword Emperor Wu reminded Chu Yan. As an alchemist himself, if he practiced the way of refining tools, although his innate conditions were excellent, he would waste a lot of time and energy. Whether it was worthwhile or not, Chu Yan had thought about it many times before. The reason why Chu Yan cares about this issue is because he has the 9 residual furnaces of heavenly questions in his hands, which is the supreme furnace in the mainland, which is not only a alchemy god furnace, but also a refining furnace. According to the information that Chu Yan had searched before, 3 of the top 10 alchemy furnaces in the mainland were refined by the 9 residual furnaces of heavenly questions. Invincible sword formation. I want to see and see. After thinking for a while, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured. Immediately, Chu Yan turned his head to look at Song Lan, and asked, "Where is that invincible sword array?" What do you want?" Song Lan, when she heard Chu Yan's words, her face froze immediately, and she asked in astonishment. "Of course I'll give it a try." Chu Yan laughed. "You're crazy." Back then, even the strongest in the martial emperor realm were almost lost. Seeing that Chu Yan didn't seem to be joking, Song Lan became anxious and shouted. "You know, I am all pointing at Chu Yan, waiting for 3 years to become a quasi-big demon disciple. If this Chu Yan really eats the bear's heart and leopard gall, runs into some kind of sword formation, and finally falls in it, then no need to guess, my quota of quasi-big demon disciples will definitely go to waste." Therefore, when she found out that Chu Yan had such a heaven-defying idea, Song Lan hurriedly stopped her. "I'll find it myself." Chu Yan didn't say anything when he saw Kanglin, but he also noticed that he glanced at the direction of the main hall from the corner of his eyes, turned around immediately, and walked towards the main hall of Demon Sword Peak. "Oh my God, Chu Yan, wait, don't." When Song Lan saw Chu Yan walking towards the main hall, she was so frightened that her soul flew up, the hairs all over her body exploded. Without a trace of hesitation, her speed soared in an instant, and she rushed to the front of Chu Yan, blocking him, with both hands unfolding, with a resolute look on his face. "You, don't go." For thousands of years, no one who stepped into the main hall, no matter whether it was the martial lord or the martial emperor, came out intact. "You are absolutely crazy." Song Lan opened her bloody heels, almost sticking to Chu Yan's face, and roared loudly. #C1200 Spirit of Sword. Song Lan almost wanted to swallow Chu Yan alive for the sake of her quota of quasi-big demon disciples. 3 years later. "How nice it is to live well. I have to go to death." "It's fine if you court death, why don't you wait 3 years? Chu Yan looked at Song Lan with a resolute expression in front of him, and suddenly his mind moved slightly. Although he knew that Song Lan was for his discipleship, his behavior still moved Chu Yan a little bit. However, for Chu Yan, he must try the sword formation. Chu Yan, who also practiced the way of the sword, although he could not reach the level of obsession with the demon sword Emperor Wu, but a so-called invincible sword formation was right in front of his eyes. If he didn't try to comprehend it himself, why would he still practice the way of the sword? After making up his mind, a faint white brilliance slowly radiated from Chu Yan's body. The next moment, Chu Yan directly activated the white tiger black pattern technique, and disappeared in front of Xuanhuan in an instant. Whoosh! Traveling through the void, walking incognito, less than a breath, Chu Yan jumped into the main hall. Stepping out with one step, it was a world away. The moment Chu Yan stepped into the gate of the main hall, it was as if he had entered another world from one world. A light flashed in front of his eyes, and Chu Yan's face suddenly froze. This is not a hall space at all. I saw that the scene in front of me was a meadow surrounded by woods, and there were no towering mountains in the distance. On the side of the woods, there was a green lake, as gentle as jade. In the middle of the grassland, 1,000 steps away from Chu Yan, there is a stone tablet with the height of a person standing quietly, and a faint mysterious aura continuously overflows from the stone tablet. This stele seems to be made of ordinary rocks. To Chu Yan's surprise, there is a very clear trace of fist marks on the stele. Below the traces of the fist marks, there are 3 sword marks. These 3 sword marks are distributed in a staggered manner. It seems that there is some pattern. Well, it seems to be a word for heaven, and it's just a stroke of luck. Chu Yan glanced at the sword mark on the stone tablet, just one glance, and his eyes trembled suddenly. In all directions, a gust of gentle wind blew past, and above the stone tablet, the faint mysterious aura suddenly surged, turning into a large wave of sharp air, sweeping past like a shock wave. In an instant, being rushed by this mysterious aura, Chu Yan's pupils swelled fiercely, his sea of consciousness trembled, and he seemed to be absent-minded, standing on the spot. The whole person was poured into the body by that incomparably mysterious power, instantly sealing his sea of qi completely. What? This? Chu Yan's face changed drastically. He never expected that this mysterious power was so terrifying. It ignored his body-protecting energy and rushed directly into his body. Moreover, after entering his body, his true energy seemed to be against it. No hostility at all, no resistance at all, let it seal the sea of qi. Such methods are extremely terrifying. Could it be that this is the power of Emperor Wu? Chu Yan's face darkened, becoming extremely dignified. Haodian continent. As a warrior, if he doesn't have true energy, relying entirely on physical strength, Chu Yan's strength may only reach the innate realm, or even lower. Because Chu Yan discovered that those mysterious powers, after sealing the sea of qi, did not stop at all, and rushed directly to his flesh and blood, and sealed all the power in the flesh and blood. At this time, Chu Yan has completely become an ordinary person. Clang! Without panic, Chu Yan stretched out his backhand, pulled out the Haodian sword, held it in his hand, and watched the stone tablet vigilantly. Swish! Suddenly, a bright light suddenly appeared, as if a ray of soldiers cut through the void, and appeared in front of Chu Yan instantly. This is a black spiritual sword, the whole body is as black as ink. If it is in the dark night, I am afraid that the sword body cannot be seen when it is cut in front of the eyes. This is a sword that belongs to the night, not only harvesting life, but also harvesting souls. Just staring at the sword, Chu Yan felt an icy chill rising from the bottom of his heart, and he could clearly sense that the rank of this sword would definitely not be lower than his own Haodian divine weapon. What's even more weird is that this black sword has no tip, and the front end of the sword is flat. It looks more like a ruler. There is a strange sword. Chu Yan's eyes lighted up slightly, staring closely. When a sword without a front cuts through the void, it will not bring out the light of the sword. In this way, this sword is even more difficult to be detected. Just as Chu Yan was looking at the sword, a hand suddenly appeared on the hilt of the black sword suspended in midair, and this hand continued to grow at an extremely fast speed. Arms, torso, legs, head. In less than a breath, a man dressed in black appeared in front of Chu Yan. The face of this person is very ordinary, the kind that is thrown on the street, and you will not notice his appearance if you pass by you 100 times. If you have to find out some characteristics, it can only be those eyes. Staring at Chu Yan closely, like a wild beast staring at its prey, like looking at a corpse. I am the spirit of the sword array. Let's do it. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, and the other party's extremely cold tone instantly ignited the fighting spirit in his heart. Almost without guessing, Chu Yan could feel that this person was an excellent opponent. In the next breath, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, and his figure suddenly rushed forward. He raised the Haoyan sword in his hand, pointed at the spirit of the sword array, and stabbed straight out. No need for true energy, this sword is also as fast as lightning. The distance between the two was 1,000 steps, but Chu Yan's sword appeared, bringing out a long afterimage. The distance of 1,000 steps was reached in an instant. The sword tip of the Haoyan sword soldier. The sword light as thin as a hair pointing directly at the opponent's throat. This is a sword that seals the throat with a sword. Seeing Chu Yan's attack, the spirit of the sword array froze, and gasped softly. Chu Yan's sword was so fast that there was almost nothing left but a sword light and a long afterimage. The true energy was sealed. Under such circumstances, being able to achieve such a sword speed seems to have taken the spirits of the sword array by surprise. Pity. Facing the sword that pierced his throat, the spirit of the sword array shook his head slightly, holding the black sword vertically on the ground, as if he didn't see it, just shook his head slightly, without any intention of making a move. This move made Chu Yan, who was in the midst of the stabbing, startled. What? So easy? Swish. Just when Chu Yan was slightly astonished, the Haoyan sword tip was only 3 steps away from the opponent. At this moment, the opponent's body, which had been sinking and not moving, suddenly flashed. His left foot did not move, and his right foot took a step back, turned into a side-standing posture, and suddenly stepped aside from Jianfeng. Chu Yan rushed straight past the opponent's side. Chu Yan, who rushed past the spirit of the sword array, stopped suddenly, turned back to look at the other party, with an unbelievable expression on his face. The sword that I shot with all my strength was so easily dispelled by the opponent. #C1201 Real Sword. Moreover, Chu Yan could feel that the other party, like himself, did not use any real energy at all, it was completely physical power. Between Chu Yan and the spirit of the sword array, any cultivation realm has no meaning. At this moment, between the two of them, they are like ordinary people holding spiritual swords. The swords are of the same grade, and their true energy is also sealed. The comparison between the two of them is sword moves and kendo. Relatively speaking, Chu Yan, who has double body training, has more than 5 times the physical strength of ordinary people. Therefore, Chu Yan even has a big advantage over the opponent, just like a muscular man facing an extremely thin opponent. Look at the sword. A sword missed. Chu Yan did not feel lost, but his eyes became brighter and brighter, his face was reddish, extremely excited, and he raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. With this sword, Chu Yan almost used all his strength, and the sword was so fast that he brought up a large crescent-shaped sword light and swept towards the opponent. The distance between the two is no more than 5 steps. If this sword strikes, it can directly cut the opponent in half. Too poor. Seeing Chu Yan's sword sweeping towards him, the other party raised the corner of his mouth and spoke softly. Then, he moved his left foot and right foot together, and took a step back. Swish. The tip of the Haoyan sword, which was attached to the black clothes on the opponent's chest, swept across, almost only a hair's distance away, and could hit the target. Chu Yan's eyes trembled. He didn't expect that the second sword would be so easily resolved by the other party, as if treating his own sword like a child's play. Come again. Suddenly, the fighting spirit in Chu Yan's heart surged up like a flame, his eyes were red, and his figure rushed up. Call out! Call out! Call out! Sword draw. Bright sword style. Sword drawing. Chongjian style. Innate promise. Heaven and earth have no limits. All kinds of sword moves are constantly evolving in Chu Yan's hands, and each move is as fast as a move, constantly slashing at the opponent. However, the other party is like a fallen leaf in a violent storm. No matter how Chu Yan slashes and strikes at the most tricky angle, he will flash past when the long sword is on his body. His body was extremely light, and he kept stepping under his feet, taking the first step, just to resolve Chu Yan's sword move. At this moment, Chu Yan even had a feeling, as if what he was holding was not a sword, but a thick wooden stick, and the other party was not a person, but a feather. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't swing it. Incomparably soft feathers fluttering around. Even, the harder you use your strength, the more calm you will be at avoiding convenience, and you won't be able to dodge less than normal just because you have increased your strength. Why is that? Finally, after 100 moves in a row, Chu Yan finally stopped, staring blankly at the other party, eyes full of horror. Since I stepped into the road of martial arts cultivation, apart from the 5 gods and beasts gifted by my talent, the simplest thing is my sword. How many times in life and death? With just the sword in your hand, break the hand of death and regain your life. But now, in front of this man in black, his sword has become so useless. Moreover, just after 100 swords, Chu Yan is very sure that even if there are 1,000 swords, 10,000 swords, he will not be able to kill him. Other side. This opponent who was dressed in black and held a long black ink sword with the tip pointing at the ground seemed invincible. Invincible, sword array. So it refers to this. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, all kinds of consciousness flashed past without moving. Facing this kind of opponent, he couldn't use his true energy, couldn't use his martial soul, and all his whole cards were useless. Staring at the other party, Chu Yan took a deep breath, held Hao Xianjian's right hand, subconsciously tightened his brows and frowned. First. It was the first time Chu Yan met such a special opponent, and he was the lowest among all his opponents, but he was also the most difficult to deal with. Call out. Just when Chu Yan was in a daze, the spirit of the sword array on the opposite side suddenly moved. There was no sign, the black ink sword did not have a gleam of brilliance, just a black shadow flashed, and it was already in front of my eyes. The sword head without the tip pointed directly at my heart. Scoff. The sword broke through the robe, and pierced the robe at the position of Chu Yan's heart, piercing a finger-wide wound, piercing into the flesh 3 points. Nourish. The moment the sword was drawn, blood slowly flowed out. And Chu Yan's face was sluggish, as if he couldn't feel the physical pain at all, but his whole body was like petrification, standing on the spot. The pupils of his eyes were dilated to the extreme, and in the dim light of the pupils, there was only a black shadow like the hand of death. Okay, what a strong sword. Chu Yan was completely shocked by the sword just now, and he didn't even have the slightest feeling of the sword's 3-point penetration into the chest. Fast, extremely fast. No breath. No sword breath, but one sword will kill. Inadvertently, a slight golden light shone in Chu Yan's eyes, and his whole mind was completely immersed in the sword that Xuanhuan had just done. At this time, seeing Chu Yan standing on the spot blankly, the spirit of the sword formation on the opposite side had bright eyes, a chuckle all over his face, stood silently, holding a sword, and just watched Chu Yan quietly. Obviously, he has discovered that Chu Yan is studying the way of swordsmanship, and he has no intention of disturbing him at all. In Chu Yan's eyes, the pupils are enlarged to the extreme, and in the eyes, only the world and everything are left. The wind blows, that's the air moving. Birds fly across the sky, as fast as a sharp arrow. The green grass under the feet is growing slowly, invisible to the naked eye, but it is also moving, with the same speed. One fast and one slow, there is speed. Chu Yan slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. Above the sky, a large sea of clouds floated by. It seemed to be extremely slow, but its speed was 1,000 miles per inch. It turns out, this is fast. Chu Yan whispered. Swish. In the next breath, Chu Yan's body suddenly trembled on the spot, and between the virtual and the real, it kept flickering. It seems that the flickering candlelight is dazzling, but Chu Yan just stands there without moving a bit, but even if he is still, his body instantly becomes illusory, as if almost Dao shadows are flashing alternately. Chu Yan's incomparably powerful comprehension ability, at this moment, fully manifested that the speed mysteries are extremely mysterious, but he only took one look, and then stepped into the door of the speed mysteries. Huh! As if after a breath, and as if after a long time, Chu Yan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he woke up from the enlightenment in an instant, and exhaled a long breath. Swish! As if at random, Chu Yan raised the Haotian sword in his right hand lightly. The sword energy was like a breeze blowing on his face, but he couldn't see the trajectory and shadow of the sword at all. It seemed that it was just a breeze blowing by. It turns out that this is the real sword energy. Chu Yan's eyes light up slightly, and the corners of his mouth lightly twitch. The next moment, an extremely astonishing scene appeared. Swish! Another sword was swung out, and a sword wind rushed out from the dull Haotian sword. As the sword energy passed by, on the grassland in front of him, the grass grew wildly in a straight line, reaching the height of the little feet in the blink of an eye, and small flowers of various colors bloomed in the grass that grew up in an instant. With a sword out, the grass grows and wild flowers bloom. #C1202 Soulstone. This is not the way of wood, but the real way of speed. The reason for this abnormality is that Chu Yan's sword just now merged with the way of speed, and the grass on the ground was forcibly changed in speed when the sword chi passed by, so as to grow rapidly. This sword didn't have any true energy, but Chu Yan was full of surprise, and he was very sure that the power of this sword was several times more powerful than all his sword skills. This sword is called Reincarnation. Chu Yan looked at the Haotian sword in his hand, his figure finally calmed down amidst the illusory flickering, and his heartbeat slowly calmed down. Standing with his sword closed, Chu Yan raised his head and looked at the spirit of the sword formation opposite. Clang! Chu Yan's eyes became extremely fierce in an instant, and the Haotian sword stabbed straight out without arousing any air flow, but on the sword body, a stream of sword energy condensed and sent out, stabbing fiercely at the spirit of the sword array opposite. Clang! The silver Haotian sword and the black ink sword collided with each other, and a substantial shock wave suddenly spread out. The grass under the two people's feet instantly became like a water surface, with a circle of bulges, rushing towards the surroundings. Dang bang bang bang. There was no pause at all. After a sword strike, the two clashed crazily, dazzling sparks splashed everywhere. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and at the same time became extremely illusory, as if shadows were flickering, and the bodies of the two could not be seen clearly at all. In the blink of an eye, the two of them continuously flashed 7 or 8 battle locations within a radius of 10,000 steps, making people feel dazzled and unable to see clearly. Swish! Swish! I don't know how long it took, but the two figures who were wrestling with each other suddenly separated, facing each other 100 steps away. Although the people have been separated, in the eyes of the two of them, there is a fierce sword energy, the is flying, and the faces are full of excitement. Ha ha ha, happy, 3,000 years, you are the first one who let me do my best. The spirit of the sword array was obviously extremely excited. Looking at Chu Yan, his eyes brightened, and he changed his calm expression. Thank you for your advice, senior. Hearing the words of the spirit of the sword array, Chu Yan bowed his hands and said sincerely. Of course, Chu Yan knew in his heart that this time, he was able to comprehend the way of speed entirely because of the other party's guidance. From the time he stepped here, the spirit of the sword formation did not want to kill himself at all, otherwise, before I comprehend the way of speed, it is enough to die 100 times. No need. You are already qualified to witness the last sword. The spirit of the sword array didn't take it seriously, and the sword energy in his hand kept overflowing. Wind sword formation. Pointing at the black sword in his hand, almost at the moment the sound of drinking sounded, the black sword and sword energy pierced out at the same time. Call out. Call out. Call out. The black sword trembled suddenly, turning into 3 cleans with one sword, bringing up 3 sharp black sword chi, and slashed towards Chu Yan at a high speed. This move turned out to be 4 swords all at once, forming a mighty sword array, and at the same time there is also a powerful sword intent enveloping it. Hao Yan, come out. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, and he raised his sword at the same time, and the Hao Yan sword brought a touch of silver light, like a silver lightning, facing the formation of 3 black swords. Huh! It turned out to be a magic weapon. The spirit of the sword array was slightly startled. The eyes are slightly bright. Bang bang bang. The Hao Yan sword collided with the black sword array, countless sword lights exploded in the void, and the sharp sword energy swept away the sawdust cut by the surrounding forests, like a tornado sweeping across, leaving a mess. However, the Hao Yan sword was obviously stronger than the black sword formation. After breaking through the sword formation, the momentum remained undiminished and continued to slash towards the spirit of the sword formation. It has reached the 6th level, what a powerful magic weapon. The spirit of the sword array saw the Hao Yan sword slashing towards him, his face was startled, and he said in surprise. Remelt. In the low voice, in the hands of the spirit of the sword array, the black ink sword swung again, and 3 black sword chi slashed out, colliding with the charging Hao Yan sword, and dissipated at the same time under the collision of the 2 phases. After this move, the spirit of the sword array looked at Chu Yan again, and a great change took place. This kid's talent for comprehension is simply a genius of swordsmanship. In less than half an hour, he just gave a little hint, and his current strength has even surpassed himself. He is simply a monster. Not bad. You are very good. The spirit of the sword array shook his big hand, and the black sword in his hand slowly rose into the air. Buzz, buzz. With continuous tremors, the black ink sword suspended in front of the spirit of the sword array trembled continuously. The first tremor produced a black ink sword. In the blink of an eye, there were already 8 black ink swords with the same horizontal handle. The ink sword appeared in front of the spirit of the sword array, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at Chu Yan. It's time to end. The spirit of the sword array sighed softly, looking extremely disappointed, but his eyes flashed brightly. Without a trace of hesitation, he waved his hand. Galewind sword formation. The 8 black ink swords evolved into a more complex and powerful sword formation than the wind sword formation just now, sweeping out like a strong wind passing through. The sharp and fierce sword energy filled the void, and the strong wind howled. Reincarnation. Chu Yan holds the sword in his right hand, facing the strong wind. His black robe is flying all over his body, his face is full of chills, a pure white sword energy, as if the extremely cold meets the air. A large amount of white mist is constantly flowing from Hao Yan. The sword spilled out from the top, condensed around the sword body, and shot out suddenly. The power of this sword is no less than that of the 8 black ink swords that are oncoming. 1 against 8, there is no sense of weakness. Bang 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 bang. The power of Geifeng sword formation is extremely powerful. This time, Haotian divine soldiers drew strange trajectories in the air, intertwined with 8 black swords, attacking each other. 1 white and 8 black, like 8 black dragons besieging a white dragon. Every time a white shadow passes by, a black shadow will explode. After 8 consecutive moves, all 8 black ink swords were broken, and all collapsed. Call out. With a touch of cold air, the Haotian divine soldier rushed down from the air, piercing the spirit of the sword formation. Boy, you have to remember that the sword soul has 9 paths, and the path reaches the sky. I wish you an early achievement of the name of the heaven list. As if he hadn't seen the Haotian sword coming straight at all, the spirit of the sword formation carried his hands on his back, stared straight at Chu Yan not far away, stared with approval on his face, and said softly, "Laugh." The Haotian sword flashed past, pierced straight in from the spirit of the sword formation, and came out through the body, turning into a silver light, slashing heavily behind the spirit of the sword formation, on the stone tablet. Clang! There was a shock, sparks shot out, stone chips flew, Haotian's sword rebounded and fell back into Chu Yan's hands. At this time, the figure of the spirit of the sword array continued to blur, and within a moment, that face full of indifferent smiles gradually disappeared into nothingness. Boom, boom. In the next breath, in all directions, the whole world was trembling crazily, a mountain shook and the ground shook, and the stone tablet engraved with 4 sword marks in the distance rose from the ground and slowly rose to the sky. Huh! See if Qi has recovered. Chu Yan's face was stunned, and he felt the majestic true energy in his body, breaking through the seal, and the sense of power returned. Swish! At the moment when Chu Yan was connected with Qi High Divine Consciousness, the steel that rose into the air turned into a stream of light and shot straight at Chu Yan. It was like a shock of lightning, and it fell into Chu Yan's body in an instant, and disappeared in a flash. When Chu Yan came back to his senses, his consciousness swept through his body, only to find that there was an extra stone tablet in his sea of consciousness world. On the stone tablet, 4 sword marks intertwine to form a gigantic heaven character. At this time, the surface of the stone tablet is completely cracked, revealing the crystal jade-like inside, countless colorful lights circulating in the crystal stone, gorgeous. This sword soul stone. The moment Chu Yan's consciousness came into contact with the steel, his whole body was shocked and he froze on the spot.